Su Nian found herself transmigrated into the melodramatic confines of a clicked romance novel, assuming the role of the male lead's malicious wife. Faced with a life of immense wealth, waking each day in an expansive 800-square-meter villa, surrounded by countless servants yet devoid of love, she could only bow deeply to the he. Avens in despair, from that moment on, she endeavored to live out the tragic existence of the original character. However, in a twist of fate, her inadvertently nurtured prodigious child inadvertently brought about the demise of the original protagonists. Just as Su Nian resigned herself to a life of sorrow, she found herself reincarnated back to the beginning, confronted by the pitiful visage of the White Lotus heroine. With a sigh, Su Nian reassured herself that as long as she could bear another child, she would once more secure a life of ease. Thus, she set about charming her unassuming husband in hopes of producing a genius offspring. Little did Su Nian dream that her unsuspecting spouse, Li Beichen, possessed the ability to read minds. It was only when she felt the stirrings of life within her that she began to sense something amiss. How was it that her previously deceased husband had not met the same fate this time? As Li Beichen fell ill, Su Nian devoted herself to his care. Yet, before he could fully appreciate her devotion, he overheard her inner thoughts. Li Beichen is just a pitiful FO. Oh well, I merely told the heroine that his illness is contagious, and she fled. While Su Nian delivered a heartfelt declaration of love in front of the heroine, moving those around her, Li Beichen caught her silent musings. How much longer must we endure this? Narrative, I cannot afford to waste time. And as Su Nian wept alongside the heroine, Li Beichen heard the inner voice. Fortunately, I applied onion to my eyes before coming here. Let's see who can cry more. I will outdo you. Chapter 1. Madam, the surgery for donating a kidney to Miss Lan C has been scheduled. Madam, the surgery for your kidney donation to Miss Lan C has been arranged. All you need to do is sign this contract, and the crisis facing the Su family will be resolved effortlessly. SSLY. With a pale complexion, Su Nian took the document handed to her and managed a few hollow laughs. In the next moment, she rushed to the man seated on the sofa. Beichen, why must you treat me this way? Is your love genuine while mine is not? The man remained unmoved, his expression as frigid as ice. Beichen, what makes me inferior to Lan Si? Just tell me, and I will change. I will comply with your wishes. Su Nian grasped the man's hand tightly. You cannot treat me like this. Did I have known you since childhood, I am your destined wife. As soon as Su Nian finished speaking, someone seized her arm from behind, attempting to pull her away. Why does Lan Si not have to do anything to earn your love? Why, Beichen, I refuse to accept this, I refuse. Su Nian clung desperately to the man's hand, as though it were a lifeline. Su Nian, do not make me despise you even more. The man's gaze finally landed on Su Nian, but his eyes were chillingly devoid of warmth. This caused tears to flow more abundantly from Su Nian's eyes, yet she managed to smile as she spoke. You despise me. You truly do. Despite your loathing, Li Beichen, it is only I who can save Lan Qi. If I refuse, then Lan Qi is doomed to perish. No matter how deeply you love her, you will only be left to witness the demise of the one you cherish. Li Beichen, who had been seated firmly on the sofa, felt a surge of anger wash over him. At that moment, a soft and feeble voice interjected, Beichen, cough cough, if Miss Su is unwilling, then you must not pressure her. After all, life and death are preordained. Perhaps this is merely my fate. I do not wish for you to be troubled because of me. Upon hearing these words, Li Beichen instinctively attempted to rise, but as he exerted his strength, he realized that Su Nian was gripping his hand tightly. This only intensified the impatience etched upon his brow. He swiftly freed himself from her grasp and declared, Su Nian, the future of the Su family rests in your hands. Do not act foolishly. However, the moment he broke free, he stumbled backward, collapsing onto the ground. Su Nian, who had been sobbing profusely, was taken aback by the scene before her. Her heart raced, especially upon seeing the blood streaming from the back of Li Beichen's head. Su Nian's distress stemmed from the knowledge that she existed within the confines of a novel. Previously, while shopping, she had chanced upon a melodramatic book. Then, she had fainted. Upon awakening, she discovered to her astonishment that she had been transported into the narrative, assuming the role of the malevolent wife of the female protagonist who had perished prematurely, I and her previous life, such events had never transpired. Could it be that some unforeseen circumstance had arisen? Su Nian had successfully navigated through the trials once, thus, she possessed a modicum of experience. Immediately, she seized the opportunity to embrace Li Beichen before Lan Ji, the leading lady, and with an unwavering resolve, declared, "Lan Ji, this is all your fault. Should anything happen to Beichen, I shall hold you utterly accountable." Su Nian contemplated that regardless of any unforeseen events, maintaining the persona of the malicious supporting character would undoubtedly serve her well. Chapter 2. He seemed to hear Su Nian's inner voice. "Miss Su, what do you mean by that?" "It was clearly you who caused Beichen to fall," Lan Ji remarked, her words punctuated by a series of coughs. Su Nian regarded the woman before her, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Daiyu, and could not help but sigh inwardly. In her previous life, she often fretted that Lan Ji might faint mid-conversation. If you hadn't clutched Beichen so forcefully, how could he have lost his balance and fallen? "Miss Su, I am aware of your disdain for me, but you cannot unjustly tarnish my reputation." The notion of losing one's balance and falling, Su Nian thought. When did this melodramatic Mary Sue world become so meticulously logical? Fortunately, having traversed this realm once before, Su Nian swiftly recalibrated her stance. "No, it is you who instigated this entire debacle. Ever since you emerged by Beichen's side, everything has spiraled into chaos. You are the true harbinger of disaster." In her final utterance, she exerted every ounce of effort to squeeze out a solitary tear. Heaven knows the tremendous effort it took to produce that single drop. All of this was the fault of that insufferable Li Beichen. Before she had the chance to smear onion juice on her fingers, she was brought over. Now, all she could do was force tears from her eyes. "Miss Su, you have truly misunderstood. I have always regarded Beichen as a brother." Upon hearing this, Su Nian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in her heart. So, this Li Beichen was merely a pitiful fool, using his influence to provide the best medical care for Lan Qi, even going so far as to sacrifice his wife's kidney. Yet, all that came from the lips of this White Lotus female lead was, "I have always regarded Beichen as a brother." "Very well, since you say so, then I implore you to swear here and now that throughout your life, you will never vie with me for Beichen, that your relationship with him shall be sole. Eally that of siblings. If you swear, I shall willingly donate my kidney to you." As the malicious supporting character, Su Nian felt it her duty to make things difficult for the female lead. Lan Qi's face turned pale, her lips trembling, embodying the essence of victimhood. After uttering these words, Su Nian began to count down in her mind. If her instincts were correct, within 5 counts, the man she held would surely awaken, and he would witness her, the wicked supporting character, tormenting the female lead. 5, 4, 3. As Su Nian silently counted to 3, she felt the man in her arms stir. Instinctively, she lowered her head and found the pitiful Fulno, Li Beichen opening his eyes. Their gazes locked. Upon seeing the unsettling look in his eyes, a cold smirk crept into her heart. Just as Su Nian was about to scoff, Li Beichen's body tensed involuntarily. The reason for this is that a voice suddenly emerged in his mind. To be precise, it was the voice of Su Nian. Li Beichen fixated intently on Su Nian's lips. Was this voice merely a figment of his imagination? Why is this fool Li Beichen silent? Why does he keep staring at me? Does he intend to slay me with his gaze? Has this melodramatic Mary Sue novel transformed into a fantasy tale? Has this foolish man acquired some supernatural ability? As Li Beichen continued to gaze at Su Nian's lips, his pupils involuntarily dilated. It seemed as though he could hear the thoughts of Su Nian. Chapter 3. If I must perish, let it be after giving birth to Mo Bao. While Li Beichen was still in a daze, Lonnie rushed to his side, her face filled with concern as she clutched at his clothing, anxiously inquiring, "Beichen, are you all right? Why did you suddenly faint? When did your health become an issue? Why didn't you tell me?" "Of course, it's because I care for you. I am reluctant to share my pain with you." How touching. No wonder Li Beichen is so willingly the backup. Li Beichen turned his gaze towards Lan Yi. The sound of Su Nian's complaints still echoed in his ears. Although I am aware that my character is a vicious female antagonist, the logic of this Mary Sue novel's world is truly absurd. Sacrificing one's own wife's kidney to save the white moonlight, how foolish I was to have ever enjoyed such novels. A novel. A world of Mary Sue. In Li Beichen's mind, numerous images surfaced his efforts on behalf of the woman before him, Lan Yi. He had aided her in confronting her parents who had wronged her, intervened when her career faced turmoil by orchestrating the acquisition of her company, and remained by her side during her moments of illness. Yet, as these memories unfolded, Li Beichen's expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that her parents belonged to the working class, and the so-called harm they inflicted was merely their inability to provide her with an elite education or fashionable attire. The issues at work stemmed from her losing an important contract. Although he had been there for her during her discomfort, she had readily thrown herself into the arms of Anotherm. And Hualinyuan, upon his arrival, what gnawed him was that in his recollection, he could only smile bitterly in solitude behind Lan Yi. At that moment, Li Beichen felt foolish. Based on Su Nian's heartfelt thoughts, the narrative. Lan Yi observed Li Beichen's silence, her anxiety deepening. Beichen, please say something. What is wrong with you? You cannot frighten me like this. Seeing Lan Yi in such a fluster, Su Nian couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. It seems this protagonist, Lan Yi, is not only lacking in intellect but also in perception. Does she not notice that this unfortunate man is still bleeding? If this continues, Li Beichen may very well meet an untimely demise. However, in the next moment, Su Nian's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, she forcefully pushed Lan Yi aside. The action was quite brusque, nearly causing Lan Yi to stumble. He turned directly to the butler standing nearby and exclaimed, "What are you still dawdling for? Can't you see that Beichen's head is bleeding? Are you not ready to fetch the car for the hospital?" Upon hearing this, the butler hastily departed. At that moment, Li Beichen began to feel the throbbing pain in his head, and the world around him seemed to blur into a surreal haze. He realized he needed time to gather his thoughts. Li Beichen stood up and began to walk forward. However, he had taken only a few steps when he was intercepted by Su Nian. "Beichen, I am unsure what you are contemplating or where you intend to go, but you must go to the hospital immediately." Li Beichen halted, gazing at Su Nian who had blocked his path. The voice from his mind echoed once more. "Damn it, I almost forgot, I am not yet pregnant. Li Beichen cannot die now. If fate must take a turn, it must be after I conceive and give birth to Mo Bao." Li Beichen, Chapter 4. Wow, Li Beichen is truly a dedicated supporting character. Pregnant? What is this all about? Li Beichen stared at Su Nian, realizing that his suspicions were indeed correct. He instantly grasped her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Su Nian winced from the pressure, her pupils widening instinctively. What does this guy intend to do? Is he going to strike me? This Li Beichen is already a great fool, and now he resorts to violence against women. This is utterly outrageous. At present, Li Beichen's mind was already in turmoil, and the cacophony of Su Nian's chaotic thoughts only exacerbated his vexation. Thus, Li Beichen coldly commanded her, "Silence." "Su Nian, this utter fool dares to silence me. What have I said to warrant such an order? Is it a transgression for a wicked female antagonist like myself to even breathe? This is utterly intolerable." Li Beichen's head throbbed painfully from the clamor of these intrusive thoughts. He instinctively opened his mouth to speak again, only to recall that it was Su Nian's thoughts that disturbed him. What good would it do to tell her to be quiet? Would it truly quell her musings? In the next moment, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed directly onto Su Nian. Unprepared, Su Nian was suddenly knocked to the ground by this adult man. The impact left her teeth chattering in pain. At that moment, the delicate voice of Lan Yi pierced through the air. "Beichen, Beichen, are you all right? Why have you fainted again?" Su Nian truly felt the urge to curse. He was the one in distress, yet she was the one cushioning his fall. "Stop lamenting. What we need to do now is get Beichen to the hospital." Lan Yi finally grasped the urgency of the situation. In haste, the group rushed to transport Li Beichen to the hospital. From the moment Li Beichen was wheeled into the emergency room, Lan Yi began to weep, and there seemed to be no end to her tears. Su Nian had been observing for quite some time, pondering that if this clicked Mary Sue author were any more foolish, she might write that the heroine's tears would transform in top earls. In that case, standing there for just a moment could potentially make her a millionaire in an instant. Just as Su Nian was delighting in her sarcastic musings, Lan Ji's gaze suddenly darted towards her. "Su Nian, if you have something to say, direct it at me. Why are you confronting Beichen? You profess to love him, yet is this truly your expression of love? Lan Ji's eyes brimmed with tears, her tone dripping with feigned vulnerability. She was indeed a pitiable sight. However, as the malicious supporting character, Su Nian seized the opportunity to make things difficult. If you want me to confront you, fine. Just don't demand my kidney, and don't force Bei Chen into a situation where he has to pressure me into donating a kidney. How could I possibly make him faint from anger then? Lan Ji immediately clutched her chest, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Seeing her in such a state, Su Nian felt compelled to remind her that it was the kidneys that were at issue, not the heart. Could one be any more dim-witted? What do you mean I? If it weren't for you, Bei Chen and I would undoubtedly be a loving couple, and we wouldn't be embroiled in this argument. This is all you're doing. You have the audacity to speak to me like this? Lan Ji, if I were in your shoes, I would wish to dig a hole and disappear into it right now. As soon as Su Nian uttered these words, she heard the sound of the door opening. Turning her head, she was met with the brooding visage of Li Beichen. Wow, Li Beichen. This male supporting character is truly dedicated. Even while on the operating table in the emergency room, he insists on standing up for the female lead. How touching! Upon hearing this thought, the color on Li Beichen's face darkened considerably. In truth, Li Beichen's presence here was not by his own volition, rather, it was due to the fact that at this moment, his body was beyond his control. Lan Yi immediately rushed to Li Beichen's side. Beichen, are you alright? You scared me. Chapter 5. The malevolent female supporting character begins her work. Despite exerting every ounce of his strength, it proved futile. He could only watch as his body embraced Lan Yi. He then heard his own voice whispering, I'm fine. Li Beichen was taken aback. At that moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed he could not even control his speech. Thus, he found himself compelled to turn and face Su Nian, listening to his own voice declare, Su Nian, I recall telling you that if you continue to bully I will ensure this. Your family pays the price to, the malevolent female supporting character has begun her task. As this thought echoed in Li Beichen's mind, he observed the woman before him wear a bitter smile. What have I bullied in your eyes? Am I always in the wrong? Li Beichen felt as though he were merely a spectator, watching as his body engaged in dialogue with Su Nian, yet he was utterly powerless to intervene. If he were truly a character in a novel, he would now be under the control of the plot, however. This could not continue. Su Nian, do you truly believe I lack the courage to act against you? A thunderous shout interrupted Li Beichen's thoughts, and he found himself striding towards Su Nian, gripping her neck. Yet, the moment his hand made contact with her, he suddenly seized control of his own body. What the hell? This unfortunate fool has genuinely resorted to violence against me, devoid of any gentlemanly demeanor, truly a beast. As Su Nian scorned Li Beichen inwardly, she feigned tears, gazing at him with wide eyes. Beichen, what are you attempting to do? Do you wish to kill me? If that is your intent, then come. I shall perish, and with proper timing, not only one kidney, but even my internal organs could be offered to Lan Yu in exchange. And for her longevity. Although Li Beichen was rendered speechless by Su Nian's inner thoughts, he showed no intention of releasing her. After all, it was only upon touching her that he had seized the upper hand. If he let go, what would happen when that previous force reclaimed control of his body? He understood that this method of holding Su Nian was not a solution. He needed to contemplate a proper course of action. At that moment, a voice brimming with fury echoed in his ears. Li Beichen, you scoundrel! What are you doing? Upon hearing the voice, Su Nian recognized that her savior had arrived, for the owner of that voice was none other than Li Beichen's father. In the next moment, Li Beichen was forcibly pulled away. He lifted his gaze to behold his father's countenance, brimming with fury. Li Beichen, are you truly a man? How dare you lay hands on your wife? Are you not afraid of becoming a laughingstock? Having uttered these words, his father turned his attention to Su Nian, his expression instantly transforming into one of warmth. Nian, do not fret. Father is here, the scoundrel shall not harm you. It seemed that this rebirth was far from a mere replay of a completed game. What had gone awry? Could it truly be the butterfly effect at play? Chapter 6. Miss Su is merely lacking a kidney. Upon seeing Li's father, Lan Si displayed a flicker of concern in her eyes. The reason for her unease stemmed from the fact that Li's father had never taken a liking to her from the very first encounter, and was utterly infatuated with Su Nian. The sole reason Su Nian was able to marry Li Beichen was due to his father's insistence. He had declared that with He marrying Su Nian, Li Beichen would be ineligible to inherit the Li family legacy, thus forcing Li Beichen into an unwilling union with Su Nian. With a determined grit, Lan Si stepped forward. Uncle Li, please do not blame Beichen. It is entirely my fault. If it were not for me, Beichen would not have quarreled with Miss Su, nor would he have fainted. If blame must be assigned, let it fall upon me, do not cast it upon Beichen. I do not blame you, who else could I possibly blame? Moreover, Miss Lan, I must remind you that there is no Miss Su here, only Madame Li. Please be mindful of your words, Li's father retorted coldly. Lan Ji took a few steps back, frightened by the fierce gaze of Li Fu, and glanced at the currently subdued Li Beichen. I'm sorry, he began to struggle against the mysterious power within him. However, to outsiders, all they could see was Li Beichen's face, which was an unmistakable portrait of despot. Especially for Lan Ji, witnessing such a countenance from him bolstered her confidence considerably. Lan Ji, I am unaware of the nature of your relationship with this beast, and frankly, I have no desire to know. What I do know is that Nian Nian is my daughter-in-law, and thus, is as good as my own daughter. Although I am merely an old man, let me be clear, as long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on Nian Nian, Li Fu declared, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Lan Ji. This left Su Nian momentarily speechless. Dad looks so handsome right now, exuding such masculinity. If it weren't for that wretched author casting Dad with a son like Li Beichen, he would undoubtedly have never produced a resentful offspring. Uncle Li, you must be mistaken about me. You do not truly understand my situation, Lan Ji asserted. Li Fu scoffed dismissively. What misunderstanding could possibly exist? You are entangled with my son. Is it not evident that you are manipulating him, using my foolish son to your advantage, even to the extent of coercing his wife into donating a kidney? What grounds do I have for misjudgment here? But Miss Su is merely short a kidney, yet she has the power to save my life. Have you not heard that saving a life is worth more than the construction of 7 pagodas? Su Nian remarked, a cold smile forming within her mind. Indeed, the quintessential Mary Su protagonist excels in moral coercion. However, fortunately for Su Nian, she possesses no such moral constraints, rendering her immune to such manipulation. In this narrative, it is established that Li Beichen's father stands unconditionally by his side, thus Lan Tang's attempts at eliciting sympathy from him are futile. As anticipated, upon hearing these words, Li's father unleashed a torrent of invective upon Li Beichen. You foolish boy, do not tell me you share this sentiment. The notion that saving a life surpasses the merit of constructing a grand pagoda is utterly absurd. I have lived for quite some time, and I have never encountered a scenario where one is coerced into saving another. I distinctly recall conducting thorough examinations when I brought you into this world. Why, then, have you suddenly become so devoid of sense? Chapter 7. Indeed, the older ginger is the spicier one. Beside her, Su Nian couldn't help but applaud. Truly, the older ginger is indeed the spicier one. The art of insinuation is quite impressive. However, Su Nian understood that this was her moment to shine. She promptly darted in front of Li Beichen, blocking his path. Dad, you've misunderstood Beichen. I wasn't coerced, it was my own choice. At that instant, Su Nian suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Oh no. Is this poor soul going to faint again? Last time, he nearly crushed me. What do you mean by your own choice? Your health is already fragile. I wouldn't allow you to make such a choice, Li father shouted angrily. Yet, after his outburst, upon noticing Li Beichen leaning against Su Nian, concern flickered across his face. Beichen, what is wrong? Why can't you stand? Of course he can't stand. It's a peculiar situation when a hero descends from the emergency platform to rescue the damsel in distress and remains steady. The moment Li Beichen made contact with Su Nian, he felt himself suppressing the tumult within him. However, her repeated inner thoughts of poor soul did little to improve his complexion. This woman is truly intriguing. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, that is all, he replied. The doctor hurriedly emerged from the emergency room. As he met Li father's piercing gaze, an involuntary shiver ran down his spine. What happened to my son? Tell me everything, in detail. The doctor promptly stated, we have conducted a thorough examination of Mr. Li and found no apparent injuries. However, upon his arrival, His heart rate was notably elevated. It appears he may have encountered a distressing situation, leading to his fainting. Is there any treatment available? He continued, I must inform you. Should anything happen to my son, I will ensure that your entire hospital bears the consequences. Upon hearing this, the doctor's face drained of color. Su Nian gazed at her father with admiration sparkling in her eyes, thinking, wow, Dad is so impressive and handsome, far superior to that unfortunate Li Beichen. He truly embodies the essence of a powerful CEO. Li Beichen, however, mused to himself, yet the woman he has chosen seems to lack common sense. Does he not worry that a child born to such a woman might possess diminished intelligence? At this thought, he couldn't help but glance at Su Nian from the corner of his eye. Just then, the doctor reassured Mr. Li, please do not worry, Mr. Li is in no serious condition. He simply requires ample rest to avoid stress and agitation, and he will be just fine. Su Nian, her face etched with concern, declared, Dad, you can rest assured, I will wholeheartedly take care of Beichen from now on. I will ensure he receives the best care. Yet, Li Beichen's inner thoughts were quite different. The malicious supporting character relishes this. Just a few clever words here, and there suffice. After I voice my objections, that unfortunate Li Beichen will undoubtedly refuse firmly. If I merely feign vulnerability, perhaps the old gentleman will reward me handsomely, allowing me to avoid being a servant to that unfortunate soul while still reaping the benefits. Uncertain of what benefits the old man might bestow upon him, whether it be exquisite jewelry of immense value or real estate, Li Beichen could not suppress a disdainful snort upon hearing such words. How could he possibly allow this woman to succeed? It seems I must trouble you these few days, Su Nian, he stated. At this, all present turned their gaze towards Li Beichen. Chapter 8. Lan Jia, this is a matter of our Li family. Su Nian's first reaction was to think that this fellow must have suffered a blow to the head. He was already a great fool. Now he has truly lost his wits. Is it possible that Li Beichen is burdened with an excess of misfortunes? Indeed, I have underestimated the melodrama of this novel. Li Beichen endeavored to maintain his composure, resisting the urge to be swayed by Su Nian's emotions. Calmly addressing the old man, he remarked, Father, you have often praised Su Nian. Thus, I wish to see for myself if she is indeed as remarkable as you claim. How was he to extricate himself from the grip of that enigmatic force? This great fool is utterly shameless. What does he mean by wanting to see for himself? Who does he think he is? Merely a mindless male supporting character. Well, putting aside his foolishness, even a normal person would not stoop to groveling behind Bai Yueguang. And now he expects his wife to bear the responsibility when a problem arises. Had it not been for Li Beichen's existence within the realm of this novel, he might have been struck down by lightning. Yet, under such circumstances, he still feels compelled to express gratitude. How infuriating! As Su Nian's voice reached a crescendo of exasperation, Li Beichen cast a glance in her direction. Suddenly, she beheld a scene brimming with happiness, akin to a child who has longed for a toy. Were it not for the ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of this woman, he might have genuinely believed in her profound affection for him. Given her cunning nature, he felt no remorse in exploiting her. Beichen, is this the demeanor you choose to adopt? You must recognize that Su Nian is your wife, the one with whom you will share your life. Is this how you treat her? Li's father expressed his discontent with Li Beichen's attitude. Seizing the moment, Su Nian quickly interjected, Dad, please refrain from saying more. Beichen has granted me this opportunity, and I will cherish it wholeheartedly. I am confident that I will care for Beichen in such a manner that he will be touched and come to understand my sincerity. With these words, Su Nian cast a gaze filled with deep affection towards Li Beichen. Rest assured, dear one, I shall take good care of you. At that moment, Lan Qi's voice rang out, Miss Su, I appreciate your kindness, but you may not fully comprehend Beichen's medical condition. His sudden fainting suggests an underlying health issue. Therefore, I believe it would be prudent for you to wait and allow me to tend to Beichen for now. Upon hearing Lan Qi's words, Su Nian couldn't help but smirk inwardly. She perceived that Lan Qi, the supposed protagonist, was quite impatient. After all, Li Beichen had merely drawn a little closer to her, and she was already in a flurry. Miss Lan, while your words carry weight, have you forgotten your own health? You are awaiting surgery. And if you attend to Beiqing now, it remains uncertain who will care for whom in the end, Su Nian directly addressed Lan Ji. The words rendered Lan Ji momentarily speechless. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at Li Beiqing, who could distinctly sense a surge of power coursing through him once more. It was settled. This was a matter for the Li family. Just as Lan Ji prepared to speak again, Li's father interjected, decisively putting an end to the discussion. Li Beiqing instinctively exhaled, as if he comprehended that he must adhere to Lan Ji's wishes. Chapter 9. Heaven forbid, the old man actually wants me to drug Li Beiqing. After Li Beiqing was taken to his hospital room, Li's father, citing the need for his son to rest, ushered everyone out. I understand, father. I will take good care of Beiqing, Su Nian said, glancing at Li's father, who sighed inwardly. In her previous life, before the incident with Li Beiqing, she had always believed he was indifferent toward his son. It was only after Li Beiqing's death, when the old man fainted from weeping over his son's portrait, that she realized how deeply he cared for him. Hearing her words, Li's father glanced at Lan Ji beside him and deliberately raised his voice. Make the most of this opportunity to show your concern for Beiqing. Strive to win his heart. Ideally, I hope to hold my grandchild by next year. Indeed. Lan Ji's complexion paled at his words. Under Li's father's scrutinizing gaze, she felt utterly unable to respond. Upon witnessing Lan Ji's demeanor, Su Nian unhesitatingly interjected, Father, your words hold merit. Miss Lan, it is imperative that you take good care of your health so that you may joyfully attend my child's full moon celebration next year. As soon as Su Nian finished speaking, two men clad in black appeared behind Lan Ji. Despite her reluctance, Lan Ji had no choice but to comply and leave obediently. Su Nian nodded understandingly. Mr. Li observed the demure expression on Su Nian's face, and suddenly his countenance shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. After a prolonged silence, he spoke. Well, to put it bluntly, matters of the heart boil down to certain essentials, and there are times when external assistance can be advantageous. Su Nian was left speechless. Mr. Li, feeling somewhat bashful, cleared his throat and continued, Nian Nian, at times, you display an innocence that is a tad too naive. Although Su Nian was determined to ensure the birth of Mo Bao, the directness of the conversation caught her off guard. Nevertheless, for the sake of her precious son, she steeled herself and nodded in agreement. As she entered the room, she let out a deep sigh, a sound that serendipitously reached the ears of Li Beiqing, who was feigning sleep on the hospital bed. Before he could ponder the reason behind her sigh, the answer resonated within his heart, darkening his expression further. Ah, truly, this is disastrous. The old man actually expects me to drug Li Beiqing. This is beyond awkward. It's a level of embarrassment that feels like home. Although he was aware that his grandfather had always hoped for a union between him and Su Nian, he never anticipated such a turn of events. However, there is no need to resort to any underhanded tactics. In just a few days, the male lead will make his appearance and Lan Yi, our female protagonist, will undoubtedly throw herself into his embrace. His sorrowful heart will inevitably lead to that fateful event, just as it did in her previous life, which ultimately resulted in her conceiving Mo Bao. One cannot help but acknowledge that, although the process is brief, its efficiency is remarkably high. Li Beiqing was taken aback by Su Nian's chaotic thoughts, which he found exceedingly intolerable, prompting him to cough audibly. Yet when he raised his gaze, he was met with the fiery intensity in his eyes, resembling a man on the brink of murder. Indeed, Li Beiqing truly harbored thoughts of violence, specifically to strangle the woman before him. For just moments ago, her inner musings had been, oh dear, this unfortunate soul is coughing so violently. Could it be that he is genuinely unwell? If something were to happen to him, what would become of his lineage? How would I bear a healthy Mo Bao then? Chapter 10. The plot is unraveling. Li Beiqing seethed with frustration. Yet what could he do? Would he confront Su Nian with, I can't hear your thoughts, and seek to trouble her? At this moment, Su Nian also sensed something amiss in Li Beiqing's gaze. Why is this man staring at me so intensely, as if he intends to slay me with his eyes? Clearing his throat lightly, Li Beiqing turned his attention elsewhere. Well, it matters not. Given Li Beiqing's temperament, I suspect he will soon find a way to expel me. I shall endure this unfortunate soul for a little while longer. Upon hearing her thoughts about him being an unfortunate soul, Li Beichen suddenly conceived a plan. Suddenly, she feigned a few loud coughs. Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Nian hurried to his side, eagerly asking, "Beichen, what's wrong? Why are you coughing so harshly? May I fetch you a glass of water?" In line with the archetypical narrative, no matter how diligently the supporting female characters tend to him, they will undoubtedly be dismissed. Once this unfortunate soul is sent away, and my father learns of it, he will surely feel a profound sympathy for me, thus yielding benefits. She approached the table and poured a glass of water. However, she did not immediately present it to Li Beichen. Instead, she gently blew on the water to cool it down. After all, she intended to display as much affection as possible. Having already navigated this scenario, she was well acquainted with the plot. Once the water was sufficiently cooled, Su Nian brought it before the man. "Beichen, I have cooled this water for you. It is now just perfect for drinking." "Oh, unfortunate soul. Do spill the cup from my hands swiftly." Listening to Su Nian's inner thoughts, it would be a wonder if Li Beichen allowed her to succeed. He reached for the cup, and under Su Nian's fervent gaze, he furrowed his brows and looked up at her. "Su Nian, do you have feelings for me?" "Su Nian.
What does he mean by that?"
"Why bring this up at such a moment? Indeed, if I profess my feelings, this unfortunate soul might just throw water at me. It follows the script." Su Nian promptly donned a look of deep affection. "Beichen, why do you say such a thing? We have grown up together. My feelings for you are evident to all. Why can't you see them?
Is it possible that,
given my current state, I can drink such cold water?" Li Beichen coldly interrupted Su Nian's performance, leaving her bewildered. What was this absurdity? The atmosphere dampened. I'm sorry, I'll refill it right away." Su Nian hurriedly snatched the cup from Li Beichen's hand and poured a new drink. She gazed at the man before her, questioning when he had become so delicate. Indeed, Li Beichen was doing this on purpose. With such a talented actress in front of him, it would be a disservice not to provide her with a stage to shine. As time passed, Li Beichen continuously directed Su Nian, insisting that she maintain a smile and feign astonishment, no matter the task. The relentless demands left her utterly exhausted. When Su Nian finally collapsed onto the sofa, a singular thought occupied her mind. The plot had gone mad. Observing her state, Li Beichen felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 11. Look at how considerate and understanding this female lead is, as portrayed by Lan Qi. Exhausted from the night's antics, the two spent a tranquil evening together. The following morning, Su Nian awoke feeling as if her body were in disarray. "Oh, dear," she sighed. Li Beichen, awakened by her inner thoughts, heard her lament. "I finally understand what it means for the student to surpass the master. My little treasure is so adorable and understanding. Why is his father like this?" It seemed her genes were indeed superior. Li Beichen should genuinely be grateful to her for altering his genes and giving him such a clever and charming son. Li Beichen, upon hearing the cacophony of sounds, could not help but press his forehead in exasperation. It is worth noting that he had not enjoyed a restful night, consumed by thoughts of what to do next. At this moment, his worldview lay in disarray, yet he could ascertain one thing. Whenever he faced Lan Jiao, he would be swayed by that enigmatic force. However, as this thought crossed his mind, his gaze fell upon Su Nian. Under his scrutiny, Su Nian suddenly froze, her body stiffening. To be stared at like this so early in the morning, it frightens me to death, she thought. Li Beichen lowered his eyes, pinching the space between his brows. If only this woman could quiet the tumult of her thoughts. "What would you like to eat this morning, Beichen?" Su Nian mused for a moment before regaining her composure. After all, lamenting over life served no purpose. Life must go on. Observing Su Nian's demeanor, Li Beichen let out a cold snort internally. This woman certainly knew how to feign innocence. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, and Su Nian's eyes brightened instantly. Li Beichen watched as she nearly skipped to the door. Such a hypocritical woman. When Su Nian opened the door and beheld Lan Jiao, especially the lunchbox in her hand, her eyes sparkled with delight. Not only had Lan Jiao arrived, but she had also brought breakfast. This meant Su Nian would not have to trouble herself with preparing a meal for the hapless Li Beichen. Lan Jiao has not only come, but has brought breakfast as well. I can now be lazy and avoid making breakfast for Beichen, she thought gleefully. Li Beichen's body tensed at that moment. Indeed, that mysterious force had reemerged, causing his nails to involuntarily dig into his flesh. Miss Su, has Beichen awakened? I have prepared his favorite dishes, Lan Ji said earnestly. Although Su Nian felt a surge of happiness within, she remained resolute in fulfilling her obligations. For a delightful day for a villainess begins with overshadowing the protagonist. Miss Su, Lan Ji, did you not hear your father's words? How dare you still address me as Miss Su? Lan Ji instantly bit her lip, appearing utterly aggrieved. Miss Su, if you were to gain Bei Chen's acknowledgement, I would naturally address you as sister-in-law. After all, in my heart, Bei Chen is akin to my own brother, and I follow his wishes in all matters. Upon hearing these words, Su Nian could not help but applaud. Look at how considerate and understanding this protagonist has made Lan Ji. No wonder Li Beichen, this unfortunate soul, is so blindly infatuated.
Li Beichen, Enuk.
Miss Su, I kindly ask you to step aside, should you continue to obstruct my path. The food in my hands will grow cold. You must understand, Beichen's health is already precarious, and if he remains hungry, his condition will deteriorate further. As she spoke, Lan Ji squeezed past Su Nian and entered the hospital room. Chapter 12. Unpalatable fare. Lan Ji approached Li Beichen with an expression of excitement, opening the lunchbox as she spoke. Beichen, I specifically consulted the doctor yesterday, and he informed me that you must replenish your strength. Upon seeing the lunchbox, Li Beichen felt as though a swarm of crows had taken flight above his head. At this moment, Su Nian's inner voice resonated in his mind. If I am not mistaken, then the dish prepared by Lan Qi must be exceedingly unpalatable. Yet, in a display of affection, Li Beichen, the unfortunate soul, would consume it without a hint of discomfort. Li Beichen. Before commenting on the taste, he gazed into the black mass within the lunchbox, utterly unable to discern its nature. Just as he was at a loss for words, an inexplicable force suddenly seized control of his entire being. Li Beichen. At this very moment, he found himself bereft of autonomy, compelled to consume the unsightly mass before him. As this thought flickered through his mind, he heard his own voice exclaim, "Cheer, your thoughtfulness is truly commendable. Thank you for your concern for my health. Your cooking smells divine. Just the sight of it ignites my appetite. And I am certain that partaking in your culinary creation will restore my vitality." Upon hearing these words, Su Nian could not help but feel a surge of curiosity. She then leaned closer to Lan Qi. Upon seeing the dish, had she not exercised restraint, she might have burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, in the past, when reading novels, I found it touching when the male protagonist or supporting character consumed the unpalatable dishes made by the female lead. It is genuinely amusing now. However, to play such a significant role in a Mary Sue novel is no ordinary feat for a normal person to eat this. It would be impossible not to suffer for 3 days and nights. I am genuinely curious about what it would be like for a man like Li Beichen, valued in the billions and exuding an air of divinity, to experience such a predicament. Would he coldly declare, "Come forth and face it"?
Li Beichen,
Already vexed by the loss of autonomy over his own body, found himself even more troubled upon hearing those words. He couldn't shake the thought that consuming that item might indeed result in an upset stomach. Reflecting on Su Nian's inner musings only deepened his discontent. At that moment, Su Nian's thoughts echoed in his mind once more. Oh, never mind, I shall handle it. After all, the old man instructed me to stay close to this unfortunate soul. If he truly does suffer from diarrhea, it is I who will bear the brunt of the unpleasantness. Su Nian deliberately let out a cold laugh, adopting the demeanor of a quintessentially malicious supporting character. Lan Ji, do you genuinely wish for Beichen's health, or are you secretly hoping to poison him by offering this? Miss Su, how can you say such a thing? Lan Ji's eyes brimmed with tears. How can I not, Lan Ji? Just take a look at these concoctions you've prepared. Can you enlighten me on what vegetables they once were? Su Nian boldly seized the lunchbox, striving to avert her gaze from its contents, fearing that she might falter. Upon witnessing Su Nian's audacious act, Li Beichen instinctively exhaled in relief. Yet, his body was inexplicably compelled by an unseen force to step forward, seemingly intent on reclaiming the lunchbox. However, as Li Beichen's hand reached towards Su Nian, she leaped back with remarkable agility, a distance of at least 3 meters. This distance. The arrogant voice of Su Nian echoed in his mind. Humph. As a wicked supporting character in a Mary Sue novel, everything is perfect, including sports.
Li Baiken.
This is entirely unnecessary. Chapter 13. This is undoubtedly a moment of brilliance. Su Nian, if you dare to trample on the feelings of Lan Qi, you shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this domineering proclamation, Su Nian silently cursed the foolishness in her heart and continued with the plot. What feelings? Beichen, I understand that you care for Lan Qi. But look at this food. Can it truly be consumed? What if something unfortunate happens after you eat it? And Lan Qi, who claims to be concerned for you, would allow you to eat this? So what? There is nothing in this world more precious than Qi's feelings. They surpass everything else in value. Su Nian, such a klitsch. The restrained Li Beichen. So disgusting. Su Nian gazed at the man, whose eyes were filled with deep affection. And then a slight smirk appeared on her lips as she deliberately threw the lunchbox to the ground. As a professional wicked supporting character, how could she not ruin the protagonist's feelings? The restrained Li Beichen instinctively exhaled in relief, grateful to avoid consuming that detestable meal. However, he quickly regained his composure and looked at his hands, ready to confront Su Nian. To his surprise, Su Nian simply sat on the ground, feigning tears. Beichen, I know you are very angry, but your health is of the utmost importance. What if something goes awry with your body after eating? Lan Qi timidly spoke. Forget it.
Baichen.
Although I spent an entire night preparing this meal, Miss Su is right. Your health is of utmost importance. Rest assured. I will surely present a feast that delights both the eyes and the palate next time. At that moment, the defeated Li Beichen felt that Su Nian was akin to a slippery loach, elusive and frustrating. Upon hearing Lan Qi's words, he snorted coldly. After all, with her culinary skills, it seemed improbable that Lan Qi could ever produce a dish worthy of the term exquisite. Yet, her statement indicated that this hurdle had been overcome, and he would be spared from consuming that unsightly mess. However, before he could fully relax, he heard his own voice declare, Cheer, I will never waste your heartfelt intentions. Li Beichen was taken aback. What was this inexplicable force compelling him? He watched as his body approached Lan Qi, took the chopsticks from her hand, and then returned to the spot where Su Nian had scattered the food, crouching down. Li Beichen was truly at his wit's end. He observed his body being manipulated by this mysterious power, bending down to retrieve the food strewn across the ground. The irony was that Su Nian's mocking voice echoed in his mind. Ah, so this is what they call love. I truly understand now. The domineering CEO, clad in a white shirt with subtle texture, willing to gather the food that had fallen to the ground for the sake of the heroine's affection.
Ah.
If this isn't love, then what is truly tragic? Li Beichen was on the brink of madness. It was infuriating enough that this wretched woman was reveling in his misfortune. But now she had the audacity to sing. Just as he was about to lose his composure, his body suddenly stiffened. Li Beichen lifted his gaze and found Su Nian grasping his wrist. At that moment, her eyes were crimson, filled with incredulity. Why must you do this? I can accept that you do not love me. I can bear to see you love another, but I absolutely cannot tolerate this. Do you understand? Your actions are a desecration of my love for you. Such a gaze momentarily rendered Li Beichen somewhat dazed. Yet, his moment of distraction lasted only a heartbeat. In Chapter 14, it's evident that this female protagonist still possesses a sense of dignity. However, no matter how much of a scoundrel Li Beichen may be, he is still the father of Mo Bao, and I certainly do not wish for Mo Bao to have such a tarnished legacy. Li Beichen regarded the overly dramatic woman before him. This was not the first time he had heard her mention Mo Bao. It seemed she genuinely cared for their child. Although she might not be the most reliable, she undoubtedly had the makings of a good mother. A flicker of fondness arose in his heart, only to be swiftly extinguished. For this insufferable woman was lamenting aloud. Honestly, if I were to have a child and thought of my perfect Mo Bao's father being so repulsive, what if I faced complications during childbirth? Beichen, I understand your intentions, but you really shouldn't eat this. It's quite filthy. I shall prepare something fresh for you later. Li Beichen turned to look at Lan Qi. only to find her on the verge of tears, deeply moved. At this moment, he truly had no idea how to handle this woman. Because he feared that if he were to take action against this woman impulsively, that mysterious force might compel him to undertake unforeseen actions. Yet he was a mature adult man, struggling to reconcile his feelings regarding those matters. Stop rambling and just tell me, what if Bei Chen has an upset stomach? Originally, Su Nian intended to ask what would happen if Li Bei Chen had an accident, but decided to maintain a semblance of decorum and altered her phrasing. How could Bei Chen possibly have an upset stomach? I washed those vegetables thoroughly. Before Lan Ji could finish her statement, the man hastily made his way towards the restroom. Lan Ji. Su Nian. So the male supporting character in the story truly does experience gastrointestinal distress, and it's due to the food prepared by the female lead. While Su Nian felt a sense of exasperation, she recognized the urgency of the situation and directly addressed Lan Ji. Can you now provide me with an answer? Bei Chen has not been well lately, often fainting, and now after consuming your food, he is experiencing an upset stomach.
Lan Ji.
You repeatedly claim to regard Bei Chen as your brother. Is this how you treat him? At this point, Lan Ji was thoroughly flustered. She hurried to the restroom door, knocking anxiously like a character from a Qiangyao drama. Bei Chen, are you alright? Bei Chen, please open the door. Don't frighten me like this. Su Nian looked at Lan Ji, truly speechless. Although one might consider the situation trivial, it is imperative to address it. Lan Ji, pray tell, what course of action should you pursue now? Originally, Bei Chen was in frail health, frequently succumbing to faintness. Your current behavior only exacerbates his condition, rendering him even weaker. Should there be no response from him, what if Bei Chen has indeed collapsed? Upon hearing the possibility of Li Bei Chen having fainted, Lan Ji grew increasingly anxious, pounding on the door with fervor. Inside the restroom, however, Li Bei Chen had not fainted. He had merely sought refuge after a sudden spark of inspiration upon hearing Su Nian's words. Yet, as the conversation outside unfolded, he felt the walls closing in on him. Bei Chen, open the door. I implore you, please. Su Jiu initially tolerated the noise, but as it persisted, her patience wore thin. What are you banging for? Bei Chen is in there using the restroom. Even if he has fainted, do you wish to witness him in an undignified state? You claim to regard him as a brother, yet it appears you long to usurp my place as his wife.
Lan Ji.
I must inform you that such aspirations are mere fantasies. At that moment, Lan Ji comprehended the implications of Li Bei Chen's situation within the restroom. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she promptly fled. Observing this, Su Nian remarked, this female lead possesses a sense of modesty. How commendable. Chapter 15. Rest assured. Young madam, we are professionals. However, once Lan Ji departed, Su Nian regarded the restroom door, pondering whether that rascal, Li Bei Chen, had indeed succumbed to her jest and fainted within. The esteemed president of the Li Group, a titan of industry worth billions, has collapsed in the restroom, potentially in an undignified position. The mere thought evokes curiosity and excitement. Bei Chen, how are you? If you can hear me, please respond. If you remain silent, I shall enter. Yet, before Su Nian's hand could grasp the doorknob, the door swung open, revealing Li Bei Chen, his expression frigid, emerging to collide with Su Nian. Upon seeing the eager glimmer in her eyes, his countenance darkened further. This woman seemed devoid of the modesty typical of ordinary ladies. Bei Chen, you are unharmed. That is truly splendid. Do you realize how worried I was? She exclaimed. I previously warned you that Lan Chi's cuisine was unfit for consumption. It is not jealousy. I am genuinely concerned for your well-being. After all, Lan Chi lacks my culinary prowess. What a pity! I could have witnessed the grand spectacle of the unfortunate soul collapsing in the restroom. Had I known, I would not have spilled Lan Chi's dish. Li Bei Chen scoffed. So, Su Nian, you claim your culinary skills are superior? Lost in her own musings, Su Nian blinked in surprise at his words. Very well. I trust you wouldn't mind allowing me a glimpse of your culinary talents, which must surpass those of Lan Chi. Su Nian's eyes widened in disbelief. What sort of scenario is this? Typically, a secondary character merely engages in idle chatter. Why must there be proof?
Li Bei Chen stepped closer under Su Nian's scrutinizing gaze.
Su Nian, what is that expression? Are you merely boasting? Or do you truly possess superior culinary skills compared to Lan Qi? No, I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. I never anticipated that in my lifetime, you Li Beichen would take an interest in matters concerning me. I am presently so elated that I am at a loss for words.
Oh, dear.
Are you not afraid that I might poison you? Hearing Su Nian's frantic thoughts, Li Beichen felt utterly satisfied. Then let me await the spectacle.
Su Nian came to understand.
This so-called opportunity was merely Li Beichen's desire to witness her humiliation, ostensibly to avenge the female protagonist, Lan Ji. The reason for such a conclusion arose from Li Beichen assigning 4 individuals to guard the kitchen, closely monitoring her culinary endeavors, leaving no room for Su Nian to cheat. However, her culinary skills were hardly superior to Lan Ji's. Su Nian smiled and nodded, approaching the ingredients. It is often said that even a skilled cook finds it difficult to whip up a meal without rice. Despite having rice, Su Nian found herself in a challenging predicament. Clearing her throat, she said, "Well, I believe that cooking requires tranquility, as I need to calm my mind and infuse my spirit into the dish. Only then can I create the most exquisite meal. Rest assured, young madam, we guarantee that not a sound will escape our lips," the one who spoke earlier continued. "However, your presence here makes me quite uncomfortable. I really do not need to prepare a dish." Su Nian felt as though the heavens were against her that day. It would have sufficed to restart, yet they did not grant her even a hint of divine intervention, no system or space to ease her plight. It seemed designed solely to vex her. The individual then respectfully bowed to Su Nian. "Rest assured, young madam, we are professionals, and we shall remain utterly silent." With that, he exchanged glances with the others surrounding him. They all donned their masks in unison. Su Nian thought to herself, Chapter 16, "Today, my face is thoroughly disgraced." Given the circumstances, Su Nian understood that embarrassment was inevitable. Well, if she were to lose face, so be it. After all, her affection for Li Beichen, this foolish man, was not so profound as to inspire desperation. Moreover, even if her culinary skills were unparalleled, in the eyes of Li Beichen, would they hold any more value than mere refuse? Just as Su Nian grasped the knife, an elderly voice rang out, "Stop." The sudden exclamation nearly caused Su Nian to injure herself. Li's father approached her directly and seized the knife from her hand. "How can a young lady be handling a knife? What if you hurt yourself?" "Dad, what brings you here? What else would I be doing here?" "I came because of you." Li's father shot her a disapproving glance. "Nian Nian, you are well-meaning but overly honest. Now that Beichen is in a weakened state, it is an opportune moment to foster a better relationship with him." Once he finished speaking, several individuals clad in chef's attire entered the scene. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Upon hearing that you wished to cook for Beichen, I immediately summoned the finest culinary team in the city. Therefore, I shall leave this matter in their capable hands.
Su Nian was taken aback.
She glanced around and swallowed nervously. "Dad, is this really feasible?" The men in black promptly lowered their heads. At that moment, Su Nian felt that her father-in-law was truly remarkable. Li Fu once again turned his gaze toward Su Nian, saying, "Nian Nian, you must remember that you are the young mistress of the Li family, and one could even say the lady of the house. Thus, you should not be exposed to the fumes of cooking. Such tasks should be entrusted to professionals. Your role is simply to present the dishes they prepare to Beichen and to offer him sweet words." Just as Li Fu finished speaking, a voice, low and resonant, interrupted, "Is this the woman you so extravagantly praise?" The words caused both Li Fu and Su Nian to freeze in place, their expressions stiffening. They turned to see Li Beichen, clad in a casual shirt, standing a short distance away with an indifferent demeanor. In that moment, both Li Fu and Su Nian felt as if they were schoolchildren caught in a reprimand by their teacher. However, Li Fu quickly regained his composure. After all, he was Li Beichen's father, and such thoughts were unacceptable. He immediately retorted, "What tone is that? How dare you speak to Nian Nian in such a manner? I have told you countless times that her father's dying wish was for his only daughter to find happiness. Look at you, treating her this way as her husband." Li Beichen had come here believing that Su Nian would not dutifully prepare the meals, despite having sent a few people to assist her. He had deliberately waited, hoping to catch her in the act and observe how she would handle the situation. Yet, he had not anticipated this scene. It was fortuitous, as he could use this moment to ensure Su Nian faced the consequences of her actions. After all, even if her frustrations were to infuriate him, she could not hold him accountable. Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Beichen's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Father, you are not mistaken, however. It is your daughter-in-law who claimed before me that she would prepare meals. Your words imply that I am somehow coercing her. Furthermore, it is you who have continuously extolled Su Nian's virtues, while she has presented herself in such a manner before me. Now, you choose to cast blame upon me." In the concluding moments of his statement, Li Beichen nearly faltered, as his mind was flooded with the incessant echoes of that insufferable woman's cheers. "Let the quarrel commence. If they argue, I shall be spared from cooking, hooray." It would be splendid if the old man were to erupt in fury, delivering a resounding slap to that unfortunate soul, compelling her to command me. Wait a moment, if I merely feign a pitiful demeanor, surely the old man will feel sympathy for me, perhaps even increase my credit card limit, haha. Meanwhile, Su Nian wore an expression of grievance, saying, "Beichen, this is entirely my fault. Father is merely concerned for me. It is also my error for wishing to take shortcuts despite your unwavering assurances. I am truly sorry. I apologize. Ha ha ha, when I Su Nian turn cunning, I am quite formidable." Li Beichen has come to fully comprehend the notion that women possess an unparalleled talent for changing their expressions. Nevertheless, with the clamor of her schemes ringing loudly in his ears, how could he allow her to succeed? Thus, the question remains, will you indeed fulfill this task? If you choose not to, I shall not compel you. Li Fu wished to express a few thoughts. However, he feared that his interference might further strain the relationship between the young couple. A hint of regret also lingered within him. He pondered why he had made such a grand display upon his arrival, when a discreet act of assistance to Su Nian in her endeavors would have sufficed. Given the current circumstances, Su Nian had no choice but to muster her courage and respond, "Of course, I will do it. Nian Nian, you truly embody the virtues of a devoted daughter-in-law. It is my fortune to have you as the wife of Li Jianhong," he proclaimed,
leaning closer to Su Nian sir.
"Rest assured, whatever you prepare, I shall declare it delicious, and I guarantee that Beichen will echo my sentiments." Su Nian felt a swell of emotion at this moment, though she was aware that in her past life, the old man had treated her as his own daughter. She couldn't help but feel touched. "Ha, since father has assured me that no matter the flavor of my cooking, the big fool will eat it, then I shall not hold back." At that instant, Li Beichen, who was about to take a seat nearby, nearly missed the chair in his surprise. He found himself questioning who, between him and Su Jiu, was truly the old man's biological child. He then observed Su Nian casually selecting a few ingredients and chopping them together with a vigor reminiscent of rural life. Turning to the old man, he was taken aback when Li Jianhong, with an affectionate expression, remarked, "Nian Nian's knife skills are truly impressive." As Su Nian tossed the vegetables into the pot, Li Jianhong continued, "Her nimble hands reveal she possesses the makings of a great chef. Beichen, you are indeed fortunate to have such a wife." Su Nian poured half a bottle of vinegar, causing Li Jianhong's expression to shift slightly. Nian, this is excellent. I recently heard a nutrition expert say that we should consume more vinegar for health." Su Nian then added half a bag of salt, prompting Li Jianhong to clear his throat a few times. Nian, your control over salt is quite impressive." In truth, Su Nian was not particularly keen on this. She had genuinely never set foot in a kitchen. How is this so difficult? In my previous life, Mo Bao was already cooking for me at the age of 5, which indicates that cooking should be simple. Why does it become so challenging when it is my turn? Li Beichen, a 5-year-old child. If Su Nian's statement about her past life were true, and they indeed had a child then, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for that unborn child, having such an unreliable woman as a mother. Ultimately, the dish presented before Li Beichen was not much better than what Lani prepared, if one were to find a silver lining. At least Li Beichen could discern some green vegetables amidst the chaos. Chapter 18. The cooked duck flies away. Li Jianhong surveyed the plate before him, struggling to express any form of praise. It was truly inedible. The pivotal issue was that Li Beichen was watching him, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. As Li Jianhong contemplated his words, Su Nian suddenly picked up the plate once more and unceremoniously discarded the dish she had just prepared. Nian Nian, what are you doing? Su Nian chose to disregard Li Jianhong's words and turned her gaze towards Li Beichen. Beichen, I apologize. I deceived you. I truly cannot cook. The reason I misled you was to prove that I am superior to Lani. I never anticipated that you would genuinely expect me to prepare a meal. I am sorry for squandering your trust in me. Su Nian's motive stemmed from her own apprehension. She knew that consuming her culinary creation would undoubtedly lead to discomfort. Moreover, she was acutely aware that, regardless of the outcome, the old gentleman would inevitably partake. The crux of the matter lay in her own perception of her culinary disaster. How could she possibly serve it to him? What if he were to suffer any ill effects? If it weren't for my concern for my father's well-being, I would certainly employ a provocation to compel that fool Li Beichen to eat it. Li Beichen regarded Su Nian, realizing that this foolish woman was not entirely devoid of merit.
Observing Su Nian's considerate nature, Li Qianhong swiftly approached her.
His eyes brimming with compassion. Nian Nian, how can you be so understanding? You are far too accommodating, which is why you have been subjected to such treatment. I have told you countless times that your disposition cannot remain so gentle. Li Beichen, overhearing this, let out a silent scoff in his heart. If the old man could perceive the true sentiments of this woman as he did, he would undoubtedly possess a different perspective. Li Jianhong cast a disdainful glance at his ineffectual son, feeling that since Li Beichen had treated Su Nian in such a manner, he, as the father-in-law, must adequately compensate her. Nian Nian, I recently came across several exquisite pieces of jewelry at various auctions abroad. I shall have someone deliver them to you shortly. Su Nian's heart skipped a beat. After all, no woman is indifferent to jewelry. This particular trope in Mary Sue novels has its charm. Whenever she, the malicious supporting character, suffers at the hands of the protagonists and Li Beichen, she is swiftly rewarded. However, before Su Nian could fully relish this unexpected fortune, Li Beichen's nonchalant voice interrupted her reverie. Father, if one were unaware, they might assume you were bestowing these gifts upon your wife. The words instantly darkened Li Jianhong's countenance. Meanwhile, under his father's scrutiny, Li Beichen approached Su Nian. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Nian felt a foreboding sense of dread as he neared. If Su Nian were indeed my wife, any jewelry she desired should rightfully come from me, her husband. Su Nian?
Li Jianguo.
Li Jianguo quickly grasped the implication and chuckled. Indeed. If Nian Nian is truly lacking in anything, it should certainly be provided by you, Beichen, as her husband. How foolish of me! This remark nearly drove Su Nian to madness. After all, the notion of Li Beichen purchasing such gifts for her was utterly ludicrous. In Mary Sue novels, a secondary male character like Li Beichen exists solely to serve the female lead. The idea that she might benefit from this was nothing short of absurd. This unfortunate fool who has caused my cooked duck to fly away. He bought it for me? What nonsense! Listening to Su Nian's frantic voice, Li Beichen felt an even greater sense of delight. I shall fulfill the duties of a husband. Under Su Nian's gaze, he continued to articulate, word by word, if my memory serves me correctly, then father, Su Nian is currently using your account. Let us find a time to rectify this. At this moment, Li Jianguo's face was as radiant as a blooming flower. Li Beichen then stepped closer to Su Nian. Although our feelings are non-existent, you are, after all, my wife in name, and I must take responsibility for you. Who asked you to take responsibility? You foolish man should go seek the leading lady for that. Why impose any responsibility on me, the wicked female supporting role? The more Li Beichen listened to Su Nian's desperate outcry, the more amused he became. What is this? You seem rather displeased. Chapter 19. Good, woman, very good, exceedingly well. What else could Su Nian do? Upon hearing this, Li Beichen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Even without the influence of that mysterious force, he found this woman disingenuous. Just then, his father's voice echoed, Beichen, look at the sincerity Su Nian holds for you. You consistently squander this sincerity, and mark my words, you will regret it sooner or later. Li Beichen turned to the old man, immediately noticing the excitement etched on his face. Seizing this opportunity, Su Nian hurriedly began to showcase her true self. I feel utterly nauseated. Such overly sentimental words might even make Li Beichen shudder, and they certainly make me feel queasy. Mr. Li approached Su Nian and said, Nian Nian, you mustn't say such things. When your father was alive, you were his treasured jewel. If you feel wronged, then when I meet your father in the afterlife, he will surely hold me accountable. Su Nian quickly shook her head, insisting, No, my father wouldn't he blame you. I understand him well. He would be immensely happy to see me engaged in activities that bring me joy. Su Nian genuinely believed that if there were a competition for devoted admirers, she would undoubtedly claim the championship, as no one could flatter more than she. After all, she had consumed countless Mary Sue novels. Su Nian, are you implying something? Li Beichen remarked languidly. Su Nian instinctively turned to respond, but before she could utter a word, he continued, By your expression, it seems not. In that case, father, I shall take responsibility for all matters concerning Su Nian. Even if there are no romantic feelings between us, I must still fulfill my duties as a husband. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding washed over Su Nian. As anticipated, by the afternoon, her various bank cards, jewelry, and clothing had all been cleared out. Everything that had been purchased by the elderly was gone. Su Nian was on the verge of exploding with frustration. Had she diligently played the role of the villainous female lead solely for this outcome? Meanwhile, Li Beichon observed the woman, who was nearly ready to pounce like an agitated cat, with an air of calmness. What a hypocritical woman. Is this not just a performance? He was indeed curious to see how this woman would perform. Su Nian, if you are reluctant to part with it, you may speak up, and I can command them to cease. Li Beichen, without hesitation, added fuel to the fire. Su Nian took a deep breath, striving to compose her emotions. New beginnings do not come without letting go of the old. Although Li Beichen, the secondary male lead, may appear rather foolish, he embodies the classic archetype of a domineering CEO. Since he has spoken, he will undoubtedly provide himself with something new, indeed. But given his disdain for me, would he genuinely invest? As this thought crossed her mind, Su Nian turned her gaze toward Li Beichen, realizing that this plot diverged from her previous life's narrative. This scene had not existed before. In her past life, she had hardly interacted with this foolish secondary male lead. Their eyes met, and for some inexplicable reason, Li Beichen's body froze as he looked into the woman's eyes. Yet, soon his mind echoed with Su Nian's voice. What does it matter? He will soon meet his demise, and when that time comes, his wealth shall be mine. Why should I fear a lack of good fortune? A deeper smile graced Li Beichen's face. Excellent, woman. Splendid. Truly splendid. Chapter 20. It feels as though the past 30 years have been in vain. Nevertheless, Su Nian believed she could not simply suffer this loss. She needed to take action. Beichen, how could you think this way? It sounds as if I truly care for these trivial matters. Li Beichen regarded this woman, whose words contradicted her heart, raising an eyebrow slightly. Although he had promised the old man to take responsibility for her, however, it was never stated that one would take immediate responsibility. It hardly matters. For one can only imagine that with the old gentleman praising you so extravagantly, it would be impossible for you to hold grievances over such trivial matters. If you truly were to count such things, it would only render the old gentleman's words a waste of breath. This remark nearly choked Su Nian. This fellow is being intentional. He is certainly doing this on purpose to provoke me. Listening to Su Nian's frantic inner voice, Li Beichen felt a sense of relief. Just then, his assistant entered the room. Li Beichen rose from the sofa, stating, I have a matter to attend to. I shall retire to my study. With that, he leisurely departed amidst Su Nian's exasperated thoughts. However, Li Beichen's good mood did not last long, for upon receiving the documents from his assistant, a multitude of memories flooded his mind. He recalled how he had purchased a plot of land in the city center to please Lan Qi, subsequently constructing an art museum. To ensure Lan Qi's comfort, he had built a villa within the mountains, and for her culinary satisfaction, he had summoned chefs from around the globe. Particularly after Lan Qi's renal issues arose, he had expended a considerable fortune and initiated numerous projects. Yet, the company's accounts were evidently in a state of significant deficit, a fact he had previously overlooked. As Li Beichen sifted through his memories, He felt akin to a marionette, and suddenly, it dawned upon him that the past 30-odd years of his life appeared to have been lived in vain. At this thought, a dull ache began to throb in his head. The assistant standing nearby instinctively inquired, "Mr. Li, what is the matter? Your complexion appears rather unwell. Shall I summon a doctor for you?" Li Beichun raised his hand. "It's nothing, Zhou Su. Please leave. I wish to enjoy a moment of solitude." Zhou Su cast a glance at Li Beichun before departing. Once the study was left with only Li Beichun, he closed his eyes and leaned back in the executive chair, his face etched with weariness and despondency. Time ticked away, each second dragging on. After an indeterminate period, Li Beichun finally opened his eyes. Upon doing so, his gaze was as sharp as a wolf prowling in the night. Decades of illusions may have passed, yet what did it matter? Rather than wallowing in despair, it was far better to seize control of his own destiny. At that moment, Li Beichun picked up the documents before him. He scrutinized the papers, fully aware that the foolish actions taken for Lan Qi would undoubtedly pose significant risks. His immediate task was to address these threats, for Li Beichun would not allow Lan Qi to manipulate him any longer. He resumed his examination of the files, seeking to comprehend the current state of the Li Corporation and contemplating various solutions. Before he realized it, the clock struck midnight. Li Beichun set down the documents and pinched the bridge of his nose. At that moment, a knock echoed through the room.
"Come in."
Chapter 21. You don't even trust me with this? Li Beichun lifted his head, and at the instant the woman entered his line of sight, he instantly froze. The reason for this is the woman standing a short distance away, clad merely in an oversized shirt, her slender legs exposed to the cool night air. It is a tranquil moment in the early hours, as if an inexplicable atmosphere permeates the air. Although Li Beichun is aware that this woman is unlikely to remain composed, he is taken aback by her swift demeanor. "What are you wearing?" he inquires. Su Nian has been anticipating this question. She feigns innocence, casting her gaze downward. "What's wrong? Is there something inappropriate?" She pauses momentarily, adopting a bashful expression. "Beichun, is it because this garment I'm wearing is from your wardrobe? I admit I didn't seek your permission, but I only realized after my shower that I had no clothes." As she approaches Li Beichun, a subtle fragrance of her post-bath essence wafts through the air, accompanied by her inner thoughts. "Ha ha ha, I am utterly repulsed by this foolish second male lead, and yet, after this he will have to buy me new clothes. Truly, I am a genius for devising such a brilliant scheme." A slight smile graces the corners of Li Beichun's mouth. Silly woman. In matters between men and women, can he truly be at a disadvantage? Yet, just as this thought crosses his mind, he swiftly alters his perspective. "Nevertheless, my beauty is here. Even if his primal instincts awaken, it matters not. My aspirations for creating exquisite works shall only advance further." Li Beichun muses. "Regardless of whether this fellow succumbs to his base desires, I shall prevail. How could an imbecilic second male lead possibly pose a threat to me? He is but a pawn in my hands." Amidst the applause, Li Beichun chuckled softly to himself. He was eager to observe who was truly in control. Without hesitation, he pulled her into his embrace, completely unprepared. Su Nian's pupils dilated in surprise. Li Beichun felt a sense of satisfaction at her reaction. "What are you thinking? You believe I am unaware?"
"Ha!
As if you truly understood. How could you know? I have cursed you in my mind countless times. Can you truly discern that?" However, Su Nian soon found her composure slipping away as the man edged closer. The unique scent of cedar emanating from him seemed to weave around her like delicate threads, ensnaring her senses. With a low murmur, Li Beichun quickened her heartbeat. "For the sake of the ink treasure, I must not falter." He gently caressed her hair with his long fingers. In the tranquil darkness, every movement was amplified, and the air was thick with intimacy. Soon, their lips were but a mere finger's breadth apart. Why is this man so slow? Fine, I shall take the initiative. He professed his love, yet only hours later, he grew impatient. His affection seemed trivial. Su Nian was taken aback, believing Li Beichun would reprimand her for enticing him or command a servant to fetch her new attire. Why was the conversation veering towards trust? Just as she was mulling over her frustrations, she found herself suddenly lifted from the ground.
"Su Nian gasped.
She knew her beauty had its allure. Yet, in the next moment, she was gently placed upon a chair. Your presence here, deliberately donning my shirt, is merely to remind me to procure items for you, ensuring your needs are never unmet? Do you not trust me even in this regard? Chapter 22. With my trousers already shed, you approach me with this? Su Nian's only thought was, how could it come to this? Despite her alluring figure. This is the reaction from Li Beichen. It is evident that Li Beichen is intentionally provoking her. However, upon hearing Su Nian's inner turmoil, he finds himself somewhat vulnerable.
No.
No, Beichen, you are gravely mistaken. I am not hinting at anything. I simply wish to remind you that it is quite late and you are still working. Su Nian sighed, her expression reflecting hurt. Why is it that in everything I do, you assume I harbor ulterior motives? Is your concern for me genuine? I truly worry about you, Su Nian asserted with unwavering conviction. Even if I do not prepare those items for you?
Su Nian replied affirmatively.
Upon hearing her words, Li Beichen immediately retrieved his phone and made a call. There is no need to purchase those items I previously instructed you to acquire.
Su Nian.
How can he say he won't buy them? Not even the clothes? Damn it, I have truly underestimated this man's audacity. After a long evening observing Li Beichen, her mind was initially weary and fatigued. Yet now, listening to Su Nian's exasperated thoughts, he surprisingly felt invigorated. After he finished speaking, Su Nian finally spoke up. Beichen, you can do as you please, but may I make a small request? What is it? Li Beichen was curious about what other tricks this woman had up her sleeve. Su Nian replied, I don't mind much else, but wearing your shirt allows me to better savor your scent. At this point, Su Nian abruptly shifted her tone. However, my intimate apparel is somewhat inconvenient.
Li Beichen.
Observing the dark expression on Li Beichen's face, Su Nian couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, she continued, although it may be a bit inconvenient, you would certainly find it advantageous, Beichen. Is that what you meant? She feigned a look of sudden realization. Li Beichen gazed at the woman before him, realizing he had truly underestimated her audacity. How could she speak to a man in such a manner, especially at this hour? He couldn't help but think that if he weren't standing there before Su Nian, she would likely suffer greatly. Is this the kind of upbringing the Su family instills? As Li Beichen uttered those words, he inwardly cursed himself. The reason for his frustration was that he had stuttered slightly when speaking, which diminished his commanding presence. It made him appear timid. Sure enough, moments later, he was met with Su Nian's uproarious laughter, which gave him a headache.
Beichen, what do you mean by that?
It sounds as though I've said something wrong. We are, after all, a legitimate couple. Is that not acceptable? On the surface, Su Nian appeared to be innocent. If it weren't for Li Beichen's ability to hear her inner thoughts, he might have been deceived by this woman. This fellow truly possesses an air of purity. However, based on his past experiences, he is nothing more than a naive young man, still inexperienced compared to someone like me. Li Beichen mused that if this woman had indeed lived a previous life, after giving birth to him, she must have adorned him with countless green hats. Chapter 23. True love. When Su Nian beheld the new intimate garments, her mood soared. How could Li Beichen, with his infatuated mind, possibly rival her? She fully understood that his actions were merely intended to convey that he was the sole authority in this household, not the elder. Thus, he disposed of her belongings. If he had the audacity, why not go all the way? Let her run about in the nude. Clad in Li Beichen's shirt, Su Nian wandered around the house. Instead of the elder, she was soon met by the leading lady, Lan Qi. Upon seeing Su Nian in such a state, it was as though her tail had been stepped on. She hastily approached Su Nian. How can you wear Beichen's clothes? This is truly excessive. Lan Qi's demeanor suggested that, if one were unaware, they might think she was confronting a mistress. Why can't I wear Beichen's clothes? We are husband and wife. And since we did not sign a prenuptial agreement, not only his clothes but half of all his possessions belong to me. Upon hearing this, Lan Qi's expression shifted dramatically, as if a light bulb had gone off in her head. She pointed at Su Nian, declaring, You do not love Beichen as you claim. It is evident that you are drawn to his wealth. I once contemplated orchestrating a union between you and Beichen, but now I am grateful I refrained. This remark elicited a cold laugh from Su Nian. Drawn to Beichen's fortune? Have you forgotten? Bei Chun and I are betrothed from birth. I grew up in the Li family, and prior to my marriage to Bei Chun, outsiders believed I was the esteemed young lady of the Li household. How could you accuse me of scheming for his money? When exactly did I concoct this plan? Was it from the womb? This retort left Lan Ji speechless. Su Nian understood why Lan Ji would utter such words. After all, in typical early 2000s Mary Sue novels, to highlight the protagonist's innocence and authenticity, other women are often depicted as mercenary. This aligns with the protagonist's ideals. However, Su Nian found value in Lan Ji's current demeanor. Miss Lan, why have you fallen silent? Have you come to realize your folly? If you have acknowledged your mistake, should you not offer me an apology? Su Nian's assertiveness stemmed from a common trope in Mary Sue narratives. When the heroine is wronged, especially by a malicious rival, the male lead or a supporting character invariably arrives promptly to defend her. Once the infatuated second male lead, Li Bei Chun, appears and utters something inappropriate, the elder will surely intervene, even more swiftly. In Bei Chun's heart, he had never regarded you as a wife, Su Nian. Why do you deceive yourself in this manner? Have you not realized this after all these years? Without genuine affection, happiness is surely unattainable. Su Nian gazed upon Lan Qi, who had just moments ago appeared so pitiful, suddenly gaining her composure. How could she have forgotten this crucial point? As the protagonist of a melodramatic novel, she possessed a certain skill. As long as she was given an opportunity to demonstrate true love, her confidence would immediately surge. Akin to a genuine love buff. Chapter 24. The Law of Novels, but I am already married to Bei Chun. I am his wife. Su Nian studied her thoughts. If memory serves me correctly, you once claimed to dislike Bei Chun.
What do you mean by that now?
Where on earth is this Li Bei Chun? This male supporting character is utterly lacking in professionalism. Little does Su Nian know that Li Bei Chun is watching from a distance, keenly attuned to her innermost thoughts. Does she truly believe I am unaware? This Lan Qi, who seems so concerned for Li Bei Chun, is simply afraid her fish might escape from her pond. Where has this foolish male second lead gone? Engaging in endless discussions with Lan Qi about the topic of true love is becoming rather tedious. Li Bei Chun observed the two from afar. The reason he had not made his presence known was that he was mastering control over his own body. Just moments ago, while attending to matters in the study, he felt that enigmatic force within him once more. This time, he did not resist it. He surrendered to the mysterious power. It appears that once Lan Ji makes her presence felt around him, his body succumbs to her control. Why isn't she out yet? This doesn't seem right. The laws of the previous life's novel have never failed. The notion of novel laws resonated within Li Bei Chun's mind. Having encountered those 4 words twice in such a brief span, this principle must hold significant importance, he mused, contemplating the necessity of further investigation. With that thought, he directed his gaze towards Su Nian's silhouette. Li Bei Chun, even as a devoted admirer, lacks enthusiasm. How remarkable! The reason behind her character's marriage to Li Bei Chun was rather trite. It stemmed from the old man's sudden illness 2 years prior, where he teetered on the brink of death, and his final wish was to witness Li Bei Chun wed. Thus, the union materialized. Curiously, on the very day after they obtained their marriage certificate, the old man inexplicably recovered. A man, once bedridden, was up and about within 3 days, brimming with vitality. Indeed, the entire sequence of events was rather banal. Su Nian's words effectively caused Lan Ji to clutch her chest, retreating several steps in shock. Observing Lan Ji's reaction, Su Nian pressed on. Miss Lan, do you not comprehend the principle that a person must maintain their dignity, much like a tree must preserve its bark? If you truly fail to grasp this concept, feel free to let me know. I would be glad to enlighten you. After all, you mentioned that you and Bei Chun are siblings, which makes me your sister-in-law. It is only natural that I should impart this knowledge to you. Upon the conclusion of Su Nian's remarks, Li Bei Chun, standing a short distance away, felt the mysterious force within him intensify abruptly. This power surged like a tsunami amidst a tempest, leaving no room for a reaction. Suddenly, Li Bei Chun glanced at his own body and swiftly approached Lan Yi, supporting her as he shouted directly at Su Nian. Given Lan Yi's condition, how can you continue to torment her? Su Nian, how could you be so cruel? Chapter 25. Su Nian is about to unleash her power with all the crucial characters present. It was time for Su Nian to exert her influence. What cruelty do you speak of? It was she who inexplicably intruded into my home and criticized my attire. I merely stated that we are married, and yet here we are. I truly do not comprehend how I have been cruel. You are fully aware of Lan Yi's fragile health, yet you provoke her so. Do you think is oblivious? Am I blind to your malice? Tears streamed down Lan Yi's face as she nestled in Li Beichen's embrace. Beichen, you may be mistaken. Miss Su would never treat me this way. Li Beichen lowered his gaze to Lan Yi. At that moment, her expression filled him with discomfort, for her face was etched with calculation. He then heard his own voice. You are far too innocent and kind-hearted, which is why you are subjected to such bullying. However, rest assured, no matter what transpires, I will protect you and ensure you remain unharmed. Ugh, I truly feel nauseous. Can Li Beichen be any more repugnant? Li Beichen. Though reluctant to admit it, he found his own words somewhat distasteful. It seemed imperative that he devise a means to break free from that enigmatic force swiftly. However, it turned out that Su Nian's words were indeed prophetic. Lan Ji was deeply moved by this statement. Beichen, Lan Ji, did you forget that I once told you? In this world, your matters are of utmost importance to me. Even if you were to lose a single hair, I would feel immeasurable pain. Ha! This guy truly knows how to speak nonsense. I refuse to believe that Lan Ji doesn't lose hair while combing it daily. Li Beichen. Li Beichen could no longer endure it. Just as he was about to seek an opportunity to approach Su Nian and regain control over his body suddenly moved. To be precise, it lifted Lan Ji into its arms. Li Beichen. What on earth does this mean? Su Nian. You had better pray that Lan Ji remains unharmed, should anything happen to her. Not even the old man could save you. Upon hearing his body utter these words, Li Beichen watched as his gaze turned towards the outside. This force sought to control his body and lead him away from here. As the distance from Su Nian increased, Li Beichen felt his body slipping further from his command. Thus, he was manipulated by this mysterious power, arriving at the hospital. Upon entering the hospital's main entrance, he was compelled to shout like a madman, "Doctor, doctor," as if Lan Ji were on the verge of death. Trapped within his own body, Li Beichen scoffed at this thought. He then saw Lan Ji being placed onto a hospital bed. While he watched his own body gaze at the hastily arriving doctors, he yelled at the doctor, "If anything happens to her, I demand that every individual in this hospital pays the price." Li Beichen was taken aback, pondering the absurdity of such a demand. What did it mean to threaten the lives of all hospital staff? Surely, there must be laws governing such matters. However, he understood that dwelling on this issue was not his priority at that moment. He needed to regain control over his own body. Only then could he prevent this enigmatic force from continuing its foolish actions. The sight of the doctors before him, rendered mute by fear, only deepened his discomfort. Chapter 26. Yet, Li Beichen refused to succumb to fate. After conducting a thorough examination of Lan Ji, the doctor respectfully approached Li Beichen. "Mr. Li, Miss Lan is merely a bit agitated, which has led to her physical distress. Given that she already has kidney issues, it is akin to every body having its limits. Surpassing those limits will naturally trigger alarms." Upon hearing this, Li Beichen recalled that after Lan Ji was diagnosed with kidney failure a few months prior, the doctors had advised a kidney transplant without delay, or else her life would be at risk. Therefore, it was imperative for Miss Lan to manage her emotions moving forward. Should she fail to do so in a timely manner, her life could be in jeopardy. After the doctor finished speaking, Lan Ji reached out and tugged at Li Beichen's clothing.
Beichen.
"Dear, have you forgotten your current condition? You are well aware of the malevolence harbored by that woman, Lan Ji. Why engage in a dispute with her? What would you do if anything were to happen to you?" Lan Ji gazed at Li Beichen with a pitiful expression. Yet, inwardly, she breathed a sigh of relief. Upon encountering Su Nian clad in Li Beichen's attire earlier today, a pang of fear gripped her heart. She was terrified that Li Beichen might truly be captivated by Su Nian. In this world, she had no family left, and she had no desire for death. Lan Ji understood that her sole hope rested with Li Beichen. If he were indeed swayed by Su Nian and refused to allow her to donate a kidney, her fate would be sealed. Though Lan Shi recognized that her feelings towards Su Nian were somewhat unjust, no one wishes to relinquish their life. Moreover, Su Nian's existence was inherently fortunate. Even if she were to part with a kidney, she would not face dire consequences. Beichen, I was wrong. I only worried about your health, so I sought you out. Is your health satisfactory? Li Beichen regarded the woman before him. A smirk appeared on his lips, as her admission of fault inadvertently validated the notion that Su Nian was no virtuous character. As he observed her, a cascade of memories flooded his mind, moments where Lan Shi feigned fragility, eliciting sympathy as if she bore the weight of the world's injustices. This woman was the epitome of hypocrisy. In contrast to Su Nian, who, although rather naive, was at least preferable to this duplicitous individual. No problem, Lan Shi. You are truly remarkable. Even in your current state, you still express concern for me. It is rather foolish of you, indeed. Why must you be so naive? In my heart, you are like an elder brother. How could I possibly remain unconcerned upon witnessing your discomfort? At this moment, Li Beichen recalled the distasteful thoughts he had sensed from Su Nian. This was genuinely repulsive. He felt a wave of goosebumps enveloping his entire being. Then, he heard his own voice. All right, cheer. Let us refrain from discussing such matters. What is most crucial now is your health. You have heard the doctor's words. We must swiftly arrange for your kidney transplant so that you can regain your health in the shortest time possible and no longer suffer. Upon hearing this, Lan Shi's heart tightened. This was precisely the reassurance she yearned for. However, the controlled Li Beichen felt a sense of foreboding. Setting aside the mysterious force's potential impact on Su Nian, it was evident that he had to remain close to her to gain the upper hand. Should anything happen to Su Nian, he might forever lose control, remaining a mere puppet to this enigmatic force. Perhaps, as Su Nian had sensed, he would meet his demise in the near future. No, he must devise a way to alter this fate. Even if Li Beichen's so-called destiny had been inscribed, he would not resign himself to it. Chapter 27. Truly akin to a dog. Previously, he had overheard Su Nian describe himself as a sycophant in her thoughts. Li Beichen felt a profound discomfort within himself, yet he could not confront Su Nian, which only intensified his frustration. However, he began to perceive a semblance of truth in Su Nian's words. At that moment, under the influence of a mysterious force, he truly felt akin to a mere dog. For instance, when Lan Ji gently caressed his head, she immediately inquired with concern. If Lan Ji's expression faltered, she would hastily summon a doctor. Within a mere 2 hours, medical assistance had been called upon 3 times, which only served to infuriate Li Beichen, trapped within his own body. Thus, upon hearing Lan Ji say, "Beichen, you really need not worry about me. I'm perfectly fine. Attend to your own matters," he scoffed internally. How could he leave with peace of mind when she was in such a state? Rest assured, Jier, there is nothing else. Li Beichen, confined within his physical form, observed this farce with a bitter smile. He noticed that when his body nearly brushed against Lan Ji's hand, she instinctively recoiled. Despite his numerous sacrifices for her, he could not even touch her. Did this so-called Lan Ji truly regard him as a brother? At that moment, the ward door swung open. An assistant entered, respectfully announcing, "Mr. Li, we have received urgent news from the company regarding a significant project issue that requires your immediate attention." "Get out," Li Beichen bellowed, causing the assistant to tremble in fear. Observing the quaking assistant, Li Beichen thought to himself, if he were to fully conquer this force, he would certainly ensure the assistant received his due salary as compensation. Then he heard his own foolish voice continue to shout at the assistant, "Have you forgotten? I told you that, for me, nothing is more important than cheer, not even if the sky were to fall. Mr. Li, the matters of the company are truly significant. If you genuinely have concerns, I assure you I will remain right here, and should Miss Lan encounter any issues, I will contact you immediately." "Ha, your words are pleasing. But do you take me for a fool? Even if you call me at the first opportunity, am I a deity? Can I fly to cheer as sighed at once? What if something were to happen to her? Can you bear that responsibility?" As Li Beichen observed the assistant's anxious demeanor, he sensed a turning point. If there were indeed urgent matters at the company, the old man would surely intervene, allowing him to distance himself from this woman and regain control over his own body. I can take on all responsibilities, the assistant asserted. Li Beichen glanced at Lan Qi, her expression one of overwhelming emotion. This woman truly is something else. Lan Qi coughed a few times, and upon hearing those coughs, Li Beichen felt as though his body had leapt to her side. He then spoke with profound concern. Cheer, why are you coughing again? Is the air conditioning I set too high? I will adjust it immediately. Lan Ji shook her head, asserting no, I truly am fine.
Bai Chen.
If you have matters to attend to, please do not let me hinder you. I would feel immense guilt if I were to impede your affairs. Chapter 28. Slandering the female protagonist, my specialty. However, Li Beichen did not believe that this woman would truly feel remorse. If she genuinely thought so, she would not display such an expression of grievance while uttering those words. Now, all you need to do is take care of your health. How many times must I tell you this? At that moment, Li Beichen could hardly bear the weight of consciousness, watching helplessly as his life was squandered by an inexplicable force, leaving him feeling utterly repulsed. The frustration was beyond ordinary. His assistant, having been by his side for many years, recognized the futility of words and chose to depart quietly. Before half an hour had passed, the door swung open once more. This time, Li Beichen glimpsed a glimmer of hope as Su Nian appeared. He also caught her thoughts. Sigh. Am I truly such a wicked supporting character to warrant this much screen time? Honestly, this is delaying my enjoyment of idle dramas. Upon seeing Su Nian, Lan Ji felt a surge of joy. Her arrival was perfectly timed, allowing Su Nian to witness just how much Li Beichen cared for her.
Misu.
What brings you here? Meanwhile, Su Nian, still preoccupied with her television series, did not wish to linger and approached Lan Ji directly.
Lanzi.
How did I end up here? You used to monopolize Beichen, and now that the company is in crisis, why do you still cling to him? What exactly do you intend to do? You repeatedly claim to treat Beichen as your brother. Do you wish for your brother to fall from a great height? Enough of the nonsense. Let us rally and watch me wreak havoc. Lan Ji promptly tugged at Li Beichen's sleeve. I just told Beichen that I'm fine and urged him to go to the company. But he wouldn't listen to me. Hearing her plaintive tone, Su Nian let out a cold laugh. If I'm not mistaken, this fellow surely used the same dainty voice to persuade Li Beichen to leave. With a tone like that, it's no wonder a devoted admirer would refuse to go. Li Beichen. Although Su Nian's words were somewhat harsh, he couldn't deny it. Lan Ji, Beichen is worried about you. He stays by your side to care for you. Su Nian paused deliberately at this point. Are you quite certain you're not doing this intentionally, merely to buy time for Huolin Yuan? At the mention of Huolin Yuan, Lan Ji's expression shifted dramatically, and Li Beichen sensed her change as well. If, as Su Nian suggested, they were in a world akin to a novel with Lan Ji as the heroine, then Huolin Yuan must be the hero. Since he could remember, Huolin Yuan and he had always been rivals. Throughout their lives, they had been adversaries, and he considered this Huolin Yuan his lifelong nemesis. Huolin Yuan has now made his move against the company. If my conjectures are correct, Huolin Yuan's aggressive demeanor suggests he intends to devour the Li family. And your procrastination. Are you perhaps an undercover agent sent by Huolin Yuan to facilitate his ulterior motives? Indeed, after Su Nian finished speaking, Lan Ji appeared flustered, releasing her grip on Li Beichen's attire. Chapter 29. Why do I feel that I could flatter better than this fellow Li Beichen? As soon as Li Beichen sensed Lan Ji's hand loosen, he realized his opportunity was near. However, before he could seize the moment to approach Su Nian, Lan Ji grasped his sleeve once more. Li Beichen, why did you just let go, only to grab me again? Beichen, I truly didn't do anything. You must believe me. I genuinely didn't. What Su Nian was waiting for was precisely this. If you didn't, then why is Beichen here instead of at the company? Are you aware that the stocks of Li Corporation are plummeting as if on a free-fall ride? Do you understand how much wealth will evaporate with this decline? As she spoke, Su Nian found herself increasingly agitated. The reason for her frustration was that if this devoted fool, Li Beichen, were to perish, all his assets would become hers. Having learned from her previous life how to manage the aftermath of Li Beichen's demise, she felt confident that this time would be much easier. Yet, who would ever turn down an abundance of wealth? It seems I must adopt a more serious demeanor and urge Li Beichen to hasten to the company. After all, once this sycophant meets his demise, it will all be my fortune. The more I possess, the more I can indulge in the company of handsome young men. Although Li Beichun harbors no feelings for Su Nian, he becomes unsettled upon hearing her intentions to utilize his wealth to support her young paramours after his death. No man wishes to see a hint of infidelity hovering over him. While he remains oblivious to the events of their past life, in this lifetime, he is determined to prevent such occurrences. This is my affair, and it concerns you not. Su Nian, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? As the primary heir to your servile existence, it most certainly does. She then gazed at him and declared, I am fully cognizant of my boundaries. Su Nian, you shall vacate this place immediately and refrain from disturbing Chi's rest. Should you continue to impede her repose, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Su Nian felt compelled to be assertive. You lack courtesy towards me, Beichun? Have you forgotten? Chi is in dire need of my kidney to survive. At that moment, Su Nian discerned the fury etched upon Li Beichun's countenance. You shameless woman! You dare to use this as leverage against me?
Ha!
Are you truly unafraid of the Su family bearing the consequences of your actions? Consequences? What nonsense! You are bound to meet your end soon anyway. Li Beichun, listening to Su Nian's exhilarated sentiments, could only shake his head in exasperation. What drama could possibly have her so agitated? However, just as Li Beichun found himself at a loss for words, Su Nian unexpectedly approached him. As the distance between Su Nian and himself diminished gradually, his heart raced, nearly reaching his throat. He simultaneously gathered his strength, calculating the distance, hoping for a perfect strike. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2.5 meters. Yet, Su Nian astonishingly halted just 1.5 meters away. This distance seemed manageable. Yet, he could not guarantee 100% accuracy in reaching Su Nian. The pressure he felt was immense when Lan Ji was present, leaving him with no opportunity. So, after all this preparation, he could only hope for one chance. This performance is truly remarkable, but why do I feel I can outdo Li Beichun in flattery? Chapter 30. At this moment, he genuinely lamented not having wings to fly away. Meanwhile, Lan Ji, positioned behind Li Beichun, harbored her own thoughts. A notion arose within her. If Li Beichun remained here, witnessing another man willing to go to such lengths for her, perhaps his regard for her might deepen. Contemplating this, Lan Ji gazed at Li Beichun's silhouette. She believed that with his capabilities, the Li Corporation would undoubtedly thrive. And if he truly came, she could later plead with Huolin Yuan, resolving everything effortlessly. Resolute in her decision, Lan Ji deliberately cleared her throat a few times. This caused Li Beichun, who was already straining to gather his strength, to curse inwardly at the interruption. Suddenly, he could only watch as his body turned away, swiftly moving to Lan Chi's side, supporting her. Enough, stop speaking, do not provoke Chi any further.
Will you go or not?
If you choose not to, then I shall perish right here. These words sent a shock through both Lan Chi and Li Beichun. You may think that if I were to die, acquiring my kidneys would be simple. Let me assure you, given my father's temperament, even if I were reduced to ashes, he would never allow Lan Chi to obtain my kidneys. At that point, we would die together. Su Nian's face was flushed with fervor, exuding an air of righteous indignation. Such words, such a performance. Who could refrain from uttering a word of admiration? If only she could have tempered her emotions while speaking, avoiding nearly choking on her own words. It would have been even better. Cough, 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 I nearly choked on my own saliva. Next time, I must speak less. Li Beichun. At this moment, Li Beichun felt it necessary to question Su Nian's mental state, for this behavior was decidedly abnormal. Just as he was lamenting, his body moved swiftly towards Su Nian, reaching out to grasp her hand, pulling her before him. You are truly insane. At this juncture, Li Beichun had seized the initiative. Indeed, I am insane. You have driven me to madness. Why is it that my kindness, my concern for you, is perceived as a threat in your eyes? Is it that everything I do is wrong, even when it is for your benefit? Su Nian diligently fulfilled her role. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, as she gazed at Li Beichun, an unsettling feeling washed over her, the nature of which she could not articulate. In the very next moment, she found herself being forcibly pulled outside by Li Beichen. Su Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? Surely, this man cannot genuinely wish for my demise. It would be utterly deranged of him. Although Su Nian had experienced reincarnation, given the current circumstances, she was uncertain whether Li Beichen could indeed end her life before he himself met his fate. What should I do now? Should I struggle? If I do, wouldn't he that ruin this entire act? Wasn't he that last mouthful of water I choked on in vain? At that moment, desperate to distance himself from Lan Ji, Li Beichen, despite hearing the chaotic turmoil within Su Nian's mind, could not help but declare, I am going to the company with you. Where are you going, Beichen? Came Lan Ji's pitiful voice once more. Upon finishing this statement, Li Beichen quickened his pace, loathing himself for not having wings to simply fly away. Chapter 31. Such behavior. Su Nian was entirely bewildered as she was dragged along by Li Beichen. Her confusion only deepened as they arrived at the Li Corporation. The speed at which this man changed his demeanor was astonishing. Upon reaching the company, Li Beichen finally exhaled in relief. After all, the distance between the company and the hospital was considerable. He should be free from the influence of that woman. The pain is unbearable. One might mistakenly think this fellow is dragging a dead pig, utterly oblivious to the essence of cherishing the delicate. Ugh. How can one liken it to dragging a dead pig? If that is the case, then I would merely be a lifeless swine. Su Nian's tumultuous thoughts left Li Beichen utterly unable to concentrate. He immediately cast a sharp glare in her direction, but Su Nian, upon receiving his piercing gaze, lost her composure. What was Li Beichen just doing? Did he really glare at me? This insufferable sycophant. Not only does he disrupt my precious time for binge-watching,
But he also dares to glare at me.
Humph. Just wait until this fellow meets his end. I shall have my way with his memorial portrait.
Li Beichen.
If it were possible, he would wish for this wretched woman to vanish. Yet, despite having temporarily distanced himself from Lan Yan, he still found it preferable to have Su Nian by his side, even if her mind was constantly occupied with such chaotic musings. Meanwhile, Su Nian was preoccupied with thoughts of continuing her show. Beichen, now that you have arrived at the company, my task is complete. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Off to binge watch I go, Su Nian declared, promptly turning on her heel towards the exit. Did I permit you to leave? However, before Su Nian could reach the door, Li Beichen's voice resonated through the air. She halted, a look of resignation on her face. Oh dear. Am I merely a villainous supporting character, destined for such excessive drama? Why can't I simply enjoy my shows in peace?
Li Beichen listened to Su Nian's chaotic thoughts.
Inwardly, she chuckled coldly, thinking it would be so easy to escape. Absolutely not. Li Beichen believed he could leverage the old man as an excuse to keep this woman by his side. Upon hearing Li Beichen's words, Su Nian truly wanted to slap him. The way he speaks, as if he is bestowing a favor upon me. TCH, were it not for this absurd plot device, I would certainly make this sycophant understand what it feels like to be thoroughly humiliated. However, given the constraints of her role as the wicked supporting character, Su Nian could only suppress her fury. Meanwhile, Li Beichen leisurely approached Su Nian, unceremoniously adding fuel to the fire. Why are you so still? Do you truly adore me to the point of being rendered speechless?
Su Nian.
What is this sycophant talking about? What does he mean by being too excited to speak? As Li Beichen stepped closer, Su Nian instinctively glared at him. Realizing this, she quickly shifted her gaze to one filled with affection. Su Nian, I have never truly understood your actions, but I just had an epiphany and now comprehend. Su Nian gazed at Li Beichen, observing the man before her with a faint smile gracing his lips. How could she think that such a dog could possibly speak wisdom? Indeed, she soon heard him utter, "Isn't such behavior what one would call a sycophant?" Chapter 32. Delaying people from watching dramas, may thunder strike. Sycophant. Upon hearing these two words, Su Nian felt as if she were about to explode. What? This insufferable sycophant dares to call me one? What has he done to earn such a title? Despite her evident infatuation, she still labeled others as love-struck fools. Listening to these exasperating thoughts, Li Beichen felt a wave of amusement wash over him. Was this woman not scolding him inwardly? Thus, he decided to voice it outright. Just as Su Nian contemplated severing ties with this man, she was reminded of her reincarnation. In truth, Su Nian had long realized that her rebirth was likely a consequence of Mo Bao inadvertently causing the demise of the protagonists, thereby disrupting the narrative of the novel. Hence, from the moment of her rebirth, Su Nian resolved to lead a tranquil life with her child, far removed from the entangled fates of the ill-fated couple. Even when her emotions boiled beneath the surface, Su Nian knew she must conceal them. After all, what if she disrupted the storyline, and it reset once more? Thus, she had no choice but to stifle her indignation. Love-struck fool, Beichen. How can you label me thus? I merely love you. What fault lies in that? How have I become the love-struck fool in your eyes? Li Beichen, observing Su Nian's gaze that seemed to harbor murderous intent, found amusement in her sweet nothings. Whether it is true or false, you know in your heart. Regardless, I believe the old man hopes you remain by my side.
If you wish otherwise,
what your words signify at this moment? Su Nian was left speechless. With Li Beichen's words hanging in the air, she found herself with little recourse. This is ruining my viewing experience. May heaven strike me down. All she could do was take a seat on the nearby sofa. Why is this sofa so unyielding? It offers no comfort at all. After all, Li Beichen is a CEO, and in the novel, it is depicted that he and the male protagonist each hold half of the world's wealth. Surely, he could afford a more sumptuous sofa. Su Nian sat atop the uncomfortable seating. Her character in the novel is that of a wealthy young lady, thus she must maintain the poise befitting her status. After a brief moment, she casually remarked to Li Beichen, Beichen, this is merely a formality. After all, how could the deeply infatuated male Li touch anything given by another woman? No sooner had she spoken than Li Beichen replied, very well. Please fetch me a cup of coffee at a temperature of 7 parts hot. Su Nian thought to herself, I was merely being polite. This fellow is utterly devoid of manners. And what a specific request for the temperature. Li Beichen lifted his gaze, and upon seeing Su Nian's forced smile, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. He believed it was indeed necessary to assign her some tasks, otherwise, her chaotic musings would become rather irksome. As he observed the coffee that Su Nian extended toward him, he showed no intention of accepting it. What is it, Beichen? Are you not aware? I only drink hand-ground coffee. Su Nian thought, is this guy akin to Su Daqiang? Only hand-ground coffee? But I'll just say it is hand-ground. He likely has no idea. You were away from the office for no more than 10 minutes to fetch the coffee. It cannot possibly be hand-ground. Chapter 33. The male protagonist arrives. Su Nian was no fool. She discerned that this man was deliberately putting her in a difficult position. However, what recourse did she have? Did this wicked female antagonist possess the right to resist? I'm sorry, I will change immediately, she stammered. Li Beichen casually flipped through the documents, then spoke in a nonchalant tone. If I recall correctly, you once professed your undying love for me, claiming to know all my habits. It seems your words may not hold true.
Su Nian was taken aback. What is he talking about?
Did I ever say that? Even if I did, it was merely a jest. She couldn't believe he was throwing her words back at her. Since that is the case, do not blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing this ungracious sentiment, Li Beichen paused. He then lifted his gaze to see Su Nian approaching him with a radiant smile. Beichen, what does that mean? Does it imply that you have truly listened to me? I knew that as long as I remained by your side, you would eventually notice me. Su Nian deliberately adopted an exceedingly sweet voice, one that even she found nauseating, but she was determined to make it unbearable for Li Beichen. Rest assured, I will strive to be my best. I will ensure you understand that I am the one most deserving of you in this world. No one else is worthy, and I feel that my purpose in life is to be your wife. However, after Su Nian babbled on for quite some time, Li Beichen's expression remained as calm as still water, seemingly oblivious to her words. It was only when Su Nian's throat felt parched from speaking that Li Beichen finally spoke. It's merely pouring coffee. Your dramatics are rather excessive. Su Nian could only respond with a mix of frustration and disbelief. What else could she do but resign herself to the situation? The coffee was either scalding hot or lukewarm, or perhaps the grounds were not finely enough ground. Was this not sheer torment? Just as Su Nian was about to voice her thoughts, Li Beichen coolly remarked, "If you do not wish to pour coffee for me, feel free to say so. I will not compel you." With those words spoken, what choice did Su Nian have but to obediently endure Li Beichen's whims? As she poured coffee countless times, the office door suddenly swung open. "Mr. Li, Mr. Hua has arrived." Upon hearing this, Su Nian glanced toward the entrance and felt a powerful presence. Indeed, a stern-faced man strode into the office. The moment he entered, Su Nian felt an uncontrollable urge to sneeze. It is worth noting that the inept author of this Mary Sue novel, in an attempt to elevate the protagonist's stature, endowed him with an aura of coldness that permeated the air. Whenever Su Nian spent an extended period in the company of the male lead, she would inevitably sneeze. And if she lingered too long, she might even catch a cold. Thus, as the male lead entered, Su Nian hastily sought to distance herself. Yet, Li Beichen remained unaffected. When Hua entered, he felt that mysterious force surge upon him once more. Li Beichen cursed under his breath, cursing his fate, and instinctively sought out Su Nian. To his surprise, Su Nian darted away like a rabbit, evading his grasp, leaving him unable to pull her back to his side in time. In an instant, his body was once again dominated by that enigmatic power. Chapter 34. The Two Presidents and Their Overbearing Quotes. Hua Linyuan, what brings you here? Hua Linyuan, with an air of cold menace, replied, "Li Beichen, I warn you one last time, keep your distance from my woman, or you shall bear the consequences."
Oh.
You dare tell me to stay away from her? How audacious. If it weren't for me, she would not even know what fate awaited her by now. Even in death, she remains my woman, and you have no claim over her. She is your woman?
Ha.
What a joke. I have sacrificed so much for her. And what have you given in return? Li Beichen, do you truly wish to face my wrath? And what about you? Have you considered the price of opposing me? Su Nian watched the two quintessential presidents exchange their domineering quotes with great interest. Go on, continue.
Fight.
Please do engage in a brawl. Hua Linyuan, unleash your prowess and teach this sycophant a lesson. Li Beichen remained silent, lamenting, how unfortunate it is that I don't have popcorn at this moment. This is far more entertaining than any drama I could watch. He had already surrendered to the inevitable struggle. However, as he rotated in this body, witnessing Su Nian's excited expression as she hid in the corner left him utterly speechless. This woman, could she not be so conspicuous? While Li Beichen was lost in thought, Su Nian's exhilarated inner voice resonated again. It's really happening. This will definitely make headlines tomorrow. Suddenly, Li Beichen felt a powerful punch land squarely on his face. Li Beichen. This inexplicable force controlling his body was one thing, but why did it also grant him the sensation of pain? He could genuinely feel it. Oh dear, this male protagonist is truly ruthless. Why does he always strike Li Beichen's face? If he becomes severely disfigured, how will I be able to paint his portrait later? Yet, watching Li Beichen take a beating was undeniably exhilarating. Li Beichen. Even at this moment, this wretched woman was still contemplating such trivial matters. Although she was merely acting, it was clearly an opportunity to shine. Why was she only intent on spectating? Just as Li Beichen grew increasingly agitated, he pondered, should I step in to lend a hand? After all, that would align with my character's persona. But then again, enduring a beating is quite painful. Li Beichen was truly at a loss for words. With a woman like this, how could he ever fall in love? Meanwhile, Su Nian was thoroughly entertained. As the two men continued to brawl, their clothes tore, revealing chiseled abs. Each of them sported 8-pack abs and perfect physiques. Su Nian glanced left and right, feeling that her presence here was indeed worthwhile. In a contest where both individuals are evenly matched, it becomes exceedingly challenging to determine a victor. Ultimately, they both find themselves collapsed on the ground. Observing this situation, Su Jiu realized it was her moment to perform. She promptly rushed to Li Beichen's side, exclaiming, "Beichen, what is the matter? Are you all right?" He seized Su Nian's wrist, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "Were you enjoying the show from the sidelines?" Under the intensity of Li Beichen's gaze, Su Nian felt a sudden jolt of alarm. His expression suggested she was the one who had instigated the conflict. Although she had always been aware of his unsavory character, She was taken aback by the depth of his disdain. His look implied that she was the aggressor. How utterly cowardly of him. Beichen, how can you say such a thing? You may not realize that while the blows may fall upon you, the pain resides within my heart.
Right now.
My heart feels as though it is being pierced by 1,000 needles. Silence.
Li Baikens napatkuldli.
Su Nian immediately fell silent. He had no time to indulge in her grievances, his focus now shifting to the man across from him, Huolinyuan. Chapter 35. A sudden change of tone. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, Li Beichen had been unwaveringly resolute, yet he now appeared to have shifted his stance. Su Nian gazed at the man within arm's reach, as Li Beichen continued under the scrutiny of all present. However, this is your sole opportunity. If you choose to take Lanji away, you must treat her well and ensure that I am not afforded the chance to reclaim her. If Lanji were to return to my side, I would undoubtedly ensure that you have no opportunity to take her away from me.
Li Baikens puka.
The disgust churning within him was truly indescribable. He initially wished for Huolinyuan to swiftly escort Lanji away. But recalling Su Nian's words about adhering to the so-called plot, he could only speak as the version of himself etched in memory. It was indeed repulsive. However, at this moment, Su Nian was far from composed. After Li Beichen finished speaking, Huolinyuan's gaze fell upon her. Su Nian thought, what does Huolinyuan want from me? Am I to have any role in this scene? Li Beichen also grasped this realization. Li Beichen, hand over the woman behind you to me, and I shall suspend all current actions against the Li Corporation. Furthermore, I can compensate for the recent losses of the Li Corporation tenfold. Upon hearing this, Su Nian regretted not slipping away the moment the male lead entered. According to the plot, her kidney could save Lanji, the female lead. Instinctively, she glanced at the man beside her and was met with a look of eagerness on Li Beichen's face. What is this expression on Li Beichen's face? Why is he so eager? Li Beichen's countenance darkened upon hearing those words. There was no eagerness in him. Rather, it was the unmistakable presence of that mysterious force re-emerging with fervor after Huolinyuan's declaration. He swiftly pulled Su Nian into his embrace, declaring, impossible. Huolinyuan let out a cold chuckle. I knew you wouldn't so readily part with Jie. Do you think I am unaware? You seek to employ the woman behind you as a means to threaten me. How ironic it is that you proclaimed your intentions to protect Lanji, yet now, as she stands on the brink of peril, you still contemplate using her as leverage. Do you genuinely wish for her demise? Are you suggesting that I should barter my woman's life for another's? When Li Beichen pulled Su Nian into his embrace, the enigmatic force dissipated, leaving one to ponder. Do you not find this utterly ridiculous? This revelation sparked a glimmer in Su Nian's eyes. So, this infatuated fool possesses some understanding of this principle? Yet, she was acutely aware that this was merely Li Beichen's pretext, viewing him as someone who treated her as a mere pawn. After all, according to the narrative thus far, only her kidney was compatible with Lanji.
Indeed. Upon Li Beiken's utterance, Su Nian sneezed.
Goodness, has this wretched author bestowed upon the male lead a chilling aura? How could it suddenly become so frosty? If this incompetent writer cannot craft a coherent story, must they write so haphazardly? As Su Nian voiced her disdain, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the male protagonist.
Huolinyuan.
She nearly burst into laughter upon witnessing the broad grin that adorned his lips. Is this what they call the charming, enigmatic smile exclusive to the domineering CEO? Chapter 36. Li Beichen, I grant you one final opportunity. Li Beichen, I present you with one last chance. Yet, he remained unwavering. Despite Su Nian's somewhat unreliable nature, he could not allow her to come to harm over this matter. Apologies, but it seems I must squander this opportunity. Huolinyuan was not particularly surprised by Li Beichen's behavior and simply departed. After Huolinyuan left, Li Beichen finally exhaled a sigh of relief.
It seemed that,
given Huolinyuan's temperament, he would not allow Lan Yan to appear before him. However, before Li Beichen could fully relax, the voice of Su Nian echoed in his mind again. It appears that this reincarnation is indeed different from the last one. According to the usual narrative, Li Beichen should have intervened, ensuring I would be sent away. It seems I must hasten to create the treasure and bring forth the child first. Li Beichen turned his gaze towards Su Nian, and indeed, he saw her lunging towards him. Instinctively, he sidestepped, causing Su Nian to miss and tumble onto the sofa. Su Nian exclaimed, "What the heck? How did he dodge so quickly? If he evades like this, how am I supposed to deliver my next line? I have to attend a meeting." "You can stay here," Li Beichen remarked, dismissing her. Regardless of the so-called plot or whatever else. He was acutely aware that Huolin Yuan would not easily relent, and he needed to prepare some countermeasures. With that, he left without further ado. Once Su Nian noticed he was gone, she sighed in relief and promptly lay down on the sofa. After resting for a while, a sound shattered the tranquility, a notification of 1 million yuan received via Alipay. This announcement instantly revitalized Su Nian. She sat up abruptly and opened WeChat, discovering a message from her father, listed under the name Dad. "Father, my dear Nian Nian is truly remarkable. She has somehow managed to enlighten that blockhead." Su Nian, "Father, why are you suddenly giving me money?" "Father, I apologize, Nian Nian, I have neglected you. I rarely provide you with pocket money, which is why you are so surprised. However, rest assured, I will make it a point to do so more frequently in the future." Upon receiving her father's message, Su Nian felt a warmth in her heart. In the past, while reading novels, she believed that the vicious female antagonists and secondary characters were the most fortunate. They did not have to endure the myriad hardships that the protagonists faced, nor the tumultuous love that required them to bare their souls. Yet they still enjoyed perfect lives filled with bliss. Su Nian had always thought that she must have accumulated great virtue in her previous life to have been reborn as a wicked female character. Witnessing her father's generosity,
Su Nian felt invigorated.
just as she was reveling in her elation, she did not notice the door opening. As Li Beichen entered, he overheard Su Nian's jubilant thoughts. This old man is truly generous. He just handed over 1 million, far more magnanimous than Li Beichen the sycophant. I believe a man like Li Beichen must be somewhat deranged. He has wealth yet refuses to let his wife spend it, instead choosing to play the sycophant outside. Thankfully, he met an early demise, allowing me to inherit his fortune entirely. Otherwise, he would have squandered it on his flattery. Li Beichen scoffed inwardly. This old man truly is generous towards Su Nian. Just a simple visit, and he bestows 1 million. How lavish! Immersed in her joyous emotions, Su Nian instinctively shivered. Chapter 37. You ran so fast on your own. Do not blame me for not informing you.
Su Nian rubet hernose.
Just as I caught sight of Li Beichen drifting by, I was taken aback. How can you walk without making a sound?
I asked.
Li Beichen approached the desk and replied, if one has nothing to hide, why would they care about the sound of my footsteps? Su Nian thought to herself, is this guy mocking me? What wrongs have I committed? Furthermore, anyone would be startled if someone suddenly appeared behind them. Yet, amid her internal musings, Su Nian recalled something significant. She glanced at the man engrossed in his documents. Given the current circumstances, the male lead will certainly seek to seize me, his lifeline. Should I inform Li Beichen about the issues within Huolin Yuan's company? Li Beichen paused in his reading. According to the previous storyline, a director of the Huo Corporation was implicated in smuggling, entangled in some unsavory affairs, which nearly led to Huolin Yuan's downfall in my last life. However, if I share this information with Li Beichen now, he may not believe me and might think I'm delusional. After all, in his eyes, I am someone incapable of anything. Li Beichen's eyes suddenly brightened. As a seasoned player in the business arena, he instantly recognized the significance of this information. Although he had just convened an emergency meeting after Huolin Yuan's departure, he understood that a head-on confrontation between the two companies could lead to mutual destruction. Yet, with this new intelligence, the tides of the situation could be irrevocably altered. Li Beichen immediately rose to his feet, yet in the next moment, he halted his actions. As a decision-maker of a company, particularly in the midst of a commercial struggle against rivals of equal stature, Li Beichen was acutely aware of the significance of every choice he made, especially when confronted by his old adversary, Huolin Yuan. Although Li Beichen had come to accept that his world resembled a fictional narrative, a lingering sense of peril remained. What if it were all a fabrication? Mere nonsense spun by this woman, Su Nian? Gazing at Su Nian, he ultimately resolved to stride outward.
Coincidentally, Su Nian.
who had just decided to relay some news to Li Beichen, sighed in resignation upon witnessing his hurried retreat. "You are the one rushing off. Do not blame me for not informing you." Su Nian mused that perhaps this was fate. The heavens seemed to conspire against her interference in the narrative, deliberately allowing Li Beichen to depart just as she had summoned the courage to speak, affording her no opportunity to voice her thoughts. In the ensuing days, Su Nian found herself devoid of any sight of Li Beichen. She was rather indifferent, considering herself a peripheral character in this tale. It was entirely possible that Li Beichen had ventured to engage with the protagonists in the primary storyline. During this absence of her own narrative, the malicious female antagonist reveled in the freedom to be herself, indulging daily in various postures while binge-watching dramas at home. It was worth noting that in her previous life, she had never experienced such leisure. Each day had been fraught with anxiety, waiting for her opportunistic husband, Li Beichen, to perish so that she might assume the role of a mother to their child. Now, before she embarked on the journey of motherhood, she intended to savor a few days of unencumbered joy. Though this world is one of fiction, the television dramas and variety shows are undeniably captivating. As Su Nian immersed herself in her series, a news alert suddenly popped up. Upon investigation, it was revealed that senior executives of the renowned Hu Group were implicated in smuggling activities and have since been dealt with by the authorities. Su Nian was taken aback. Could it be the butterfly effect? How could they be apprehended so soon? Her astonishment stemmed from the fact that, according to the novel's established timeline, these executives were not supposed to face consequences for several years. This predicament left her pondering whether to inform Li Beichen about the unfolding events. Unexpectedly, the apprehension had occurred ahead of schedule. If this truly was the butterfly effect, what course of action should she take next? How could she possibly retrieve the treasured inkstone? Given the current circumstances, Su Nian could no longer remain passive. She promptly rose from her bed and exited her room. To her surprise, upon reaching the living room, she encountered the anxious Lan Si. Observing Lan Si's distress, Su Nian could easily deduce the implications of the Hu Group's crisis. Naturally, with the two companies in a standoff, the Li Group would swiftly gain the upper hand, leaving the Hu Group in jeopardy. As Lan Si shared a genuine bond with the male protagonist, she could not simply stand by and watch such a situation unfold. This moment also marked a pivotal opportunity for the female protagonist to prove her significance in the male protagonist's life, demonstrating that she was indeed the most vital person in his world. At that moment, Lan Ji caught sight of Su Nian and hurriedly approached her, inquiring, "Su Nian, where has Beichen gone? Why can't I find him?" Her confrontational tone suggested that if one were unaware, they might assume it was Su Nian who had hidden Li Beichen away. How could I possibly possess such power? I haven't seen Beichen in ages. I thought he was by your side, which is why I couldn't even meet my own husband. Typically, in melodramatic novels, it is the malicious female antagonist who confronts the protagonist, only for the second male lead, Li Beichen, to appear just in time to witness the protagonist being wronged, subsequently turning the tables on the sinister female character. In the end, at the protagonist's pleading, he relinquishes his vendetta against the male lead. Su Nian mused that, given Li Beichen's characterization, it was entirely plausible for him to act in such a manner. "What business do you have with Beichen?" Lan Ji seized Su Nian's hand, pleading, "Miss Su, my search for Beichen is of utmost importance. I implore you, assist me in seeing him. I truly have pressing matters to discuss, and if this drags on, it may be too late." Yet, Su Nian remained unmoved. She observed the pitiful expression on Lan Ji's face, and her heart softened slightly. Alas, her role was that of the wicked female antagonist, and she was bound to fulfill the duties that came with it. "If I am not mistaken, your search for Beichen is likely to plead with him to cease his actions. Do you truly believe I would allow you to meet him?" The words rendered Lan Yu's complexion pale. "You cannot do this. If Beichen continues down this path, the consequences would be truly unimaginable." "Su Nian, I understand you harbor grievances against me, yet I implore you to allow me to see Beichen. If this delay persists, it will be too late. Whatever you require of me, I am willing to comply. I could kneel before you and beg, if that is what it takes." As she spoke, Lan Yu instinctively knelt down. However, before she could reach the ground, Su Nian swiftly pulled her back up. "Lan Yu, is this your attitude when seeking assistance? Tears welled up in Lan Yu's eyes.
Su Nian, what do you mean by that?
Do you believe that kneeling and pleading is insufficient? Of course it is. You are older than I am. Such an inexplicable gesture could jeopardize my longevity. If you are to plead, do so without risking my life. Is there a way to beg like this? Lan Yu was nearly pushed to her breaking point. It was unexpected for Su Nian to respond in such a manner. After this exchange, Lan Yu found herself at a loss for words. Observing her teetering on the brink of tears, Su Nian felt an inexplicable sense of delight. So, do you believe I would still assist you? Lan Yu was rendered speechless.
Su Nian, in a buoyant mood,
Called over a servant. Please fetch me a cup of milk tea, with sugar. Having said this, she settled onto the sofa, leaving Lan Yu to watch her in silence. In her quest to find Li Beichen, she had exhausted numerous methods, making Su Nian her sole lifeline. As Su Nian accepted the milk tea from a servant, the delightful aroma lifted her spirits considerably. When she had first traversed into this world, she had resorted to coffee to maintain her persona, only to find it unbearably bitter. It seemed she was still a creature of ordinary desires, unable to relish the luxuries of fine coffee even when draped in royal robes. Thus, she resolved to cast aside pretensions and simply enjoy her milk tea. As she neared the bottom of her cup, Lan Ji's voice intruded once more. If Miss Su feels that I have truly offended you, I sincerely apologize. I was unaware of your preferences.
Lan Ji,
I recall mentioning on numerous occasions that Beichen and I are already married. You ought to address me as Madam Li. However, you have not received Beichen's acknowledgement. I regard him as my own brother, and I do not wish for him to be coerced into actions he is unwilling to undertake. I am truly sorry. Su Nian was at a loss for words upon hearing this. She found it utterly bewildering that the author capable of crafting such a character could possess such a lack of reason. In such circumstances, clinging to the ideal of love seemed utterly illogical. If you are indeed as close as siblings, then questioning me about Beichen's whereabouts here feels like a sheer waste of time, does it not? Her words caused a visible change in Lan Ji's expression, and without hesitation, Su Nian continued to stoke the flames. Moreover, do not tell me you have not noticed that Beichen is deliberately avoiding you, intentionally wishing to remain unseen. Lan Ji naturally understood this, but she had to meet Li Beichen. If she did not encounter him, the situation would only deteriorate further. If my assumptions are correct, your intention in seeking Beichen is solely to hope that he will relent and cease his assault on the Hua Corporation. If that is indeed your mindset, then allow me to be blunt. It is utterly impossible. Do not entertain such fanciful dreams. Upon hearing these words from Su Nian, Lan Ji, who had previously appeared pitiful, instantly adopted a resolute demeanor. Su Nian, you may not comprehend the dire consequences that would ensue if this continues. I am aware that you despise me and would rather avoid my presence, yet this is no jest. I must see Beichen. What dire consequences?
Su Nian retorted coldly.
Chapter 40. Truly my daughter-in-law, possessing such sharp insight. Lan Ji's expression was now one of righteous indignation. The Li Corporation is on the brink of collapse. If this persists, countless innocent individuals may lose their jobs, and without their livelihoods, they cannot shoulder their familial responsibilities. Can you truly bear to witness these individuals become displaced? At that moment, Su Nian felt as though the Lan Ji before her radiated a sanctified light. In truth, Su Nian had always harbored a curiosity. If the protagonist, resembling a paragon of virtue, were to confront her, how would she react? Seizing this opportune moment, Su Nian certainly would not let it slip away. Thus, as the architect of all this turmoil, Lan Ji, what are your sentiments? Lan Si pressed her hand against her chest and spoke. I understand. I truly do. The discord between Beichen and Lin Yuan stems from my involvement, which is precisely why I am here, to find Beichen and to intervene. But what am I truly stopping? Competition among companies is a natural occurrence. To speak candidly, this market is limited. If I were to impede Beichen now, allowing the Hua family a moment's respite, it would ultimately lead to a backlash. At that point, it would be Li's family and Li Beichen who would suffer the consequences. Would you beseech Hua Lin Yuan under such circumstances? Would you implore your beloved, risking his perception of your loyalty, even fearing he might think you a traitor, to spare the Li group and the Li family? Lan Si asserted this with unwavering conviction, and Su Nian harbored no doubts. After all, it was commonplace for a character akin to a saint to undertake such actions.
Ha!
You would, wouldn't you? Your single assertion would squander the efforts of countless individuals, wasting their relentless toil day and night. Lan Si, your audacity is truly excessive. Lan Si felt a surge of urgency. She simply could not afford to engage in a futile verbal spar with Su Nian at this moment.
Su Nian.
I lack the energy to argue with you right now. What do you mean by argue? I am merely stating the facts. Currently, due to you, the employees of Li's company have been working tirelessly these past few days to withstand Hui's onslaught. Perhaps Hui's present advantage is a direct result of the relentless dedication of Li's countless employees.
Yet now,
because you sought out Li Bei-chun and uttered a few words before him, you threatened to render their hard work meaningless. As Su Nian reached this point, her tone elevated several degrees. Lan Si, do enlighten us on the extent of your supposed superiority over them. This remark rendered Lan Si utterly speechless.
Su Nian continued.
Or rather, on what grounds do you deem the employees of the Hui group to be more esteemed than those of the Li group? As soon as she finished speaking, applause erupted. Well said. Truly deserving of being my daughter-in-law, your insight is razor-sharp.
Li Qianhong approached Su Nian and sighed.
Uncle Li, must we truly descend to this level?
Li Jianon skufa, nonsense.
Do you think this is merely child's play? Chapter 41. A dog can never change its nature. Su Nian observed the pitiful female protagonist. Typically, in a conventional narrative, the heroine would deliver a long-winded lament, emphasizing her purity amidst corruption. However, at this moment, the heroine found her retreat completely obstructed by her own actions. Su Nian was intrigued to see what words the heroine would muster. If Lan Si, you have nothing further to say, then you may leave. After all, I have no desire to see you. Li Jianhong issued a clear dismissal. Lan Si's face was painted with anxiety, yet she found herself at a loss for words. What could she do? She could only suppress her emotions and address Li Jianhong. Then I shall not impose further. If you truly wish to avoid disturbing me, then do ensure that you do not appear before me again, Li Jianhong stated bluntly. This effectively altered Lan Si's expression yet again, but what could she do? She had no choice but to depart obediently. Su Nian gazed at the silhouette of Lan Si. In truth, Lan Si simply had not located Li Bei-chun. Were she to find him, even if her words lacked substance, the infatuated Li Bei-chun would blindly acquiesce, and all dilemmas would effortlessly resolve themselves. At this moment, Li Jianhong's voice resonated. I truly cannot fathom what that worthless fellow sees in this woman. No curves, an unremarkable appearance, and a feeble intellect. The most disheartening aspect is that this woman appears to hold him in disdain. He has utterly tarnished my reputation. Upon hearing this, Su Nian couldn't help but chuckle at the candidness of his remarks. Indeed, a dog can never cease its penchant for filth. The more Li Jianhong spoke, the more he lamented the shortcomings of his son. However, jesting aside, he knew it was time to address serious matters. As a father, Li Jianhong was acutely aware of his son's shortcomings. Whenever Lan Si encountered that young man, a mere display of tears would likely compel his son to obediently follow her whims. It was a rare opportunity for the Hui family to suffer such misfortune. He must not allow that young man to jeopardize this favorable situation. No, I must locate that fellow at once. I need to convey to him that if he dares to indulge Lan Si, I shall unequivocally expel him. Su Nian understood then. A dramatic scene was about to unfold, where the lovesick second male lead would defy his parents for the sake of his beloved. At this moment, Su Nian should undoubtedly add fuel to the flames. She promptly adopted a tone steeped in feigned innocence, addressing her father. Dad, you cannot say that. Bei-chun possesses a sense of propriety. Propriety? What nonsense! The deeds he has committed over the years are hardly indicative of restraint. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Lan Si's inability to locate Bei-chun now surely stems from his deliberate evasion, a choice motivated by his desire to avoid her. At least he has come to realize the need for change. Chapter 42. You seem to know me well. It was at this juncture that Li Bei-chun's voice unexpectedly pierced through the air. Upon hearing it, Su Nian's heart skipped a beat. What is he doing here? She turned toward the source of the voice, and was astonished to see Li Bei-chun. clad in casual home attire, descending the staircase. Why is he here? According to the plot, he should have emerged and defended the female lead while I was voicing my opinions. It would be one thing if he were absent. Why is he at home, yet not stepping in to support her? What is this narrative unfolding before us? As Su Nian's chaotic thoughts swirled, Li Beichen cast a cold glance her way. Meanwhile, Li Jianhong bellowed with vigor. You're at home, just in time. Let me make myself clear. If you dare to betray us, I will not hesitate to break your legs. Su Nian. If he were to break this guy's legs, he would be left with only a third leg, and then I could act with impunity. Li Beichen. At present, Li Beichen is increasingly questioning the mental state of this woman, who constantly indulges in fanciful thoughts. The crucial point is that she has begun to contemplate various methods of manipulation. Li Beichen truly cannot endure this any longer. He intends to turn and leave at once. However, in his current demeanor, it would only appear to Li Jianhong that he disregards his words entirely, which ignites his anger. Li Beichen, I know you have never taken my words to heart, but do not forget that this Li family is not solely yours, nor is the company solely yours. You cannot act recklessly due to your selfish desires. Li Beichen. He is well aware of the reason behind the old man's fury. Yet, he cannot confess to the old man that it is because he cannot tolerate Su Nian's ideas. Thus, he must silently endure the old man's wrath. The old man continued his tirade for half an hour without pause. Experience is indeed invaluable. If I possess such abilities, then not even 10 female leads would stand a chance against me. Upon hearing this, Li Beichen glanced at Su Nian. To his astonishment, he perceived admiration in her gaze. Indeed, it was admiration. Li Beichen. This woman is truly beyond reason. What is there to admire in this situation? Look at Nian doing something, while I am here speaking to you. However, upon hearing these words, Li Jianhong could not suppress a derisive laugh. What sense of propriety? That you dare to utter such words is truly laughable. The deeds you have committed in the past, do you consider them to reflect any measure of propriety? At this moment, a thought crossed Li Jianhong's mind, prompting him to quickly pull Su Nian closer. Nian, from today onwards, you shall remain by this fellow's side. If he truly harbors intentions of betrayal, do not hesitate to inform me. Su Nian understood her father's intentions well. He hoped she would spend more time with Li Beichen, believing that such proximity might foster affection. This scenario is quite common in novels. Yet, under such circumstances, the prospect of developing genuine feelings seemed far-fetched. Father, you must still have faith in Beichen, she replied, feigning difficulty. You wish to add drama to my life? Not a chance. Since her father had spoken, she acquiesced to his wishes. Li Beichen had been pondering how to keep Su Nian by his side at all times, and now, fortune had presented him with an opportunity. Chapter 43. Your heart is a heart. Is Nian's heart not a heart? Su Nian gazed at Li Beichen in disbelief. Surely, this man cannot intend to torment me. The more she thought this way, the more plausible it seemed. In novels, it is often the case that a cruel female antagonist remains close to the male lead because he has already resolved to teach her a lesson, thereby shattering her delusions. Li Beichen. Even though he, Li Beichen, had previously been momentarily ensnared by some form of confusion, he could not fathom why this woman harbored such thoughts about him. Had he ever wronged Su Nian in any way? What circumstances could have led her to perceive him in such a light? Was he truly that kind of person? The matter was settled. It would proceed according to my wishes. When Li Jianhong reached this point, he gazed solemnly at Li Beichen and stated, Li Beichen, I am aware that you have never truly regarded Nian, but I am a close friend of her father. Regardless of the situation, you must not bully her. If I discover that you have mistreated her, you shall face the consequences. I understand, Li Beichen replied with an indifferent tone. Li Jianhong was quite satisfied with Li Beichen's response. Li Beichen then turned his attention to Su Nian. Though he was inwardly in turmoil, he was compelled to maintain a facade of composure. Why am I burdened with so much drama this time? In my past life, there was none of this. I am merely a supporting character, a wicked supporting character, merely a peripheral figure in this cursed novel. I am truly just a malevolent supporting character. Given this reality, Li Beichen's lips curled into a slight smile as he deliberately adopted a nonchalant tone, saying, "However, I am rather indifferent to it. Yet, you should perhaps consider those around you. I can't help but notice that your companions do not seem particularly eager to remain by my side."
Su Nian,
Caught off guard by his insight, could only respond with a stunned expression. Upon hearing these words, Li Jianhong unhesitatingly turned his gaze toward Li Beichen and reproached him directly. "Is it any wonder that Nian Nian is unwilling, given how you treat her? Do you not comprehend the essence of human emotions? Is your heart truly a heart, while Nian Nian's is not?" Li Beichen remained silent. Su Nian immediately adopted a look of feigned grievance. This too is an art. One must not overtly display distress, but rather let the sense of injustice be tinged with helplessness and sympathy. After all, in her previous life, Su Nian had frivolously observed the unfolding drama. "Let them scold me. I revel in seeing Li Beichen being mercilessly berated." After a lengthy admonishment directed at Li Beichen, Li Jianhong finally turned his attention to Su Nian. "Nian Nian, you have truly endured much. It is only due to your kind nature that you tolerate such a character." Observing the old man's demeanor, Li Beichen couldn't help but chuckle coldly to himself. He found himself increasingly curious about how the old man would react if he were to discover that Su Nian was not the person he believed her to be. The anticipation was palpable. How could I possibly not wish to stay by Beichen's side? This is a desire I yearn for yet cannot attain. How could I ever feel wronged? Chapter 44. All the benefits have been appropriated. Li Beichen was acutely aware of the necessity to comprehend his limitations, discerning what actions were permissible and which were not. All the information he currently possessed was gleaned from Su Nian. However, the woman Su Nian was plagued by a cacophony of chaotic thoughts. He believed that relying entirely on her was not a prudent course of action. Thus, Li Beichen sat in his study, contemplating for an extended period. The lack of clarity was causing him a headache. He pinched the bridge of his nose, and, at that moment, his gaze fell upon the computer before him. Perhaps he could search for some information online. The instant this thought crossed his mind, Li Beichen straightened his posture and powered on the device. Yet, after a few keystrokes, he halted, for he was at a loss regarding what to search for. He lingered in silence for a considerable time before resuming his typing. After all, one must try even the most desperate measures. Thus, the billionaire, who wielded immense power, found himself on the top floor of the Li Group, perusing romantic novels. When Zhou Su arrived to deliver documents, he initially observed Li Beichen's serious demeanor and assumed he was contemplating a matter of great significance, especially given the current circumstances that had pushed the Hu family to such extremes. Consequently, Zhou Su instinctively endeavored to soften his footsteps, fearful of interrupting Li Beichen's thoughts. He had intended to quietly approach Li Beichen, gently place the items in his hands down, and depart, but inadvertently caught a glimpse of the screen on Li Beichen's computer. It was truly unintentional. He would certainly not have acted thus had he been given another chance. The reason for this was that he discovered Li Beichen's computer displaying a novel interface, seemingly a romantic tale. It was well known that Li Beichen's computer was perpetually occupied with stock market analyses. Just as Zhou Su contemplated vanishing to escape, Li Beichen's ominous voice echoed. "Zhou Su, what did you see?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhou Su felt as though his life had reached its end. However, who was Zhou Su? He had been Li Beichen's assistant for many years, and ordinary individuals could hardly fathom the depths of such a situation. Immediately, he gazed at Li Beichen with admiration, exclaiming, "CEO Li, your devotion to Miss Lan is truly commendable. To win her heart, you have devised such clever strategies. I am certain that with your determination, you will undoubtedly move Miss Lan, leading to a union of true hearts." Had this been the Li Beichen of yesteryears, such words might have brought him joy. Yet, the current Li Beichen found his expression darkening several shades upon hearing this. "I am already married," Zhou Su responded, bewildered. "What does this mean?" "I would never betray my marriage." Although Li Beichen had no interest in that eccentric woman and had never contemplated a future with her, he yearned for change, to alter the confines of the so-called narrative that dictated his life. At that moment, Su Nian's voice resounded once more in his mind. "Oh my! What did I just hear? Haha, this sycophant dares to claim he would never do anything to betray his marriage. while he practically wishes to bind me to an operating table and extract my heart and lungs, all the while maintaining an unflinching facade. So this fellow wishes to take advantage of everything? How shameless! Li Beichen merely sighed, casting a glance towards the doorway. This action startled Su Nian, sending a shiver down her spine. As Zhou Su sensed that Li Beichen's gaze had shifted away from him, he hastily remarked, "Mr. Li, there are still some documents from the design department that I need to retrieve. I shall go get them now." With that, he swiftly made his exit. Chapter 45. This woman can never remain serious for more than 3 seconds under Li Beichen's scrutinizing gaze. Su Nian thought, look, even Zhou Su, who has spent so much time by Li Beichen's side, cannot bear it any longer. This truly illustrates the extent of his shamelessness. One must recognize that, according to the typical narrative structure of novels, a lackey accompanying a pivotal character like Li Beichen is usually portrayed as a mindless sycophant. "Beichen, what's the matter? Why do you gaze at me so intently?" Su Nian felt a bit unnerved by Li Beichen's unwavering stare and subtly shifted her position. However, his eyes followed her like a spotlight. Su Nian pondered, could it be that he has realized I overheard his nonsensical remarks? Is he embarrassed?
Ha!
This hopeless sycophant is capable of such antics and yet fears my awareness? Li Beichen eventually averted his gaze. Just then, he caught the faint sound of Su Nian exhaling in relief. Though the sound was nearly imperceptible, he detected it nonetheless. Li Beichen recalled his recent online search. Although he understood that if he were indeed in a fictional world, researching methods within this narrative would be futile, he found himself devoid of alternatives. Li Beichen truly despised this passive state. He desperately needed to find something to occupy his mind. According to his findings, the characters within the novel are under the dominion of a so-called plot, a mysterious force that strips them of their bodily autonomy. As Li Beichen pondered the matter, the office door was suddenly thrust open. That enigmatic power surged forth once more. "Beichen, I have finally located you. Where have you been these past few days? I have searched for you tirelessly." Li Beichen thought, how did this woman gain entry? Why was there no barrier? Meanwhile, Lan Yan strode directly toward Li Beichen, poised as though to leap into his embrace. However, just as she was about to do so, she halted upon noticing Su Nian beside her, brandishing a phone, seemingly prepared to capture the moment. "What are you doing?" "Just filming. If you're going to leap, do it quickly." "No, wait. Take a few steps back and start over from the entrance. That way, my shot will flow seamlessly," Su Nian explained candidly. Lan Yan was momentarily speechless. Su Nian's actions were merely an attempt to create an entertaining scene. As the malicious supporting character, her primary objective was to wreak havoc. So why not add a touch of flair? "Lan Yan, have you come here to feign vulnerability before Beichen? To compel him to relent? Have my previous words been in vain? Do you truly wish to sacrifice Beichen for your love with Huolin Yuan?" Upon hearing Su Nian's words, Lan Yan silently cursed her misfortune. How could Su Nian be here? She knew she could not contend with her. At that moment, Li Beichen stepped forward, shielding Lan Yan behind him. "Presumptuous! Who granted you the right to speak to Yan in such a manner? Am I not qualified? As your wife, as the president's spouse of the Li Group, I should not speak to Lan Jian in such a manner." At this moment, Su Nian felt an overwhelming sense of authority. How powerful I am. Unfortunately, no one recorded this moment. If it had been captured, I would surely watch it repeatedly.
Li Beichen,
who had lost control of his body, was momentarily taken aback by Su Nian's demeanor. However, he soon realized that this woman could never maintain her seriousness for more than 3 seconds. Chapter 46. Perhaps this is an opportunity for Li Beichen to draft a will. Every situation has a solution. I merely hope that both parties can sit down and discuss matters amicably. Sit down? Do you not understand that Huolin Yuan's motive for targeting the Li Group is to coerce Beichen into handing me over? Hand me over, so I can donate a kidney to you at Huolin Yuan's behest. Tell me, how can you sit down and negotiate properly? Ugh, what a ridiculous plot crafted by a foolish author. However, it becomes evident that this novel storyline can indeed descend into further absurdity. When Su Nian uttered these words, Lan Jian seemed to grasp something significant. "So, it follows that sacrificing you alone could quell this matter." "Su Nian, What kind of logic is this? Lan Shi approached Su Nian, her eyes glistening with tears. I told you, this predicament arises from a misunderstanding. Since you have already promised to save my life, all that remains is for you to explain yourself before Lin Yuan, and everything will be resolved. Her words nearly shattered Su Nian's resolve. Do you wish to retract your promise? Lan Shi felt a surge of anxiety at Su Nian's demeanor. Li Beichen's voice resounded once more. Su Nian, how can you act this way? You instill hope in Lan Shi, only to behave so callously. A woman like you, regardless of the passage of time, will never capture my heart. Upon hearing his own words, Li Beichen yearned to strike himself. What a wretched narrative this is. Why can't I regret my actions? Everything I have done has been of my own volition. I shall not be coerced into matters I wish to avoid. Indeed, I have entered the realm of tragic sentiment, Su Nian declared, her voice heavy with anguish. The reason I agreed to save this woman is not due to your threats against the Su family, nor because of your intimidation, but because I love you. I love you so deeply that I would do anything for you. I have never wished for this woman to live. Su Nian spoke with a heart-wrenching intensity. All those melodramatic dramas were not in vain. Look how poignant my words have become. Li Beichen observed Su Nian navigating this narrative with such ease, realizing that he truly needed to learn from her. Previously, Su Nian had mentioned that in their past life, their son disrupted the narrative, confronting the so-called protagonists, which ultimately led to her rebirth. Hence, Li Beichen felt he could not recklessly alter the storyline and needed to find a point of equilibrium. Since you love me, then you should obediently adhere to the original plan. Li Beichen's train of thought was interrupted by his own voice, which he found utterly repulsive. It was genuinely nauseating. At this moment, he wholeheartedly agreed with Su Nian's earlier perspective. Anyone capable of crafting such a plot must surely be lacking in intellect. Yet he was unwilling. There was no one to coerce him into doing something he despised. Su Nian now realized that this new narrative truly posed a significant challenge. The current storyline was far more repugnant than the last one. Moreover, pleading with Beichen proved futile. Their father had stated that no one could obstruct the unfolding of events this time. If Beichen were to act upon her words, it would only result in him being cast out of the Li family, left with nothing. Wasn't she the one who constantly referred to Beichen as her brother? Could she genuinely bear to see him reduced to nothingness? Lan Shi gazed at Li Beichen with a troubled expression. Li Beichen immediately declared, "Cheer. I would do anything for you." Trapped, he exclaimed, "I refuse." Li Beichen truly wished to question the heavens about what wrongs he had committed to deserve such treatment, compelling him to witness his own folly and utter such absurd words. At that moment, Su Nian's inquisitive voice echoed in his mind. Should I seize this opportunity to compel Li Beichen to draft a will, or perhaps directly persuade him to transfer his assets to me? I fear that if this continues, he may relinquish everything, and should he pass away, I might inherit little. What then shall I possess to rescue those innocent youths at the White Horse Club? Such words are like throwing fuel on the fire for Li Beichen. That damned woman, he is not yet deceased. Chapter 47. The male protagonist does not arrive unannounced. Very well, then transfer all your assets to me and resign from all positions within the Li Corporation. Su Nian still believes it prudent to secure Li Beichen's wealth. Rather than allowing him to fawn over the female lead at this moment, it would be wiser to reserve those resources to save the boys at the White Horse Club. As soon as Su Nian uttered these words, Lan Shi immediately interjected. Su Nian, what do you mean by that? Did you not profess your love for Beichen? It seems you are only drawn to him for his wealth. No wonder he cannot reciprocate your affections. Upon witnessing Lan Shi's righteous demeanor, Su Nian couldn't help but scoff. This female lead, devoid of her halo, is nothing but an ordinary opportunist. And what are your intentions? Do you genuinely regard him as a brother? Or do you see him merely as a backup, believing that with a little charm, he would lay everything at your feet? Meanwhile, it is evident to all that your heart belongs to Hualin Yuan. Those who harbor disdain within their hearts perceive everything through a lens of revulsion.
Li Beichen stod resolutely,
Obstructing the path of others behind him. Yet, confined within his own body, he observed Su Nian's antics and deemed her performance to be somewhat excessive. Moreover, he could not shake the feeling that she was harboring ulterior motives. Did this woman truly intend to seize this opportunity to abscond with his fortune?
Lanzi,
Overwhelmed by the circumstances, finally conceded, "Fine, I admit it. My heart is indeed captivated by Beichen. I have developed feelings for him. Are you satisfied now?" Su Nian gazed at Lan Ji in disbelief, then retreated a few steps, exclaiming, "Impossible.
how could this be?
Did you not repeatedly assert that you regarded Beichen merely as a brother, that your bond was purely fraternal? Why is this happening?"
Why?
With a sense of regret, she mused. "Ah, what a blunder. I should not have uttered such words here. One must understand that in novels, when the female protagonist expresses even a hint of affection toward the male supporting character, the male lead invariably appears, leading to misunderstandings. In more severe cases, a confrontation might ensue. But here, within the confines of the Lee Corporation, how could the male lead possibly show up? If only I had chosen a different venue for this farce. What a waste this has been. How delightful it would have been if I could have exploited this opportunity to see Li Beichen endure a beating." Li Beichen, upon hearing Su Nian's lamentation, vowed never again to be ensnared by the superficial allure of her appearance. He was resolute in this conviction.
Yet,
The reality unfolded to reveal that Su Nian had significantly underestimated the melodrama of the novel's plot. As soon as Su Nian finished her exclamation, the office door was abruptly thrust open with a resounding bang. Could it be that the male protagonist has arrived just like that? Su Nian turned her head and indeed saw Huolin Yuan. In that instant, Su Nian felt invigorated. This was undoubtedly a battleground of emotions. She then heard Li Beichen's voice. "Chair, you have no idea how many years I have waited to hear those words from you. Now that I have finally heard them, even if it costs me my life, I, Li Beichen, would willingly give it." With the male protagonist now present, Li Beichen's words were nothing short of pouring fuel on the flames. Li Beichen is in for a rough time, haha. After all, Huolin Yuan possesses the aura of the male lead. How could he possibly compete with that? Li Beichen. He was aware of this predicament. Chapter 48. Infuriated to the point of bloodshed by this detestable woman, Su Nian decisively turned her gaze towards Lan Qi.
indeed,
The expression on Lan Qi's face was nothing short of spectacular. Lan Qi had not anticipated Huolin Yuan's presence here, especially given the stringent security of the Li Corporation. How could Huolin Yuan be here? Instinctively, Lan Qi began to approach Huolin Yuan. However, Li Beichen had a firm grip on Lan Qi's hand, insisting, "Chair, could you please repeat what you just said? Tell everyone that you hold me in your heart. If you say it, then even if the entire world wishes to separate us, it would be impossible."
Su Nian sighed internally.
It is truly touching, alas, in this trio's narrative. Li Beichen's role is that of a devoted admirer. Indeed, this presents a perfect opportunity for me to orchestrate a reckoning for Li Beichen, that wretched scoundrel who has enslaved me. If I do not seek vengeance now, when shall I? Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over Li Beichen. Then, he heard Su Nian's voice. "Ha! I knew you were deceiving me, Beichen. Do you see? The one you love harbors no feelings for you. You are sacrificing your company for her while inflicting pain upon me, your legal wife." At that moment, Lan Ji noticed the increasingly grim expression on Huolin Yuan's face and felt a surge of anxiety. However, she was acutely aware that if she were to break free from Li Beichen's grasp now, Su Nian's scheme would succeed. With this thought in mind, Lan Ji turned her gaze towards Su Nian. Yes, it was undoubtedly Su Nian who had deliberately brought Huolin Yuan into this predicament, resulting in such a scenario. Indeed, it must be her doing. Su Nian felt a sudden chill as Lan Ji's intense gaze fell upon her. What in the world? Why is Lan Ji looking at me like that? Could she possibly suspect that I orchestrated this? If only I had anticipated this turn of events. As Li Beichen absorbed the gravity of the situation, he instinctively glanced at Lan Ji. However, to his dismay, the next moment brought a sharp pain to his head. To be precise, he had just been struck. Li Beichen instinctively wanted to retaliate, yet he found himself devoid of any control over his own body. All he could do was endure the blows. Li Beichen was utterly at a loss. While the narrative dictated his actions, he could not even defend himself. He distinctly recalled that in past confrontations with Huolin Yuan, he had never felt so passive. At this moment, Su Nian's voice echoed once more in his mind. Why isn't Li Beichen fighting back? Oh, I see. This guy is deliberately putting on a facade of weakness in front of the female protagonist. Surely, upon witnessing this, she will be overwhelmed with compassion, which would undoubtedly earn him her sympathy. Let us not deny it, although Li Beichen is indeed a sycophant, he is investing quite a bit into this act. Li Beichen exclaimed, "What on earth is this absurd scenario?" Although he currently lacked control over his own body, the punches delivered by Hu Linyuan were painfully tangible. At this moment, Li Beichen felt as though the heavens were conspiring to torment him, forcing him to endure such beatings. Meanwhile, Su Nian, watching the spectacle unfold, was utterly exhilarated. Hu Linyuan is being rather ruthless, but I must admit, it's quite satisfying to watch.
Hey,
Can this guy be a bit more careful? He must avoid striking Li Beichen's face. After all, this sycophant's only redeeming quality is his appearance. If he were to mar it, how could I possibly indulge in him later? This is affecting my mood. The quality of my creations will surely suffer as a result. In the end, Li Beichen coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling that this crimson outburst was a direct consequence of that insufferable woman's chaotic thoughts. Chapter 49. How touching, yet alas, he is a sycophant. Hu Linyuan released Li Beichen, who collapsed onto the ground. To be the protagonist of a Mary Sue novel, possessing a benevolent heart is essential. Immediately, she flung herself onto Li Beichen, exclaiming, Beichen, how are you? Are you all right? At that moment, Li Beichen felt an intense pain in his heart. The critical part was that despite his suffering, he heard the scripted words controlling his voice. I am fine. As long as you hold me in your heart, it matters not if I am beaten to death. Lan Ji, tell me, do you hold me in your heart? I am your beloved. As long as you acknowledge it, I fear nothing, even if it means standing against the world. Oh, how moving. It's a pity, however, that this fellow is merely a sycophant. Li Beichen now felt his pain intensifying. For the male lead, Hu Linyuan, this scene was akin to pouring gasoline on a fire. His voice erupted in anger. Speak, Lan Ji. Now is your chance to say whose woman you are. He wore a troubled expression. Ultimately, Lan Ji directed her gaze towards Li Beichen.
I am sorry, Beichen.
But I believe you wouldn't want me to be put in a difficult position. As the malicious supporting character, Su Nian knew she had to seize this opportunity. She immediately chimed in, I knew you were deceiving me. Haha, Lan Ji, your heart does not belong to Beichen. Beichen, do you see this? This woman is plotting against you. In this world, there is only me. Only I am truly sincere towards you. Do you understand? At these words, Lan Ji's heart sank. She had forgotten that Su Nian was still present. However, at this moment, Hu Linyuan remained present. Even though her relationship with Li Beichen was amicable, she could not allow herself to harm the one she cherished for his sake. Suddenly, Li Beichen's vision darkened, and he fainted, just before losing consciousness. He heard Su Nian's inner voice remarking, this man is truly infatuated. He has fainted out of anger. With a wry smile, Li Beichen felt that this wretched woman had indeed caused his swoon. Lan Ji did not anticipate that Li Beichen would faint so abruptly, and she immediately felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, Su Nian pushed her aside and protectively cradled Li Beichen in her arms, declaring, do not touch him. You lack the standing to do so, Lan Ji. I know you look down on me, but you do not truly love Beichen, yet you behave this way. Do you not realize the implications of your actions? As Su Nian diligently played the role of the malicious supporting character, diligently uttering her lines, Hu Linyuan's voice suddenly resonated. Who gave you the audacity to treat my woman in such a manner? Su Nian was taken aback, pondering, why, in such circumstances, does the male lead care about this? She then witnessed the domineering male protagonist, with an imperious expression, grasping Lan Ji by the arm, stating, since you have chosen me, it is best that you do not waver. In a pitiful tone, Lan Ji replied, but I wish to help you. I cannot bear to see you so overwhelmed because of me. The predicament arose due to my actions, so let me bear the consequences. Hearing these words, Su Nian let out a sigh. Li Beichen truly embodies the essence of a tragic fool. Ultimately, the domineering male protagonist, Hu Linyuan, seizes the female lead and departs with her. In Chapter 50, titled Do Not Smile, under any circumstances, the doctor's response incites a flurry of emotions within Su Nian. She is not at all taken aback, for the premise of this novel has been established thus. However, what astonishes her is the revelation that Huolingyuan was intentionally introduced by the elder. Li Jianhong gazes upon the examined Li Beichen and muses. Now that this disappointing wretch has beheld the woman's true visage, he shall no longer be ensnared by deception. Upon hearing this, Su Nian can't help but chuckle inwardly. It is worth noting that Li Beichen's characterization is that of a mindless devotee, thus it is unlikely that he'll change. If her intuition serves her correctly, upon regaining consciousness, he might still ponder the unspoken burdens of the female lead, Lani. Nevertheless, while she may jest to her thoughts, she maintains a facade of understanding towards the elder, stating, "Father, you may find solace now, for Beichen has witnessed the woman's true nature. Thus, he shall not engage in foolishness again." Li Jianhong turns his gaze to Su Nian, hoping that this holds true. Nian, this truly is a source of distress for you." Su Nian shakes her head, "Not at all distressing. For me, simply being by Beichen's side is more than sufficient." These words only serve to deepen Li Jianhong's affectionate regard for Su Nian, prompting him to contemplate a course of action. Li Jiansong pondered for a moment before lightly tapping his head. "Alas, my memory seems to be deteriorating by the day. I completely forgot something significant. A few days ago, I attended an auction and fortuitously came across some exquisite jewelry that would suit you perfectly. After winning the bid, I intended to present it to you. Yet here I am, having completely forgotten about it for so many days."
Su Nian exclaimed, "That."
Li Jiansong, mistakenly believing Su Nian was about to decline, quickly interjected, "You are the only daughter in our family. If you do not want them, what use do they serve me? Besides, must you be so polite with your father?" "Thank you, Dad," Su Nian replied obediently. "Rest assured, I will take good care of Beichen. I have complete faith in you. When has your father ever doubted you?" At that moment, neither Su Nian nor Li Jiansong noticed that the person who had been lying in bed had already sat up. Li Beichen was engulfed in pain. Su Nian's inner voice echoed in his mind, "I suddenly feel far happier than this guy, Li Beichen. Though we are both infatuated, I continuously reap the benefits, while he only endures the male protagonist's punches." Upon hearing this, Li Beichen felt an intensification of his discomfort. Suddenly, feeling a chill run down her spine, Su Nian slowly turned around, only to find Li Beichen gazing at her with piercing eyes. Su Nian thought, "What is with this insufferable infatuation? Why is he looking at me like that? Please don't tell me he is blaming everything on me." In general novels, I, the malicious supporting character, am often the one to bear the blame. Li Beichen. What else can Li Beichen do but avert his gaze from this woman? Humph. Li Jianhong has also noticed that Li Beichen has regained consciousness, and thus lets out a cold snort. "I believe you should see the true nature of that woman. If you still cannot discern it, I shall have to conduct a paternity test to ascertain whether we indeed share blood ties." This statement nearly elicited a laugh from Su Nian. Fortunately, having lived a lifetime in her previous life, she possesses a certain level of composure. Otherwise, she might have truly lost her composure. "No, I must not laugh. I must not laugh at all. However, this old man certainly has a wicked tongue." Chapter 51. How can this fellow lie with such ease? I am aware. I have a clear understanding of everything in my heart. Li Beichen's voice is notably hoarse.
"Su Nian."
How can this man lie so brazenly? What does he truly know? If it weren't for me, this fellow might have brought the entire company to Lan Xiang's doorstep. What knowledge does he possess now? It is evident that Li Jianhong does not trust his own son either. If you truly know, then you would not cause me such worry. Can you not see my age? Please spare me some trouble. If you continue to stir up chaos, what shall become of my frail old bones? After speaking, Li Jianhong coughed heavily several times. Seeing this, Su Nian hurriedly approached to comfort the old man. However, at that moment, the indifferent voice of Li Beichen rang out, "Dad, even if you truly wish to put on an act, why not do so convincingly? Your current demeanor is utterly insincere."
Li Jianhong.
Su Nian's smile faltered slightly. Although the old man's performance was indeed rather contrived, there was no need for this fellow to be so blunt. In the typical narrative of a novel, a character like Li Beichen, the devoted second male lead, would be preoccupied solely with the heroine. It was truly heartless. Listening to these unspoken thoughts, Li Beichen was on the verge of dragging this insufferable woman before him to confront her. What did she mean by heartless? If only the old man's acting were a tad more convincing, it would not have come to this. As a father, being so openly criticized by his own son left him feeling utterly humiliated. He coughed several times and said, "Well, Nian Nian, I must trouble you to take good care of this little rascal. I have a mountain of mess awaiting my attention, so I shall take my leave." With that, he hurriedly departed. Su Nian empathized with the old man's current predicament. After all, given his status as a domineering president, he was a man who valued his reputation. Being undermined by his own son was quite intolerable. Suddenly, she was startled by the intensity of Li Beichen's gaze. If one were unaware, they might assume she owed this fellow money. That look made it seem as though she were at fault, when it was clearly the male lead who had instigated the situation. Why was he directing such a gaze at her? However, on the surface, Su Nian spoke with a facade of concern, saying, "Beichen, you really need to rest well. But rest assured, I will certainly take good care of you in the days to come." As she uttered these words, she deliberately adopted an exaggeratedly sweet tone. "I am intentionally irritating you, making it unnecessary for me to care for you. Haha, I am truly clever. You will take care of me?" Li Beichen replied nonchalantly, "Then I must trouble you."
Su Nian was taken aback.
What on earth? According to the usual script, he should be telling me to scram. I was already prepared to assume the position to leave. Yet this fellow is not following the established pattern at all. What, is something wrong? Su Nian hurriedly shook her head. No, not at all. I am exceedingly happy. In fact, I am beyond delighted. Chapter 52. Do you truly believe my health is fine? Although Su Nian felt somewhat uneasy about taking care of Li Beichen, she recognized that it was, in essence, a positive development. After all, spending more time with Li Beichen would present her with greater opportunities. Despite having only been with him once in her previous life, resulting in her pregnancy with Mo Bao, the uncertainties of this life led Su Nian to believe that if she had the chance to be intimate multiple times, she would seize it. Thus, after leaving Li Beichen's room, she sought out the family doctor to delve into his medical records. "Are you certain that Beichen's health is fine?" Su Nian did not respond verbally, merely fixing her gaze intently on the family doctor. As Su Nian fixed her gaze upon the family doctor, a sheen of cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. "Madam, I comprehend your sentiments. However, I assure you that my words are grounded in truth. Even if you were to grant me several more ounces of courage, I would not dare to speak indiscreetly," he declared. Su Nian found some merit in the family doctor's response. At that moment, a thought struck her, causing her expression to shift. Clearing her throat, she gestured for the family doctor to lean closer. He complied obediently. In a hushed tone, Su Nian inquired, "May I ask you, is Beichen competent in that regard?" The family doctor hesitated, speechless. Su Nian continued, clearing her throat once more. "You see, my father-in-law hopes for us to conceive a child soon. This way, Beichen might temper his demeanor a bit." Having worked long at the Li family residence, the family doctor possessed a modicum of insight into their circumstances, and such situations were not uncommon within affluent families. "If Beichen is indeed somewhat lacking, please discreetly inform me, and we shall devise a plan," she urged. At that moment, the chilling voice of Li Beichen pierced the air. "Su Nian." Su Nian gasped, and the family doctor froze. She quickly turned to find Li Beichen standing a short distance away, his expression dark as night. "Oh my, how long has he been standing there? How much has he overheard? Am I doomed?" Originally, Li Beichen suddenly recalled that he had some matters to attend to and planned to visit the study. However, upon stepping out of his room, he was taken aback to overhear that wretched woman conversing with the family doctor in such a manner. At that moment, Li Beichen genuinely felt an overwhelming urge to strangle her. Moreover, he couldn't shake off the unsettling sensation that the family doctor was regarding him with an unusual gaze. Hence, he shot a piercing glance in the doctor's direction. Instantly, the doctor, feeling a chill run down his spine, instinctively lowered his head, silently diminishing his presence, as if to convey that he was utterly oblivious to everything, having heard nothing at all. If Su Nian remained unaware of the murderous intent directed at her by this man, she would indeed be a fool. What could she do now but feign ignorance? With a facade of endearing smiles, Su Nian approached Li Beichen, saying, "Beichen, why are you out here? The doctor has advised you to rest well. I know your health is usually excellent, but you mustn't neglect yourself now. Do you truly believe my health is excellent?" Chapter 53. Willing to pay any price?
Now.
As Su Nian gazed at the man before her, her mind began to whirl with thoughts on how to respond. Why? Why did he have to overhear that? What should I do now? Su Nian, you cannot falter. You absolutely must not falter. Remember, you are his wife. It is perfectly natural for a wife to be concerned about her husband's health, is it not? As Li Beichen, who attentively absorbed every heartfelt whisper, gradually approached Su Nian, she instinctively retreated. It wasn't that she lacked courage. Rather, the man's imposing aura was genuinely terrifying. She discreetly glanced at the spot where the family doctor had stood moments earlier. There was no trace of him left. Neither a person nor a hair remained. However, as Su Nian's mind wandered, Li Beichen abruptly pinned her against the wall. At that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably, not from embarrassment, but from fear. Why is it that when the female lead is pinned against the wall, it's seen as romantic, yet when I am, it feels as though this man intends to eliminate me? Could it be that he overheard my conversation with the doctor? Perhaps I should attempt to play it cool. I might just get away with it. What a splendid idea. Li Beichen, whose gaze remained fixed on Su Nian, was momentarily taken aback when he noticed the flicker of light in her eyes, akin to a speck of stardust falling into her gaze. Of course. I care about you. Everything about you, Su Nian said with a smile, subtly shifting her body. Yet, Li Beichen swiftly reached out to obstruct her path. Su Nian's body stiffened. If you truly wish to know, why not simply ask me? After all, regarding that particular matter, even if you consult the doctor, he may not possess the answers. This statement left Su Nian incredulous as she stared at Li Beichen, bewildered by his intentions. Does he really mean that? Such a private matter would be so much easier to discuss directly. Su Nian's pupils widened in realization. This man undoubtedly intends to silence me. After all, when it comes to such matters, men can be somewhat sensitive. However, this cannot continue. I must extract the essence of my art. Despite the fear that now grips her, Su Nian steels herself for the grand endeavor of her artistic aspirations. Is it true? May I truly inquire of you? She asks. Can you reveal what your condition has affected? Do you wish to know what I have influenced? Su Nian, still tethered to her rationality, recognizes the futility of expecting Li Beichen to divulge such information easily. Instantly, she adopts a demeanor that suggests she is prepared to face any fate. I am willing to pay any price. This declaration renders Su Nian momentarily rigid. What is he planning? Does he intend to take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate me? She muses. Yet, given his frequent fainting spells and the inherent vulnerability of men in such matters, it is clear that if he were to encounter any difficulties now, he would likely be overwhelmed with frustration. In such a state, he would yearn for an outlet to vent or a confidant to share his burdens. If only she could seize this moment. Two paths lay before her, and Su Nian's hand instinctively clenches into a fist. Women may be delicate, yet a mother stands resolute. For the sake of my art, I shall fight. With her decision made, Su Nian speaks with conviction. I am willing to sacrifice anything, for I love you deeply and sincerely. No matter what you ask of me, I shall comply. Upon hearing her words, Li Beichen leans closer, whispering into her ear with a voice that is both profoundly deep and irresistibly seductive. Today, I feel as though I have overindulged. Chapter 54. Let us see who can outplay whom in the end. Su Nian found herself at a loss for words to describe her current state of mind. It was as if a myriad of wild horses galloped through her thoughts. Is this truly what I wish to know? This fellow is indeed toying with me. If this individual is not intent on playing games, then let us see who can endure to the end. Li Beichen gazed at the woman before him, his suspicions mounting. If this woman had indeed borne him a child in a past life, he pondered, just how astute would that child be? Is that what you wish to convey? What else could it be? Did you think I meant something different? What is it you wish to hear?
Su Nian deliberately sighed deeply. So that is how it is.
But rest assured, I shall not divulge this to anyone else. Is that truly the case? Su Nian nodded earnestly. I completely understand your current feelings, Beichen. Overindulgence is a rather commonplace occurrence for us. Yet, your exaggerated reaction surprises me. I comprehend it, as you have always exhibited remarkable self-control from a young age. However, now you struggle with something so trivial. I empathize with your sentiments. Li Beichen's lips curled into a faint smile. This woman was indeed exceptionally skilled in her verbal maneuvers. At that moment, Su Nian grasped his hand and gazed at him with utmost sincerity. In such circumstances, it is generally indicative of a cerebral issue, a suspicion I have harbored for quite some time. After all, you have been fainting frequently, and now you cannot even manage something so simple. This indirectly affirms my thoughts. However, do not worry. I shall not disdain you.
Li Beichen responda.
After all, I have loved you for so many years, nearly to the marrow of my bones. Regardless of how you may appear, I will never turn away from you. He felt he had somewhat underestimated this woman. Just as he prepared to articulate further, he suddenly felt a warmth upon his lips. Li Beichen exclaimed, "What have you done?" He instinctively recoiled a few steps. I believe no matter how much I say, you might not take my words to heart. You may think I am deceiving you. Su Nian spoke of profound affection and loyalty. Ah, so you wish to play with me? Very well. What harm is there in indulging a little? Look at him retreating so repeatedly. Yet, considering the nature of such a lovesick second male lead, he likely maintains his virtue, probably untouched by a woman's hand. Upon reflection, one might find Li Beichen, this lovesick second male lead, rather pitiable. While the protagonists bask in their mutual affection daily, he is left to ponder his own plight. Li Beichen simply did not anticipate Su Nian would act so suddenly. It was merely a subconscious retreat. After all, anyone in this world would react similarly when unexpectedly touched. Indeed, his reaction was solely a result of Su Nian's unexpected assault. Moreover, Su Nian's chaotic inner thoughts only served to exacerbate the situation. Li Beichen gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Su Nian, do you truly not comprehend the meaning of shame? Ha, shame? In my previous life, I bore you a son. What is there to be ashamed of? It's merely a kiss, what of it?" Observing his demeanor, I began to grasp the perverse joy derived from teasing virtuous women. We are married. We ought to be the closest of companions in this world. What relevance does shame hold in this context? Su Nian maintained an expression of profound heartache, deliberately sniffling. I apologize. Perhaps I was too hasty. You informing me today that there is an issue with your head is, in itself, a significant improvement. I should not be overly demanding. Su Nian had navigated through trials before. She understood that if she lingered any longer, her life could truly be at stake. With that thought, she swiftly made her exit, as hastily as possible. Upon witnessing Su Nian's actions, Li Beichen found himself both amused and exasperated. This woman was indeed intriguing. Was it merely a game? If so, he would gladly engage, eager to see who would ultimately prevail. Author's note: a gentle reminder. Children should not play with fire. Chapter 55. Is it not said that one suffers from a headache? Su Nian felt she had been at a loss. In her previous life, she had not reaped many benefits from being involved with such an exceptional man as Li Beichen. Although she successfully inherited all his assets after this man's demise, Su Nian still felt a sense of loss. Therefore, she believed it was imperative to seize whatever she could while Li Beichen was still alive, for it was inevitable that he would soon depart from this world. She could not afford to squander resources. After watching television for a while in her bedroom, the sound of a knock echoed from the door. Glancing at the time, she realized it was already noon, likely the maid coming to summon her for lunch. Prior to her transmigration, she had been an unremarkable office worker, perpetually busy without even a moment to eat. Thus, upon her arrival in this life, waking each day in an 800-square-meter room and having her meals served to her, filled her with immense joy. Stretching lazily and yawning, she ambled towards the door. Upon opening it, she noticed the maid trembling and instinctively inquired, "What is wrong? Is it Li Beichen?" The maid quickly nodded in response. Su Nian inwardly scoffed at the lack of courtesy displayed by the domineering CEOs in these Mary Sue novels. Whenever they were displeased, they vented their frustrations on those around them. "We just went to invite the young master for lunch. But he seems to be in a foul mood, the maid reflected, recalling the dark expression and chilling aura emanating from Li Beichen, which made her shudder. Consequently, the group of maids deliberated and decided it was best to seek out the young mistress. Recognizing the hopeful glimmer in the maid's eyes, Su Nian, not being foolish, understood they were urging her to intervene. If it were any other time, she would have gone without hesitation. However, having just tarnished Li Beichen's reputation, she could only imagine that he might harbor a desire to end her life. To approach him now would be akin to courting death. Just as the servant was about to suggest that she seek out Li Beichen, Su Nian pressed her hand to her forehead. Perhaps it is due to Beichen's current malaise that he has lost his appetite and does not wish to dine. I have a slight headache myself. I shall wait until I feel better before I go. Young madam, are you unwell? The servant inquired with concern. Shall I fetch the family doctor? Su Nian weakly shook her head. No, it is nothing serious. I merely need to rest for a moment. Once I feel a bit better, I will go. Having spoken thus, Su Nian left no room for the servant to argue, who could only comply and depart obediently. As for whether Li Beichen chose to eat or not, that was of no concern to her. In truth, Su Nian believed that he must be so infuriated by her actions that he had no appetite left. After all, in the realm of Mary Sue novels, a devoted male counterpart like Li Beichen is expected to maintain an immaculate demeanor, which she, as the nefarious female antagonist, had now sullied. The impact of this betrayal was undoubtedly profound. Just as Su Nian was amusedly lost in thoughts inspired by the drama, a chilling voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. Did you not claim to have a headache? Yet you appear quite well to me. Su Nian slowly raised her head, only to find Li Beichen standing at the door, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Chapter 56. The standard of a male supporting character is to maintain innocence. Could it be that he truly intends to eliminate me simply because I thought of giving him a peck? Perhaps this is indeed the case, for a sycophant like him values his purity above all else. In the melodramatic world of Mary Sue novels, the quintessential male supporting character is defined by his steadfast innocence. Li Beichen. Li Beichen certainly did not wish to confront Su Nian. However, upon hearing the servant mention that this woman was experiencing a headache, he immediately discerned that she was feigning. He intended to expose her charade. Yet now he regretted his decision to come. Are you truly unwell?
Su Nian sighed, y apagaos, Beichen.
I do not understand why I have a headache. I did not mean to trouble you. But were you just rolling around on the bed?
Su Nian.
For a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, Su Nian had weathered many storms. Her thick skin was her only talent. At that moment, Li Beichen genuinely believed that if this woman did not pursue a career in acting, it would be a significant loss. She was truly exceptional. So you were rolling about in pain?
Su Nian nodded.
Very well, I shall call the old master at once. Li Beichen was curious to see how far this woman could maintain her ruse. Su Nian was genuinely astonished that he intended to do so. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse, but just as the words formed on her lips, she considered a notion. If I can seize this opportunity to feign illness, perhaps I would be spared from serving this Li Beichen. Li Beichen paused his movements. Then I feigned being frightened by Li Beichen. Perhaps the old man would feel pity for me, allowing me to gain some advantage once more. Ha ha, I truly am clever. Li Beichen immediately hung up the phone. He could not allow this woman to succeed, since she had repeatedly declared her intention to care for him in front of the old man. She must hold true to her words and genuinely take care of him. Beichen, I am sorry. I had every intention of looking after you, yet I did not anticipate my body being so uncooperative. Are you implying that you no longer wish to care for me? Su Nian was well aware that she should not appear too eager, and thus needed to feign some reluctance.
No, how could I not want to?
Despite my body being uncooperative, your well-being is of utmost importance to me. Rest assured, I will certainly take care of you. Then, what are you lingering here for? Su Nian thought to herself. Although I am merely pretending, this insufferable sycophant need not be so unreasonable. With resentment, Su Nian stood up. Observing her disgruntled expression, Li Beichen felt his mood lift considerably. In order to facilitate your care for me, you shall move into my room starting today. These words made Su Nian's eyes light up. Could it be that this fellow has recognized my beauty? Ha ha ha. Though given his blindness, that seems unlikely. It is more probable that he seeks to torment me. However, this presents a perfect opportunity for me to gradually consume this man. Their gazes met. Li Beichen's lips curled slightly upwards. Chapter 57. What scheme is this woman plotting again? Su Nian was acutely aware that Li Beichen would not easily agree to share a bed with her. However, as she gazed at the sofa before her, she succumbed to contemplation. This sofa, with a mere turn, could tumble to the ground, and crucially she recalled that there had been none in Li Beichen's room prior. Thus, it was evident that this sofa had just been moved in. This man was truly insufferable. Li Beichen reclined on the bed, observing Su Nian standing in front of the sofa. The reason he had brought this woman here was entirely because he felt that this wretched woman had been living too extravagantly in his absence. She was frolicking on the bed so freely, and he was rendered exceedingly restless by her presence. Given this situation, he could not allow her to reap all the benefits alone. After all, this insufferable woman had received 1,000,000 from the old master, and he needed to make Su Nian understand that such a sum was not easily obtained. What's wrong? Don't you wish to reside here? Su Nian rolled her eyes behind Li Beichen's back. After doing so, she put on a heartbroken expression. Beichen, why would you think that? How could I not want to live here? I am genuinely overwhelmed with excitement, as I have long dreamed of residing here. No, I should say I have always had the right to live here, since the moment we married. It's just that you have never seen me. Now, at last, my wish has come true. Ugh, I can hardly bear these words. They truly make me feel nauseous. As she spoke, she twirled around, exuding an air of delight. Indeed, it was the quintessential room of a domineering CEO. The entire decor was in monochrome, reminiscent of a space inhabited by the deceased. In a previous life, placing this man's portrait here would have spared me the cost of renovation. Li Beichen surveyed the room and, to his surprise, found it somewhat appealing.
Damn.
This woman had led him astray. What did she truly understand? He turned and strode towards the bed, reclining upon it and retrieving his laptop to attend to some documents. With the actors having departed, Su Nian's performance could no longer continue. She cast a glance at the sofa and resigned herself to lying down upon it. This sofa was narrow and hard, utterly incomparable to the grand bed in her own room. Such a devoted fool. Tormenting me like this. Just wait until I take care of you properly. Li Beichen, engrossed in his work, paused momentarily. He was curious to see how this woman intended to remedy the situation. However, as the hours wore on, he found himself waiting in vain for Su Nian to make a move, even to hear her innermost thoughts. Instead, he spent the night contemplating how she planned to squander the 1,000,000 given to her by the old man. Buying handbags, purchasing shoes, how utterly pedestrian. In the middle of the night, the sound of Su Nian crashing to the floor jolted him awake. Listening to her gasps, he began to realize that perhaps he had overstepped. Her thoughts echoed in his mind. Indeed, it fell. This is far more effective than an alarm clock. Almost immediately, he heard her footsteps approaching, step by step, toward his direction. Li Beichen was indeed curious about the intentions of this woman. Chapter 58. After all, he is a man. He lay with his eyes closed. In the darkness, every sound seemed to be amplified infinitely. Step by step, he soon felt the woman climbing onto his bed. Did she not possess any sense of shame? Wasn't he I told to stay here? In ancient times, Wei Jing slayed the Dragon King in his dreams. So I shall indulge in a nocturnal escapade with the man. Li Beichen. At that moment, he felt a hand beginning to touch his back, gradually, bit by bit. Wow, what a firm arm. Is this his bicep? Sleeping without clothes, this man truly lacks self-respect. Humph. I shall make this self-deprecating man pay the price, teaching him that a man devoid of self-respect is akin to a rotten cabbage. Just as Li Beichen intended to thwart Su Nian's reckless actions, he thought, ISNT this fellow known for his arrogance? Yet here he is, easily manipulated by me. Indeed, how could this lovesick second male lead ever compare to me? This elicited a cold smirk from Li Beichen. In matters of the heart, could he, as a man, truly suffer loss? Su Nian's hand grew bolder, daringly exploring further. Abs, I have truly touched this fellow's abs. They are distinctly defined, wow. The sensation is simply exquisite. Li Beichen's atoms apple-bobbed. He felt a stirring desire within him. Yet, He was acutely aware that he could not allow this insufferable woman to succeed. If he did, she might very well find herself soaring high in arrogance. However, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes.
For, Liebeigen overheard Su Nian's complaints.
Alas, what a pity! Possessing a flawless figure serves little purpose. Wasn't the last time merely a fleeting encounter? How utterly meaningless! Li Beichen's expression darkened. A handsome yet ineffectual man. No wonder the heroine finds him unworthy. His countenance grew even more ominous. After all, that male lead lacks the prowess to last 7 days and nights. If I were the male lead, I would be both pleasing to the eye and capable. Unable to contain himself, Li Beichen seized the misbehaving hand, swiftly pinning the woman beneath him. At that moment, his eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Su Nian, what are you doing?" Su Nian instinctively shivered, though her eyes remained tightly shut. Internally, she chanted, "I am sleepwalking, I am sleepwalking. Yes, as long as I keep my eyes closed, what can this fellow do to me?" Observing the tightly shut eyes of the woman, Li Beichen let out a cold smirk. He was curious to see just how far this woman would go to maintain her facade. Slowly, he leaned in closer, while Su Nian sensed his presence, her body tensing further. On such a night, does he intend to do something to me? Then again, I possess ample curves, although this fellow's endurance may be brief. He is still a man and cannot remain entirely unresponsive. Li Beichen found himself in a true quandary. If he advanced, retreating would only invite derision from this woman. Had he known better, he should have awakened the moment she ascended to his bed. As Su Nian rambled on with her incoherent words, Li Beichen's gaze involuntarily descended, absorbing the scenery before him. Chapter 59. What is this fellow stalling for? Moonlight cascaded through the glass window, casting a luminous glow upon the woman beneath him, as if bestowing upon her a radiant aura. In that moment, Li Beichen found himself momentarily flustered, for Su Nian's inner thoughts echoed, "What is this fellow stalling for? What does he intend to do? Is he planning to strike me?" Li Beichen remained silent. The chaotic musings of a woman held little significance for him. Yet, as he contemplated revealing Su Nian's feigned slumber, he suddenly noticed her body tremble ever so slightly. At that moment, they were no more than mere inches apart, able to hear each other's thoughts distinctly. Especially when Li Beichen's fingertip brushed against Su Nian's skin, her form involuntarily shuddered. He certainly sensed it, and he was curious to discover how far this woman could maintain her pretense. Feeling the warmth of the man's breath upon her face, Su Nian couldn't help but flush. She was no fool. She understood that he was toying with her. After 3 minutes, when Su Nian finally opened her eyes, she was met with an unexpected reaction from Li Beichen, whose body stiffened at the sight of her gaze. "Where am I?"
Su Nian mumbled,
her dazed expression resembling that of someone just awakened from slumber. "What do you mean, where are you?" Li Beichen asked softly, his tone reminiscent of a wolf coaxing its prey into the confines of its hunting ground. Su Nian did not speak immediately. Instead, she stared blankly at the man for nearly a minute before extending her hand. "Beichen, am I dreaming? Is it true that you have invaded my dreams to such an extent? Is it possible that your love for me is this profound? You love me this much?" Li Beichen followed her words, intrigued to see what this woman intended to concoct next. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Su Nian suddenly moved, taking advantage of Li Beichen's momentary distraction to topple him and pin him beneath her. The dynamics of the situation had entirely shifted. Li Beichen thought to himself, "If I am not mistaken, this relentless pursuer has been waiting for me to awaken. As long as I do not acknowledge it, I remain ensconced in this dream."
Indeed.
He then heard Su Nian declare, "Since this is my dream, I shall take charge. In the realm of reality, I can hardly approach within 3 meters of you. Having finally dreamt of you, I must seize this opportunity." In the next moment, the sound of tearing fabric echoed through the room as Li Beichen's shirt was ripped apart. Perhaps it was merely his imagination, but he could have sworn that a predatory glimmer sparkled in the woman's eyes. He firmly grasped Su Nian's wrist, admonishing woman, "Do not overstep your bounds." Ha, indeed, the domineering CEO. How amusing that the phrase "do not overstep" slipped from my lips. But does my refraining from excess mean I will?
Today,
I shall be excessive. Su Nian responded, Beichun, remember, this is my dream. Rest assured, even if you scream until your throat is raw, it will be of no consequence. After Su Nian uttered those words, she directly leaned in to kiss Li Beichun. He turned his head to evade her, yet his expression remained far from pleasant, as he could feel the softness of her body pressing against him, a collision of iron and cotton. However, at that moment, the woman who had been so audaciously imposing upon him suddenly rose and departed, like a tempest that had vanished without a trace, leaving Li Beichun no time to react. Chapter 60. It appears he has been played again. Li Beichun lay on the bed, momentarily at a loss for words. It took him a considerable time to gather his thoughts as he surveyed the disarray surrounding him. It seemed he had once again been toyed with by that insufferable woman. In a fit of frustration, he ripped off his clothes and hurled them to the floor. That detestable woman. He then reclined back onto the bed. But for some inexplicable reason, images of Su Nian, that wretched woman, riding atop him and uttering audacious remarks, flooded his mind. Consequently, Li Beichun spent the entire night tossing and turning, unable to find rest. The following day, his countenance was darker than ever. He was now exceedingly curious about the schemes that Su Nian, that damned woman, was concocting, regardless of her intentions. He vowed that she would not emerge unscathed from this encounter. Yet, as he waited in vain for her arrival, his curiosity grew. Could it be that this woman had suddenly developed a sense of shame and felt that her conduct from the previous day was beneath her dignity, thus avoiding him? However, as soon as this thought crossed Li Beichun's mind, it was immediately dispelled.
Ha!
Su Nian has a sense of shame? Even if the sun were to rise from the west, that woman, Su Nian, would still be devoid of any semblance of shame. Li Beichun surmised that Su Nian was deliberately avoiding appearing before him, waiting for him to take the initiative to seek her out. If that were the case, Su Nian would undoubtedly revel in her triumph. Thus, Li Beichun spent the entire day in restless agitation. Finally, as evening approached, he resolved to find Su Nian. He justified this decision by recalling how she had promised to care for him meticulously the day before. How could she so easily renege on her words? Indeed, this reasoning was impeccable. When Li Beichun, armed with a legitimate motive, returned to Su Nian's room, he sensed something was amiss. The atmosphere felt heavy, in stark contrast to the previous day. Approaching the bedside, he discovered Su Nian curled up beneath the blankets, her complexion pale, with a hint of anguish etched across her features. Su Nian, Li Beichun called out. He settled himself at the edge of the bed, hoping to discern her thoughts. Yet this time, he could not even hear her inner voice. At last, Su Nian slowly opened her eyes, and upon noticing a flicker of vitality in her expression, Li Beichun breathed a sigh of relief. Hold on, I will take you to the hospital immediately. However, just as Li Beichun uttered these words, Su Nian grasped his hand, halting him, and declared, I'm fine. I don't need to go to the hospital. Given your condition, how can you possibly refuse medical attention? Although Su Nian often engages in playful antics, Li Beichun is acutely aware of the woman's inherently good nature. Moreover, the elder truly dotes on Su Nian in every conceivable way. Thus, he cannot allow her to encounter any issues while in his presence. Yet, in the next moment, an awkward expression envelopes Li Beichun's face, as Su Nian states that there is truly no need to visit a hospital, for she experiences those particularly special days each month. As a mature man, Li Beichun immediately comprehends the implication of her words and earnestly replies, you should drink more hot water. Chapter 61. Damn. Is this guy even human? Li Beichun initially intended to leave, but Su Nian's complexion was as pale as a blank sheet of paper. He pondered that if this woman were to truly face any complications, the elder would undoubtedly be vexed to no end upon learning of it. Thus, to spare the elder from such annoyance, Li Beichun relocated his work to her room. For an entire day and night, she remained remarkably quiet, save for her trips to the restroom. This unusually calm demeanor from Su Nian rendered Li Beichun somewhat disconcerted. He placed the freshly completed documents aside and approached her bedside. After observing her for a moment, he could not help but remark, if only you could remain this obedient forever. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Su Nian's voice echoed in his mind once again. Damn, is this guy even human? Even in this state, he still mocks me. Even a malicious female antagonist deserves some dignity. Upon hearing this, Li Beichen sheepishly rubbed his forehead. He simply gazed at Su Nian's serene sleeping visage, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. To his surprise, Su Nian awoke just at that moment. Now Li Beichen wished to articulate something, so he turned around. However, upon seeing Su Nian with her eyes tightly shut, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as Li Beichen was grappling with his awkwardness, Su Nian's frantic voice pierced the air. Why must the heavens treat me this way? What have I done wrong? If only my period does not arrive, I would surely pin this man beneath me and make him meow like a kitten. He certainly wouldn't dare to mock me at this moment. Li Beichen could only think, this woman is in such a state, yet still preoccupied with these thoughts. He genuinely did not know what to say. In truth, Su Nian's feelings at that moment were beyond description. She looked at Li Beichen, whose clothes she had torn apart, much like a sumptuous feast laid before her. Little did she know, just as she pondered how to savor the moment, the feast had slipped away. Although Su Nian was acutely aware that Li Beichen would not allow her to have her way so easily, the more she thought about it, the more she felt at a loss. After all, even if she could not succeed, there would still be some advantage to gain. Li Beichen, unable to endure any longer, rose to leave. Yet, after taking a few steps, he paused, contemplating, and ultimately chose to return to Su Nian's bedside. You need to rest properly, so do not let your mind wander. If you continue to think excessively, it will not be good for your health. At that moment, the murmuring Su Nian opened her eyes, and their gazes met. Alas, this individual has truly tested my patience. Even in my current state, he still insists that I behave modestly. He is indeed a beast. Li Beichen now regretted uttering such words to this woman. Beichen, I never expected you to show concern for me. Your present demeanor is genuinely heartwarming. I am grateful to your ancestors for generations, but alas, I must not speak so. The elder has always treated me well. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to this fellow, Li Beichen. Please take good care of yourself. Li Beichen felt that if he were to linger any longer, this woman would not find her rest. Thus, after voicing his concern, he departed. In the following days, Su Nian quietly remained in her room. The entire villa seemed to have fallen into an unexpected stillness. Chapter 62. Have you committed any sinful acts? 4 days later, Su Nian felt as though she had been rejuvenated. She meandered into the garden and stretched languidly. Have you committed any sinful acts to elicit such a reaction from me?
Li Beichen remarca nonchalantly.
This statement unsettled Su Nian. What reaction? Who wouldn't be startled by such a towering figure suddenly appearing? If it weren't for this absurd plot, I would certainly ensure he comprehends the perils of this world. What could Su Nian do but feign shyness? It has been 4 days since I last laid eyes on you, Beichen. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. We have not met for several days. And now your sudden appearance before me. Well, I require your company this evening for a social gathering. Li Beichen interrupted her words, and Su Nian began to comprehend. The plot seemed to unfold before her eyes. She truly could not fathom how her character, a villainess with only a few scenes in the original narrative, could possess so much screen time. Did she not wish for this? No. How could she possibly decline? Despite her resentment, Su Nian had no choice but to acquiesce. Soon, her ensemble arrived. Under the cold light, Su Nian languidly settled into the makeup chair, her long black hair cascading carelessly around her. The thin silk robe draped over her body slipped slightly, revealing hints of her delicate shoulders, akin to an exquisite piece of white porcelain, as the makeup artist adorned her visage. Madam, you are truly the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. Today, you are destined to be the focal point of the crowd. Amongst all, how is it that you radiate such beauty? When Mr. Li sees you like this, he will undoubtedly be captivated, unable to tear his gaze away. Listening to such flattery, Su Nian felt a surge of joy, yet, even in her elation, she was acutely aware that no matter how she adorned herself, she would always be eclipsed by the leading lady. For in novels, characters like hers were often deemed mere superficial adornments, mere artifacts fashioned by cosmetics, exuding an essence of falsity. Upon seeing the maid bring forth the gown, Su Nian rose to change into it. An hour later, When Su Nian appeared before Li Beichen, his eyes widened in surprise. Dressed in a flowing crimson gown that reached her ankles and perched upon slender high heels, she glided slowly towards him. At this moment, Su Nian exuded a mature charm that was a stark departure from her usual whimsical demeanor, captivating all who beheld her. "Beichen, I apologize for keeping you waiting,"
she said.
Li Beichen averted his gaze, yet images of her straddling him flooded his mind. This thought caused an involuntary scratch in his throat, prompting a soft cough. However, this sensation was fleeting as he soon heard Su Nian's inner musings. As expected, the makeup artist was right. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Beichen would be stunned by my appearance. It is well known that his eyes are solely for the female lead, rendering him blind to others. Yet my beauty cannot go unrecognized. I should seek a target. Once Li Beichen is no longer in the picture, I must act swiftly. Li Beichen approached her, his voice edged with tension as he declared, "You must remain by my side tonight, never straying from me." The audacity of her even considering another man while he was alive made his blood boil. Rest assured, he would not allow this woman to entertain such thoughts. His words startled Su Nian, who had been lost in her own reverie. Chapter 63. Damn it, this woman cannot genuinely be interested in another man, can she? Li Beichen had brought Su Nian here because he was keen on pursuing a significant project. He hoped to extract something useful from her chaotic thoughts, much like the last time that had yielded him a profit. Thus, Li Beichen and Su Nian appeared as a pair of golden children, seemingly destined for greatness. Wherever they go, praise follows them. However, what truly piqued Su Nian's curiosity was that Li Beichen, this fellow, had insisted on her linking her arm with his, leaving no room for her to indulge in a moment of leisure. Stealing a glance at the man beside her, Su Nian thought, "Does this fellow have some leverage over the old man? How else could he behave this way today? If I were unaware, I might even think he had succumbed to my charms." As for Li Beichen, he found himself regretting his decision. He wished he had suggested that this woman change her attire. From the moment they entered, he sensed the gaze of numerous men fixated on Su Nian. Although he held no affection for her, he certainly had no intention of being humiliated. Therefore, he would never allow her the opportunity to bring him shame. Given his esteemed position, many approached him to greet him, resulting in Li Beichen managing pleasantries while simultaneously enduring Su Nian's commentary. This Mr. Li was diligent in his past life, turning his company into a thriving enterprise. Yet, tragically, his son turned out to be his brother's, Mr. Zhao. I truly wish to remind him that his mother will surprise him with a sister in 5 years. Alas, he suffered in his previous life, losing hair at a tender age. Nonetheless, he has maintained an impressive physique, though his baldness is quite pronounced. Mo Bao once remarked that had he not been bald, she might have attempted to play matchmaker for us. These remarks nearly caused Li Beichen to lose his composure. Nevertheless, he could not resist casting another glance at the person Su Nian mentioned, their so-called son, a member of the Sun family. From a young age, his mind seemed to be rather rigid, approaching every task with an unwavering adherence to rules. He had previously collaborated with this individual, who had deftly manipulated him without his realization. Those under Li Beichen's gaze could not help but shudder. Afterward, Su Nian exhibited a bashful demeanor. While Li Beichen held this individual in even lower regard, what on earth was his son thinking? Even if he were to seek a stepfather, one would expect him to choose someone of reasonable caliber. Yet, upon realizing his thoughts, Li Beichen cursed under his breath, cursing himself for entertaining such notions. It was all Su Nian's fault for leading his thoughts astray. At that moment, he turned to the woman beside him and witnessed Su Nian's eager expression as she gazed in a different direction.
Li Beichen's kuntanan sadarkanat instantly. Heaven forbid.
Was it possible this woman was genuinely interested in someone else? Just then, Su Nian's voice echoed in his mind. Wow, those pastries over there look delightful. I bet they taste as good as they look. When will this infuriating fellow ever let me go? No. When will the female lead make her appearance? The wicked supporting character. Need this scene wrapped up quickly, so I can enjoy my food. It turned out her intentions were purely culinary. Li Beichen's expression softened considerably. However, this evening, Su Nian's wishes might remain unfulfilled. As far as he knew, Huo Linyuan would not be attending tonight, nor would that woman make an appearance. This evening, it is certain that Su Nian will not indulge in the delectable pastries. Every man harbors a clandestine, malevolent thought, and Li Beiqian is no exception. Consequently, as time progressed, he would inadvertently guide Su Nian past the banquet-esque culinary displays, ensuring she was well aware of the array of delicacies available. As moments slipped away,
Li Beiqian observed Su Nian gradually succumbing to frustration.
What on earth is wrong with me today? Did I neglect to consult the almanac before stepping out? There is an abundance of drama this evening, she mused. The desserts are truly exquisite. I shall capture some photographs and accompany them with eloquent captions for my social media, surely garnering countless likes. In a particularly buoyant mood, Li Beiqian inquired, "Are you enjoying yourself this evening?" Yet, at that moment, Su Nian felt as though her feet might shatter. 7-centimeter stilettos. How could anyone endure such discomfort while keeping pace with Li Beiqian? My feet ached terribly. Had I known the evening would be so eventful, I would have chosen more sensible footwear. Upon hearing Su Nian's lament, Li Beiqian suddenly realized he had overlooked her choice of heels. He reached out to encircle her waist, intending to offer her a place to lean against him. However, just as Su Nian was about to lean in, she turned her head. The moment Li Beiqian noticed her movement, he instinctively averted his gaze.
Li Beiqian.
Would you care to dance a piece with me? Li Beiqian was taken aback by her request. After all, she had just been mentally bemoaning her aching feet, and now she wished to engage in a dance. It seems he truly worried in vain. Su Nian, in her demeanor, clearly exhibited a lack of pain.
Beiqian.
Given the duration I have accompanied you in social engagements, would you be so kind as to dance with me for a moment? Su Nian spoke with a hint of playful coaxing, even tugging at Li Beiqian's sleeve. Although I am uncertain of your thoughts, the mere fact that you brought me here indicates that you wish for others to recognize our marital bond. If you accompany me in a dance, onlookers may perceive our relationship as harmonious. Li Beiqian turned around and was met with a sparkle in Su Nian's eyes, reminiscent of a child's longing for a cherished toy. Such a gaze rendered him momentarily speechless, unable to utter a refusal. Yet, just as he contemplated acquiescing, Su Nian's excited voice echoed in his mind. The female lead has arrived. If I can dance with this sycophantic second male lead and shine in the spotlight, the female lead will surely panic at the thought of losing her prize catch, thus leading to a delightful confrontation. Upon witnessing this, the sycophantic Li Beiqian will undoubtedly rush to curry favor with the female lead, leaving me unbothered. Then I shall be free to roam. Li Beiqian. He mused to himself, so that was the source of Su Nian's sudden exuberance. Before he could articulate a response, Su Nian had already dragged him into the dance floor. Chapter 65. Completely satisfying Su Nian's vanity, baby, I promise you, as long as you accompany me for a dance, I shall certainly refrain from appearing before you for an entire week, Su Nian pleaded, her voice imbued with a sense of desperation. The humility in her tone was palpable. However, upon hearing her words, Li Beiqian merely scoffed. Observers might have felt pity for Su Nian, the illustrious daughter of a wealthy family, reduced to such a humble state for love. Yet, if they could fathom Su Nian's true thoughts, their sympathy would surely dissipate. For her inner voice echoed, I am truly clever. I am compelling Li Beiqian to descend with me, leaving him no opportunity to refuse. This way, I can indulge in a week of leisure. Ha ha ha. Li Beiqian would never allow Su Nian to achieve her aims so effortlessly. Yet, before he could voice his refusal, she took the initiative to clasp his hand, guiding it to her waist. The back of Su Nian's gown was intricately designed,
leaving her skin exposed like satin.
As his hand brushed against her smooth back, a tightness gripped his throat. Beiqian, I implore you, just this once. If you grant me this, I shall never request such a thing again. The space between them shrank, their whispers resembling the intimate murmurs of lovers. Su Nian could distinctly sense a gaze upon her, affirming that her scheme had succeeded. Li Beiqian uttered a single word, then leaned closer to her ear. Those were your words. I hope you can uphold your promise.
Su Nian.
Her words seemed to imply that she was the kind of person who did not keep her promises. However, I assure you, I am one to speak and act with integrity. I shall certainly not show my face before that fellow for an entire week, for I am off to travel. Upon hearing Su Nian's thoughts, Li Beiqian's lips curled into a slight smile. He acknowledged Su Nian's ability to follow through, yet he made no such claim for himself. Listening to Su Nian's excited musings, he found himself somewhat eager to witness her reaction when faced with heartbreak. As the music began to play, Li Beichen and Su Nian took to the dance floor. After a few steps, he realized how remarkably in sync they were, with each movement executed to perfection. Initially, he had approached the dance with a casual indifference, merely going through the motions, yet to his surprise, they harmonized so effortlessly. With each moment of closeness and each gentle retreat, they gradually became the most captivating couple in the room. Even the other dancers paused, creating space for this enchanting pair. And spectators could not help but marvel at their undeniable chemistry. Of course, one individual was less than pleased, Lan Ji. For reasons unknown, she found the sight of this gracefully dancing couple to be particularly irksome. The discomfort she experienced was indescribable. Despite having known Li Beichen for so long, she had never shared a dance with him. Her discontent was not lost on Su Nian, who, upon noticing, intentionally tightened her embrace around Li Beichen and cast a defiant glance in Lan Ji's direction as they passed by. I never anticipated that the dance I learned from the elderly in the park during my moments of boredom would prove useful at this juncture. Just observe the expression on the female lead's face, transformed with fury to an almost verdant hue. Just moments ago, I was perplexed as to why Su Nian danced so adeptly, but then Li Beichen took the stage. As the final note faded, the applause erupted, resounding through the venue, providing a profound sense of satisfaction to Su Nian's fragile spirit. There is a silver lining to being a secondary character, even in a state of weakness. One can still shine. Chapter 66. Beichen, might you impart some of your knowledge to me? At this moment, Lan Xian approached with a smile, exclaiming, Beichen, I never imagined you could dance, and so remarkably. Before Li Beichen could respond, he heard Su Nian's delighted thoughts. The female lead has finally made her appearance. Ah, now I can indulge in some cake. Li Beichen observed that Su Nian was far more exhilarated at the sight of Lan Xian, the female lead, than she was at his presence. This was due to the fact that dancing together necessitates a certain harmony. If the partner is lacking, the dance cannot achieve such exquisite results. Pausing deliberately, Su Nian remarked, after all, it is all about a shared understanding. Upon hearing this, Lan Xian instinctively glanced at Li Beichen. She did not expect that he, who usually overlooked Su Nian, would be so fixated on her at this moment. This situation left Lan Xian feeling quite uncomfortable, yet she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Perhaps it stemmed from her awareness of Su Nian's duplicity, as she wished to shield Li Beichen from her deceit. Indeed, that was precisely it. Is it truly so? Beichen, why have you never mentioned this to me? Upon hearing these words, Su Nian let out a cold laugh inwardly. Though seemingly directed at Li Beichen, the statement was a direct slap to her own face. As a supporting character, Su Nian was acutely aware that she could not afford to show weakness at this moment. Thus, she boldly retorted, Beichen, why should I inform you? After all, this concerns the relationship between us as a married couple. Your words suggest a closer bond with Beichen than the one we share. As she spoke, Su Nian prepared to stride towards Lan Qi. Yet, as she took her first step, she realized that Li Beichen had grasped her hand without her noticing. Beichen, please let go of me. I wish to converse with Miss Lan, Su Nian said with a smile, attempting to free herself from his grip. However, Li Beichen showed no inclination to release her, which puzzled Su Nian. After all, according to the typical narrative, the moment the female lead, Lan Qi, appeared, Li Beichen, the infatuated second male lead, would eagerly rush to her side. What on earth is he doing? Why isn't he hastening to fawn over the female lead? My hand is starting to ache. At this juncture, it was inconceivable for Li Beichen to relinquish Su Nian's hand. He understood that if he let go now, he would undoubtedly fall prey once more to that enigmatic force that had previously controlled him, potentially leading him to commit further embarrassing acts. Although he had already succumbed to that mysterious influence before and had done many humiliating things, he was determined to minimize any further disgrace as much as possible. At present, Su Nian is uncertain about what the insistent Li Beichen is up to, yet she chooses to go with the flow. Oh, Beichen, please don't act this way. I merely exchanged a few words with Miss Lan. With your demeanor, one might think I am about to depart for some distant place. And you are reluctant to let me go. This remark instantly garnered some compliments from those around, praising the couple's affectionate bond. However, such words fell harshly upon Lan Ji's ears. It is essential to understand that in Lan Ji's heart, she has always viewed herself as the closest and most trusted woman by Li Beichen's side. At this moment, Lan Ji truly feels an obligation to assist Li Beichen in evading the entanglements of Su Nian. Indeed, Lan Ji believes that by aiding Li Beichen in this matter, she would be repaying the care he has bestowed upon her over the years. Thus, she approaches the other side of Li Beichen. Beichen, I also have a fondness for dancing, yet I have never had the opportunity to learn. Would you be so kind as to teach me? Chapter 67. The sensation of bones being crushed. When Li Beichen felt Lan Ji's touch upon his body, that overwhelming force surged once more. Yet, he tightened his grip on Su Nian. Upon hearing this, Su Nian could hardly suppress a roll of her eyes. This female protagonist is truly insufferable. If you genuinely wish to learn, Lan Ji, considering the apparent closeness between you and Beichen, I can arrange for the finest instructor. Rest assured, I will ensure that you dance just as well as I do. As she concluded, Su Nian could not help but gasp in disbelief. Alas, the pain is excruciating. Does this fellow truly wish to bring me to the brink of agony? It seems this scheming, devoted second male lead harbors such intentions, for I, the daughter of a prestigious family, must uphold my facade. Thus, I can only endure his firm grasp upon my hand. This insufferable sycophant is indeed cunning. Yet, he is gravely mistaken. I am not the naive original character from the novel. I shall not be ashamed. Upon hearing these words, Li Beichen felt a pang of alarm. He then witnessed Su Nian transform, akin to a Sichuan opera performer changing masks, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Beichen, have I spoken incorrectly? Did you not tell me to regard Lan Ji as my sister? In that spirit, I too shall consider Lan Ji as my sister. Why then do you hold me so tightly? As she uttered this, she forcefully wrenched her hand free from Li Beichen's grasp. Li Beichen was left speechless. This declaration instantly lifted Lan Ji's spirits. She had suspected that Li Beichen could not possibly care so deeply for Su Nian. Rather, he was secretly venting his frustrations. Not everyone is entitled to instruct Jier. Hearing himself utter such foolish remarks, Li Beichen noticed the incredulous stares of those around him. Any adult, or indeed anyone possessing their own reasoning, would be driven to madness in such a predicament. Li Beichen was truly on the verge of insanity, all the while subjected to the mocking laughter of Su Nian. Yet a more dire circumstance awaited him. The plot dictated his movements, compelling him to lead Lan Ji into the dance floor, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Lan Ji was fervently stepping on his foot, and one must understand that she, too, was adorned in high heels today, with soles that were rather unforgiving. Each step was painfully excruciating. I'm so sorry. I truly apologize, Beichen. I did not mean to, Lan Ji exclaimed anxiously, beads of sweat trickling down her face. It appeared so simple when I watched the dance. Why is it turning out like this? It's all right, Jier, he reassured her. For your first attempt at dancing, you have done remarkably well. This statement was enough to infuriate Li Beichen. He found the entire situation to be profoundly unfair. Despite having his body under control, why must he endure such pain? Meanwhile, Su Nian's gaze was fixated on the feet of Li Beichen and Lan Ji. Observing Lan Ji's relentless stepping, she noted that rather than exhibiting anger, Li Beichen's expression bore a hint of indulgent affection. This prompted a soft chuckle from Su Nian. No wonder women are enamored with Mary Sue novels. Who wouldn't he desire a devoted admirer like this? Even as his shoes suffered, Li Beichen remained unfazed, as if he were devoid of sensation.
Li Beichen.
How could he be devoid of sensation? At that moment, he acutely felt as if his bones were being crushed beneath Lan Ji's relentless steps. Indeed, it felt as though they were being shattered. Chapter 68. How do you know I have not tasted this twisted fruit? However, Su Nian had little time to indulge in the spectacle. As numerous affluent ladies approached to offer her consolation, she had a role to play. Mrs. Li, do not be overly sorrowful. This man is simply that way. Even the refuse outside seems delectable to him. one lady began to offer her words of comfort. Indeed, if one were to be a respectable woman, how could she possibly lack a sense of shame? It is well known that the upper echelons of society, despite occasional conflicts, generally exhibit a certain exclusivity. Moreover, women of standing truly look down upon those like Lan Ji, who cling to men for support. Su Nian listened with great interest. After all, such a scenario is a quintessential element for the female protagonist. What followed would be the male counterpart or the male lead stepping in to advocate for the female lead. Su Nian silently began a countdown in her mind. 5, 4, 3. Silence. Upon hearing this, Su Nian turned towards Li Beichen and his companions, only to find him wearing an expression of deep anger, while Lan Ji appeared with tear-filled eyes. Lan Ji, gritting her teeth, pitifully remarked, "Miss Su, I merely wish for Beichen to teach me a thing or two. Are you truly this overbearing?" Su Nian, upon hearing this, felt utterly speechless. What did I say? Is it solely because I am the only named female supporting character present that I am being targeted? This is utterly outrageous. With determination, Su Nian strode towards Lan Ji. Indeed, I am as overbearing as you say. I do not wish for my husband to engage with other women. I desire for him to see and cherish only me. Is there any fault in that?
Upon witnessing Su Nian's unwavering demeanor, Lan Ji smiled.
A hint of mockery evident in her expression. Seizing upon this trace of derision, Su Nian retorted, "Lan Ji, why do you smile? Do you imply that my words are excessive? Are you suggesting that in the future, your husband will have the liberty to frivolously flirt with other women? If you hold such thoughts, then you have the opportunity to mock me." Indeed, Lan Ji's expression shifted, and she promptly released Li Beichen.
Su Nian.
I am not laughing at that. I am laughing at you. You simply do not comprehend the adage that a forcibly plucked fruit is never sweet. This time,
It was Su Nian who laughed.
how do you know I haven't tasted such a forcibly plucked fruit?
Lan Ji.
Li Beichen.
Li Beichen silence echoed Su Nian's sentiments.
He shot a fierce glare at her, and Su Nian, startled by the intensity of his gaze, felt a sudden unease. Simultaneously, Lan Ji regarded Li Beichen with disbelief, for he had never disclosed such sentiments to her. Previously, he had consistently declared his disdain for Su Nian, adamantly insisting he would never associate with her. Su Nian understood perfectly well that Lan Ji's reaction stemmed from the sudden realization that the fish in her pond had escaped, prompting a surge of concern. Her motives were quite straightforward, to ensure that the fish in her pond continued to be submissive to her whims. Chapter 69. Beichen. Be careful. Su Nian naturally continued to pour salt on the wound. Lan Ji, why do you look so incredulous? Li Beichen and I are, after all, a legitimate couple. Your demeanor suggests I am some sort of disreputable woman. The ladies who had been gossiping earlier chimed in agreement. Yet Lan Ji, eager to extract the answer she sought from Li Beichen, was destined for disappointment, even as Su Nian shamelessly paraded her audacity. Upon hearing these words, Su Nian nodded and sincerely wished, Lan Ji, I hope your future husband is someone who prioritizes emotions above all. If he encounters a woman who shares a deeper emotional connection with him than you do, I trust that you will let him go without hesitation.
Su Nian. What do you mean by that?
I've been speaking to you kindly, yet you respond with such hurtful words. This is truly painful. Hurtful? I merely reflected your earlier attitude back to you. Why is it acceptable for you to express similar sentiments, yet I am met with disdain for doing the same? Lan Ji, don't you think you are being rather hypocritical? In the realm of Mary Sue novels, there exists an advantage for the female antagonist. The protagonist, regardless of her actions, is often looked down upon, while the antagonist, particularly one like Su Nian, is invariably deemed correct in her endeavors. This is quite satisfying. Lan Ji found herself at a loss for words, especially since this time, Li Beichen did not come to her defense. This absence of support was what truly unsettled her. She covertly cast a desperate glance towards Li Beichen, only to her astonishment, he regarded Su Nian with admiration. This left Lan Ji feeling even more disconcerted. That's not what I meant, Su Nian. Why are you distorting my words? Lan Ji looked back at Su Nian, convinced that as Li Beichen's sister, it was her duty to help him see that Su Nian was not a good person. Indeed, that is exactly the case. I speak nonsense. So, do enlighten me on how I have been misleading. If I have indeed erred, I implore you to point it out. And I hope that you can genuinely articulate your thoughts. After all, I have merely recounted your actions verbatim. If you believe my words to be incorrect, then I challenge you to demonstrate the truth. Su Nian gazed at Lan Yi, who appeared somewhat bewildered by her words, and she inwardly scoffed. Li Beichen observed Su Nian's demeanor and, for reasons unbeknownst to him, began to feel a strange illusion, as if a tail were wagging behind her. However, just as Su Nian reveled in her triumph, her expression abruptly shifted. She swiftly dashed towards Li Beichen, who had no time to react before she collided with him. "Be careful, Beichen." In the next instant, a crystal chandelier came crashing down beside them. Chapter 70. I am not yet pregnant with Mo Bao. This fellow cannot come to harm. The banquet hall erupted into chaos, yet Li Beichen's gaze was solely fixed upon Su Nian's face. After confirming that Li Beichen was unharmed, Su Nian merely smiled, but soon darkness enveloped her vision. Just before losing consciousness entirely, a single thought lingered in Li Beichen's mind. Fortunately, I managed to catch her in time. Li Beichen is safe, and I am not yet with child. This fellow absolutely cannot be harmed. Li Beichen instinctively gathered her into his embrace, and in that moment, he felt a warmth emanating from his hands. Lowering his gaze, he was alarmed to find his hands stained with blood. Upon witnessing the blood on his hands, Li Beichen's heart sank into a state of utter panic. He swiftly gathered Su Nian in his arms and hurried away, entirely oblivious to Lan Xi's pale visage, which reflected her fright. As Lan Xi observed Li Beichen's apparent indifference to her plight, tears cascaded down her cheeks like an unrestrained torrent. Nevertheless, she resolved not to allow Su Nian to seize this opportunity to gain Li Beichen's complete trust. With a determined grit, she followed closely behind. Upon arriving at the hospital and seeing Su Nian being rushed into the emergency room, Li Beichen couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of their frequent visits to such a place. This smile, however, brought a sense of relief to Lan Xi. She understood the essence of Beichen's character and knew that he could not be easily swayed by a woman like Su Nian. Approaching Li Beichen, she said, "Beichen, I believe this incident is far from simple. It is likely the result of someone's premeditated scheme." At her words, Li Beichen turned his gaze toward her. And for some reason, Lan Xi felt an unsettling sensation, though she could not pinpoint its source. "Do you suspect that Su Nian is feigning this for sympathy?" Li Beichen inquired directly. Lan Xi nodded in affirmation, prompting Li Beichen to recall Su Nian's words just before she fainted, which made him chuckle once more. This smile restored Lan Xi's confidence as she expressed, "Beichen, I was truly terrified earlier. I still feel a lingering fear about what might have happened if something had befallen you." However, this time, Li Beichen did not respond. Instead, he pulled out his phone and dialed Zhou Su. Soon, Zhou Su arrived with news which, unsurprisingly, was orchestrated by Huolin Yuan. When Lan Ji heard this revelation, she recalled that earlier that day, Huolin Yuan had warned her not to venture outside. At the time, she had assumed he was attempting to exert control over her. But now it appeared that Huolin Yuan indeed had ulterior motives. It seemed he sought her demise. Li Beichen remarked coolly, his mind beginning to churn with thoughts. He then recalled what Su Nian had mentioned about their child vanquishing Huolin Yuan in a past life. If his son could achieve such a feat, surely he, as the father, could accomplish it as well. Lan Ji sensed the chilling aura emanating from Li Beichen and instinctively said, "Beichen, there must be some misunderstanding." Indeed, a misunderstanding. Lin Yuan would never resort to such actions. There must be a mistake. As she approached, Li Beichen instinctively retreated a few steps. Misunderstanding? Is there truly a misunderstanding? Unperturbed by the unfolding drama, Li Beichen easily discerned the emotions flickering across Lan Ji's face. Chapter 71. I do not wish to be your brother. These words left Lan Ji feeling aggrieved. "Beichen, what is wrong? You have never spoken to me in such a tone before. What is truly bothering you?" At this moment, Li Beichen felt a growing disdain for the very presence of Lan Ji. He pondered that had he not been ensnared by the so-called narrative, he would undoubtedly not allow Lan Ji to linger before him for even a moment. Yet, despite his discomfort, he mustered the patience to articulate, "Jier, there is no misunderstanding regarding this matter. My relationship with Hu Yuan has always been one of life and death. If I were presented with an opportunity to eliminate Hu Yuan, I would certainly seize it without hesitation. These words caused Lan Ji to retreat a few steps, her face a mask of incredulity. If it truly comes to that, whose side will you take? Will you aid me in bringing about his demise?
No.
I would not do such a thing. Lan Ji instinctively shook her head. Why must you men insist on this? Can we not coexist peacefully? Must it always be a matter of life and death? Although Li Beichen understood the necessity of adhering to the prescribed narrative, he could not suppress a derisive laugh upon witnessing Lan Ji's distress. Beichen, what has become of you? You were never like this before. Why must you change?
Lan Ji,
Hearing his mocking laughter, was filled with disbelief. Has Su Nian said something to you? Do our bonds mean less than those with Su Nian? Beichen, tell me what she said to make you treat me this way. If you reveal it, I can provide you with an explanation. As Lan Ji's emotions surged, Li Beichen found himself once again under the influence of that enigmatic force. At that moment, Li Beichen realized that he had brought Su Nian to the hospital. And despite their earlier quarrel, he had not been immediately overtaken by that enigmatic force. It was only now that he felt his grip on control slipping away. Was this a breakthrough? The narrative seized his body, compelling him to grasp her arm firmly. I do not require your explanations. I merely need you to acknowledge that you hold me in your heart. Only then can I do anything for you. Jenner, do you comprehend? Li Beichen observed the woman before him, whose face was alight with fervor, suddenly transforming into a picture of tranquility. I am determined to make you, and the entire world, aware that I am the one who treats you the best, that I am the man most deserving of you. That fellow, Hu Yuan, holds no significance for me. I can provide him with all he desires, for what I truly want is you. If you choose to be with me, I assure you that I will cease all else. Lan Jian immediately began to struggle. Beichen, have I not already told you? In my heart, I regard you merely as a brother. Please, do not do this. But I do not wish to be your brother. I long to be your husband, your man. Jenner, tell me what I must do to earn your love. Just speak it, and I shall make it happen. Li Beichen gazed at Lan Jian, suppressing a laugh. At that moment, she resembled someone being coerced into compliance. It was evident that the slight improvement in his relationship with Su Nian had left her feeling uneasy. Yet she now appeared so hesitant and conflicted. At that moment, Li Beichen recalled Su Nian's sarcastic remark about him resembling a sycophant. He found himself ensnared by this so-called plot, and indeed, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a devoted follower. Ultimately, Lan Ji broke free from Li Beichen's grasp and said, I'm sorry, Beichen, I only regard you as an older brother. Given your current state, I think it best I take my leave. After uttering these words, Lan Ji fled. As Li Beichen regained control of his faculties and observed her retreating figure, a cold smile crept across his lips. Chapter 72. Your friendly Beichen has liked your post. When Su Nian awakened, she felt a pervasive ache throughout her body. Summoning considerable strength, she managed to sit upright and surveyed her surroundings, only to find the hospital room empty. This did not surprise her in the least. After all, in such narratives, the supporting characters often reap what they sow, while the protagonist enjoys the privilege of constant companionship. As she lamented this state of affairs, she retrieved her phone and opened WeChat. In light of recent events, it would be a travesty not to post a melodramatic update. Indeed, for those unloved, no matter their sacrifices, even to the point of giving their lives, they remain utterly inconsequential in the eyes of those who truly matter. I constantly remind myself not to care. Yet the more I do, the more I suffer in the end. Alas, I find myself unable to suppress this discomfort. She promptly clicked send. As anticipated, her post garnered numerous likes and comments. Satisfied, Su Nian mused that her suffering must not go unacknowledged. Hence, this post was intended for the old gentleman. Given the rapid dissemination of information within the realm of fiction, it is likely that everyone is now aware of her injuries sustained while protecting Li Beichen. With her latest social media post, it is certain that the old man would feel a profound sense of concern. Thus, her own advantage would undoubtedly manifest. Su Nian believed herself to be quite astute. However, in the next moment, her expression shifted dramatically. She had noticed the notification. Your friendly Beichun has liked your post.
Su Nian.
She quickly rubbed her eyes to confirm, and indeed, it was Li Beichun's approval. Yet, she soon regained her composure. What did it matter if Li Beichun liked her post? Did this man possess no sense of shame? She had risked her life to save him, and such a significant debt of gratitude warranted his presence by her side. Was this not the epitome of ingratitude? The more she pondered, the more justified she felt in her reasoning. Unbeknownst to her, the door was being opened quietly at that very moment. Li Beichun lingered in the doorway, observing the woman seated on the hospital bed. What was merely a like? Why should he fear such a triviality? Moreover, this heartless fool, if one were to consider ancient times, such a monumental favor could warrant a life in return. It was Li Beichun who lacked compassion. Why should she be concerned? Yet, for reasons unknown, Su Nian suddenly sensed something amiss. She turned her head discreetly. Upon seeing Li Beichun leaning against the doorframe, her complexion paled. Heavens, how did he end up here? Surely, he did not overhear everything I just said. Is this a mistake? I just posted all my moments, and this guy appeared out of nowhere. Has this sycophant developed some extraordinary ability? At this thought, Su Nian's expression suddenly changed. Li Beichun calmly articulated what Su Nian was about to say. I apologize. I received a phone call just now. The doctor advised you to rest well, so I was concerned about disturbing you and stepped outside to take the call. I did not expect you to wake up so soon.
Su Nian.
My moments. Realizing this, Su Nian turned to look at Li Beichun. She quietly reached for her phone, intending to delete her post. Chapter 73. This guy is mocking me. However, just as Su Nian touched her phone, a hand pressed down on hers.
Su Nian.
After all this time, how could Li Beichun let her go so easily? The doctor mentioned that your injury was somewhat serious, hence you need to rest properly. You've just awakened, so it's better not to look at your phone just yet. Li Beichun's tone was exceptionally gentle, a softness Su Nian had never encountered in her 2 lifetimes.
Yet,
the more tender he became, the more uneasy Su Nian felt. What does this guy intend to do? Why do I feel goosebumps rising?
No.
I absolutely cannot just sit here and wait. Li Beichun observed the woman before him, her eyes darting about. He was somewhat intrigued by what clever idea she might concoct. As Su Nian pondered, a glimmer of inspiration suddenly illuminated her gaze. With a sudden realization, Su Nian decided to take immediate action, thinking to herself, I can simply disgust him away. After all, the final outcome remains unchanged. Just then, she felt a firm grip on her arm as Li Beichun, with palpable excitement, exclaimed, So, does this mean you've been here all along? You might not know this, but when I awoke earlier and didn't see you, I truly felt as if the entire world had abandoned me. Do you perceive me as a heartless individual? Su Nian quickly shook her head in denial. Then why do you harbor such thoughts? Do you genuinely believe I am that kind of person? Su Nian pondered. This fellow is certainly mocking me. He must be. What should I do now? The atmosphere in the hospital room became palpably awkward. At that moment, the door was forcefully swung open. Nian, do not be disheartened. Father will certainly bring that ungrateful wretch before you at the earliest opportunity. You endured such suffering for him, and yet this heartless scoundrel isn't even here to stand by your side. I am beginning to doubt whether this fellow is truly my biological son. How could I have given birth to such a callous creature?
Li Jianhong stormed in, visibly enraged.
However, upon noticing Li Beichun in the hospital bed, the atmosphere in the room grew even more peculiar, an indescribable oddity enveloping them. At that moment, Su Nian yearned to find a crevice to hide within. In contrast, Li Beichun remained remarkably composed, even displaying a hint of amusement. To understand, Su Nian has always maintained a fade of virtue before the elder. Thus, in the elder's mind, she is the epitome of a well-behaved woman. Moreover, she has effectively demonstrated that the woman he favors is far from ordinary.
Li Jianhong,
having traversed the vicissitudes of life for many years, quickly discerned her intentions. It was evident that Su Nian employed a tactic of provocation, aiming to keep Li Beichun close to her side. Upon this realization, Li Jianhong was overwhelmed with emotion, for he had long been troubled about the progression of the relationship between Su Nian and Li Beichun. Now, with Su Nian's remarkable intellect, Their bond is bound to flourish, and he shall once again have the opportunity to reconnect with old friends. Beichen, this time Nian Nian has suffered greatly for you. I have taught you well since childhood. You must treat her with utmost care, do you understand? Li Jianhong said with a grave expression. After all, if you do not tend to her properly and word gets out, others will only ridicule us. Chapter 74. Why does it feel like a trap? Upon hearing these words, Li Beichen turned his gaze to Su Nian and warmly inquired, Su Nian, rest assured, you are my savior, and I shall treat you with the utmost respect. Su Nian thought to herself, why do I suddenly feel so cold? What is with that look in his eyes? Does he intend to hold me accountable for something? What have I done recently to deserve such misfortune? However, what can Su Nian do now? She can only brace herself and continue to act.
Bai Chen.
You mustn't say such things. It seems as though I have ulterior motives for my actions. The truth is, I do this solely because you are my beloved, and I am entirely willing. At this moment, Su Nian truly felt regret. If it weren't for Mo Bao, I wouldn't care about this fellow's life or death. I must find a way to retrieve my Mo Bao quickly. What if some so-called accident occurs again? Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to demand that he pledge himself to me. That is a splendid idea. Meanwhile, Li Jianhong, overhearing Su Nian's words, immediately interjected. Bei Chen, look at how deeply Nian Nian feels for you. If you continue to mistreat her, you will indeed be heartless. So, according to your interpretation, Su Nian, you wish to use this opportunity to demand something from me, even threaten me? Li Beichun, amused by Su Nian's aspirations for his devotion, relished the thought of extinguishing her hopes. Indeed, he could see her smile freeze on her face, which brought him a measure of delight. Ah, this insufferable sycophant. How heartless can one be? I saved his life, and he treats me this way, this wretched flatterer. How detestable. At that moment, Li Jianhong's voice, tinged with anger, rang out. Beichen, listen to what you are saying. Li Beichen, with a nonchalant tone amidst Su Nian's frantic murmurs, remarked, Father, since you have extolled Su Nian to such heights, surely she would not engage in such behavior.
I was merely jesting.
Do you truly wish to pursue such a course?
Su Nian?
His words struck a chord of frustration within her. This insufferable sycophant is truly detestable. Under Li Beichen's gaze, Su Nian wore a gentle expression, replying, I have never considered such actions. After all, the mere opportunity to sacrifice for one's beloved is already a profound happiness for me. I have truly underestimated this fellow's shamelessness.
Ah, shameless indeed.
When this insipid sycophant meets his end, I shall not, as in my previous life, dutifully burn paper offerings for him. Let him languish in the netherworld. Li Beichun remained silent. Li Jianhong wished to interject. Yet he understood that meddling in the affairs of a couple could yield adverse effects. Thus, he offered a few words of caution before hastily departing. Initially, Li Jianhong's presence was a comfort, but once he left, the atmosphere in the hospital room grew palpably awkward. Naturally, it was Su Nian who felt the weight of this discomfort. Li Beichen calmly settled onto the sofa, regarding her with a bemused expression that sent shivers down her spine. She could not shake the feeling that he had laid a trap, waiting for her to leap into it. Chapter 75. I refused to believe he would screenshot this. Su Nian deliberately cleared her throat several times, her voice resonating loudly. After she finished coughing, she immediately lay down, turning her back to Li Beichen. Indeed, the only strategy that came to her mind was to feign death. After all, I am the savior of this insufferable sycophant. If he possessed even a modicum of humanity, he would not treat me poorly. However, at this thought, Su Nian's mood soured further. For in this Mary Sue novel, the male protagonist and supporting characters always exhibit humanity solely towards the female lead, leaving no room for compassion towards the supporting female characters.
Well,
regardless of how this insufferable sycophant treats me, I shall endure. All that matters is bringing Meng Bao into the world. Yes, just bringing Meng Bao into the world. For Meng Bao, I shall persevere. Sitting on the sofa, Li Beichen couldn't help but smile at Su Nian's self-reassurance.
Meng Bao?
It seemed she truly cherished that child, constantly murmuring about it. Wait, if I feign sleep now, given the sycophant's nature, he will surely not linger for long. Once he departs, I can simply delete my moments. I refuse to believe this fellow would take screenshots. Li Beichen raised an eyebrow slightly, then took out his phone, opened WeChat, clicked on moments, and silently took a screenshot. After a while, he rose and walked to the bedside, deliberately stating, "Finally asleep." With that, he moved towards the door, opened it, and closed it again, though he did not exit. Indeed, shortly after he closed the door, the woman lying on the bed abruptly sat up. The fellow has finally departed. Had he lingered any longer, I would have suffocated. Yet, why is it that he deviates from the script this time, opting to remain here rather than by Lan Yan's side? Su Nian, feeling quite vexed, took out her phone and began to erase her moments from the social network, while Li Beichen stood by the door, observing her. Deleting now serves a dual purpose. It allows me to portray myself as a victim, enhancing my pitiable image and thereby enticing the old man to grant me further favors. Finish deleting? A voice suddenly interrupted. Su Nian, having just completed her task, casually replied, "Yes, what of it?" However, as the words left her lips, she felt an unsettling shift and instinctively raised her gaze. Upon encountering Li Beichen, a chill ran through her entire being. Oh no, how is he here? Wasn't he supposed to leave? Li Beichen, witnessing Su Nian's reaction, found his spirits lifted. How could this woman ever hope to rival him? He stepped closer. Bending down to her level, "Something's amiss. You were just asleep. How is it you awoke so swiftly?" Su Nian, not being a fool, quickly grasped the situation. This man was deliberately provoking her. What an insufferable sycophant, resorting to entrapment. The truth is, my sleep has always been rather light. And having already rested for an extended period, I find myself not at all weary. Moreover, I believe that an excess of slumber could be detrimental to my health. As Su Nian spoke, she gradually edged her body away, attempting to create distance between herself and Li Beichen. However, for every slight retreat she made, Li Beichen would advance a step closer. "Is that so? Yet during the times I was unwell, you frequently advised me to take care and rest. Now, as you speak to me in this manner, which of your words holds true?" Chapter 76. Just endure a little longer soon. Su Nian found herself with no further retreat. She realized that this man was deliberately seeking trouble. I refuse to believe that this insufferable sycophant will not express gratitude for my saving grace. Even if he remains indifferent, it only serves to highlight my plight. Just endure a little longer. Although she sought to comfort herself with these thoughts, anxiety gnawed at her heart. "I thought your lack of rest stemmed from being preoccupied with something." The moment those words escaped his lips, a shiver ran down Su Nian's spine. She gazed at Li Beichen's enigmatic smile, silently swallowing hard. "I will not admit it, not even under duress. After all, I have deleted him from my social circle. He possesses no evidence. Yes, this man has no proof. He cannot hold anything against me. Indeed, I am preoccupied with you." Suppressing her emotions, Su Nian donned a pitiful expression and said, "I wanted to ask if you were injured, but I feared you might think I was meddling or putting on an act." Upon hearing this, Li Beichen nodded, then picked up his phone, casually toying with it. "I never anticipated your feelings for me would be so genuine. It truly moves me." Moved, Su Nian could not help but smirk coldly upon hearing those words. Such a threatening tone is hardly touching. However, while using her phone moments ago, she inadvertently took a screenshot. Su Nian felt a sudden tightening in her chest, causing her grip to loosen. As she became aware of her hands, she began to plummet downward instinctively, closing her eyes in reflex. The sensation of falling was upon her, yet instead of hitting the cold floor, she landed in someone's embrace. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing at the chiseled features of Li Beichen. If this were a scene from a novel, the female protagonist would undoubtedly be comforted in the arms of either the male lead or a supporting character in such a scenario. Alas, Su Nian was merely a malicious supporting character. "Should I have fallen here and ended up injured, the old man would undoubtedly hold me accountable," she lamented, feeling a wave of frustration wash over her. What does that even mean? It sounds as if I would be blamed for seeking compensation, devoid of any sympathy. Such a sycophant, such a sycophant. Just wait until I find an opportunity to file a complaint against this insufferable man. Upon hearing her thoughts, Li Beichen nonchalantly remarked, After all, if you were to lodge a complaint. This only deepened Su Nian's exasperation. Lodge a complaint? How could I possibly do that? Complaining presupposes that you are the one bullying me, which is utterly inconceivable. That may not be the case. Su Nian. I truly believe that conversing with this fellow can extinguish any spark of interest in mere moments. Perhaps this is precisely why he embodies the role of the infatuated second male lead, as the female protagonist seems to be drawn to a man of such limited conversational prowess, unless, of course, her vision is severely impaired. However, despite her frustration, Su Nian swiftly devised a strategy to cope with the situation. She promptly lowered her gaze, feigning shyness, and said, "Bei Chen, rest assured, I shall never speak ill of you in front of my father. Therefore, you may treat me as you wish, for to me, it is a coveted opportunity. As long as I remain audacious, no one can rival me." Chapter 77. The fish pond has been stolen. Urgency arises in truth. Li Beichun felt a twinge of admiration for Su Nian's acting skills. At that moment, her cheeks were flushed, exuding a blend of shyness and timidity. If he were not privy to her innermost thoughts, he might have easily fallen for her ruse. Since this woman wished to play this game, let the game commence. What exactly do you mean by a coveted opportunity? Pray, enlighten me. As Li Beichun spoke, he leaned in closer. Su Nian, unfazed by his intentions, wrapped her arms around his neck and declared, "Whatever it is, anything at all, my sole desire is for your happiness, so you may do anything to me." It is important to note that any normal man, upon hearing a woman express such sentiments in such an intimate position, would undoubtedly have certain thoughts. In the depths of Li Beichun's mind, the image of Su Nian astride him, indulging in reckless abandon, resurfaced. The countdown echoed within Su Nian's heart, disrupting his thoughts. As she reached the count of 1, the door swung open, and without needing to glance, Su Nian knew the protagonist had arrived. Without hesitation, she pressed her lips to Li Beichun's. How exhilarating it is to tarnish her backup right in front of her. She mused. Su Nian had anticipated that Li Beichun would swiftly push her away, but the reality unfolded quite differently. Initially, upon hearing Su Nian's inner voice, he found himself drawn to the protagonist, Lan Ji. Yet inexplicably, as time progressed, a flicker of desire ignited within him, compelling him to deepen the kiss. Just then, Su Nian's thoughts invaded his mind once more. Why isn't he pushing me away? Has he taken leave of his senses? I'm nearly suffocating. What is happening? Suddenly, he released Su Nian. As she gasped for breath, her recovery elicited a sense of amusement in Li Beichun. Wasn't she the one who boasted of her audacity? It was merely a kiss, yet it had spiraled into this. How utterly disappointing. Once Su Nian regained her composure, she turned to Lan Ji, whose astonished expression brought her great delight. With an intentionally petulant tone, she remarked, "Lan Ji has come here solely because she glimpsed my social media posts." Initially, her mood was somewhat tumultuous due to Li Beichun's words, yet upon glimpsing Su Nian's moments on social media, a sense of tranquility enveloped her heart. Indeed, Li Beichun still held her in regard. He was not swayed by Su Nian's so-called petty tricks. However, she was taken aback to witness such a sight. The man who had professed his sincerity to her moments ago was now engaged in intimate actions with another woman. In that instant, Lan Qi felt a profound sense of betrayal. Su Nian, under Lan Qi's incredulous gaze, reveled in her triumph. Ah, the fish pond has been plundered. One can only imagine how furious the female protagonist must be at this moment. I find myself quite curious about what she will utter next. Will she confront Li Beichun, accusing him of breaking his promise to be her devoted admirer for life? How could he so casually dismiss his vows, behaving as if they were mere trifles? Such chaotic utterances left Li Beichun at a loss for words. He believed that, even if they were indeed characters in a fictional narrative, Lan Qi would never stoop to such foolishness. Chapter 78. A Declaration of Devotion? Su Nian felt that this was the moment for her to embody the essence of a wicked female antagonist. "Oh, why do you gaze at us so? Lan Qi, your look truly makes me feel bashful." Lan Qi wished to articulate something, yet she found herself at a loss for words. In her eyes, Li Beichun's actions were merely a ploy to provoke her, an attempt to compel her to choose him. However, Lan Ji felt she could not bear to watch Li Beichen squander himself out of momentary anger, accepting someone she did not cherish. She feared that, in doing so, Li Beichen might end up regretting it for a lifetime. Upon this realization, Lan Ji felt justified in her thoughts. Beichen, is this truly your intention? Upon hearing these words, Su Nian immediately comprehended Lan Ji's implication, that Li Beichen's actions were merely a means to provoke her. Thus, Su Nian decided to feign ignorance of Lan Ji's remarks and intended to rise from her bed to approach Lan Ji. Yet, as she made her move, Li Beichen promptly pulled her into his embrace. What are you doing moving around in your condition? Although Li Beichen had recently immersed himself in several novels, his previous experiences allowed him to deduce that if he were to be manipulated by the so-called plot, it would inevitably lead to engaging in repugnant actions and uttering distasteful words. Beichen, is this your way of showing concern for me? Su Nian continued in a sweet, melodious tone. I always knew that if I put my heart into it, you would eventually see my feelings. I never expected that day to arrive so soon. I am truly overjoyed. With that, she nestled against Li Beichen's chest. I have once again encountered this firm chest. It seems this devoted admirer's thoughts are entirely fixated on the heroine. If I were to nuzzle a bit, he would undoubtedly remain oblivious. Li Beichen then felt an odd sensation, as if a kitten were rubbing against his chest. This sensation caused his body to tense up instantly. The firmness of those pectoral muscles is truly delightful. I must find an excuse soon to savor the sensation, for it is only a matter of time before this physique fades into oblivion. It is essential to acknowledge the finite nature of resources in this world. How could I allow such treasures to go to waste? Li Beichen pondered that given Su Nian's current disposition, it was likely that in his previous life, she had bestowed upon him countless green hats after his demise. Meanwhile, Lan Ji, witnessing the scene before her, felt an overwhelming urge to intervene and separate the two. Is that so? Lan Ji managed to utter, her discomfort palpable. In the past, Li Beichen would have rushed over to console her. Yet this time he seemed utterly oblivious to her presence. Lan Ji realized she could no longer endure Li Beichen's cold indifference. She understood what he wished to hear, yet the words eluded her grasp. Taking a deep breath, she expressed, Su Nian, I truly appreciate your help this time. If it weren't for you, Beichen would have been the one to suffer. This is a gift I've chosen for you, hoping it will help you recover your health. If you were to be left with any lingering ailments, Beichen and I would carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Su Nian chuckled. Is this a proclamation of loyalty? A declaration of the devoted servant's claim? Su Nian glanced at the exquisite items Lan Ji had presented, recognizing the extent of her generosity. Clearly, Lan Ji, as the protagonist, had spared no expense to ensure her devoted admirer was well taken care of. However, it was imperative that these gifts were purchased with her own funds rather than those of Huolin Yuan. Su Nian cast a fleeting glance at the man beside her, thinking, such a sycophant. After treating me that way just now, he has no idea what's coming. She then nonchalantly inquired, Lan Ji, did you purchase these items? Or are they bought with Huolin Yuan's money? Chapter 79. Mr. Li, the film has been arranged for you. Lan Ji's complexion instantly turned ashen. Without hesitation, Su Nian rose and snatched the items from Lan Ji's grasp, hurling them to the ground with fervor. Even if it costs me my life, I will never accept anything bought with Huolin Yuan's money.
Su Nian, how can you speak like that?
Lan Ji's face was a portrait of grievance. Why should I not say it? If I hadn't discovered this in time, what would have happened to Beichen? What if I had to pay with your life for it? And now, you still cling to items purchased with the money of the very culprit, Huolin Yuan.
Lan Ji,
You claim to treat Beichen as your own brother. Is this truly how you would treat your own kin? Lan Ji immediately turned her gaze towards Li Beichen, who tightened his grip on Su Nian at that moment. I didn't mean to think so deeply. I just... In Lan Ji's eyes, Li Beichen's demeanor signified his tacit agreement with Su Nian's words. Upon witnessing Lan Ji's reaction, Su Nian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was I who posed the question. Yet Lan Ji insists on seeking validation from Li Beichen. How could I have ever been infatuated with such a protagonist in my youth? I wonder what sort of mindset the author of this novel possesses to create such a flawed character. Li Beichen cast a sidelong glance at Su Nian, a gesture that only intensified Lan Ji's sense of unease. Beichen, I truly did not mean to, she insisted. I was simply caught off guard. Su Nian promptly shielded Lan Ji's gaze from Li Beichen. So, you claim it was unintentional, yet you expect me to graciously accept these gifts purchased with Huo Linyuan's money? If you genuinely regard Beichen and me as your brother and sister-in-law, then take these items and depart as far as you can. Lan Ji wished to offer an explanation. Yet the fact remained that she had indeed used Huo Linyuan's funds. The memory of Li Beichen's earlier interrogation weighed heavily on her mind.
Consequently,
she silently began to gather her belongings from the floor, though there were quite a few. As soon as Lan Ji closed the hospital room door, Su Nian's voice echoed in Li Beichen's thoughts. How much longer will this sycophant linger? The performance is over, yet he still clings to me.
Indeed.
Li Beichen is a sycophant. The moment the protagonist departs, he eagerly dismantles the bridge. Li Beichen remained silent, while Su Nian feigned seriousness as she continued, Beichen, you must have noticed that this woman, Lan Ji, is utterly duplicitous. She is always playing both sides. Only I am sincerely devoted to you. Her words evoked an involuntary chuckle from Li Beichen. Duplicity and hypocrisy. He found the woman before him to be even more so than Lan Ji. Why is he laughing? Does he mock me? This wretched sycophant has the audacity to ridicule me. Li Beichen rose under Su Nian's gaze and strode towards the door. However, just as he reached the entrance, Zhou Su pushed the door open and entered. Presently, the CT scan has been arranged for you. You may proceed to have the imaging done. Chapter 80. Is this the distinction between the protagonist and the supporting character? This remark caused Su Nian, who had intended to feign a sorrowful expression, to halt her movements.
CT?
Imaging? I recall having already undergone a scan, she instinctively replied. Li Beichen's expression also shifted upon hearing Zhou Su's words. He instinctively wished to send Zhou Su away, but before he could articulate his intent, Zhou Su hastily interjected, Madam, it is not you who is undergoing the scan, but President Li. What has happened to Beichen? President Li has indeed sustained an injury to his foot, but due to your prolonged unconsciousness, he has not gone for an immediate examination, Zhou Su respectfully explained. At this moment, Li Beichen's countenance darkened considerably. Su Nian recalled that Li Beichen had seemed to have some difficulty walking earlier. Yet she did not foolishly assume it was due to concern for her well-being that he chose to forego the examination. Instead, she pondered another possibility.
Given the circumstances,
it was unlikely that Li Beichen had injured his foot in any significant manner. Instinctively, Su Nian glanced towards Li Beichen's foot. He hastened his steps, but it was too late. Before he could exit the hospital room, he overheard Su Nian's unspoken thought. Could this foolishly devoted man have sustained an injury while dancing with a female lead?
Li Beichen.
In an instant, he quickened his pace. However, once a woman's curiosity is piqued, it can become rather terrifying. Immediately, Su Nian called the old man, pouring out her grievances about how it seemed that Li Beichen had sustained an injury, expressing her deep concern. The old man, while he could overlook many aspects concerning his son, could never disregard his health. No matter how much Li Beichen attempted to conceal the situation, the truth would inevitably be revealed. Ultimately, upon discovering that Li Beichen's foot had been unintentionally broken by Lan Ji, Su Nian felt utterly at a loss. Especially when Li Beichen appeared before her, sporting a steel brace, she nearly burst into laughter. Fortunately, her extensive life experience had equipped her to maintain composure in any situation, preventing her from succumbing to laughter. At the moment Li Beichen laid eyes on Su Nian, his mind was flooded with thoughts of amusement, which only served to irritate him. He had been hoping to avoid her for the past few days, fully aware that this woman would undoubtedly laugh at his predicament. Yet, the curiosity lingered. After all, he understood that it was impossible to keep the old man in the dark about his condition, and Su Nian would inevitably find out. Was this not a clear distinction between the protagonist and the antagonist? When someone stepped on the protagonist, it was akin to a playful scratch, a form of intimacy, while stepping on the antagonist could lead to actual harm. How unfortunate Li Beichen was. He pondered how he could manage simple tasks like using the restroom. Would he have to hop on one foot like a frog? Alternatively, he could simply sit in a wheelchair, nonchalantly undo the fastenings, and coldly proclaim, "I can manage myself." Li Beichen could no longer contain himself, his words escaping through gritted teeth. Is it amusing to you? This provoked a slight widening of Su Nian's pupils, who swiftly shook her head, her expression one of anguish as she replied, Beichen, why would you think I find this funny? With you in such a state, how could I possibly laugh? She pressed her hand against her heart, adding, You may not believe it, but the moment you appeared before me, I felt a sharp pain in my chest. In fact, seeing you injured pains me more than my own wounds. Such a devoted fool, deserving of being trampled. Why not just break your leg outright? Chapter 81. What on earth is happening? Even in my injured state, they won't let me be. Li Beichen was at a loss for words, desperately wishing to rise from his wheelchair. No, he should not have been seated in that contraption at all. Resolutely, he prepared to stand. Yet, the moment he attempted to rise, he pondered, It is indeed strange. Why did I not notice his injuries when he was before me for so long? I understand now. The secondary male character truly lives up to his role, able to endure such pain. No. The injuries he bears are merely tokens of the love bestowed upon him by the heroine. This realization weighed heavily on Li Beichen's heart. He had previously worried about that wretched woman potentially facing dire consequences, neglecting his own injuries in the process. Hearing her thoughts about him now filled him with regret. He lamented having wasted his concern on such an ungrateful woman. Beichen, since you are injured, you must rest properly. I promise to take good care of you. Upon uttering those words, Su Nian deliberately cleared her throat a few times. Surely, this time he won't expect me to care for him like last time. He can't possibly be that beastly. Just then, Zhou Su entered, bowing respectfully to Su Nian. Mr. Li, young mistress, the old master has instructed that, since both of you are injured, it would be most convenient for you to recuperate in the same hospital room, allowing for easier care of you both. Su Nian's smile faltered slightly. What on earth is happening? Why can't I catch a break, even while injured? Is it because I'm merely a supporting character that I have no rights? Heaven is truly being unreasonable. Hearing her exasperated thoughts, Li Beichen felt an inexplicable sense of delight. He casually glanced at the woman beside him. What seems to be the matter? You appear somewhat reluctant. If you truly object, you could always voice your concerns to the old master. After all, he dotes on you immensely. This remark sparked a realization in Su Nian. Yes, indeed. I can express my grievances, and surely the old master will perceive that I have suffered some injustice, thus enabling me to rid myself of this sycophant. However, Li Beichen had no intention of allowing Su Nian such an opportunity. Before she could respond, he interjected, I actually find it quite convenient for us to be together. I have no objections. It's entirely up to you. Su Nian nearly choked on her words. She turned to Li Beichen. Did the protagonist Lan Qi truly step on this guy's foot? Why do I feel as though she has crushed his pituitary gland instead? Regardless of the fury simmering within Su Nian, she was compelled to don a smile and declare, This is something I have longed for. How could I possibly have any objections? I believe I shall wake from dreams of laughter tonight. Li Beichen suddenly perceived that his presence here was indeed a commendable choice. Then I kindly ask you to be mindful. Should you awaken from your dreams of laughter, please keep your voice down so as not to disturb my rest. Su Nian could only respond with silence, contemplating, this infatuated fool deserves to have his foot crushed by the female lead. No. How is it that he has not been utterly obliterated by her? It was indeed a marvel that he could pursue the female lead with such poor conversational skills. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Su promptly arranged the hospital room, adding an extra bed along with Li Beichen's preferred office amenities, even relocating a vanity for her use, completely transforming the space into something unrecognizable as a hospital room. Observing this, Su Nian once again marveled at how wealth truly permits one to act with impunity. Even a mere hospital stay could be orchestrated with such grandeur. It is no wonder that everyone aspires to be affluent. Chapter 82. One should seek a specialist in mental health. As night fell, Su Nian found no joy in her laughter. Given the injury to her back, no position brought her comfort. The pain was akin to fire coursing through her. She buried herself beneath the covers, clinging desperately to the fabric. Oh dear, the pain is truly unbearable. Were it not for the sake of Mo Bao, I would not even spare a glance at that despicable Li Beichen, even if he lay dying before me. Goodness, this wretch must not perish. I have yet to conceive Mo Bao, and should he die, where would I find the seed? Thinking of Mo Bao and of him, she dismissed the pain as inconsequential. In Su Nian's mind, the image of her newborn self emerged vividly. Indeed, such thoughts were warranted. After all, if that rascally Beichun were to perish, how could she ever bring Mo Bao into the world? If it weren't for Mo Bao, she would never have allowed herself to be hurt by this slender and delicate fellow. What a loss. Li Beichun, who had been feigning sleep, couldn't help but glance at the bed beside him. Despite the dimness of the hospital room, he could discern the woman's form trembling slightly. Su Nian, he called softly. As he approached her bedside, he realized she was curled up, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her forehead. This sight recalled the doctor's words to him. Young madam, although there is no immediate danger to her life, the shards that struck her have caused significant injury to her back, and she may endure some suffering. His brow furrowed as he contemplated saying something, but the echo of her thoughts regarding their future child lingered in his mind. Some sentiments remained unutterable. As long as Mo Bao is born, everything will be all right. Yes, everything will indeed be well. Li Beichun gazed at the woman before him. He had never truly contemplated the matter of children. Did he genuinely wish to follow the original narrative and bring a child into existence? Would a child born to a loveless couple truly find happiness? Author's note: fear not, you shall one day yearn for the esteemed status that comes with children. Li Beichun lingered for a considerable time, ultimately choosing to sit by Su Nian's bedside, gently running his fingers through her hair. It seemed that his tender gesture provided her with some solace, and her body instinctively relaxed a little. Thus, a night passed. The following morning, Su Nian was awakened by the sound of the ward door opening. Upon regaining consciousness, she remained still, her gaze clouded with confusion.
Li Beichun.
Emerging from the restroom, overheard her murmurs. He turned his attention to Su Nian's bed and observed her gently touching her head, as if seeking a sense of reassurance. In this room, it is only me and that infatuated fool. Surely he wouldn't be so perverse as to treat me like a pet in the middle of the night. Well, it is indeed a possibility. However, even if I were a dog, there exists no creature more adorable than I. Li Beichun watched as Su Nian nuzzled into her pillow, resembling a pitiable figure unlike the woman she had been curled up into the night before. He felt that he should not have hastily instructed Zhou Su to summon specialists. He ought to have waited. Had he done so, witnessing her current state, he could have directed Zhou Su to not only bring in medical experts, but also seek out specialists in mental health to thoroughly assess her condition. Chapter 83. The Insulting Thief. As Su Nian sat up, she was startled by the presence of someone standing at the bedside.
Goodness.
You startled me to the core by merely standing there in silence. Good morning, Beichun. I did not expect to open my eyes and see you. It brings me a sense of joy for the entire day ahead.
Su Nian immediately donned a smile.
You opened your eyes 10 minutes ago, so it doesn't count as seeing me upon waking. Su Nian's smile faltered slightly. What does this incessant flattery mean? Is this fellow entirely uneducated? Does he not comprehend that this is an exaggerated metaphor? Is there truly no concept of the esteemed 9-year compulsory education in this fictional world?
Li Beichun.
Listening to this irritable voice, continued in a nonchalant tone. What do you mean by looking at me like that? Are you unaware of my meticulous nature? Su Nian nearly lost her smile. Meticulous? What utter nonsense. A grown man being so finicky, such a sycophant. She took a discreet breath, steadied her emotions, and, with a clear conscience, replied, How could that be? How could I not know you, Beichun? Your meticulous disposition is precisely why I am fond of you. Your diligence sets you apart from other men. Therefore, I kindly ask that you be a bit more mindful in your speech moving forward. Other men certainly do not possess your level of foolishness. Li Beichun observed Su Nian and recalled a saying he had encountered somewhere. I relish the way you disdain me yet find yourself unable to rid me from your life. Strangely enough, that sentiment was undeniably gratifying. Su Nian, with a swift flick of her eyes, resolved that she could not allow this man to feel too comfortable. She promptly cleared her throat and, adopting a sugary tone, inquired, By the way, Beichun, is your foot all right? If you are seeking trouble with me, then I shall pierce your heart. Beichun, I understand that I should refrain from speaking, yet your kindness towards Lan Qi seems rather excessive. to the point that she has lost all sense of propriety. If she possessed even a modicum of awareness, she would not have trampled upon your foot in such a manner. As Su Nian articulated this, she let out a deliberate sigh. One must wonder how much strength it took for her to cause such discomfort to your foot. During Su Nian's discourse, Li Beiqing took a seat at the adjacent desk, casually picking up a document. Observing his demeanor, Su Nian realized he intended to disregard her presence. Perhaps it was because Lanqi did not share my deep concern for you, Beiqing. I believe that regardless of how well you treat Lanqi, your own well-being remains paramount. Should anything happen to you, both my father and I would be profoundly distressed. Su Nian spoke at length, leaving her parched and somewhat exasperated. Just as she was about to change the subject, Li Beiqing unexpectedly interjected. If you are thirsty, do drink this glass of water and continue. Su Nian was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. Why do I feel as though he is treating me like a fool? Li Beiqing, aware of her thoughts, couldn't help but smile slightly. His intentions unmistakably clear. Su Nian felt the sting of insult in his words. She could not continue the conversation any further. Chapter 84. Apart from that visage, she possesses no virtues. Seeing Su Nian sulking beneath the covers, Li Beiqing's spirits lifted even more. How could he possibly be unable to handle this woman? He casually shifted his gaze to the document in his hand, a spark of inspiration igniting within him. If Su Nian had indeed lived a full life, he could leverage this insight to glean certain truths and effortlessly resolve various matters. The current conundrum revolved around how to extract valuable information from Su Nian. Deep in thought, Li Beiqing rhythmically tapped his fingers against the file. He reasoned that since he endured Su Nian's incessant stream of nonsensical chatter daily, why not make the most of it? The cacophony of her chaotic musings resurfaced in his mind. Initially, he believed he had grown accustomed to her disarrayed thoughts, yet reality proved he had underestimated this woman. Li Beiqing, this man possesses little beyond his handsome visage. Yet, the female protagonist is formidable herself. How could she discern his attributes, slender and brief as they may be? No, he does possess a modicum of merit, accuracy, for instance. It took but one night in a previous life for me to conceive a child with a mobile. Indeed, there exists a saying, short but powerful. If he were not so formidable, how lamentable that would be. Such a jumble of thoughts. How could he be that way? What on earth occupies Su Nian's mind each day? Li Beiqing rose, intending to speak, but just as he was about to utter a word, he realized he had no idea what to say. Should he confront Su Nian with, "I can hear your thoughts," and hold her accountable? Clearly, that was out of the question. This predicament lodged itself uncomfortably in his throat. Strangely, Su Nian suddenly sensed a chill creeping down her spine. She could not help but turn around and was met with Li Beiqing's chilling gaze. What a gaze! It feels as though he wishes to devour me. This insufferable sycophant, what madness is he indulging in now? Li Beiqing felt as though his head was about to explode, promptly pressing his fingers to his temples. Su Nian, not lacking in intelligence, quickly noticed his discomfort and recognized that this was her moment to shine. Without hesitation, she rolled up her sleeves, threw aside the covers, and stepped out of bed. Beiqing, what is the matter? You appear unwell. Is there anything I can do? Should I summon a doctor at once? Just be quiet.
Li Beiqing instinctively returta.
Upon hearing this, Su Nian's composure shattered. What do you mean by just be quiet? I clearly wasn't he speaking just now. This sycophant is becoming increasingly intolerable. Surely even my mere breathing is wrong in his eyes. Oh, woe is me, this wicked female supporting character is truly pitiful. Li Beiqing. At this moment, Li Beiqing felt an overwhelming urge to escape. He could no longer bear to remain in that place. He swiftly rose and headed towards the door, yearning for fresh air. However, just as he reached the entrance, the door swung open, revealing Li Jianheng entering from outside. Upon seeing Li Beiqing striding away, his expression immediately darkened. Beiqing, where do you think you are going? Nian Nian is in this condition, and you choose not to stay by her side? Have you forgotten the reason she was admitted to the hospital? You might have overlooked her before. But in light of the current situation, abandoning her is simply too much. Li Beiqing. Has he truly gone too far? Chapter 85. in search of the elusive solution. The unexpected arrival of the elder startled Su Nian. However, as someone who has lived a second life, Su Nian swiftly regained her composure, immediately adopting a look of feigned innocence. Once her expression was suitably altered, she earnestly addressed him. Dad, you may have misunderstood. Bei-chan is not as you perceive. He simply has some matters to attend to. Wasn't I just told to be quiet? Now, here I am, getting scolded by the elder. Serves me right. Li Bei-chan turned around, and indeed found Su Nian appearing utterly dispirited. He realized he needed to devise a strategy to reveal her true self to the elder. He was curious to see if, in such a scenario, the elder would still regard Su Nian favorably. Upon witnessing Su Nian's demeanor, Li Jianhong, filled with compassion, approached her. Nian, how can you be so understanding? It is precisely this nature of yours that leads to your frequent misfortunes. After uttering these words, Li Jianhong cast another glance at Li Bei-chan. His tone carried an air of authority, unyielding and formidable. Seeing Li Bei-chan's expression only fueled his ire. Li Bei-chan, what do you mean by this? Do you even acknowledge me as your father? At that moment, Su Nian recognized it was her turn to step forward. Dad, please do not be agitated. I am quite grown up now. There is no need for such grand gestures. I am perfectly capable of taking care of myself. One must not allow this wretched sycophant to linger here, as it disrupts my precious time for indulging in my dramas. As a malicious supporting character, her plight is truly lamentable, and yet she must endure the so-called storyline. The more Li Jianhong observed Su Nian's considerate demeanor, the more his heart ached. At that moment, however, Li Bei-chan's calm voice resonated. Very well, I shall no longer concern myself with the company's affairs, nor will I involve myself in the recent bidding project. Father, you may manage it on your own. If you deem it appropriate, I can arrange for the documents to be delivered to you immediately and facilitate a swift handover process. Li Jianhong was left speechless. Li Bei-chan cast a nonchalant glance at the elder, discerning the answer from his countenance. After all, a last-minute change in leadership is a grave taboo. Meanwhile, Su Nian felt quite discomfort by Li Bei-chan's smug expression. I cannot stand the sight of this insufferable sycophant, nor can I bear to see the elder suffer. Let me contemplate how I might subtly alert him to certain matters. Upon hearing this inner voice, Li Bei-chan's body froze. It appeared that some matters truly are found without effort, akin to finding a treasure hidden in plain sight. He had been pondering how to extract information from Su Nian, and now the opportunity was presented to him effortlessly. Let me reflect on what I can do to assist the elder. It seems that in my previous life, there was a significant price increase in construction materials, which had quite a substantial impact. Hearing this, Li Bei-chan raised an eyebrow slightly, and then spoke. By the way, Dad, I just remembered something. It seems there are rumors about a potential increase in construction material prices. This matter is rather troublesome, and given your experience, you would be better suited to handle it. Chapter 86. Author, please provide me with a script. Su Nian's pupils dilated slightly.
How does he know about this?
Does this guy have such capabilities? Has he received news already? The Feng Group, a leading enterprise in the construction industry, appears to be facing internal issues. I have recently learned that the Feng family is experiencing some problems, Dad. As you know, we have a significant focus on real estate. I have been contemplating how to navigate through this situation smoothly, and now that you are taking over, I trust you will manage it far better than I could. This revelation left Su Nian utterly astonished. Li Bei-chan actually knows about this. Could it be that Li Bei-chan has been reborn? Is he aware of future events? No, based on his current behavior, he doesn't seem to be. It appears that Li Bei-chan, this domineering CEO, is indeed formidable, with such powerful connections. However, no matter how capable Li Bei-chan is, he cannot possibly know that the issue is caused by the embezzlement of the Feng family's matriarch's brother. If he were aware of this, I would eat dirt while standing on my head. Li Bei-chan glanced at Su Nian and then offered her a knowing smile. Upon seeing that smile, Su Nian's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, she gazed at Li Bei-chan and articulated each word deliberately. According to reliable sources, it appears that it was Feng Madam's brother who embezzled funds. Father, you must be aware of how much she values her brother. Su Nian. Under Su Nian's scrutiny, Li Bei-chan's mood was exceptionally buoyant. Although Li Jianhong dotes on Su Nian, he maintains a sense of propriety in significant matters. Thus, he could only look at Su Nian with a face full of remorse. Nian Nian, I can only apologize for the distress this has caused you. Currently bewildered, Su Nian was unable to respond. This only intensified Li Jianhong's concern for her. Rest assured, my dear, your father will not let you suffer in vain. I shall ensure you are adequately compensated. Upon hearing the word compensation, Su Nian's eyes sparkled with hope. Not only do I not have to endure the presence of that insufferable sycophant, but there is also compensation involved. How splendid! However, her joy was short-lived, as Li Beichen's words extinguished her elation. Father, what do you mean by that? Wasn't I accompanying Su Nian as per your wishes? Li Jianhong's expression shifted, recognizing that his son would not spare him any embarrassment. Thus, he could only concede. Very well, my previous statements were ill-considered. I failed to realize the gravity of your current responsibilities. You should prioritize the company's affairs. Nevertheless, despite this assertion, Li Jianhong could not refrain from exclaiming. But what I said earlier remains true. It is because of you that Nian Nian has become this way. I dare say there will never be another person as foolish as her in this world. Su Nian conceded this fact. Even if it is not a plot point, perhaps there is no one else in this world who would act so foolishly for such reasons. I never claimed that balancing the company and Su Nian was impossible. This revelation left both Su Nian and Li Jianhong momentarily speechless. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Li Beichen continued, I am fully capable of managing both Su Nian and the company. There is no need for you to instruct me, father. I shall handle my responsibilities. Li Jianhong exclaimed, my son has finally gained insight. Su Nian thought to herself, what is this foolish devotion he is exhibiting again? What kind of narrative is unfolding now? Author, please provide me with the script. Chapter 87, A complete lack of civic responsibility as a father. Seeing his son take on such responsibility filled Li Jianhong with joy, prompting him to break into laughter. Excellent. Excellent. Truly, my son, a mature man should indeed balance career and family. I am genuinely proud of you. At that moment, Li Jianhong's smile was uncontainable. Li Beichen, however, turned his attention to another individual in the hospital room. Su Nian, what are your thoughts? Before Su Nian could respond, Li Jianhong interjected on her behalf. Nian Nian, are you not feeling elated in your heart right now? I told you. How could someone as wonderful as our Nian Nian not be cherished by Beichen? Certainly. I am filled with joy. Indeed, I am utterly delighted. After bidding farewell to the elder, Li Beichen hastily summoned Zhou Su to investigate the matters mentioned by Su Nian. Results soon emerged. Holding the documents, Li Beichen listened intently to Zhou Su's report. Indeed, as you indicated, Mr. Li, there are issues with Madame Feng's brother, and his behavior is quite audacious. He has directly informed the suppliers that the Feng family matters are entirely under his control. If they wish to secure contracts, they must curry his favor. Consequently, the suppliers have been eager to invest financially. Li Beichen regarded the documents with a calm demeanor. Su Nian was correct. It seems his intuition was not misplaced. Being able to discern Su Nian's thoughts proved beneficial. However, at that moment, Li Beichen recalled Su Nian's remark about his brevity and slightness. Zhou Su, who was reporting, suddenly sensed a drastic drop in the surrounding temperature, prompting an involuntary sneeze. Upon sneezing, he immediately straightened his posture, determined to pursue this valuable lead. Zhou Su understood well that their company had allocated considerable resources to the real estate project, and construction materials are vital to the industry's lifeblood. Should they seize this opportunity, it could lead to even greater advancements. Li Beichen then imparted further instructions to Zhou Su before dismissing him. Once Zhou Su departed, Li Beichen remained, contemplating in silence. Contemplating how to alleviate that woman's incessant musings proved to be an arduous task. Her thoughts were undeniably awkward, yet after considerable reflection, Li Beichen found himself devoid of any viable solutions. After all, even if he were to confide in Su Nian that he could discern her innermost thoughts, advising her to cease her unfounded anxieties seemed futile, as such musings are impervious to external influence. Nevertheless, Su Nian's erratic notions were indeed a source of discomfort for him. In his vexation, Li Beichen could not resist retrieving a few cigarettes from his pocket. Yet, even after indulging in them, he remained unable to unravel the complexities of the situation. Ultimately, a faint smile escaped his lips as he extinguished the cigarette. Upon catching a whiff of the smoke that clung to him, Su Nian immediately furrowed her brow. How many cigarettes has this guy smoked? The scent is overwhelming. If he is so enamored with the female lead, why does he not simply seek her out? Arriving before me reeking of smoke makes one wonder if he has been curing meat instead. He possesses no sense of decorum whatsoever. Chapter 88. It's fine. I have a long life ahead, and am not bothered by these few days. Su Nian scrutinized Li Beichen, reflecting on the potency of the smoke. With such a strong odor, how many cigarettes has this guy truly smoked? The female lead has scarcely been absent, and yet he seems utterly despondent. What a lack of fortitude. Li Beichen, feeling the weight of her gaze, settled himself at the desk, recognizing that he must learn to disregard Su Nian's chaotic thoughts. Perhaps this was a form of personal growth for him. Su Nian suddenly recalled another matter. By the way, if the male partner smokes excessively during childbirth, it could adversely affect the seed, consequently jeopardizing Mobao's health. What should I do then? She thought to herself, I am relying on him to provide the seed. I endured his injury for this purpose. If this fellow's seed proves unviable, wouldn't I be the one at a disadvantage?
No.
I must devise a strategy to ensure that Li Beichen's seed is flawless. Li Beichen could no longer concentrate on the documents. He took a deep breath to stabilize his emotions. However, as he listened to Su Nian ponder ways to enhance the seed's quality, after 3 minutes, he could bear it no longer and forcefully slammed the file onto the table. The loud crash startled Su Nian, who turned to look at Li Beichen in confusion. To her surprise, their gazes collided, but for some reason, Su Nian found something peculiar in Li Beichen's eyes. Clearing her throat, she asked, Beichen, what's wrong? Have you encountered any issues at work? If you don't mind sharing, I would be more than willing to listen quietly, even though I may not comprehend much. With that, she approached Li Beichen with a compliant demeanor. Upon hearing her words, Li Beichen instinctively exhaled in relief. At last, she had ceased her incessant ramblings about trivial matters. Beichen, I understand your earnestness towards work. However, some matters cannot be hastily resolved. It is imperative that you approach certain situations with a modicum of patience. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, perhaps a brief respite outdoors might refresh your spirit, allowing for the emergence of novel ideas. Observing the instigator before him, it would indeed be peculiar for Li Beichen to maintain a cheerful disposition. Wouldn't you agree? Li Beichen gritted his teeth as he uttered those words. Su Nian nodded in affirmation. Indeed. However, after speaking, she feigned a few coughs. Aware of the implications of her actions, Li Beichen regarded her with a bemused expression, prompting her further. What has caused your sudden coughing fit? Is it detrimental to your health?
Su Nian solemnly nodded.
As long as I bear your child, you may do as you please. Once the baby arrives, I shall hardly concern myself with you, you persistent admirer. Humph. Li Beichen, with deliberate intent, drew her closer. Feigning ignorance, do you disapprove of my smoking? This inquiry elicited a quiet amusement within Su Nian. It is not that. I merely concern myself with your well-being, Beichen. You may be unaware, but each cigarette reduces one's lifespan by several days. Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Li Beichen's lips, and he leaned closer to Su Nian's ear, murmuring in a low tone, It matters not. I possess a long life and am indifferent to these fleeting days. Chapter 89. Long life? Nonsense. Upon hearing these words, Su Nian felt as if numerous imaginary horses were soaring overhead. Long life? Your very nature is that of a short-lived individual. Under Su Nian's frantic gaze, Li Beichen continued. What is it? Why that look in your eyes? Do you not believe I shall live long? Or is it that you do not wish for my longevity? If you profess your love for me so fervently, do you truly love me? Or is it something else you cherish? Li Beichen, infuriated by the chaotic thoughts swirling within Su Nian's mind, pondered how he could allow this woman any semblance of ease. How could you think such a thing, Beichen? I could never believe you to be short-lived.
Su Nian,
suppressing her conscience, replied, No, I misspoke. Just looking at you, it is evident that you are destined for a life of prosperity and longevity. Moreover, You may not be aware that whenever I find a moment's respite, I pray to the deities, wishing that any misfortune may befall me instead. Oh, dear. Is it permissible for me to speak with such disingenuousness? Long life? Humph. You certainly appear short-lived, and as for loving anything else about you, this sycophant, without a bit of wealth, you possess not a single redeeming quality. You are arrogant and conceited, and do I truly love anything else about this fellow? Regardless, if he were to perish, all that he possesses would ultimately be mine. Li Beichen observed Su Nian's exaggerated reaction to her own disingenuous remarks. If that was the case, then it was certainly fitting to allow this woman to continue in her falsehoods. Upon contemplating this, a faint smile crept upon Li Beichen's lips. It seemed as though he had discovered a way to handle this woman. Do you truly believe that? Su Nian fervently nodded, desperate to navigate through this situation. Then let me hear you swear, he challenged. Su Nian was taken aback, exclaiming internally, "Oh no, this is the end. What has gotten into him? How was I unaware in my previous life that male supporting characters become unhinged after prolonged separation from the female lead?" She thought, just because I uttered a few words, he demands a vow. Surely, he must be out of his mind. The more she resisted, the more Li Beichen was compelled to hear her oath. One uttered with great insincerity. Why are you hesitating? Could it be that I have hit the nail on the head? Are you merely toying with me? I don't know what to swear. Su Nian chuckled awkwardly, attempting to break free from Li Beichen's grasp. Yet, the amusement on his face only deepened. Very well. Allow me to guide you. You need only echo my words. Thus, Li Beichen articulated slowly, I, Su Nian, swear that in my heart. I wish for Li Beichen to enjoy longevity and great wealth. If this is to be true or false. Just as he was about to finish, a warm pair of lips pressed against his. The kiss was clumsy and inexperienced, tinged with a hint of panic. In that moment, Li Beichen, already in a playful mood, had not anticipated Su Nian's boldness and was caught off guard. As he savored the sweetness of her lips, an unexpected desire to deepen the kiss arose within him. However, amidst this intoxicating moment, Su Nian's inner thoughts resurfaced in his mind once more. This morning I didn't brush my teeth, just to discuss this fellow. I swear, I can only imagine what might escape from the lips of this insidious sycophant.
Li Beichen.
At this moment, it would be a miracle for Li Beichen to entertain any romantic notions about this woman. Chapter 90. A Vow. With a dark expression, Li Beichen pushed her away. Beichen, I cannot swear an oath, for above our heads, there are deities. If I were to carelessly make a vow, it would not bode well for you. Su Nian presented a wry smile even before Li Beichen spoke. You may think I am merely making excuses, but I am guiltless. After uttering these words, Su Nian turned and departed. The instant she turned, she breathed a sigh of relief within her heart. The reason she refrained from swearing was that Su Nian genuinely feared the divine judgment that hovered above. It was already miraculous enough that she traversed into the pages of a book, and to find herself reborn was beyond comprehension, though the reasons behind it eluded her. Su Nian was genuinely apprehensive. Let those who wish to swear do so. Above us are deities. If I were to recklessly make a vow and provoke divine wrath, what if it adversely affected the birth of Mo Bao? This thought immediately drew Li Beichen's gaze towards Su Nian, who had climbed onto the bed. At worst, I would endure the cold mockery of the sycophant. It wouldn't cost me anything, as long as nothing untoward happens to my Mo Bao. Initially, Li Beichen merely intended to tease Su Nian, hoping to provoke her a little, but he never anticipated her reaction. In that moment, a wave of guilt washed over him. He could only gaze at Su Nian's silhouette, ultimately deciding to rise and apologize to her. However, upon approaching, he discovered that Su Nian had already succumbed to slumber. Time swiftly passed into the evening. Once Li Beichen had concluded the last document of the day, his attention drifted towards the bed. Still not awake. Why has she slept for so long? Moreover, he could not hear Su Nian's inner voice. Had he truly been so unreasonable as to cause her such distress? With that thought, Li Beichen stood and made his way towards the bed. Yet, before he could reach Su Nian's bedside, the door to the hospital room swung open. Beichen, how could you be injured? Why didn't you tell me after you were hurt? Upon hearing that voice, Li Beichen's expression changed. It was not Lan Chi's voice. Who could it be? He immediately quickened his pace, eager to reach Su Nian's side. After all, he had already upset her today, and he fervently wished to avoid being ensnared by that so-called plot, causing her further pain. However, in reality, Li Beichen's intentions were noble. Just as he was about to reach Su Nian's bedside, Lan Chi suddenly leaped in front of him, grasping his hand tightly. Beichen, I was truly worried when I learned you were injured. I made this soup for you. Li Beichen once again found himself deprived of agency. Even without control, he could still manage to cast fleeting glances at Su Nian. He now yearned for her to remain in her dream, to not awaken. Li Beichen contemplated that this absurd plot, no matter how shameless, could not possibly rouse someone still lost in slumber. As Li Beichen contemplated this, the long-forgotten voice of Su Nian echoed in his mind. You despicable sycophant, are you not forcing me to swear? If I do not make you pay a price, I shall no longer be called Su Nian. Li Beichen. What has this woman done now? A multitude of ominous premonitions surged within him, their intensity overwhelming. He could never anticipate that I deliberately messaged the female protagonist, informing her that he was injured and craved stewed pig trotters without any oil, salt, soy sauce, or vinegar, simply boiled to retain its raw essence and blood. Let us see just how robust this sycophant's appetite truly is. Chapter 91. Maintain composure. Do not laugh out loud listening to these words. Li Beichen caught sight of the item that Lan Ji was handing over, glistening with oil. At that moment, Su Nian slowly rose, adjusting her posture to observe the spectacle. The impeccably dressed domineering CEO, with grease dripping from his lips, gazing at the female protagonist with eyes brimming with affection. This scene is simply too exquisite to fathom. Li Beichen turned his gaze towards Lan Ji, fixating on the insulated container she held, the oil floating atop truly repulsing him. Jier, I always knew you cared for me the most. He watched his hand as he accepted the container from Lan Ji. She, relieved at his acceptance, exhaled softly. Upon receiving Su Nian's message about Li Beichen's injury, she had panicked. She was accustomed to being the first to receive news about him, yet now, she was left in the dark regarding even his injury. Despite Lan Ji's attempts to reassure herself that Li Beichen's actions were motivated by a desire to shield her from worry, a sense of unease still lingered within her. This feeling intensified as she entered the hospital room and witnessed Li Beichen approaching Su Nian. However, upon seeing the familiar expression on Li Beichen's face, Lan Ji felt a wave of relief wash over her. Yet, recalling Su Nian's previous remarks, she added, Beichen, rest assured, the money for this purchase is entirely my own, earned through my own labor, and bears no connection to Lin Yuan. Even if it did, it would not matter.
Jier, Li Beichen continued.
I often feel that I should express my gratitude to Su Nian. Without her, how could I savor the dishes prepared by your own hands? Observing the tender exchange between Li Beichen and Su Nian instinctively stifled a yawn, thinking to herself, must we adhere to such formalities? This is indeed quite a waste of time. Li Beichen gazed at the bowl of broth, glistening with a layer of oil, when Su Nian's voice broke through. Lan Ji, what brings you here? She regarded the leading lady before her. Had she not known better, one might assume she had injured Li Beichen. But she awaited this moment eagerly. Sure enough, after Lan Ji spoke, Li Beichen embraced the thermos and promptly consumed the broth. Observing his eager consumption, Su Nian's anticipation dwindled. Such a rich soup would be unbearable for an ordinary person, yet Li Beichen appears to be anything but ordinary. Just as Su Nian pondered this, Li Beichen dashed toward the restroom. Li Beichen truly could not comprehend why this absurd plot had taken control of his body, while still allowing him to feel. If it had the ability to invoke sensations, it ought to have the capacity to eliminate them as well. At this moment, Li Beichen felt as though he might vomit his very bile. In contrast, Su Nian appeared contemplative, nodding slightly. So the second male lead can indeed grow weary. I had thought the gifts from the female lead would not elicit any reaction from him. Li Beichen. As Su Nian observed the unfolding drama, Lan Chi emerged with a face full of envy, her gaze fixed on her. Su Nian, what have you done to provoke Beichen in such a manner? If anything were to happen to him, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. What have I done? You should be questioning what you have done to Beichen. He consumed what you prepared, and thus we find ourselves in this predicament. Maintain composure. It is imperative that I do not burst into laughter. I must continue to play my role. Chapter 92 Li Beichen. There is no need for such concern. I acted entirely upon your instructions. At this revelation, Lan Qi's eyes widened with realization. It was you. You orchestrated this deliberately. You intended to use my hand to harm Beichen. How could you possess such cunning? Su Nian cleared her throat and began to take action. Do as I say. If I instructed you to eat excrement, would you comply? She advanced toward Lan Qi, stating, the only explanation is that you lacked sincerity. Tell me honestly, Lan Qi, are you a traitor sent by Huolin Yuan, deliberately tormenting Beichen? I did not. Since Su Nian chose to act in this manner, she must have considered how to respond. It is inconceivable that this female lead could be her rival. If there is no foundation for such thoughts, then you need not engage your intellect. Whatever I proclaim, you shall accept as truth. When I assert that I am Beichen's wife, you would invariably concoct a myriad of excuses, perceiving my intentions as sinister. Yet now, how is it that you do not regard my motives with suspicion? Upon uttering these words, Su Nian moved directly to Li Beichen's side. However, upon witnessing his pallid complexion, she found herself at a loss for words. Why does he look so pale? Surely not. I merely intended to vex him a little, after all. This fellow has deliberately tormented me. I never anticipated he would react this way. Without hesitation, she reached out to support Li Beichen. His stature, standing at over 6 feet, made him quite heavy, causing Su Nian to nearly lose her balance. With determination, she managed to assist him onto the bed. Su Nian had originally planned to place him on the bed and then summon a doctor. However, just as she got him settled, it felt as though she had stumbled over an unseen obstacle, resulting in her collapsing onto Li Beichen. Their lips met in an unexpected connection. Their eyes widened in shock. What on earth is happening? Lan Ji's anxious voice broke the moment. I can't believe I am taking advantage of the male lead in front of the female lead. This is exhilarating. Li Beichen, too, felt a sense of relief within himself. Su Nian withdrew from Li Beichen's lips and, under Lan Ji's piercing gaze, casually remarked, Lan Ji,
What do you mean by this?
Beichen and I are husband and wife. What is wrong with engaging in some intimate acts?
With that,
She swiftly planted another fervent kiss on Li Beichen's face. After all, if one has the chance to take advantage, why not seize it? Lan Ji turned her gaze toward Li Beichen, initially anticipating a stern reprimand directed at Su Nian. However, Li Beichen remained utterly unresponsive. At that moment, Su Nian stepped directly in front of Lan Ji and, with a sharp tone, asserted, Look at Beichen. Does he have any spirit left to converse with you? Or perhaps, Lan Ji, you might explain why you are so agitated. Did you not consider Beichen your own brother? Are you, perchance, feeling jealous? Since I have already brought misfortune to Li Beichen, I might as well lend him a hand and provoke the female lead. Li Beichen, who was adjusting his state, interjected, There is no need for that. Chapter 93. The professional malicious supporting role. When she becomes truly malicious, even she fears herself.
Who said that?
Do not speak carelessly. I speak as I see fit. In any endeavor, one must have a stance. If you cannot even discern your own position, how can you address me with such words? Do you not realize that your arguments hold no merit? Su Nian's voice was piercing. The professional malicious supporting role, when she turns vicious, even she fears herself. She observed Lan Ji, noticing the slight tremor of her lips. It seemed that this female lead had truly reached her limit of anger. Then someone appeared to take charge of the female lead, causing me to suffer greatly. I wonder if Li Beichen still has the spirit to take the lead now? With this thought, Su Nian turned to gaze at Li Beichen. To her surprise, she found him sprawled on the bed, resembling a lifeless lump of clay. How did he end up like this? It was his turn to take the stage, yet he lay there like a mere puddle of mud. Li Beichen silently scoffed at the situation. He considered the so-called plot to possess a hint of humanity. For instance, at this moment, he felt utterly powerless. Even without any physical contact with Su Nian, he had lost control of his own body. However, he was now entirely limp, devoid of strength, and he could sense the overwhelming stench of greasy food emanating from his stomach and permeating his entire being. Even if this world were truly a novel, did Lan Qi possess no semblance of reason? How could she so readily believe Su Nian? Logically, it was unfathomable for her to trust Su Nian. Regardless, whoever decided to take charge of Su Nian would do so, as he had no strength left to resist. Su Nian glanced at Li Beichen a few more times and, noticing his lack of movement, leaped onto him. Beichen, do not listen to Lan Qi's nonsense. I accidentally saw something and inadvertently sent it to her. I had no idea she would believe it and prepare such things for you. Li Beichen looked at the woman before him and could not help but remark, if you were to shed a few tears at this moment, the effect might be even more potent. Su Nian, who was earnestly acting, was momentarily taken aback by his words. She lifted her gaze and locked eyes with Li Beichen for 3 seconds. Tears, this is manageable. Since you, my devoted admirer, have made this request, I shall certainly oblige. ISNT just tears? Can this truly daunt me? I am, after all, a professional antagonist. Soon, tears began to well in the corners of her eyes. Li Beichen. There is no need for such expertise. My dear Beichen, having spent every moment together these past days, do you not perceive my feelings for you? If one were to inquire who in this world wishes for your swift recovery, it would undoubtedly be me. Hasten your healing. Once you are well, I shall no longer have to endure your incessant devotion. Ah. The scent emanating from him is overwhelming. I can hardly bear it. Su Nian discreetly shifted her body, yearning to distance herself from Li Beichen. Yet, how could Li Beichen possibly allow Su Nian to escape his grasp? He immediately pulled her into his embrace. Su Nian's eyes widened in astonishment. In the melodramatic realms of cliché romance novels, the domineering CEO, worth billions, could rival nations, wielding power with ease, would still find even the richest indulgences tiresome. Especially now, as he exuded a distinctly meaty aroma. This fellow has an incredibly potent scent, with the current odor surrounding him. A stray dog would undoubtedly gaze at him with longing. This is unbearable. With such a strong scent, why not embrace the heroine instead of me? Chapter 94. Thankfully, this devoted admirer does not kiss me. Nevertheless, Su Nian could still sense the heroine's gaze burning with intensity. If Su Nian's conjecture is correct, then Lan Ji must be yearning to extricate her from Li Beichen's embrace. Although this fellow currently resembles a lump of greasy fat, I surmise that the heroine wishes fervently to pry me away from him, desiring instead to be held by Li Beichen herself. Listening to Su Nian's jibe about his corpulence, Li Beichen felt a twinge of annoyance. Yet, upon hearing her words, he instinctively turned his gaze toward Lan Ji, only to find her eyes filled with a mournful longing. In response, he tightened his hold on Su Nian. What on earth? Why is he gripping me even more tightly? Is this insufferable sycophant attempting to suffocate me with his embrace? This wretched flatterer is utterly malicious. Observing their intimate embrace, Lan Ji felt an indescribable pang in her heart. Could it be that Beichen truly believed that woman's words? Had their years of camaraderie been eclipsed by this newcomer? Determined not to allow Su Nian to prevail, Lan Ji inhaled deeply, suppressing the grievances within her. Beichen, I acknowledge that I was in the wrong this time. My excessive concern for you clouded my judgment regarding your true state. Rest assured, I shall prevent such occurrences in the future. However, after her lengthy exposition, Li Beichen paid her no heed, not even casting a glance in her direction. His focus remained solely on Su Nian. Yet, this was hardly Li Beichen's fault, for he simply lacked the energy to devote to her at that moment. The reason for this is that Su Nian silently remarked, "Fortunately, this sycophant will not kiss me." Considering his current demeanor, how fortunate, I am the wicked female counterpart. Li Beichen, having overheard her words, displayed a hint of amusement in his gaze. If that is the case, just as Lan Ji approached, noticing that Li Beichen was ignoring her, she inadvertently caught sight of him leaning down towards Su Nian, appearing as if he intended to kiss her. Lan Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, Su Nian's eyes were equally wide. After all, Li Beichen's lips were. She instinctively recoiled. Do you disdain me? Su Nian's body instantly stiffened. Since Su Nian was so adept at acting, it was only fitting that Li Beichen was as well. Otherwise, his long eavesdropping on her innermost thoughts would have been in vain. Subsequently, Li Beichen spoke. I suddenly find you rather agreeable. For if one truly invests their feelings in another, it can be discerned through the minutiae. His words caused both women present to change their expressions. This detestable sycophant must be doing this on purpose. It sounds as if he implies that if I do not kiss him, I do not love him. Wait a moment. I never liked the sycophant in the first place. According to this logic, I indeed have no need to subject myself to the disgust of kissing him. How fortunate that I am the wicked female counterpart. Truly, how fortunate. Lan Shi was also taken aback that Li Beichen could behave this way towards her because of this matter. Beichen, I truly realize my mistake. Li Beichen finally turned his gaze towards Lan Shi. The ice does not freeze in a single day. Your previous attitude, juxtaposed with the current situation, has truly left me disheartened. Is there only Ho Lin Yuan in your heart? Upon uttering these words, Li Beichen suddenly felt that confronting Lan Shi, the so-called heroine under the plot's control, was rather agreeable. Voicing it made it even more repugnant. Chapter 95. Quite impressive, a novelty. This statement left Lan Shi momentarily speechless. I have warned you countless times. It always ends up like this. You constantly find excuses to distance yourself. Everyone has their limits. And I sincerely hope you can provide me with a resolution. As Li Beichen finished speaking, an uncomfortable sensation stirred in his chest. That bowl of meat soup had indeed been rather overwhelming. The mere thought of it now made him feel nauseous. Beichen, why must you treat me this way? Can't we simply be siblings? Weren't we just fine before? Why the change? Lan Shi said, tears streaming down her face. Upon hearing this, Su Nian couldn't help but sigh. There is nothing new in this. If I am not mistaken, Lan Shi will undoubtedly continue with, I have always regarded you as my brother. The closest person in this world to me. The one I care for the most. Why are you forcing me like this? I have always considered you my brother, even though we share no blood relation. Yet, I still hold you as my closest person in this world, the one I cherish the most. Why must you pressure me so? Su Nian raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing these words. How refreshing. Not bad. There is a semblance of innovation. These chaotic murmurs caused the usually stern Li Beichen to struggle to maintain his composure. Lan Ji, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Should you seek excuses to depart or employ any means of procrastination, I shall assert my words here. This is your last chance. If you fail to cherish this moment, we shall never cross paths again, Li Beichen declared, his expression grave. He pondered the possibility that should Lan Ji and the so-called male lead, Ho Lin Yuan, make their appearance, perhaps her absence would prevent him from being influenced by her. Tears streamed down Lan Ji's face as she pleaded, Why do you always pressure me, Beichen? As her sobs resonated, Li Beichen felt a dull ache in his chest, gradually intensifying. Damn it, what is this narrative? This world encompasses more than mere romance. Must our story be confined to such limitations? Su Nian observed Lan Ji, recognizing that this so-called female lead truly redefined her understanding. Although she was aware that she resided in a melodramatic, cliché-filled realm, it need not be so excessively trite. A modicum of restraint would suffice. Contemplating this, she glanced at the man beside her. In that moment, her heart tightened and her expression grew somber. The characterization of Li Beichen is that of an obsessively devoted admirer of the female lead, utterly mindless in his adoration. Why is it so? Why has it changed? If Li Beichen truly undergoes a transformation, what ought I to do? At that moment, Su Nian began to feel a surge of panic. For if the plot were to deviate too significantly, despite having lived through it once and having familiarized herself with the narrative of this novel, she could not guarantee what would transpire next. Upon hearing Su Nian's words, Li Beichen let out a cold scoff in his heart. This woman has finally realized that he is beginning to change. He felt compelled to seize the opportunity to make this insufferable woman aware that he was no longer the Li Beichen of yore. From this day forth, the man who would appear before her would undoubtedly be a wholly transformed Li Beichen. Chapter 96. The look of a dog encountering excrement. Li Beichen felt a surge of elation at Su Nian's words, affirming his conviction in his current path. He cast a cold gaze at Lan Shi, intending to continue speaking. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, It felt as though a knife had plunged deeply into his chest, and that confining force returned with a vengeance. At this critical juncture, how could Li Beichen allow the narrative to ensnare him once more? He promptly grasped Su Nian's hand tightly. However, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he lost control of his body once again. This time, the loss felt distinctly different from before. At that moment, he experienced a searing pain in his chest, as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart. Not only did Li Beichen endure this acute agony, but he also witnessed himself release Su Nian's hand, rushing uncontrollably towards Lan Qi. "Dear, please do not cry. I was merely jesting with you. My affection for you is profound. I thought perhaps I could coax a confession of your feelings for me. However, I never anticipated that my actions would lead to this. I sincerely apologize. I was mistaken."
Please do not be upset.
Li Weiken. Subsequently, he heard Su Nian let out a sigh. "You frightened me. I thought Li Beichen had changed, but instead, he has become even more ingratiating. Even more ingratiating." Those words made Li Beichen feel as if he were on the verge of despair. What did it mean to become even more ingratiating? "Dear, I genuinely desire to love you. I yearn to love you fiercely. I even perceive you as my very life. Do you understand? When I witnessed your distress, it felt as though my heart were being pricked by needles. Yet I told myself to endure, to persevere. If only I could endure a little longer, I might hear you utter words of love for me. But I truly cannot bear to see you suffer." Although Li Beichen was reluctant to admit it, the narrative had indeed rendered him more ingratiating. This realization drove him to the brink of madness. "But I truly regard you only as a brother. I have attempted to love you, but my heart is too small. It can only accommodate one." Lan Qi fixed her tearful eyes upon Li Beichen. For the first time, he felt a sense of revulsion toward her. Despite knowing that Lan Qi was also ensnared by the so-called narrative, her current demeanor was genuinely repulsive to him.
What?
"Have you ever attempted to love me, Lan Qi? Do you realize that with those words, even if it meant my immediate demise, I would embrace it willingly?" Standing quietly beside Li Beichen, Su Nian couldn't help but notice the spark in his eyes. The brilliance of his gaze was akin to that of a dog encountering excrement. Nay, it surpassed even that. It seemed that after all the words Lan Qi had uttered, the only phrase that resonated with him was, "I once tried to love you." When it comes to fervent admirers, if Li Beichen dares to claim second place, then none would dare to claim the first. Although Li Beichen couldn't perceive his own expression, upon hearing Su Nian's words, his mood plummeted. Chapter 97. Once again, she falls for this woman. Lan Qi felt a sense of relief due to Li Beichen's actions. After he finished speaking, she quickly covered his mouth with her hand. "Beichen, I forbid you to utter such words."
What do you mean by death?
"You must never speak of it. You must live well. I wish for your health and happiness." Su Nian believed Lan Qi's sincerity. How touching! Alas! It seemed that Li Beichen, this devoted admirer, would not have much time left. Just as Su Nian was engrossed in the spectacle, Lan Qi abruptly shifted her tone. "Beichen, this incident was entirely my oversight, so please do not blame Su Nian."
It was all my fault.
Su Nian. What the hell? I'm merely a bystander here. Is such an apology truly necessary? Upon entering Li Beichen's line of sight, the once tormented heart of Li Beichen began to lighten inexplicably upon witnessing Su Nian's melancholic demeanor. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Su Nian understood that her role as a mere bystander could no longer persist. "What cruelty have I inflicted? I have already stated that Lan Qi has never held you in her heart, hence this predicament. Beichen, why do you refuse to heed my words? Why is everything I say deemed erroneous?" Su Nian swiftly slipped into the persona of a wronged woman. "What do you know? Did you not hear? Cheer has begun to learn the art of loving me. How could she possibly disregard my existence?" Li Beichen pondered, unable to suppress the thought that perhaps his demise would signify an end to this turmoil. Yet, as this notion crossed his mind, he recalled Su Nian's intentions to sustain a young paramour with his wallet after his departure. Thus, he concluded that it was preferable to remain alive. Meanwhile, Su Nian hastened to Li Beichen's side, exclaiming, "And what of me? You were clearly wavering moments ago. Have you not begun to attempt loving me?" She implored him for even the slightest affirmation, just a hint, even the tiniest acknowledgement would suffice. Absolutely none, he replied, impossible. You cannot possess no feelings at all. You were undeniably shaken just now. As Su Nian reached out to grasp Li Beichen's hand, her attempt was thwarted by the timely intervention of Lan Ji. Lan Ji stood before her and Li Beichen, exclaiming, Su Nian, I once believed in your sincerity, thinking you would not act recklessly. It seems I was gravely mistaken. You are indeed capable of anything. I am capable of anything, and I have gone to great lengths to please him. I have humbly sought your favor. Yet despite my efforts, Beichen refuses to spare me a glance. Why is it that no matter where I go, Beichen loves you so deeply? What is it about you that I lack? Su Nian shouted, her voice hoarse. However, once her outburst subsided, she discreetly swallowed hard. Damn, I spoke too hastily just now. I nearly choked. I suppose I should be a bit more cautious. Upon witnessing Su Nian's desperate state, Li Beichen found himself momentarily lost in thought, even beginning to worry in response to her words. Yet, upon hearing her lament, he cursed inwardly, realizing he had fallen for this woman's manipulations once again. As for Lan Ji, she found herself at a loss for words. After all, in a Mary Sue narrative, the heroine is always in love with the hero. How could she possibly love the devoted second male lead? Thus, Lan Ji could only utter, Su Nian as a woman, why do you lack such self-respect? Do you truly wish for your parents to witness you in this state? Lack of self-respect? Is it unworthy of me to have feelings for my own husband?
Lan Ji.
Do you find this notion absurd? I find it utterly amusing. If you do not concur with my perspective, feel free to consult anyone, or even record my words with your phone. Su Nian advanced step by step towards Lan Ji. After all, you are capable of assisting my husband, your dear brother, in addressing his physiological concerns. These words were ones Lan Ji could not utter. Su Nian was not the least bit surprised by Lan Ji's demeanor. Lan Ji then turned her gaze back to Li Beichen. Beichen, do you care about this? This Li Beichen felt that if he were to admit it, it would imply he was excessively lustful. However, given the intensity of Lan Ji's gaze at that moment, he was compelled to acknowledge it. Yet, before Li Beichen could make any move, Su Nian suddenly rushed over and wrapped her arms around his neck. There are certain things that Lan Ji cannot offer Beichen. Yet I can. Haha. Once Li Beichen is done scolding me, I can go shopping and no longer waste time with the sycophant. Lan Ji stared intently at Li Beichen, anticipating that he would forcefully push Su Nian away and reprimand her loudly. Instead, to her astonishment, Li Beichen tightened his embrace around Su Nian. At that moment, Lan Ji's face was a mask of disbelief, as if she had received a tremendous blow. Beichen, I never imagined you could be this kind of person. You have truly disappointed me. With that, she stormed off in anger. Su Nian, too, was bewildered. What was happening? Under normal circumstances, would not Li Beichen be loudly reprimanding her? Su Nian looked at Li Beichen in confusion, but soon, a sudden realization dawned upon her. I understand. I comprehend. It must be that this fellow is playing hard to get. TSK, why not orchestrate a scene where Lan Ji directly confronts Li Beichen, questioning him about whether he is indeed toying with her emotions, preferably cornering him against a wall. Li Beichen. He realized that Su Nian often had a tendency to think inappropriately. Whenever he heard her nonsensical remarks, images involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Coughing heavily, Li Beichen cleared his throat. However, when she caught sight of him again, her eyes instantly sparkled. Regardless of whether this man was indeed playing hard to get, I can seize this opportunity to showcase my artistic talent. Before Li Beichen could react to her words, he noticed Su Nian had already approached him closely. Beichen, rest assured. You may treat me however you desire, even if you wish to ravage me. It is permissible. For I am not Lan Ji. I can wholeheartedly do anything for you, as long as it brings you joy. Li Beichen. In an instant, he pulled Su Nian before him, gradually leaning closer. With a low, resonant voice, he remarked, You have quite the imagination. Chapter 100. It turns out the overbearing CEO can indeed suffer from diarrhea. Plans often do not keep pace with changes. Originally, Su Nian had prepared an array of assertive strategies, intending to bring Li Beichen to justice right then and there. However, Over the past few days, she had observed him making numerous trips to the restroom. As she witnessed the scene, a realization dawned upon her. The overbearing CEO can indeed suffer from gastrointestinal distress. Moreover, observing Li Beichen's condition, it appeared as though he was suffering from a bout of gastrointestinal distress. This elicited a twinge of guilt within Su Nian, as she genuinely believed that this domineering CEO was unlike others. After all, she found herself within the pages of a novel, not the realm of reality. However, what Su Nian did not realize was that Li Beichen's greatest annoyance at that moment was, in fact, her presence. Even though he was feeling unwell, emerging from the restroom only to find Su Nian sitting innocently on the bed, her gaze fixed upon him as she engaged in various analyses regarding the cause of his distress. Was it not obvious? Who could consume that bowl of food without suffering the consequences? After yet another weary exit from the restroom, Li Beichen collapsed onto the bed. Casting a sidelong glance, he noticed that Su Nian's bed was unoccupied, prompting him to instinctively survey his surroundings. Finding no trace of her in the hospital room, he furrowed his brow in concern. However, before he could seek her out, the door swung open. "Beichen, I brought you some congee that I bought, infused with a touch of ginger. Do try it. Perhaps it will soothe your stomach," Su Nian announced as she entered, carrying a bowl. "Although you've been consuming plain congee these past few days, I believe adding some ginger will help warm your stomach." Before Li Beichen could utter a word, he was struck by the unvoiced thoughts of Su Nian. Li Beichen. Su Nian made this? This suddenly reminded Li Beichen of the things Su Nian had made before. "Rest assured, Beichen, this is not something I made myself. After the last experience, I realized that my culinary skills are not worthy of your palate, and in your current state, I also worry that what I prepare might upset your stomach." As she spoke, Su Nian placed the bowl in front of Li Beichen. He gazed hesitantly at the bowl of congee before him, acutely aware that it was prepared by Su Nian's own hands. The shadow of her previous culinary attempt loomed large in his mind. Su Nian held the bowl so long that her arm began to ache. Li Beichen took it from her and drank directly from the bowl. He thought to himself, no matter how unsavory the congee might be, it couldn't possibly be that bad. To his surprise, as the warm congee slid down his throat, a comforting warmth enveloped his entire body. The subtle taste of ginger in his mouth eased him considerably. How could this congee be so delightful? Finally, I've managed to get you to drink it. Otherwise, all my efforts over the past 2 hours would have been in vain. If I didn't have a shred of conscience left, I wouldn't have cared about this guy at all. Su Nian mused quietly to herself before continuing, "Beichen, it's delicious. Isn't it? If one didn't know better, they might think I was trying to poison you with that expression you had just now. The chef's skills are quite commendable. As long as you find it enjoyable, that is all that matters. My culinary skills are indeed impressive. I have been practicing specifically for this." Chapter 101. The Desperate Admirer Who Likes to Overstep Boundaries. "Could you perhaps help me by reserving a few more days in the future?" As Su Nian basked in the delight of Li Beichen's words, she remarked, "The price is not an issue. I find this quite delectable, warming my entire stomach." Li Beichen thought to himself that since Su Nian was so pleased within, it would be a waste not to act upon it. Sure enough, after he expressed this sentiment, he was met with Su Nian's exasperated voice. "What is this guy saying? One serving isn't enough. He expects me to do this for several days. How can this insufferable sycophant be so audacious? This is utterly infuriating. Is that so? Is it unacceptable?"
Li Beichen rapidly and nonchalantly.
What choice did Su Nian have? With him gazing at her expectantly, could she truly refuse? Thus, she could only smile and nod. "Then I shall trouble you with this." Su Nian shook her head, saying, "Beichen, how can you say that? If I can assist you even a little, then that brings me great joy. At worst, I can simply purchase some plain congee to pass off as a meal. After all congee tastes the same." I refused to believe this insufferable sycophant could distinguish between them. If he truly could, then I, Su Nian, would take his surname. After finishing the congee, Li Beichen reclined on the sofa, contemplating. Given Su Nian's demeanor, if he did not indulge her modest wish, he would be unworthy of the effort she put into making the congee. He had initially intended to reveal her subterfuge upon tasting the congee she had bought, to catch her in a moment of embarrassment. Yet, in the following days, he found himself relishing the congee she had meticulously prepared. Even later, he accompanied his meals with several delectable side dishes each day. However, daily, he could hear Su Nian's various grievances within her heart. "I'm so tired. This is such a hassle. Fortunately, I didn't let this sycophant know I can cook." The notion that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach must surely originate from a man. "I'll endure a few more days. Once Li Beichen's stomach is well, even if this household were to beg me on its knees, I would refuse to cook for him." Indeed, to continue cooking for him would be akin to serving him as a grandson. Listening to these inner musings, for reasons unknown, Li Beichen felt his mood lighten considerably. He couldn't help but glance at the space beside him. Upon seeing Su Nian lying on the bed, a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. "Fortunately, I am clever. The impression I left before Li Beichen was that of a kitchen fool, so after this, I shall not need to cook again." With this thought, Su Nian felt her spirits lift significantly, and she promptly sat up to stretch her body.
Noticing Li Beichen ating beside her.
She felt that her efforts in preparing this meal should not go to waste. Otherwise, it would indeed be a loss. Hearing her thoughts, Li Beichen lifted his gaze towards Su Nian. In that moment, Su Nian looked at him earnestly, her expression resembling that of a child eager for a reward from their parent after completing a task. In response to her gaze, Li Beichen spoke with deliberate calmness. "I truly must thank you for this. Without your assistance, I would still be suffering. I appreciate you bringing such a talented chef." Su Nian's eyes sparkled with renewed brightness. Although Li Beichen is merely a secondary character, he embodies the essence of a domineering CEO. When he expresses gratitude, one can be assured that his words will not be mere platitudes. In Chapter 102, "Feel free to insult me with money," under Su Nian's hopeful gaze, Li Beichen remarked, "I wish to extend my heartfelt thanks to you, but I am uncertain how to articulate my gratitude. Allow me a moment to ponder." His words instantly elevated Su Nian's expectations. However, she remained mindful of her position and responded sweetly, "Beichen, please do not say that. Have you forgotten that I once expressed my willingness to do anything for you? For me, being able to assist you is a privilege. If my conjecture is accurate, even after receiving my kindness and regaining his health, Li Beichen will surely seek to maintain a distance from me. For a domineering CEO, such boundaries are typically established through financial means. I find this method of humiliation rather appealing. Go ahead, indulge in this form of insult." As Su Nian awaited his response, Li Beichen finally spoke. "In that case, I shall not impose upon you."
Su Nian was taken aback.
Moreover, if I recall correctly, having been by the old man's side for so long and enjoying his affection, you must have received countless treasures that you no longer desire. Therefore, I shall refrain from overstepping." In that moment, Su Nian felt as though she might explode with frustration. That despicable fellow. I am aware that he is a sycophant, yet I never anticipated he could be so obsequious. Truly, he is not an ordinary sycophant. However, Li Beichen is capable of demonstrating that he can be even more servile. He then remarked, "Nevertheless, judging by the meals over the past few days, the chef must have put in considerable effort. Su Nian, could you kindly bring him to me? I wish to express my gratitude, for without him, I would still be suffering." At that moment, Su Nian found herself at a loss for words. To publicly express gratitude. Yet I am the chef. How can I find someone for him? Should I randomly select someone and watch them claim my credit? How did the plot twist to this? It is utterly illogical. Li Beichen continued to fan the flames. "Why are you silent? Is there a challenge in this?" A smile then appeared on Su Nian's face. "How could there be a challenge? Of course, there is none. Beichen, you are truly so kind. I find myself loving you even more. With someone like you, how could I ever love another? How could I let you go?" Su Nian felt that if she lingered any longer, she would surely be driven to the brink of exasperation by this man. After uttering those words, she cheerfully said, I'm a bit indisposed,
so I won't talk to you for now."
She then made her way directly to the restroom, depriving Li Beichen of any opportunity to speak further. Upon reaching the restroom, Su Nian immediately splashed her face with cold water, hoping to regain her composure. She believed that without this action, the performance could not possibly continue. Taking several deep breaths, she managed to stabilize her emotions. It seemed to her that fate was purposely complicating matters, making Li Beichun exceedingly difficult and irksome, merely to thwart her efforts in creating the masterpiece. However, this would not deter her unwavering resolve. Chapter 103. Mr. Li, the executive information you requested. Once Su Nian had adjusted her emotions and emerged again, she discovered the source of her frustration, the culprit, lying on the bed. This revelation made her feel somewhat foolish. Just as her curiosity began to peak, her mood plummeted, and she angrily strode toward her bed. Upon sitting down, she felt something beneath her. Reaching out, she retrieved a beautifully packaged gift box. Upon opening it, she revealed a stunning diamond bracelet. The moment she laid eyes on it, she was captivated. Turning her gaze to the adjacent hospital bed, she saw Li Beichun, his back turned to her. Not one to be fooled. She quickly grasped that his earlier behavior had been intentional, merely a ploy to toy with her. Her initial joy diminished slightly. Meanwhile, Li Beichun, still facing away from her, wore a subtle smirk. This insufferable man, even failing to express his gratitude sincerely, had to make a mockery of her. No. He was nothing but a sycophant and an oblivious male. Any woman who fell for such a man would surely be blind. However, this diamond bracelet is truly exquisite. Listening to these heartfelt thoughts, Li Beichun slowly closed his eyes and resumed his pretense of slumber. Su Nian felt that since she had accepted Li Beichun's gift, she ought to take greater care of him. After all, Li Beichun's lack of ethics did not absolve her of her own. She was constantly devising ways to enhance Li Beichun's nutrition, determined to nurture him into a plump and healthy figure. Yet, as Su Nian passed by Li Beichun's desk, she came to a halt, picking up a document. At that moment, Li Beichun happened to enter from outside, and upon seeing Su Nian's actions, he slowed his pace. The Northern District Reconstruction Plan. Should I remind Li Beichun about this? Su Nian's expression was grave as she examined the document, devoid of her usual frivolity. The individual responsible for this plan will, in the future, receive Lan Qi's favor. Consequently, once Li Beichun, the unfortunate soul, is gone, the entire Northern District Plan will be handed over to Lan Qi without hesitation, bringing immense trouble to the company.
Li Beichun's brows furrowed instantly.
As the executive president of the Li Corporation, he was acutely aware of the significance of the Northern District Plan to the company. He understood all too well the implications if the entire plan fell into Huo Linyuan's hands. No, I cannot afford to waste time here. I must take action. At the very least, once Li Beichun is gone, things will be easier for me. Li Beichun softened his footfalls and stepped inside, focusing on the Northern District's lead. He had been a trusted confidant for many years, someone he deemed reliable enough to entrust with the entire renovation plan for the Northern District. While Su Nian pondered how to gather more information within the constraints of her environment, she remained unaware that the person beside her had already acquired all the necessary materials through a single piece of information. Li Beichun glanced at her, observing her anxious expression, and couldn't help but smile. Just then, Zhou Su knocked and entered. Mr. Li, here are the executive materials you requested. Please review them. He placed a stack of documents on Li Beichun's desk. Li Beichun noted the look of surprise in Su Nian's eyes. However, Su Nian's elation was short-lived. What am I so happy about? The Li Corporation is vast, and there are countless executives. Just this thin stack of papers. It's a wonder if it contains anything substantial. She scolded herself for her naivety. Li Beichun, unfazed, casually tapped the documents with his fingers, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned fisherman, waiting for the willing to bite. Before long, Su Nian hesitantly approached. Documents like these should be classified. They certainly want to be laid out openly for me to peruse. What excuse can I concoct to gain access? She fretted over the possibility of Li Beichun perceiving her intentions as suspicious. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have managed, but now she worried about the repercussions of potentially hindering a crucial matter. Li Beichun cast a glance at the documents he had deliberately spread across the table. Su Nian finally moved closer. Beichun, you've been working so hard for so long. You must be exhausted. You really need to take a proper rest, she said, her face adorned with insincere flattery. My injury is to my foot, not my brain, he retorted, silencing her with a single statement. This guy. If he truly cannot articulate, then he should refrain from speaking and stop being so infuriating. Is it too much to ask for a modicum of concern? If possible, I would genuinely like to bind this detestable man and whip him, perhaps even add some wax dripping for good measure. Li Beichen merely felt that by openly allowing Su Nian to see, it would instigate her suspicion. However, he never anticipated that this woman would conjure such exaggerated thoughts. Author's note. Honestly, who among us does not value a bit of practicality? Had he known it would lead to this, he might as well have shown her directly. Thus, before Su Nian could speak again, Li Beichen rose and swiftly made his way to the restroom. Su Nian, trailing behind him, shot him a fierce glare. What a pathetic sycophant, reduced to this, yet still so sharp-tongued. Li Beichen thought. He was merely making space for her. Who said anything about having an upset stomach? With a dark expression, he entered the restroom, leaving the door slightly ajar to keep an eye on Su Nian. Although his current position was less than ideal, he would have to make do. Su Nian waited for 2 minutes before promptly beginning to sift through the materials. The executive had destroyed much documentation when he sought refuge with the male protagonist, leaving her with an incomplete understanding from her previous life. Fei Quan, yes. It is indeed Fei Quan. If my memory serves me right, according to the trajectory of my past life, his wife, Wang Ling, will be struck by a vehicle in the future, and the female protagonist will be nearby at that moment. Their marital bliss will compel Fei Quan to abandon everything and seek the male protagonist's support. In literary terms, this is akin to abandoning darkness for light. As she contemplated this, a thought suddenly struck Su Nian. If I can save Fei Quan's wife before the female protagonist, wouldn't that prevent Fei Quan from betraying the company? Such an act would spare me a great deal of trouble in the future. A smile graced her face. At that moment, Li Beichen, who had been hiding in the bathroom, silently closed the bathroom door. 3 days later, Su Nian was well prepared. Indeed, she intended to station herself at the location where Wang Ling would meet her unfortunate fate, ready to intervene at the critical moment. However, as she was about to leave, she encountered an obstacle. Li Beichen stood firmly in her path. Attempting to sidestep him, she was surprised to find him mirroring her movement. Are you planning to go out? Li Beichen initiated the conversation. I have a matter to attend to. What's the problem? I'll accompany you. This remark left Su Nian somewhat astonished. She gazed at Li Beichen before questioning her own hearing. Meanwhile, Li Beichen had already concocted an explanation for himself. The old man had repeatedly instructed him to take good care of her, and should anything happen to her, he would be unable to provide an account to the elderly gentleman. This declaration instantly caused Su Nian a headache, as she was planning to stake out and wait for Wang Ling to encounter trouble. Why should he accompany her in such matters? Beichen, if you are unwell, perhaps it would be best to refrain from this. I assure you, it is not of great importance. Su Nian laughed lightly, adding, I merely intend to stroll about. Surely, you do not have anything clandestine to attend to? Su Nian pondered. If there were truly nothing to hide, why then was he so opposed to her going? Li Beichen had deliberately provoked this line of thought. With the conversation having reached this juncture, Su Nian found herself at a loss for alternatives. Beichen, how could you perceive me in such a manner? Is this truly how you view me? What could I possibly be hiding? If you genuinely wish to accompany me, you are most welcome. However, you must agree to one condition. Condition? He inquired. Promise me that if you feel unwell at any point, you shall inform me immediately. Should you be unable to vow this, then despite any misconceptions you may harbor regarding my intentions, I shall not permit you to accompany me, Su Nian stated earnestly. Li Beichen regarded Su Nian with an expression of discomfort, akin to that of a patient under scrutiny. Without hesitation, he swept her up into his arms. The sudden sensation of weightlessness left Su Nian utterly terrified, instinctively clutching tighter to his clothing. What does this guy intend to do? He nearly gave me a heart attack. Is he really trying to prove his physical condition in such a childish manner? Ha ha ha, this Li Beichen is truly amusing, resorting to such juvenile tactics. All right, Beichen, I acknowledge that you are indeed fine. Please set me down, Su Nian implored, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter with a feigned delicate tone. Yet, Li Beichen showed no intention of releasing her. Instead, he carried her outside, inquiring, where are we headed? Really, it's unnecessary. Just name a location, she replied. Stealing a glance at Li Beichen, she reluctantly mentioned a nearby place. From that moment on, he continued to hold Su Nian throughout the journey, even in the car. Had he not been concerned about wasting time, he would have insisted on carrying her for much longer. He was determined to prove that his physical condition was indeed flawless, and he believed this display would suffice. Li Beichen was aware that such behavior was somewhat immature. However, he felt compelled to resort to this method to validate his health. Chapter 106. Is this the distinction between me and the female protagonist? Having lived two lives, or perhaps, if one considers her existence before entering the story, one could argue that she has lived three. Su Nian had never experienced being cradled by a man in such a princess-like fashion, let alone for an extended period.
Consequently,
it was no surprise that she felt a flush of embarrassment. Nevertheless, Su Nian was not foolish enough to disclose the actual location of Wang Ling's incident. She merely indicated a nearby area. Upon arriving at their destination, Li Beichen, having set her down, inquired, "Does your back hurt?" Su Nian was momentarily taken aback by the question and shook her head in confusion. "I seem to have spent the entire time admiring your pectoral muscles and didn't really feel any pain." Li Beichen felt somewhat superfluous in his concern, as it was evident that this woman was preoccupied with other thoughts. Yet, for reasons unknown, he could not restrain himself from asking. Perhaps it was merely a quest for reassurance. "Beichen, I must be honest. Please don't be upset. The truth is, I came here with no significant purpose. I have been in the hospital for far too long and simply wish to indulge in the local delicacies. I refrained from telling you the truth while at the hospital because I wanted to spend a little time with you," Su Nian timidly confessed. I can only imagine how furious Li Beichen would be upon hearing this. Not only have I had the audacity to touch his chiseled chest, but I might also provoke him to the point of exasperation. Today truly is a fortunate day, she thought to herself, as soon as Li Beichen departs. I can attend to my real business. However, reality proved Su Nian's calculations to be flawed. Li Beichen merely responded with a nonchalant leaving her, who had braced herself for a tirade, utterly stunned. "That's it? Just an and nothing more?" Observing the astonishment in Su Nian's eyes, Li Beichen casually remarked, "I have already stated that I simply wish to avoid trouble with the old man. As for your intentions, I hold no interest. You may do as you please." "Su Nian." The more Li Beichen heard Su Nian's frantic thoughts, the more he felt compelled to tease her further. "What's the matter? Are you unhappy? I believe you could be considered my savior, so it seems only natural for me to do something for you." His words only served to infuriate Su Nian even more. After all this time, this guy still acknowledges that I am his lifesaver. I thought he was oblivious. If he knows, then why not take some action to express his gratitude? While I may not be able to do much else for you, I can certainly accompany you for a stroll, which I suppose can be seen as my way of repaying you. Su Nian felt utterly disheartened. Is this the difference between me and the female lead? Just accompanying me for shopping counts as repayment for saving his life? This dogged devotion truly feels beneath dignity. At this rate, if he doesn't face consequences, who will? The worst part is that this shameless individual expects me to feign gratitude. I am the wicked female antagonist, not merely an innocent victim. Despite the fury bubbling within her, Su Nian could only articulate her thoughts one word at a time. "I didn't expect you, Beichen, to take such trivial matters to heart. Truly, it is unnecessary. For me, your well-being is enough. Heaven above, how can you bear to witness such shamelessness without striking him down with lightning?" Just as this thought crossed her mind, Su Nian quickly spat in her heart a few times. Not right, not right. I haven't even brought out my ink treasures yet. This fellow cannot die. Heaven, do not listen. I am merely spouting nonsense. I have said nothing. Li Beichen felt an undeniable sense of satisfaction at making Su Nian suffer. After all, he had been vexed countless times by her erratic thoughts. It was only fitting that she experience a taste of her own medicine. Thus, Li Beichen shamelessly continued, "As long as you are happy, if the old man inquires, remember to tell him I have repaid your life-saving grace, lest he come seeking me." Su Nian could only respond with an exasperated silence. "All right, let us stroll. You may wander as you please." What more could she say? She resignedly accompanied Li Beichen as they ambled along, eyeing the street snacks. Indeed, she found herself somewhat tempted. Yet, she refrained from making a purchase. If it weren't for my concern over Li Beichen's stomach issues, I would genuinely consider buying him some of these treats, using my status as his savior to compel him to eat. Alas, such scenarios are typically reserved for the female protagonist, unlike someone like me, who is rather flamboyant. The intention was to irritate Li Beichen, prompting him to abandon her. However, after several laps around, he showed no sign of annoyance. Su Nian felt as though her legs were about to give out, yet when she glanced at Li Beichen beside her, he appeared as lively as ever. Perhaps it was merely her illusion, but she could not shake the feeling that Li Beichen seemed increasingly intrigued by shopping. "Are you tired?" Upon hearing Li Beichen's inquiry, Su Nian quickly shook her head. After all, her primary objective remained unfulfilled. How could she be weary? Upon witnessing Su Nian's tenacity, Li Beichen felt compelled to cease their aimless wandering. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly take a toll on her fragile health. This revelation struck Su Nian like a bolt from the blue. Was Li Beichen truly addicted to this wandering? Oh, heavens, what is transpiring? After all, Li Beichen's persona is that of a domineering CEO. Why would he behave in such a manner? Why, oh why, must fate toy with me in this way? Li Beichen could not help but chuckle inwardly, and he resolved to lift Su Nian once more. Yet, before he could lay a hand on her, her attention was drawn elsewhere. Wang Ling, the target has appeared. Soon, they spotted a pregnant woman. Upon seeing her, Su Nian visibly calmed down. No wonder. If Lan Xian nearly saved Wang Ling, her husband's betrayal of the Li family would indeed be excessive. However, if Wang Ling is with child, the circumstances change entirely. Li Beichen had previously harbored doubts. After all, such a significant matter in the North District warranted utmost care. Yet at that time, he had attributed it to the whims of fate. Now, however, everything seemed to fall into place. In this world, no man neglects the importance of his wife and child. Thus, it is not unusual for one to betray the Li family for the sake of saving his beloved family. Just then, however, he halted in his tracks, interrupted by the echo of Su Nian's voice in his mind, as she questioned, "But do I simply watch as I know she will be involved in a car accident in the future?" Chapter 108. Grateful for the right choice, she had initially planned everything out, even envisioning herself as Wang Ling's savior, allowing her to manipulate her husband. Yet, at this moment, she realized the gravity of her inability to witness Wang Ling face danger step by step. Wang Ling was gradually approaching her. As someone who had experienced motherhood in her past life, Su Nian understood all too well that any occurrences during pregnancy could impact the child, potentially leading to a miscarriage. When Li Beichen observed Fei Quan's wife contemplating her next move, he overheard Su Nian's conflicted thoughts. Am I truly willing to endanger Wang Ling for my own selfish desires? But this calamity was already destined for Wang Ling. I am merely following the narrative. However, this time, everything has changed in this rebirth. If Wang Ling's story alters, what if my selfishness leads to her misfortune? Li Beichen could not help but chuckle inwardly at Su Nian's unwavering thoughts of the child. She was indeed quite compassionate. As Wang Ling drew closer and brushed past Su Nian, she instinctively clenched her fists, then turned around and called out to Wang Ling, who continued onward. "Excuse me, miss. It seems you have dropped something." Wang Ling, taken aback by the sudden remark, instinctively halted her steps. Having made a resolute decision, Su Nian swiftly approached Wang Ling and gently patted her shoulder. "I believe I just saw something fall from you. Could you please check if anything has dropped?" she inquired. "If something has indeed fallen, I will assist you in locating it." Upon hearing this, Wang Ling nodded in agreement. "Please hold on a moment while I inspect my belongings." With that, she began rummaging through her bag. It seems I have misplaced a small toy I recently purchased." After a thorough search, she spoke again.
Observing Wang Ling's distress, Su Nian empathized deeply.
"No need to rush. Please describe the toy that has gone missing. Given your current condition, I will help you find it." As they searched, Li Beichen glanced towards the intersection, the very spot where Su Nian had indicated Wang Ling might have met with an accident. Suddenly, a large truck came barreling through, crashing directly into a nearby wall. The deafening noise startled everyone in the vicinity, including Su Nian. Witnessing the devastating impact of the truck, she instinctively took a few steps back. She could scarcely fathom the consequences had she, in a moment of recklessness, allowed Wang Ling to take such a risk. Even if Wang Ling were to survive, the severity of the accident would undoubtedly jeopardize the child's safety. Before she could step closer, Su Nian immediately turned to Wang Ling beside her, studying her. "Are you all right? Were you frightened? Would you like me to take you to the hospital?" Wang Ling shook her head, still trembling from the shock. No, it's all right.
I'm fine.
Chapter 109. Fortunately, I am not one to value reputation. Li Beichun gazed at Su Nian before him. She appeared devoid of her usual carefree demeanor, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. Thoughts raced through her mind. What if Li Beichun refused to help? What if he turned out to be unsympathetic? How could she persuade him to assist in getting Wang Ling to the hospital? She realized that she could not find solace until she heard the doctor assure her that everything would be fine. Panic consumed her. What should I say now? Damn it. Why does my mind feel like a tangled mess at such a critical moment? Li Beichun, noticing the trepidation in Su Nian's eyes, approached her and said, "Why do you look at me like that? If you didn't know better, one might think I am the sort to turn a blind eye to suffering." His words caught Su Nian off guard. "Please wait a moment. I will ask the driver to bring the car around," he added before pulling out his phone to notify the chauffeur. Upon witnessing Li Beichun's actions, Su Nian realized she had been overthinking. Li Beichun proceeded to arrange various examinations. When Su Nian finally heard from the doctor that Wang Ling was unharmed, she felt an immense weight lift from her heart. At that moment, her husband, Fei Quan, hurriedly arrived. With a face full of urgency, he approached the doctor, grasping the man's hand tightly as he anxiously inquired, "Doctor, is there a patient named Wang Ling here? How is she? Is she all right?" As he spoke, his eyes began to redden, reminiscent of someone on the brink of despair. "What is your relationship to the patient?" the doctor asked. "I am her husband." Upon hearing this, Fei Quan did not feel relieved. Instead, he grasped the doctor's arm, seeking repeated confirmation. Only after receiving clarity did he finally exhale in relief. At that moment, he noticed Li Beichun standing nearby. "Mr. Li, what brings you here?" Before Mr. Li could respond, the doctor interjected, "Family of Wang Ling, you should sincerely thank Mr. Li. He is the one who ensured you arrived at the hospital." This revelation astonished Fei Quan. As a senior executive in the Li Group, he had interacted with Li Beichun many times. In Fei Quan's perception, this president was almost like a stern, unyielding deity. Each time he reported to the president's office, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, fearing he might err or utter an inappropriate word. He genuinely did not anticipate that Li Beichun possessed such a compassionate side. Immediately, he looked at Li Beichun with excitement. "Mr. Li, thank you. Thank you for bringing my wife to the hospital. I truly appreciate it. I am at a loss for words. If it weren't for you, I dread to think of what might have happened to my wife. You are indeed a benefactor to our family." Li Beichun merely nodded indifferently. "It's nothing. Just a coincidence." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the somewhat displeased Su Nian. "What is this? Why do the accolades go to the sycophant? It's all my doing, you know. If I hadn't shouted, perhaps Wang Ling would be lying in the operating room right now. Why does all the recognition go to Li Beichun? Is it merely because he is the second male lead? Am I destined to be the obscure, malicious supporting role?" The treatment was truly abysmal. Sigh, well, as long as mother and child are safe, I'm relieved that I am not one to be overly concerned with reputation. Subsequently, Li Beichun spoke. "You ought to express your gratitude not to me, but to Su Nian. It was she who insisted that I take your wife to the hospital." Chapter 110. Dreaming again as Su Nian silently criticized the situation in her mind, Fei Quan turned his gaze towards her and promptly strode over. "Madam, it is you. You are indeed the savior of our family. Your beauty and kindness are remarkable. Such goodness must surely be rewarded in the future." This left Su Nian grappling with her social anxiety. She managed to smile, replying to Fei Quan that no thanks were necessary. Ultimately, it was Li Beichun who, citing Su Nian's discomfort, instructed Fei Quan to take good care of his wife, thus bringing the awkward encounter to a close. Once they departed, Su Nian exhaled in relief. Yet she felt a genuine happiness within. Sigh, I truly envy Fei Quan's wife, being so well cared for during her pregnancy. Unlike my fate as a destined single mother, It is unfortunate. I shouldn't have left so hastily. I ought to visit Wang Ling and bask in her pregnancy glow. Perhaps that would hasten my own journey to motherhood with Mo Bao. This thought elicited a smile from Li Beichen beside her. Even if she were to absorb all the pregnancy aura in the world, it would be meaningless if he did not engage with her. Nevertheless, he could not help but glance at the woman next to him, only to catch Su Nian stealing a glance at him. Upon being noticed, she hurriedly averted her gaze. Looking elsewhere, it appears I must take some action. I need to secure Li Beichen's seed without delay. To avoid prolonged nights filled with unnecessary dreams, let me ponder and devise a flawless plan. Hurry, procure the seeds. This thought instinctively urged Li Beichen to quicken his pace, as he feared losing his composure amidst the throngs around him. Upon noticing his hastened steps, Su Nian mirrored his urgency, striving to catch up with him. Later that night, at 3 a.m, Li Beichen was abruptly awakened from his slumber. He sat up suddenly, and after a moment of contemplation, he gently pressed his fingers against his temples, unable to suppress a light chuckle. Perhaps it was due to the day's events. He had dreamt of Su Nian, heavily pregnant and weeping helplessly, a sight so pitiful that in the dream, he yearned to console her, yet no matter what he did, he could not reach her. Reflecting on it now, he found it rather amusing. Even if, as Su Nian claimed, he had perished in a previous life, then the child within her was indeed his sole bloodline. Given the old man's disposition, he would undoubtedly cherish and care for Su Nian as a precious treasure. How could she possibly be reduced to such sorrow? Li Beichen was perplexed by the absurdity of his dream. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but glance at Su Nian, who was sleeping on the adjacent hospital bed. Due to her position, he could only see her back, yet this sight brought him considerable solace, alleviating much of the dread conjured by his dream. At this moment, sleep eluded him, prompting him to lean back against the pillow and reflect on the day's occurrences. Although Su Nian has intervened and altered the original narrative to a certain extent, she has also achieved her objective. Fei Quan regards her as his savior, which prevents him from betraying the Li family and seeking refuge with Huolin Yuan. In fact, he has not even encountered Lan Shi today. However, Li Beichen finds himself uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Su Nian's transformation raises questions about the consequences it may entail. This contemplation evokes memories of the sensation of being ensnared by a predetermined storyline, causing his fingers to instinctively clench into a fist. Thus, Li Beichen remained in a daze for an entire night. Chapter 111. Slippery footing. While Li Beichen has temporarily ensured that Fei Quan will not align himself with Huolin Yuan, a lingering unease still shadows his mind. To alleviate his concerns, he seizes the opportunity to suggest that Fei Quan focus on caring for his pregnant wife, thereby entrusting him with his responsibilities and maintaining his work benefits during this period. Naturally, Fei Quan cheerfully relinquishes his authority into Li Beichen's hands. Subsequently, Li Beichen takes it upon himself to conduct a thorough investigation of everyone in the Northern District, which uncovers several issues, prompting him to become increasingly occupied. Su Nian observes as company personnel come and go from the hospital room, and she finds herself unable to exchange a single word with Li Beichen throughout the day. It could be said that this hospital room has transformed into the presidential office of the Li Group, leaving Su Nian feeling as though she is utterly idle, let alone able to attend to other matters. However, Su Nian distinctly remembered that in her previous life, during this time, the Li Corporation had not encountered any significant events, nor was Li Beichen particularly busy. If her memory served her right, at this time in her past life, Li Beichen was devotedly by the side of the female lead, Lan Shi, attentively catering to her every need. This scenario instilled a sense of panic within Su Nian, as she feared that her act of saving Fei Quan's wife might have triggered a butterfly effect. Thus, upon noticing that Li Beichen had relatively few matters to attend to, she felt compelled to take action. After completing a document, Li Beichen pinched the bridge of his nose, only to realize that an entire day had slipped away. Unbeknownst to him, the bathroom door was quietly ajar. Observing that Li Beichen had ceased his work, it was gently closed once more. 3 minutes later, a sudden loud noise erupted from the bathroom. Instinctively, Li Beichen sprang from the bed and approached the bathroom, knocking on the door. Su Nian, what's the matter? Is something wrong? Yet he was met with silence. After a moment of contemplation, He decided to push open the bathroom door. What he encountered was Su Nian, wrapped in a towel, collapsed on the floor, her expression one of profound agony. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Beichen immediately crouched down. Concern etched across his face as he inquired, "What happened, Su Nian? Are you all right?" Without hesitation, he scooped Su Nian off the ground.
Oh, dear.
"Why does it hurt so much? I feel as though my bones have been shattered." This lamentation instantly caused Li Beichen to tense up, and he hurriedly carried the woman to the bed. Just as he was about to summon a doctor, his movements froze. He heard her exclaim, "Oh dear, why does it hurt so much? Had I known, I would have simply called out while lying on the ground, rather than truly falling.
Now.
It feels as though I am truly in agony." At this moment, Li Beichen noticed that the woman before him was merely wrapped in a bath towel, her delicate figure partially exposed, hair cascading down like a pure little white rabbit. Although the towel concealed all that needed to be hidden, it also imparted an allure reminiscent of a partially veiled beauty, rendering Li Beichen's throat inexplicably parched. However, he quickly regained his composure. Striving to keep his voice steady, "What happened?" "I accidentally slipped while showering and fell," Su Nian replied, intentionally adopting a delicate, pitiful tone. Chapter 112. How did I get caught up again? Initially, Li Beichen intended to say something before using the excuse of calling for a doctor to leave. After all, given Su Nian's current state, continuing to stay with her was hardly advisable. Yet, he pondered, why does Li Beichen seem so unfazed by my predicament? Could it be that he is merely indifferent to the female lead? Author's note: please do not nitpick. This is intentional. Li Beichen. One must understand that even a man of his stature has his pride.
Let me give it a try.
If such a scenario truly exists, it seems that one can only reach that moment on the night of the last life. Li Beichen mused that if he were to depart just like that, given Su Nian's nature, he would undoubtedly hear her mockery regarding him echoing in her heart over the next few days. He chuckled softly to himself. Since the game was afoot, let us see who can outplay whom. Thus, while Su Nian endeavored to present herself as if she were in great pain, he remarked, "If my memory serves me correctly, you are around 26 years of age. It seems rather untimely for someone of that age to fall while merely taking a bath." Su Nian. This remark instantly ignited her ire. The reason for her indignation stemmed from the fact that Li Beichen spoke in a tone akin to that of a teacher reprimanding a child. What kind of tone is that? I've made myself presentable, and he has no thoughts about it at all? Does he still speak to me as if I were a child? Upon hearing her thoughts, a flicker of delight sparked in Li Beichen's expression. It appeared he had struck the right chord. However, this amusement did not linger for long. No, I must intensify my approach. I have been observing this fellow for several days, and today I finally found the opportunity. Li Beichen gazed at the woman before him, adopting a feeble tone as he said, "I truly did not wish to fall. It was merely an accident. I apologize for the trouble I have caused you," while subtly revealing a hint of his fair legs. "Does it hurt there? It seems I have injured my leg." Li Beichen felt a twinge of relief that he had refrained from summoning a doctor immediately, thus sparing the physician from witnessing her current state. However, he found amusement in the prospect of teasing this woman about the incident. "Where did you fall? Let me assess the severity. If there's bleeding, I should arrange for the doctor to administer a tetanus shot. But typically, in such cases, the doctor will inquire how the injury occurred. Hence, I must inform the doctor that you accidentally slipped in the bathroom while bathing." Su Nian. If the doctor learns of this, it could inadvertently spread, and if it does, the repercussions would be undesirable. Li Beichen deliberately adopted a serious expression, stating, "The eldest daughter of the Su family, the young matron of the Li household, injured herself while bathing." Su Nian had not even considered this angle. How could this happen? I hadn't thought of this before. Yet at that moment, a realization struck her. Damn it, I've been ensnared by this guy. My intent was to elicit sympathy from Li Beichen, not to summon a doctor. Then can I refrain from calling a doctor? I'm not in such a dire condition, but if this were to leak, what would happen to the reputation of the Li family?
Perhaps it's best to avoid that.
Li Beichen was precisely seeking this response. What do you mean by reputation? Is your health not more paramount than reputation? Moreover, if anything were to happen to you, the old master would certainly hold me accountable. Given that you are in my care, and I allowed you to be injured. Chapter 113. He overestimated his resolve. Su Nian immediately grasped Li Beichen's shirt, noticing the serious expression on his face that suggested he was ready to summon a doctor. Beichen, I'm not in pain anymore, truly. I jested with you earlier just to elicit your concern for me. I was wrong. Please don't call a doctor, she implored. This elicited a hint of amusement in the depths of Li Beichen's eyes. I assure you, I am perfectly fine. If you doubt me, I can even spring up from the bed, she declared, attempting to rise. However, before she could move much, Li Beichen reached out to prevent her. Very well. Since you claim to be well, I shall refrain from calling a doctor. Upon hearing this, Su Nian involuntarily exhaled in relief. Yet, as the tension subsided, a wave of frustration washed over her. If the protagonist were in such a predicament, Li Beichen, the male lead, would undoubtedly assertively declare, "Let us see who dares to speak otherwise." Alas, how could I, the malicious female counterpart, ever experience such fortune? As Su Nian contemplated closing her eyes to sleep until the morning, hoping the pain would dissipate, she was engulfed by regret. Had she known it would unfold this way, she would have feigned her condition instead of being so earnest. Given her extensive life experience, she was confident in her acting skills, believing she could easily deceive Li Beichen, the devoted admirer. Even if she couldn't, surely it wouldn't hurt this much. At that moment, she felt a sudden weight beside her. Opening her eyes, she was taken aback to find Li Beichen there.
I have brought the medicine box.
Since you prefer to keep the doctor unaware, I shall tend to your wounds myself. This statement prompted Su Nian to sit up. Please, tell me where you feel discomfort or pain. Li Beichen placed the medicine box directly on the bed. I feel unwell here, and here. Su Nian casually indicated several areas. Hearing her lament, Li Beichen found himself at a loss for words. A twinge of regret washed over him. Perhaps he should not have concerned himself with this woman. Upon witnessing Su Nian's pitiful expression and considering her murmurs of pain, he felt an involuntary pang of sympathy. Thus, he sought out the medicine box, intending to administer a simple dressing or perhaps some ointment. However, the current situation suggested that his concerns were misplaced. With that realization, Li Beichen promptly lifted the hem of Su Nian's garment. To his surprise, the exposed skin was fair, radiant, and glistening, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. This is where it hurts? You fell here? Yet, I observe no bleeding. It appears to be an internal injury. In that case, I shall apply some medicinal alcohol. We shall see how it fares, but if your discomfort persists, I will have no choice but to summon a doctor for further examination. Su Nian remained silent. Li Beichen's fingers glided delicately across her skin. Before long, he discerned a significant truth. He had perhaps overestimated his own composure. He had never realized that her skin was so exquisitely smooth, akin to the finest silk. Chapter 114. A failed plan. Subsequently, Li Beichen, with his remarkable memory, diligently applied the medicinal liquor to the areas that Su Nian had previously fabricated. Su Nian had hoped to create a narrative during this process. However, upon meeting Li Beichen's earnest gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. She had encountered such a look before, those days when Li Beichen was preoccupied with managing company affairs. In such moments, even her attempts at flirtation fell flat. As he nearly finished applying the remedy, he inquired, "Does your back hurt? When I entered, I found you lying on the ground. You must have injured your back, right?" At this juncture, Li Beichen deliberately paused, adding, "However, you didn't mention that your back was in pain." Li Beichen often found Su Nian's thought processes quite amusing. Despite having seen her sprawled on the floor, she had said nothing about any discomfort in her back. Even without the ability to hear her unspoken thoughts, he could discern the truth. Su Nian, realizing this, quickly devised a response and sighed in Li Beichen's line of sight. "I simply didn't want to worry you, which is why I kept silent." Without hesitation, Li Beichen turned Su Nian over. He was eager to conclude this ordeal swiftly, feeling that his patience had its limits. Li Beichen initially intended to casually explore a spot on Su Nian's body, pressing a few times and nonchalantly inquiring if it hurt. As long as Su Nian affirmed, he would swiftly complete his task, leaving no room for her to play any tricks. However, upon glimpsing the delicate expanse of her back, he found himself momentarily stunned. The smooth skin bore numerous minuscule wounds, evoking memories of the recent incident when Su Nian had unhesitatingly pushed him away, causing a fallen lamp to strike her. In that instant, her foremost concern had been whether he was unharmed. If he had been injured, it would have thwarted her ability to bring forth that so-called child. Yet, he realized with a pang that he had been oblivious to her pain these past few days. In truth, she seemed to dismiss her suffering entirely, while he, the one saved, had overlooked this crucial detail. Despite this, Li Beichen could not help but inquire, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt at all. I'm perfectly fine."
Beichen.
Really, Su Nian responded with an affected tone. "What if I feign pain now and swiftly drop the towel? After all, I possess a curvaceous figure, a standard of perfection. I believe Li Beichen should be moved. If only he were slightly swayed, then my subsequent plans would unfold seamlessly." This time, Li Beichen discerned Su Nian's thoughts, devoid of any mirth. Just as she prepared to make her move, a tailored suit enveloped her, wrapping her securely and thoroughly. As I applied the medication, it took a bit longer than anticipated. "You wear my clothes for now. Once I finish administering the treatment, we can discuss further." Su Nian thought, this offer leaves me no opportunity at all. How could this be? Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within her, prompting her to consider a struggle. However, in the ensuing moments, Li Beichen granted her no respite whatsoever. Throughout the entire procedure, he maintained a serious demeanor, as if attending to a matter of utmost gravity. In fact, for several consecutive days, Li Beichen meticulously tended to Su Nian's wounds, rendering her plan of feigning injury a dismal failure. Chapter 115. The third dream. Li Beichen found himself dreaming once more. This time, he envisioned Su Nian involved in a car accident, struggling to emerge from the vehicle. Her body was smeared with blood, yet her gaze remained resolutely unwavering. The moment she regained her footing, a crowd swiftly encircled her. Without a hint of trepidation, Su Nian surveyed the onlookers with a cold glare, demanding, "Do you know who I am? Are you aware of the consequences of your actions?" One among the throng replied, "Indeed, we recognize who you are. However, you are without your husband. A woman devoid of her husband's protection is a pitiable sight. You lack the resolve of your spouse. Today serves as a lesson for you, Su Nian. With your capabilities, you cannot safeguard the Li family. You are an astute individual. Surely, you comprehend what the appropriate choice is. Perhaps Mrs. Hua, seeing your child's tender age and need for a mother, may show you mercy. All you need do is apologize to her, and that will suffice." However, upon hearing those words, Su Nian laughed. "Do you think I cannot protect the Li family? I possess many admirable qualities, but I refuse to succumb to defeat. Since you believe I cannot safeguard the Li family, I, Su Nian, shall prove you wrong and demonstrate that I am not an ordinary person. As for apologies, those two words do not exist in my life." As Su Nian spoke, she exuded an air of reckless defiance. Li Beichen felt as though his dream self yearned to intervene, to shield Su Nian, yet inexplicably, his voice seemed inaudible to all. He watched helplessly as those individuals advanced toward Su Nian.
Stop.
"Stop. Please, I implore you to cease. Su Nian, you must run." Li Beichen awoke from the nightmare. Drenched in a cold sweat, gasping for breath, his mind still haunted by the vivid scenes of his dream, which refused to dissipate and began to sharpen in clarity. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. What is wrong with this fellow, disturbing the peace of the night? Looking at him, it seems he has had a nightmare. I am genuinely curious about what kind of nightmare could haunt a man of his stature, and yet, he is so utterly terrified. These voices gradually dispelled his fear. He turned his gaze to the bedside and found the woman on the bed watching him with one eye open and the other closed. Su Nian, startled by Li Beichen's sudden glance, quickly covered herself with a blanket, pretending to be asleep, as if she had not been awakened at all. However, concealed beneath the covers, Su Nian silently expressed her grievances. "Indeed, the saying the student surpasses the master holds true. My treasures have never been quite like this throughout the years. My treasures are indeed exceptional, having escaped the chaotic bad habits inherited from their father." Li Beichen's mood gradually improved. He rested his hand on his forehead, perplexed. He could not comprehend why, after witnessing Su Nian's injury during the day, he dreamt of her misfortune that very night. The imagery suggested that if Su Nian were truly to encounter such a fate, it would undoubtedly. As this thought crossed his mind, the tranquility he had just found was once again disrupted. His heart began to race uncontrollably. No matter what he did, Li Beichen could not quell his agitation, and ultimately, he rose from his bed and strode towards the balcony. The night breeze was chilling, just the remedy to soothe his restless heart.
Chapter 116. Su Nian.
Sometimes I ponder a particular question. Perhaps due to the dream, the following day, Li Beichen found himself unable to resist gazing at Su Nian. After several instances, Su Nian not only noticed but also felt a bit uneasy under his scrutiny. In such a situation, Su Nian certainly had her ways. When Li Beichen looked at her once more, she boldly approached him and asked, "Beichen, why do you keep staring at me today? Am I somehow different?" Li Beichen responded after she finished speaking, "There seems to be something dirty on your face, and I wasn't sure how to bring it to your attention." Upon hearing this, Su Nian immediately reached up to touch her face, but found no trace of dirt. It then dawned on her that she had perhaps been led astray by Li Beichen's words. Today, it seems that Li Beichen is either undermedicated or perhaps has overindulged, as there is an inexplicable strangeness about him that cannot be articulated. It appears that he experienced a nightmare last night. Could it be that the haunting visions of terror in his dreams have cast a shadow over his spirit today? Li Beichen has come to realize that he has been observing Su Nian rather more frequently than is prudent. He recognizes that he cannot continue to gaze at her in such a manner. It is not entirely his fault. Despite being acutely aware that the events of his dreams are mere fabrications, he finds himself unable to resist conflating Su Nian with a figure from his troubled slumber. Feeling somewhat misled by Li Beichen, Su Nian is determined not to let the matter rest. She approaches him directly, saying, "Thank you, Beichen. If you hadn't pointed it out, I truly would have remained oblivious. However, could you assist me in checking for dust in other areas? That way, I can ensure everything is spotless." "Is that all? Just one spot of dust?" "Indeed," Su Nian replies, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she gazes at Li Beichen. "You have become increasingly attentive towards me, Beichen. You even noticed the ash on my clothing. I must admit, I am quite exhilarated by this. Are you not merely teasing me? I must say, you are quite nauseating this early in the morning." As the conversation drew to a close, Su Nian's voice took on a delicate tone. "I always knew that as long as you are with me, you would surely see my merits. Thus, I have long maintained that if you had granted me a chance earlier, perhaps we would have already fallen in love by now." At that moment, Li Beichen's mood lightened due to Su Nian's words. After she finished speaking, he extended his long arms and pulled her close, saying, "Su Nian, sometimes I ponder a particular question." "What question?" she inquired. "I wonder if I should arrange a consultation at a neurology clinic. For how could such a trivial matter as a speck of dust on your face transform into something of great consequence in your narrative? I feel compelled to investigate whether your perception is flawed or if there lies some deeper issue, for you bear the title of Mrs. Li Beichen. And should there be any genuine concerns, I would be obligated to address them." Su Nian thought to herself, if this man cannot articulate himself, why does he possess a mouth? His words are truly excessive. At this moment, she felt an urge to scold him. However, being the scheming female antagonist, she could only suppress her displeasure. She wrapped her arms around Li Beichen's neck and said, "Beichen, have you never heard the saying that beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Because I adore you. Everything you do appears splendid in my eyes." Just then, the door was unexpectedly pushed open. Chapter 117. Eating melons is her innate affection. When the newcomers beheld the intertwined figures of Li Beichen and Su Nian, it was as though they had inadvertently stepped upon a tail. Upon hearing the door creak open, Su Nian let out a silent sigh within her heart. Was this truly the essence of the so-called domineering CEO? Even if that were the case, one cannot revolve a narrative around a singular event ad infinitum. Regardless, she found herself weary of the melodramatic and cliched author's incessant antics. Her fatigue was profound, as deep as one could imagine. Li Beichen thought to himself, could he also voice such sentiments? At that moment, a man's voice resonated. "Li Beichen, are you aware of your actions? Do you comprehend the sorrow that Lan Ji has endured in recent days because of you?" Yet here you are, neglecting her feelings and indulging in intimacy with another woman. Upon hearing this voice, Su Nian instinctively turned her gaze. She then beheld a man, Lu Jing. In this narrative, if Li Beichen was the female protagonist's luminous star, then Lu Jing was undoubtedly her shadow. When Li Beichen absorbed the weight of these words, his gaze towards Lu Jing inexplicably shifted. Lu Jing, brimming with indignation, surged forward and grasped Li Beichen's garment. "I am speaking to you, Li Beichen, you scoundrel. Are you even listening? Do you realize how much Lan Ji has withered due to your actions?" Su Nian quietly settled herself into a nearby chair. Eating melons is a hobby inscribed in her very DNA, especially now when she can witness two devoted suitors clashing. Such delightful chaos. If this were to be shared in an online forum, it might well stir up a tempest, particularly since both suitors are worth billions. This adds an extraordinary layer to the spectacle. However, the question remains, which of these two suitors can truly outdo the other in their devotion? Lu Jing continued to shout at Li Beichen. "Have you even heard what I said? I asked Lan Ji, and this is her own choice."
Yet,
His words seemed to ignite Lu Jing's fury. "What do you mean it's Lan Ji's own choice? Have you forgotten? We vowed to protect Lan Ji for a lifetime, even if she does not choose either of us. We swore to the heavens, and look how little time has passed. Have you already forgotten your oath? How can you speak like this and still consider yourself a man?" Nearby, Lan Ji, who had been observing, felt her eyes light up at these words. Sworn to the heavens? Devoted to the heroine for a lifetime? And this is how it unfolds? Two impeccably dressed adult men, swearing to the heavens. Devoted to the heroine for eternity. Why am I not there to witness such an exhilarating scene? Chapter 118. Fortunately, Li Beichen still possesses some moral integrity. Listening to Su Nian's screams, he felt an indescribable irritation within himself, for the reality was indeed quite akin to what Su Nian had envisioned. As Su Nian pondered, a vivid scene sprang to his mind. He and the person before him, beaming with joy, kneeling on the ground, vowing to cherish Lan Qi for a lifetime, promising to protect her unwaveringly through all of life's tribulations. Reflecting on this, he realized how foolishly naive he had been. Fortunately, it was merely a figment of his imagination, and he had not truly witnessed that moment. Li Beichen even mused that had Su Nian actually seen that image, he would undoubtedly have laughed himself to death, perhaps forever mocking him in his ear. The thought sent a shiver down Li Beichen's spine. He gazed at the man before him and promptly shoved him to the ground, declaring, "Indeed, I have forgotten my vows. I, Li Beichen, possess a bright future. Why squander it on those unworthy?" Su Nian, spectating the scene, was taken aback. Li Beichen sensed an opportunity to alter Su Nian's impression of him, hoping to change the narrative of being a mere sycophant. Oh my, what is this maneuver? Is Li Beichen employing a strategy of feigned indifference?
yes,
It must be a ploy to stir emotions. Observing Lan Qi's demeanor, it is evident she is quite invested in this so-called sycophant. If I had such an admirable devotee who suddenly ceased their adoration, I would feel a pang of anxiety as well. However, alas, I do not share the fortune of the female protagonist. Once Li Beichen is gone, I shall find myself a widow. Perhaps then I can explore new possibilities. In an instant, Li Beichen felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. At that moment, laughter echoed from Lu Jing's face. "I told you from the beginning that I am the one who truly loves Lan Qi. It seems I was right. I love her the most. No, you are utterly unworthy of loving her." In light of this, Li Beichen felt no hesitation and immediately directed his fist towards Lu Jing's face. "Since you insist on proclaiming this, then go love Lan Qi. But do not drag me into it."
Li Beichen.
Do you comprehend the words you are uttering? Of course I do. Currently, Hua Linyuan views me as a thorn in his side. I wish for Lan Qi to stand by me, yet she shows no intention of doing so. What am I to do? Should I simply allow that scoundrel Hua Linyuan to take my life? As he spoke, Li Beichen continued to unleash his fury upon Lu Jing's face. Indeed, his intention was to vent the pent-up anger that had been festering within him. The mere thought of that scene made his blood boil. If his memory served him correctly, that foolish idea had originated from this very individual. Su Nian had not anticipated that Li Beichen was such a formidable fighter, his punches delivered with astonishing ferocity. She couldn't help but feel a lingering dread. Fortunately, Li Beichen possesses some degree of morality. He does not strike women. If he were to do so, I would be in grave danger. How perilous this is! Li Beichen acknowledged that this so-called narrative had painted him in an unfavorable light, yet he felt it was unwarranted for Su Nian to harbor such a poor impression of him. Chapter 119. This plot continually puts me in a quandary. Li Beichen released Lu Jing only after rendering him a pitiful sight. Just as Li Beichen intended to speak,
Su Nian stepped forward.
After all, Lu Jing had the audacity to glare at her with malice after being vanquished by Li Beichen. According to the cliches of melodramatic novels, when such a pivotal character as Li Beichen engages in a betrayal, he is bound to direct his ire towards those around him, suspecting them of incitement. Well, presently, the only person beside Li Beichen was Su Nian. Who else could shoulder the blame, if not her? Immediately, Su Nian positioned herself in front of Li Beichen and declared, "Lu Jing, I am indifferent to the specifics of your conflict, but every individual possesses their own path. There is a saying, those who walk different roads should not make plans together. You, Lanji, and Beichen are not of the same ilk." Lu Jing glared fiercely at Su Nian, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew someone was stirring the pot. Su Nian, you are merely relying on the fact that you are the only one capable of saving Jie, aren't you? If it weren't for that, you would have long ceased to have the opportunity to stand before me and speak in such a manner."
Su Nian sighed inwardly, reflecting.
Every time I find myself in such a situation, I am rendered speechless. It is as if the very essence of my disbelief has taken residence in my home. With his demeanor, one might mistakenly believe Lan Ji is merely exchanging kidneys for himself, she thought. Su Nian, do not take such delight in this. You would do well to comply when the time comes to assist Jie with her surgery. If you fail to do so, rest assured that the Su family will pay dearly for your actions. At that moment, Li Beichen suddenly realized something. Had Su Nian undergone this surgery in her previous life? The scene from that dream floated into his mind. Could it be that Lan Yi and the others desired Su Nian's kidney? Is this the manner in which you plead with me? What am I to Lan Yi? Given what she has done for me, must I then undertake such actions for her? Lu Jing, upon seeing Su Nian's demeanor, grew anxious. What do you mean by that, Su Nian? Are you having second thoughts? How can you be so heartless? Do you have any idea of the hope you have instilled in Jie? If you wish to retract your decision now, let me assure you, it is a mere dream. Why is it impossible for me to dream?
Su Nian retorted,
Her expression shifting to one of profound emotion as she gazed at Li Beichen with intensity. Do you think that threatening me with the Su family will compel me to compromise? The only reason I acquiesced before was because of Beichen.
Iluba Li Beichen.
And for him, I was willing to do anything. But now that Beichen has changed his mind, why should I continue to do what I am unwilling to do? With this heartfelt appearance of mine, if a dog were to be brought forth, it might very well be moved by my earnest demeanor. Alas, Li Beichen remains unmoved. Thus, based on my elementary school arithmetic prowess, I deduce that Li Beichen was truly at a loss for words. This woman was undeniably clever. He had truly never encountered a woman more intelligent than her. How could it be that this man remained utterly unresponsive? I gazed at him with such heartfelt intensity that my eyes nearly ached. Yet, upon this rebirth, the narrative seemed determined to complicate matters, inundating me with an abundance of plot twists. Chapter 120. Why is this matter being attributed to me? Li Beichen endeavored to maintain a facade of solemnity, striving not to let Su Nian's chaotic emotions breach his composure. Approaching Su Nian with a serious demeanor, he earnestly proclaimed, "I acknowledge my previous mistakes and assure you that such incidents will not recur. You shall not suffer any harm." These words were a genuine reflection of Li Beichen's sentiments, ones he had long wished to express. Setting aside the so-called narrative, he believed that Lan Yi was unworthy of Su Nian risking so much to donate a kidney for her. Though Su Nian could be somewhat unreliable at times, he would never permit her to do such a thing. Furthermore, he had long desired to convey that he was no longer the same Li Beichen as before. His declaration left Su Nian utterly taken aback. What on earth is going on with Li Beichen? Su Nian's inner thoughts brought Li Beichun great satisfaction. Indeed, he had transformed. However, before he could revel in his triumph, he noticed the dawning comprehension on Su Nian's face. I comprehend that he is employing a strategy of feigned indifference as previously, Huo Linyuan sought his life, and Lan Ting has shown no empathy toward his perspective. Although Li Beichun may exhibit behavior akin to that of a sycophant, he undoubtedly possesses his own temperament. Despite these thoughts, Su Nian concedes that at the moment Li Beichun spoke, she found herself somewhat captivated by the man before her.
Yet,
it was merely a fleeting impression. Li Beichun, are you aware of your actions? Do you wish to witness Ting or perish? She is Ting, the woman we hold dearest. Do you truly grasp the gravity of your choices? Li Beichun retrieved his phone and made a call. I am fully aware of my intentions. My stance is unequivocal. Lu Jing, you are an astute individual. You ought to comprehend the necessary course of action. Shortly thereafter, security personnel arrived and forcibly escorted Lu Jing away. He was genuinely taken aback by Li Beichun's decisive actions. Su Nian, should you choose not to intervene, I assure you that you will come to regret it. Su Nian exclaimed in frustration, why must this situation befall me? It is infuriating. I have never felt such ire before. I truly believe I am not a malicious antagonist, but rather a victim of circumstance. Am I not a quintessentially wronged character? In the throes of her exasperation, she failed to notice the grave expression on the faces of those around her. This somber atmosphere arose from the fact that Li Beichun had been conducting an experiment. When Lu Jing appeared moments ago, Li Beichun discerned that, in the presence of Lu Jing, he felt none of the so-called narrative force. It is now evident that this enigmatic power manifests when he confronts Huo Linyuan and Lan Qian, causing him to lose control over his own body. Li Beichun deemed it prudent to investigate further, to ascertain whether he truly ought to avoid contact with the so-called protagonists. If it is indeed the case that he must refrain from interaction, it would facilitate his decision-making for the path ahead. Chapter 121. Is there no rights for the malicious female supporting character? Su Nian's gaze settled upon Li Beichun, her eyes brimming with resentment. If it were possible, she would wish to annihilate that detestable fellow with nothing but her stare. At that moment, Li Beichun unexpectedly turned around, catching Su Nian off guard, who hastily concealed her expression of animosity. Nonchalantly, he inquired, what is the matter? Alarmed, Su Nian quickly masked her disdain with a facade of gentleness, exclaiming, Beichun, just now. Lu Jing looked as though he wanted to devour me. However, I trust you. If he truly intended to harm me, you would undoubtedly protect me, right? Is it not outrageous that a malicious female supporting character has no rights? I am the one who bears the brunt for this fellow. Yet I still find myself pleading with him. However, since fate has granted me a second chance at life, I refuse to repeat the mistakes of my past. I shall not wait for this sycophant to meet his demise before seizing power. I am determined to put an end to Lu Jing and make him regret so casually placing the blame upon my shoulders.
Listening to Su Nian's indignant thoughts,
Li Beichun casually remarked, protection is acceptable, but I never engage in unprofitable ventures. You must consider how you will express your gratitude. Su Nian exclaimed inwardly, my goodness, is there no justice in this world? No sense of law? I am merely shouldering the burden for the sycophant. Does he not possess an ounce of self-awareness? Not only does he fail to thank me, but he also expects my gratitude in return. Li Beichun relished in Su Nian's exasperation. The more frantic she became, the better. Yet, as Su Nian contemplated, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her eyes. With a timid demeanor, she approached Li Beichun and said, everything I possess, both inside and out, belongs to the Li family, so there is nothing of great value. Beichun, if you do not mind, I could offer you myself. As she spoke, she lowered her gaze, feigning a bashful appearance.
What do you mean by that?
You are the one who should be expressing your gratitude, not me. You truly know how to take advantage. Su Nian remained with her head bowed, fearing that if she met Li Beichun's gaze, she would falter in her performance. Why does this person continually astonish me with his shamelessness? What does he mean by I truly know how to take advantage? Moreover, when I saved him, he never offered himself in return. I must devise a plan to lure this fellow into my bed, to make him succumb to my charms. Li Beichun, If you wish to express your gratitude, it is imperative that you demonstrate sincerity. Only then will those who assist you truly feel appreciated. However, since you claim that you are entirely affiliated with the Li family, it follows that your token of thanks should not be connected to them, but rather a reflection of your own intentions. Upon hearing this, Su Nian lifted her head and bestowed upon Li Beichen a radiant smile. The brilliance of her smile momentarily captivated him, causing him to lose his train of thought. If it were indeed a matter of heartfelt intentions, then it should not pose a challenge. In a moment, I shall make a call to borrow some money. This would not be the Li family's funds, and surely, a person as astute as I can manage this. Li Beichen regarded Su Nian with a penetrating gaze, offering only a silent smile in response. That evening, Su Nian began reaching out to acquaintances, yet she found herself unable to borrow even a single dime. Su Nian. She couldn't help but question her own worth. She truly did not recall her reputation in this world having sunk to such depths, after all. She was now the young mistress of the Li family, which should not be the case. Chapter 122. It feels as though I have taken on the protagonist's script, even going so far as to conduct a thorough purge of the Li family as servants. Although she was uncertain of the methods Lu Jing would employ, she felt the need to proceed with caution. After completing all necessary tasks, Li Beichen finally exhaled in relief. Yet, no matter how much one accomplishes, there will always be an oversight. He cast a cold glance at the computer screen. Beside him, Zhou Su reported, President Li, the Lu family is rapidly controlling the false rumors concerning the young mistress. Our people have intervened, but the opponent's strength cannot be underestimated. We will need time to quell the fervor. Li Beichen's hand tensed, veins protruding, his gaze icy. The cause of his agitation stemmed from a video featuring him and Su Nian, taken a few days prior while they assisted Wang Ling, which inadvertently revealed their identities. Even more egregiously, the video had been manipulated. The Lu family had enlisted numerous informants to claim that Su Nian had failed to establish herself within the Li family, and thus deliberately approached Wang Ling to gain the support of her husband. Initially trivial, the situation escalated when, during their assistance, an accident occurred that the Lu family twisted into a narrative suggesting Su Nian acted recklessly for show, disregarding others. Yet, had he not arranged for the finest doctors to attend to the injured driver? Remove this at once, Li Beichen commanded coldly. After issuing the order, he rose and made his way towards Su Nian's room. As he walked, a wave of unease washed over him. He wondered how Su Nian would react upon seeing this. Would she be saddened? He pushed open the door to her room, only to find her nonchalantly lounging, munching on chips, and engrossed in her phone, utterly devoid of any signs of distress. Just as Li Beichen began to relax, he overheard Su Nian's thoughts. Why does this world harbor such a malicious woman like Su Nian? Does she not have a mother? Is she blind to the misfortunes of others? I recently inquired about the president of the Li Group, and I discovered that he is truly an extraordinary figure. One cannot help but wonder why he chose to marry such a woman. Is he blind? I believe that the marriages of wealthy individuals are often not voluntary. Haven't you seen the news? She is merely attempting to secure her position, as it is evident that Li Beichen has no genuine affection for her. Perhaps she is simply being persistently clingy. These remarks pierced Li Beichen's heart, for they were the utterances of netizens. Swiftly approached Su Nian, seizing her phone from her hand. Surprised by this sudden action, Su Nian looked up at him in bewilderment.
Imshuri, Li Beichen utarat.
His words sending a shiver down Su Nian's spine. Am I still dreaming? Why is this man apologizing to me? Is it related to the events that have unfolded online today? It feels as though I have unwittingly taken on the role of the protagonist in a drama. Chapter 123. It is not too late. Do not pay attention to the online comments. I will handle it. Li Beichen's throat felt somewhat constricted at this moment. This sensation arose from a sudden speculation in his mind. Could it be that Su Nian has encountered similar experiences in her lifetime? After all, she has lived a full life. Indeed, he heard Su Nian's internal lament. However, it must be said that this plot has been somewhat favorable for me. At the very least, I received an apology from Li Beichen, which is a significant improvement from my previous life. By the way, I can seize this opportunity to showcase myself. With that, Su Nian embraced Li Beichen, who was momentarily taken aback by her heartfelt gesture. Beichen, No matter what others say about me, I want to let it affect me, Su Nian intended to express in a pitiful tone. Yet, before she could finish her thought, she was abruptly interrupted. But I will take it to heart. I will certainly resolve this matter, and allow those people to reap what they sow. This declaration was directed both at Su Nian and at himself. Having promised to protect her, he was determined to fulfill that vow. This left Su Nian feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, under normal circumstances, wouldn't Li Beichen push her away? However, at this moment, Su Nian could distinctly sense that Li Beichen was attempting to comfort her. Yet, instead of feeling joy, she found herself engulfed in anxiety. In her previous life, Li Beichen had never shown her a hint of kindness. He would never have offered her such solace. His current demeanor could be misleading. Though Li Beichen understood Su Nian's genuine feelings, he could not help but lead her to the study. He wished for her to realize clearly that he was indeed changing. He hoped that Su Nian would witness his commitment to protect her, a promise he intended to uphold unwaveringly. Upon entering the study, Su Nian found Li Beichen issuing a flurry of commands. Are Li Beichen and his team genuinely occupied with their tasks, or is it merely an act? Upon hearing these words, Li Beichen's expression soured slightly. Although he understood that this perception stemmed from the so-called narrative that had painted him in a rigid light in Su Nian's eyes, he had been tirelessly laboring for this woman. Yet at this moment, her attitude seemed rather ungrateful. Just then, Su Nian's internal thoughts echoed again. I increasingly suspect that Li Beichen is merely putting on a show. If he were not acting, he would be foolish. Surely, a man like Li Beichen would realize that taking me out to showcase our affection would dispel all rumors. Li Beichen. Indeed, for a devoted male lead like Li Beichen, no calamity could ever deter his genuine affection for the female protagonist. Could Li Beichen truly claim he had not considered this? Yet, when Lu Jing was present, Li Beichen's performance was truly remarkable. In that moment, I almost believed he had no desire to court the female lead. Reflecting on my initial thoughts, I realized just how foolish I was, utterly ridiculous. Li Beichen now found himself in an awkward predicament. He genuinely had not contemplated the situation as deeply. His concerns revolved around contending with Lu Jing and Huolin Yuan. Fortunately, Su Nian remained oblivious to his true circumstances. There was still time to amend this. Chapter 124, Showcasing Affection? At that very moment, Zhou Su entered, inquiring about matters at hand. Li Beichen immediately spoke up, asking, "How are the preparations I requested coming along?" Zhou Su, having just entered, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. However, his tenure as Li Beichen's secretary had endowed him with considerable acumen, and he swiftly regained his composure, adopting a serious demeanor. "Mr. Li, I have completed all the tasks you assigned."
Excellent, Li Beichen replia.
"Your efficiency is commendable. You've managed to edit the video of my outing with Su Nian so promptly. Should you resolve this matter satisfactorily, I will consider a salary increase for you at the year's end."
Zhou Su instantly grasped Li Beichen's implication. Meanwhile, Su Nian,
who had anticipated Zhou Su's visit would be a routine report of work, was taken aback by Li Beichen's statement. Did Li Beichen truly mean what he said, or was it my mind playing tricks on me when I sought inspiration for my calligraphy? Is he implying a desire to publicly display our affection? Is this the sort of thing a devoted second male lead would say? Is he genuinely going to pursue this course of action? Under the gaze of Su Nian's bewilderment, Li Beichen gradually approached her, saying, "Su Nian, given the current circumstances, it is imperative that we appear in the public eye together. Coupled with the video of our recent outing, everything should fall into place seamlessly. I trust you will cooperate with us." Su Nian nodded in agreement. As Li Beichen conversed with her, Zhou Su retrieved his phone from his pocket and pressed the answer button. Upon hearing the content on his mobile phone, Zhou Su's expression instantly darkened. He then cast a troubled glance at Li Beichen, casually tapping a few times on his own device before respectfully handing it to Li Beichen.
President Li.
"It seems there has been a slight change in circumstances." At these words, Li Beichen turned to Zhou Su. As he did, the voice of Su Nian echoed in his mind, filled with schadenfreude. "I can tell, this change must be related to the female lead." Li Beichen accepted the phone from Zhou Su, and as he perused the screen, his countenance darkened further. President Li, since Miss Lan has reached a conclusion regarding this matter, should I proceed to withdraw our personnel? After all, if Miss Lan were to be displeased, it could pose a risk to her well-being. Indeed, Zhou Su perceived that Li Beichen's current actions were merely a form of defiance against Lan Ji. He believed that reconciliation between them was inevitable. His suggestion was intended to provide Li Beichen with a graceful exit, a duty inherent to his role as a secretary. Had this been the former Li Beichen, he might have taken Zhou Su's offer as a stepping stone to descend from his anger. However, the present Li Beichen was a changed man. Thus, once Zhou Su finished speaking, Li Beichen lifted his head, his voice resolute. Proceed exactly as I previously instructed. In that instant, the intensity of Li Beichen's gaze sent a shiver down Zhou Su's spine, prompting him to nod vigorously in understanding before hastily departing. Once Zhou Su had left, Li Beichen swiftly turned his attention to Su Nian. As Su Nian earnestly held her phone, she found herself confronted by the very man standing before her, compelling her to appeal to the elder. In Chapter 125, Su Nian scrolled through Weibo, where Lan Ji had posted a vehement denunciation of her. The content read as follows: Lan Ji V. Upon encountering this news, I was truly incensed. I have been a close friend of Beichen for many years. One might even say I am the person he trusts the most. I always believed that Su Nian harbored a sincere affection for Beichen, and as a fellow woman, I genuinely felt for her during certain moments. However, when I reached this point, my anger boiled over. That woman clearly appears to be pregnant. What if something were to happen? Utilizing the threats against others to bolster one's own position is unconscionable. Su Nian, I cannot fathom your thoughts, but I shall never acknowledge you. Su Nian then opened the comments below. Wow, the goddess has spoken. I never knew the goddess was friends with the president of the Li Group. A public figure, like the goddess, must be cautious with her words. Yet her unwavering stance now truly befits my idol. In terms of friendship, the goddess is remarkably righteous. I envy Li Beichen for having such a considerate friend. Due to Lan Ji's interference, the crowd below erupted in vehement criticism of Su Nian. It could not merely be termed as insults. In the realm of this narrative, Lan Ji, as the heroine, commanded the loyalty of her followers, who positioned themselves as champions of justice, fervently defending the so-called righteousness. However, as the malevolent supporting character, Su Nian could hardly tolerate such injustices. Though she bore the title of the wicked counterpart, she would never exhibit the same submissive demeanor as the protagonist, who merely swallowed her grievances. Without hesitation, she contacted the old man's phone and dialed. Once the call connected, Su Nian immediately addressed her father on the other end. Father, I have been bullied by Lan Qi. That woman dares to torment Nian Nian again. Rest assured, father, I shall ensure that Lan Qi receives a proper reprimand. I will promptly terminate all collaborations with the Hor family. I want everyone to understand the consequences of mistreating my husband, Li Jianhong's daughter-in-law.
Beside her, Li Beichen,
who had intended to offer comfort and assure her that he would handle the matter, found himself utterly taken aback by Su Nian's swift actions, leaving him no opportunity to intervene. The entire exchange flowed seamlessly, akin to a slap upon his face. It was crucial to note that he stood right before her. Yet she chose to seek the old man's assistance. Although he was merely her nominal husband, he was still her husband. He immediately approached Su Nian, took the phone from her hand, and declared, Father, rest assured, I will provide you and Su Nian with a satisfactory resolution to this matter.
Li Jianon,
who was on the phone soothing Su Nian, was taken aback upon hearing Li Beichen's voice. However, when Li Jianhong finally grasped the situation, he immediately spoke in his resonant voice, saying, Explain yourself. Tell me how you intend to do so. I know you harbor no affection for Su Nian and hold Lan Qi in high regard, yet you and Su Nian are indeed husband and wife. As a man, you must shoulder the responsibilities that come with being a husband. What sort of man are you? Father, I understand. I will fulfill my duties as a husband, Li Beichen replied, casting a glance at Su Nian, who was on the verge of tears. He then addressed her word by word. I acknowledge that I have mishandled this matter. It is my fault. I will take responsibility and ensure this situation is resolved appropriately. In that moment, the determination in Li Beichen's gaze left Su Nian somewhat bewildered. Chapter 126. A kiss before the journalists Lan Qi observed the unfolding events online, feeling quite satisfied. Simultaneously, she considered Su Nian's actions to be utterly foolish. Originally, Li Beichen had no affection for her, yet she insisted on meddling in company affairs. This only reinforced Lan Qi's belief that Su Nian was unworthy of someone as exceptional as Li Beichen. A hint of amusement crossed her mind. After all, she had previously noted that Li Beichen seemed a bit taken with Su Nian. But now, it appeared that Su Nian had self-sabotaged. Lan Qi increasingly felt that, as a good friend, she could not allow Li Beichen to be with a woman like Su Nian. At this critical juncture, it was her duty as Li Beichen's closest friend to step forward. Lan Qi believed it was imperative that she call Li Beichen now. However, when Lan Qi's gaze returned to the screen, she noticed a system notification. The blog you follow, Li Group, has just posted a Weibo update. Feel free to take a look. She clicked on it, and her smile instantly froze on her face. The reason for this reaction was that the Li Group had officially released a video composed of various surveillance clips. Upon entering, she observed Li Beichen accompanying Su Nian on a shopping spree. In the video, Li Beichen often glanced at Su Nian, resembling a blissfully happy couple. However, it didn't take long for Lan Qi to realize the implications. Li Beichen's father was quite fond of Su Nian as his daughter-in-law. And now that Su Nian found herself in such a predicament, it was evident that Li Beichen's father would not stand idly by. At that moment, Lan Qi felt the weight of her responsibilities intensify. Without hesitation, she began to post on Weibo. Su Nian, why are you fabricating lies? Do you dare to act without acknowledgement? To me, Beichen is like a brother. Under these circumstances, how can I possibly entrust my brother to you? Subsequently, Lan Qi attempted to call Li Beichen, but as soon as the call connected, he hung up abruptly. However, Lan Qi remained unperturbed if her assumptions were correct. He was likely confronting Su Nian about the situation. Li Beichen believed that by releasing the video, he could reverse the narrative and change everything. Yet, he did not anticipate that the online discourse would remain unchanged, with many thinking that it was the elder's voice advocating for Su Nian. What displeased Li Beichen even more was Su Nian's nonchalant demeanor. She exhibited little disappointment and even thought to herself, the female protagonist is indeed remarkable. The world revolves around her. What significance do these matters hold? It is akin to the current demeanor of Li Beichen, who appears to be striving to take charge on my behalf, yet, to put it plainly, it merely serves as a means to vie for superiority over the female lead. Li Beichen furrowed his brow, his expression grave as he approached Su Nian. Without uttering a word, he took her hand and led her outside. Su Nian was utterly bewildered by Li Beichen's sudden actions. What could he possibly be attempting to do? Why the haste? Is it merely because his legs are slightly longer than mine? Is this truly necessary? It is utterly infuriating. Outside the Li estate, a throng of reporters had gathered. Originally, they would not have been able to reach this place, so it was evident that these journalists were orchestrated by either Lu Jing or Huolin Yuan. When Li Beichen and Su Nian made their appearance, the reporters descended upon them like a frenzy, brandishing cameras and capturing every moment. Li Beichen moved into the crowd, and, upon finding his footing, he captured Su Nian's lips with his own. Under the barrage of flashing lights and the astonished gaze of Su Nian, they shared a kiss. Chapter 127. Why Su Nian could so easily discern his breach of the plot. Li Beichen himself was uncertain of his motivations. Even if it was to validate Su Nian or to counter the so-called narrative, it seemed excessive. If one were to attribute it to a moment of impulse, he was acutely aware of his clarity of mind. Perhaps, as the old man had suggested, regardless of the circumstances, he was now Su Nian's lawful husband. As a husband, witnessing his wife endure such humiliation filled him with a profound sense of indignation. After a brief kiss, Li Beichen turned his gaze towards the assembly of reporters. His eyes ablaze with intensity. I care not who orchestrated your presence here, but I implore you to report my forthcoming words with utmost fidelity. Should there be the slightest inaccuracy, the organization you represent shall cease to exist by dawn. His words sent a tremor through the hearts of the journalists. Li Beichen surveyed the crowd with piercing scrutiny and continued. On that day, my wife, Su Nian, and I were out shopping when we chanced upon a pregnant woman. My wife noticed that something had fallen from her possession and approached to offer assistance. As he spoke, a sharp pain surged within his chest, as if an unseen force sought to resurface. Li Beichun clenched his fists tightly, yearning to draw strength from this act. Su Nian, observing him, felt a warmth blossom within her heart. Regardless of Li Beichun's motivations, I shall forever remember this day and the image of him in this moment. Upon hearing her thoughts, Li Beichun instinctively glanced at Su Nian. She felt a peculiar unease. No, it was not mere awkwardness, but rather an odd sensation that left her momentarily at a loss. If I were to feign gratitude towards this man, it would feel insincere. But how should I express my thanks to him now? As Su Nian pondered the situation, Li Beichun suddenly slumped beside her. Beichun, what is the matter? Li Beichun clutched his chest and let out a long sigh. This remark prompted him to look at Su Nian, who then stated, I understand now. This unfortunate soul must have inadvertently touched upon the plot, resulting in punishment. Such a significant character, violating the established narrative, how could misfortune not befall him? With this revelation, Li Beichun comprehended that his actions were justified. His intention was to gradually and cautiously engage with the narrative, fully aware of the formidable challenges posed by the so-called plot obstacles. Yet he remained undaunted. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He gazed at Su Nian and pondered why she could so effortlessly discern his transgression against the storyline. The only explanation was that she had experienced it herself. Chapter 128. I truly am a clever little rascal even as a man. He found himself overwhelmed by an unexpected sensation. As he contemplated this, he scrutinized Su Nian, noting her frail appearance and how uncomfortable she must feel. Su Nian, under his unwavering gaze, felt a sense of unease creeping in, even a shiver running down her spine. Wait, why is he staring at me like that? She thought, don't tell me he suspects that I have plotted against him? As this thought crossed her mind, she stiffened under Li Beichun's scrutiny, convinced that her suspicion was indeed correct. Li Beichun, he clutched his chest and stood up, declaring, I have fulfilled my promise to you. Su Nian's thoughts raced like a whirlwind. I am fully aware of that. I harbor no doubts about you, Beichun. I also recognize that you are a man of your word. She continued, from now on, should any situation arise, refrain from contacting the old man. I shall handle it. Su Nian couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. If I were devoid of intelligence, I might actually believe him, but I am not. Though I remain uncertain as to why this fellow is behaving in such a manner, I suspect this is a one-time occurrence. Nevertheless, Su Nian maintained a facade of docility. Yes, I understand. I shall refrain from doing so in the future. Truth be told, I have no desire to rely on my father. I was genuinely anxious at the time. I feared that my actions would cause you distress, which is why I acted as I did. Enough of this superfluous talk. Consider carefully what reward you shall bestow upon me once this matter concludes. Su Nian, who had yet to secure a loan, felt as if she had turned to stone. You haven't forgotten to prepare, have you? Of course not. You mentioned it last time, so I have made arrangements. I put great effort into my preparations, Li Beichun asserted, his eyes wide with feigned denial. All right. I think my mind was faulty just now to consider that Li Beichun looked quite dashing in that moment. Dashing? Nonsense. Even if I were to release a fart, it would still be more appealing than this fellow. Meanwhile, Li Beichun found solace amidst Su Nian's vexation. Indeed, why not deliberately guide him to touch upon the plot? Even if this life's narrative mirrors that of the previous one? Li Beichun's eyes narrowed slightly. I must admit, I am rather eager for your gift. Given your demeanor, it seems you ought to present me with something truly unique. Su Nian exclaimed, unique? Without relying on the Li family's wealth, and still managing to procure something one of a kind? For you, I shall have to safeguard you diligently. Rest assured, I will handle the various rumors online and ensure your reputation is restored. What else could Su Nian do at this moment? She could only manage a bitter smile. I find a notorious reputation somewhat appealing. Not having to rely on the Li family's fortune and still obtaining something unique puts me in quite a predicament. How amusing! If I am not permitted to use the Li family's resources, then I shall resort to the Su family's wealth, making it seem as though I am in dire straits. Be assured, I will certainly present you with a splendid gift, Li Beichun replied. However, his good mood did not last long. By the way, why not gift him some intimate apparel? This is a clever idea. If it succeeds, I will have struck gold. If it fails, I can at least infuriate him. Regardless of how Li Beichen reacts, I stand to gain. I truly am a clever little rascal. Li Beichen remained silent. Chapter 129. Am I your biological child? Or is Su Nian your true offspring? The news of Li Beichen holding Su Nian's hand quickly spread. The online community erupted in astonishment, especially since the protagonists had made a personal appearance.
Yet,
There were still murmurs suggesting that Li Beichen was acting for the benefit of the company and to maintain the Li family's reputation. Li Beichen gazed at the chaotic messages, his expression unusually grave. Through this incident, he managed to glean a glimpse of the formidable challenge he would face in attempting to break the established rules. However, at that moment, he recalled what Su Nian had said about their previous lives being so naive. It seemed there might be a way to transcend the so-called rules and narrative. Just as Li Beichen was pondering this, his phone rang unexpectedly. Furrowing his brow, he picked up the device, only to see the screen displaying his grandfather's call. He pressed the answer button. Beichen, you have finally come to your senses. You now recognize the virtues of Nian Nian, do you not? I was even contemplating arranging a divorce for you two, so that Nian Nian could find a more suitable partner. Ha ha ha. It's good that you've seen the light. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Li Beichen could not help but inquire, divorce? Indeed. It was only after your marriage that I realized a forced union bears no sweetness. Recently, I've been considering whether it would be best for you both to part ways. After all, though Nian Nian is young, a woman's age is not something to be trifled with. At this point, the old man let out a deep sigh. If you and Nian Nian were to divorce, she would take half of your fortune, and I would ensure she receives more. She could easily find someone better than you. As Li Beichen listened to his grandfather's words, the image of Su Nian seeking another man with his money surfaced in his mind, causing a moment of heartache. He tugged at the tie around his neck and replied, "What if I refuse?" The elderly gentleman across the way was evidently taken aback by Li Beichen's unexpected words. However, he quickly retorted in a disdainful tone, "Why do you disagree? Are you trying to occupy the latrine without relieving yourself? How utterly despicable." After uttering those words, the old man seemed to realize his faux pas and hastily spat a few times. Nevertheless, that's the gist of it. Li Beichen could only think, so, I am merely a subject of experimentation. The elderly gentleman continued his verbal onslaught. Isn't there a saying? Who hasn't encountered a few scoundrels in their youth? Li Beichen could not help but inquire, am I truly your biological offspring, or is Su Nian your true child? If given the choice, I would much prefer to claim Nian Nian as my own daughter. Moreover, if it weren't for your connection as my son, this fortunate circumstance would not have been bestowed upon you. My stance is clear. What happens next is up to you. Li Beichen abruptly ended the call, feeling that if he continued to heed the old man's words, he might very well succumb to exasperation. Chapter 130. The aesthetic sense of this woman is lamentable. Li Beichen took a few sips of ice water to recalibrate his state of mind. This brought to mind the tales Su Nian had recounted about her past life. Given the elder's attitude, it seemed plausible that he might genuinely encourage Su Nian to remarry. Even if she chose not to, should she seek the company of another man, the old man would likely not only refrain from objecting but might even take delight in it. The thought of Su Nian in the embrace of another man invaded Li Beichen's mind, intensifying his sense of frustration. With this in mind, he promptly made his way outside. He abruptly arrived outside Su Nian's room, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, he realized the absurdity of his anger. After all, he harbored no affection for Su Nian. Her activities with any man were inconsequential to him. Li Beichen now felt as if he were losing his sanity. Yet, since he was already there, he resolutely knocked on the door a few times and then pushed it open. Upon entering, his expression darkened further. Su Nian was completely engrossed in a television drama, and her inner thoughts revealed, wow, the male lead is so handsome. Perhaps after Li Beichen is out of the picture, I could support a few male celebrities instead. Yes, that sounds like a splendid idea. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, indicating her genuine desire. Li Beichen, frowning, approached her and obstructed her view. Startled by his interruption, Su Nian protested. What are you doing? Why are you blocking my view of the show? Do you have no sense of decency? No sense of decency? He glared at her with his darkened expression. Under normal circumstances, seeing Li Beichen's brooding demeanor would not be a cause for concern. However, having just been captivated by the charming and passionate male lead of a romantic drama, Su Nian found the sudden comparison to Li Beichen's imposing presence rather disheartening. Her expression only fueled his irritation further. No, I didn't say that. Beichen, you must have misheard me. A visage as imposing as that of a donkey, appearing so suddenly, truly startled me. I even fear that I might be haunted by nightmares tonight. Curse that insufferable sycophant. If I do indeed suffer from nightmares, I shall certainly draw a circle to cast a curse upon him. Is it not permissible to come here? Of course, it is. I thought something untoward had transpired online. Regarding online matters.
Su Nian adapted a sorrowful expression.
Of course, one cannot simply come here. What purpose would it serve? But to disturb me whilst I indulge in my television series? It is utterly vexing. Just as I reach a pivotal moment, a climax, I am thwarted here. Su Nian could not help but subtly shift her body, yearning to steal glances at the show. As Li Beichen turned off the television, he cast a fleeting glance at the screen, where the male protagonist, whom Su Nian wished to support, displayed an aura of advanced technology. Truly, this woman's taste is lamentable. Upon witnessing Li Beichen switch off the television, Su Nian gasped, "What does this sycophant think he is doing? Interfering with my show? Does he intend to prolong this interruption? Why must this sycophant not only intrude upon my viewing but also disturb my enjoyment of the drama?" One must understand, for a devoted viewer, to reach a critical juncture only to be compelled to pause is profoundly disheartening, akin to a tormenting itch. At this moment, Li Beichen, with a nonchalant tone, remarked, "What seems to be the matter? From your expression, it appears as though I have intruded upon you, yet you do not seem occupied with any pressing matters." Such words undoubtedly served to exacerbate the situation. How dare this insufferable sycophant look at me with such disdain and contempt? Do not hold me back. I am determined to confront this insufferable sycophant. Today, either he meets his demise, or I shall perish. No, you have misunderstood. Su Nian contemplated the endearing qualities of Mo Bao and decided to endure the situation. Li Beichen took a few steps closer to the woman on the verge of losing her composure, narrowing the gap between them. Is that so? Perhaps I was merely overthinking it. Now, do you have any objections to what I just said? Objections? How could I possibly have any? Beichen, your actions are for my benefit. If I were to voice any dissent, wouldn't that make me ungrateful? Frankly, having spent day and night with you, I cannot help but think how unbearable it would be not to see you if you were to recover and return to the company. Now that I can remain by your side, I am overwhelmed with joy. How could I possibly have any objections? In her eagerness to expedite Li Beichen's departure from this place, Su Nian spoke at a rapid pace. It is commendable that you think this way. Li Beichen, however, leisurely settled onto the sofa in the room. Upon witnessing him sit, Su Nian felt an overwhelming urge to seize this man by his collar and hurl him out. I was just attending to some matters and suddenly felt rather fatigued. I wish to rest here for a while. Beicheng, although I am aware that you have numerous pressing matters to attend to, each of significant importance, I sincerely hope you will take care of your health. It is imperative that you allow yourself some rest. If your health deteriorates, it would truly cause me distress. You are correct, so I shall take a brief moment to sit here, as a form of respite.
Su Nian.
Thus, the two sat in silence. After all, given Su Nian's present state, what mood could she possibly have for conversation? During this brief interlude, she found herself glancing at Li Beicheng multiple times. She observed that he showed no inclination to leave and, astonishingly, was gradually reclining on the sofa, appearing to rest with his eyes closed. Why is this happening? My beloved drama Beicheng, are you feeling sleepy? If so, and you do not mind, you are welcome to rest on my bed. With no other recourse, Su Nian resorted to her ultimate ploy. This prompted Li Beicheng to open his eyes wide in surprise. Chapter 132. Unable to binge-watch, now facing a collapse. No need, he replied, which instantly brought joy to Su Nian's heart. I knew it. This hopeless devotee would certainly hesitate to stay here. He. As long as I manage to keep him here, given his nature, I shall soon be able to continue my joyful viewing of dramas. Beicheng, do not be polite with me. You appeared quite fatigued earlier. Please, take a moment to rest here. My place is quite clean, and it is only temporary. So, I can accommodate you for a while. I still have matters to attend to. I just dozed off for a moment, which is nearly sufficient. These words instantly brightened Su Nian's gaze. Finally, this unfortunate soul is about to depart. Time to binge-watch. Here I come, male lead. Hearing these thoughts,
Assoples-me la grassa li Beicheng's lips.
he then slowly rose to his feet, and under Su Nian's eager gaze, he moved towards the door. However, just as he reached the threshold, he halted and turned to inquire, "Are you coming along?"
Erigeneli, Su Nian.
Who nearly burst into laughter at the sight of Li Beichen nearing the exit, was momentarily taken aback. Come along? Come along where? All she wished was to continue her binge-watching. The thought struck her. What happened? You were the one who mentioned having no objections, remember? With no other option, Su Nian obediently followed. She realized that her quest for the show was truly beyond reach. Indeed, misfortune had struck. The male lead of the drama she was watching had encountered trouble. He was implicated in tax evasion. The series was promptly removed from circulation, leaving her no time even to download it. With no alternatives, Su Nian resorted to scouring the internet for footage. After all, she had been deeply engrossed, and the thought of missing out on the unfolding plot made her feel she might endure considerable distress. The critical issue was that she was still in Li Beichen's presence. Seeking resources online required a clandestine approach, frequently stealing glances at Li Beichen, who was busy attending to his affairs. Meanwhile, Li Beichen found himself in high spirits as he listened to Su Nian vent her frustrations at the male star. He casually picked up his phone and opened WeChat, sending a message to Zhou Su. "You handled this matter exceptionally well. I will notify the finance department to increase your salary." Li Beichen put away his phone. Why is this guy being so irrational? Taxes are such a trivial amount. Why not adhere to the law? What a pity for that face. I shall never again see it grace a television drama. Why, oh why, does this person act so foolishly? Listening to Su Nian's internal lamentations, Li Beichen couldn't help but scoff. What was so regrettable about that face? As for that woman, couldn't she do a simple search? A casual inquiry would reveal the entire history of that male star's plastic surgery. As Li Beichen pondered this, he began to contemplate how he might inadvertently allow Su Nian to discover that male star's cosmetic surgery details. Chapter 133. The lounge. Su Nian exerted immense effort to locate the resources she sought. However, she was unable to view them just yet. After all, she was currently situated in the president's office of Li Corporation. The individuals who entered and exited this space could be classified as the CRME de la CRME. Su Nian was acutely aware of how she appeared when engrossed in a drama, enthusiastically shipping her favorite couple. It was essential for her to maintain composure, especially since she intended to take control of Li Corporation after Li Beichen's unfortunate demise. If the executives caught a glimpse of her foolishness, she would have no choice but to endure the embarrassment. Yet, the materials she had worked so hard to acquire could not be viewed immediately, which left her feeling quite vexed. Nevertheless, after a moment of solitary frustration, Su Nian shifted her gaze to Li Beichen. Why on earth did this man drag me here? Had I known I would be disturbed so obsessively in the hospital, I would have made a scene there.
Sigh.
Why is it that a person as benevolent as I am is relegated to the role of a malevolent supporting character? I am truly kind-hearted. Nevertheless, it is exceedingly dull here. I cannot binge-watch dramas, indulge in games, or even savor junk food. Li Beichen, listening intently to Su Nian's musings, ceased his actions. He turned to her and said, "If you find it boring here, you may retreat to the lounge for a while." Su Nian lifted her head upon hearing this. Is that permissible? Since everyone in the company is aware of your presence here today, remaining in this space is no different from being in the lounge. Besides, you appear somewhat uncomfortable. You would likely feel more at ease in the lounge. Uncomfortable? How could I possibly feel that way? Su Nian remarked with a casual air. However, in most novels, the protagonists often find themselves in the lounge engaging in intimate moments, while the female lead, delicate and soft, rests there. If I were to enter, would rumors of such a nature not arise? Yet, it seems Li Beichun is destined not to act upon anything with me. Reflecting on it now, I might be missing out, she mused, and at that moment, Li Beichun regretted his concern for her. If you are indeed uncomfortable, then you may remain here, he retorted. As Su Nian was about to rise, she thought to herself, am I merely offering a polite remark? Must he take it so seriously? This man truly lacks any sense of reason. I have come to the realization that this individual embodies the very essence of a stereotypical straight man, or perhaps even exceeds that characterization. I find it rather astute of the author to arrange for Li Beichun's early demise. After all, given his disposition, there is a chance that the female protagonist might grow to despise him one day. It seems more prudent for him to depart during the most beautiful moments. Su Nian found herself seated on the sofa for a while, only to succumb to drowsiness, unable to suppress a yawn. Just as she was about to yawn, a senior executive from the Li Group entered to report on work matters. With no alternative, Su Nian had no choice but to stifle her yawn. After all, she aspired to become the president of the Li Group and needed to maintain a polished image. Yet, this sensation was truly unbearable, a combination of discomfort and tedium. Su Nian felt compelled to find something to occupy her time. Meanwhile, Li Beichun took note of Su Nian's demeanor and subsequently stood up to step outside. As he closed the door, he caught a glimpse of Su Nian sprawled on the sofa and chuckled softly before shutting the door. After a brief respite on the sofa, Su Nian finally regained her composure. She glanced at Li Beichun's seat, convinced that if she felt discomfort, she must ensure he experienced the same. Chapter 134. Can the domineering CEO discern the flavor of instant coffee? He lingered outside a bit longer, intending to allow Su Nian to feel more at ease.
Now,
Li Beichun found himself regretting his earlier decision to deny her the opportunity to rest in the lounge, influenced by her chaotic thoughts. After all, he had no way of knowing that he could hear her innermost feelings. What was the point of a man quarreling with her over such matters? As he contemplated this, Li Beichun couldn't help but chuckle softly before striding towards his office. However, the moment he stepped through the door, the exuberant Su Nian approached him directly. Noting her enthusiastic demeanor, Li Beichun realized that this woman was concocting yet another ridiculous scheme. Beichun, have you finished your meeting? Are you tired or thirsty? If you're feeling parched, I've just brewed a cup of coffee for you to try, which might alleviate your fatigue. Curious about what trouble Su Nian intended to stir up this time, he settled into his office chair and accepted the coffee from her hands. Beichun, I find myself with little to do here, and in comparison to you, I feel utterly useless, so I thought I should occupy myself with something. As Li Beichun listened, he raised the cup to his lips. It was only while sipping the coffee that he noticed Su Nian's gaze fixed intently upon him. Surely, this coffee is not problematic, he mused. Yet, he quickly reconsidered. Su Nian was in a foul mood and would not resort to foul play. Still, something about this coffee felt amiss. At that moment, an exhilarated thought echoed in her mind. Haha, now I can ascertain what happens when a domineering CEO drinks 9
instant coffee.
What is the difference with hand-ground coffee? They all taste bitter, don't they? Haha, I'm truly a clever little imp for making the domineering CEO drink 9 instant coffee. Even if this fellow has figured it out, it matters not. I excel in weaving tales with my eyes wide open. Li Beichun. Upon hearing these words, Li Beichun harbored some doubts. Even if Su Nian were to devise a scheme against him, her intellect would scarcely allow her to conjure an effective plan. Under the subtly expectant gaze of Su Nian, he set down his coffee cup and inquired, "Pray tell, what have you discovered?" Su Nian produced a piece of paper and presented it before him. You see, there are undoubtedly many eyes upon us, yet neither of us possesses any significant romantic experience. If our act appears overly contrived, those observing us will perceive the facade, rendering our efforts futile. Thus, I have meticulously outlined the following behaviors.
Indeed,
I am intentionally invoking the notion of romance in his presence to remind him of his role as a mere sycophant. Li Beichun accepted the paper. As he perused its contents, a faint smile graced his lips. Redirecting his gaze to Su Nian, he remarked, after much contemplation, "Your sole intention is to exploit my weaknesses?" This was prompted by the stipulations inscribed on the paper. 1. Whenever in public, we must kiss, accompanied by passionate gazes. 2. While dining out, I am to unconditionally attend to Su Nian. 3. We must hold hands when outside. Among various other regulations. Chapter 135. Is it truly so easy to take advantage of Li Beichen? Su Nian gazed at the mocking expression on Li Beichen's face, feeling entirely unfazed. Taking advantage, huh? Clearly, regardless of the dynamics between men and women, I am the one who ultimately bears the brunt of it all. Just like that night in my past life. Despite my dissatisfaction with him, I still ended up appearing as though I had the upper hand. However, she reminded herself, let us not forget that in this situation, I am alleviating your troubles, not creating my own. Li Beichen maintained a stern countenance. Anticipating his response, Su Nian sighed deeply. I understand that you are deeply enamored with Lan Qi, which complicates matters for you. Thus, let us consider this matter settled. As she spoke, she feigned a few choked sobs. I have been too unreasonable. I apologize for interrupting you with my whimsical notions. This issue shall no longer trouble you. I will find a way to resolve it myself. With that, Su Nian reached for the documents on the table and began to stride toward the exit. I can finally leave. At long last, I am free from this place. How clever I am. If Li Beichen agrees, I benefit, and if he declines, I can make my escape. Stop. Suddenly, Su Nian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. While it may be dull here, if this fellow truly consents, I would be able to take advantage of him at any given moment. Wait, why does this make me feel like a rogue? Let it be. A rogue is a rogue. After all, life is but a fleeting moment. Besides, they say youth without romance is a lamentable waste. Furthermore, this fellow shall not linger much longer in this world. If I do not take advantage of the situation, what a waste it would be.
I shall proceed as you suggested. Su Nian exclaimed.
After all, you have always been so hands-on with me. What is there to be concerned about now? As she turned to face Li Beichen, she felt an inexplicable sensation, as if his gaze was that of a rogue observing another rogue. Indeed, she harbored intentions of being a rogue herself, yet she could not bear to be scrutinized by Li Beichen's eyes that seemed to regard her as such. In that case,
I shall not hold back.
Let me ponder how I might effectively take advantage of this fellow. Li Beichen's demeanor was influenced by the recent words of Zhou Su, who had informed him that the old man had instructed his trusted aides to keep a watchful eye on this matter. This revelation prompted Li Beichen to recall the old man's previous remarks about their impending divorce, suggesting that Su Nian should claim half of his fortune in pursuit of another man. Thus, Li Beichen surmised that should Su Nian be allowed to venture out now, the old man would undoubtedly become aware of it. Contemplating this, Li Beichen's gaze fell once more upon Su Nian. He believed the old man's concerns were not unfounded. With Su Nian's intellect, should she truly engage with another man, the consequences could be dire. As this notion crossed his mind, he observed Su Nian, who was deep in thought. Taking advantage of him, was it truly so simple? Chapter 136. The comfort of a pillow in the days that followed.
Li Beichen adhered to Su Nian's guidelines.
Wherever they went, he would steal a kiss now and then, showcasing their affection. Surprisingly, he discovered that he derived a certain pleasure from these moments. After all, he had kissed this woman more than once, and it seemed inconsequential. When Su Nian accompanied Li Beichen to social gatherings, the onlookers would comment on their apparent harmony. Your bond is truly admirable. It won't be long before we hear delightful news, one remarked. You know, during my previous conversation with Director Li, he expressed his longing for a grandchild. Seeing you both like this, I am certain he will get his wish. Amidst the flattery, Su Nian shyly nestled closer to Li Beichen, prompting him to gently tap her cheek and say, "Please, no more compliments. My wife is rather bashful. If you'll excuse us, we shall take a stroll over there." This elicited laughter from those who had been teasing them. Yet, as he took a few steps away, he couldn't shake the image of Su Nian's sighs from his mind. After sharing a few kisses with this man, it feels utterly mundane, lacking the essence of romance, even less gratifying than cuddling a pillow. Li Beichen thought to himself, am I, in fact, digging my own grave? His expression darkened. This capricious woman. It had only been a short while. Wasn't she the one so confidently seeking to take advantage of him? How had things come to this? Su Nian, I have mentioned it before, but I never claimed that I only wished to take advantage of you. This remark undoubtedly poured oil on the flames. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on Su Nian's hand. Oh, the absence of comparison truly reveals the pain. That handsome fellow earlier was infinitely superior to this Li Beichen, who merely cast me a gentle smile. As for this man, he seems to relish this glum demeanor. What is it, Beichen? Su Nian inquired softly on the surface. Li Beichen leaned slightly closer to Su Nian, whispering in her ear. In such a posture, one might mistake them for a couple exchanging sweet nothings. However, they could never have anticipated that Li Beichen's words were, "Mind your eyes. The moment you see a man, your gaze seems ready to flee." Do affectionate couples behave like this? Su Nian. What does this insufferable sycophant mean? He has no idea how shameless I can be. He simply cannot articulate his thoughts. Li Beichen snickered coldly within. Beichen, what do you mean? Li Beichen grasped her chin with his long fingers, compelling Su Nian to meet his gaze. Though I am indifferent to you, I do not have a penchant for being cuckolded. Yet, Su Nian was no pushover. She promptly rose on her toes and planted a kiss on his cheek. Beichen, I understand now. Are you perhaps feeling jealous? If that is the case, you should express it directly instead of bottling it up. I love you so deeply. How could I bear to see you feel jealous on my behalf? When Su Nian uttered these words, she deliberately raised her voice. How dare you call me promiscuous? Just wait and see how I disgust you. It is important to note that there were prominent figures surrounding them, including Lan Ji, who was present as well. Indeed, Su Nian spoke the truth. Lan Ji was indeed there. Not far away, she observed the affectionate pair, her heart heavy with discomfort, as if she were suffocating. Ji, do not look any longer. This Li Beichen is not worth your concern. Although Su Nian is no paragon of virtue, you have already gone to such lengths for him, so if Li Beichen suffers, he is only himself to blame. A hint of sorrow appeared on Lan Ji's face as she spoke these words. Lu Jing, witnessing Lan Ji's distress, could not help but inquire, if I were to find myself in such a situation, would you worry for me in the same way?
I would, she replied.
Upon hearing this, Lu Jing broke into a smile. Just hearing that from you is nearly sufficient for me. Rest assured, I would never betray you, as Li Beichen has. However, Beichen is different, she remarked. That's all right. We can assist him. This exchange was loud enough for Su Nian to overhear, not that she wished to, but the volume of their conversation was simply too high. As long as Su Nian was not deaf, she would certainly catch wind of it. She glanced at Lan Ji and her companion, their expressions brimming with righteousness, before stealing a glance at the indifferent Li Beichen beside her. Why is it that this fellow shows no reaction at all? Surely, he must have heard? That cannot be right. According to the typical narrative, upon hearing the female protagonist's heartfelt intentions, he would undoubtedly rush to her side, yearning to cling to her in a fit of tears. Yet Li Beichen, while certainly aware, found himself perplexed by the image of weeping while grasping Lan Chi's leg. Meanwhile, the woman beside him seemed increasingly animated by her own thoughts. I truly anticipate that scene. Ideally, Li Beichen would be impeccably dressed, weeping as he clings to the female lead's leg. That moment would be utterly exquisite. Li Beichen could not help but cough a few times, attempting to divert Su Nian from such fanciful musings. However, it was evident that he had failed. Thus, Li Beichen was left to endure Su Nian's continued ruminations. What a pity! I have read numerous novels, filled with devoted second male leads, yet none have portrayed such a scenario. The authors of these melodramatic tales truly lack audacity. If only they could write like this, they would undoubtedly achieve great success. Her words elicited an involuntary sigh of relief from Li Beichen. It was merely Su Nian's flights of fancy. Her earlier fervor had genuinely startled him. He had momentarily feared that he might. Li Beichen dared not contemplate the embarrassment of such actions. Unable to contain himself, he pulled Su Nian away, anxious that lingering in the vicinity would lead to his demise at the hands of her chaotic thoughts. As Su Nian was dragged away by Li Beichen, a flicker of displeasure crossed her mind. This guy is far too eager. Is he truly so shy upon returning home that he cannot even glance at Lan Chi? Alas, the pitiable devoted second lead. However, at that moment, his attention was drawn to a particular individual. Chapter 138. What is the female protagonist doing here? Fong Yulan. What is she doing here? Li Beichen's expression soured upon hearing an unfamiliar name from Su Nian's thoughts. Is there someone else in this place that this woman is interested in? He quickened his pace, leading her to a somewhat secluded area before releasing Su Nian.
Yet.
Upon seeing the serious expression on her face, which was unusually earnest compared to her usual carefree demeanor, he was taken aback. In his previous life, Lin Yuan could only accomplish the project with the assistance of this woman. At that time, no one realized that the design of the city's landmark project for the next 30 years, or even 50, was conceived by her, truly surpassing a series of male designers. I recall that while reading this novel, the author mentioned that this Fong Yulan is an artist in architecture, possessing a formidable pride, to the extent that even the male protagonist was enamored with her. However, Fong Yulan showed no interest in him, dedicating herself entirely to her craft. Listening to this, Li Beichen followed Su Nian's gaze and spotted a woman dressed in a neutral style. The Li Corporation primarily deals in real estate, and he was acutely aware of the significance of a city's landmark buildings. This was also one of his recent objectives. Since Su Nian deemed Fong Yulan to be remarkable, Li Beichen felt it necessary to inform Zhou Su to keep a close watch on this woman. Su Nian shared the same sentiment. Having already rescued Wang Ling, why not take further action, such as concerning Fong Yulan? Let me ponder deeply on how I might earn Fong Yulan's trust, reflecting on all the information I possess regarding her from my previous life. Nearby, Li Beichen could not help but glance at Su Nian. Upon hearing this resolute declaration, he suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment. After all, he had reaped the benefits, collecting all the valuable insights for himself. Is this not akin to the mantis stalking the cicada while the yellow sparrow waits in the shadows? Beichen, what brings you here? I was just speaking of you. I had my eyes on you moments ago, yet you vanished, only to find you hiding here, Su Nian remarked, her expression shifting instantaneously. What is this female lead doing here? If she were to connect with Fong Yulan, her protagonist aura would overshadow me, rendering my efforts futile. At that moment, Su Nian's mind raced with thoughts. Now that the female lead has appeared, my role in this narrative seems diminished. Does this not provide me the opportunity to approach Fong Yulan and strive to secure my part before the male and female leads? Her eyes sparkled with newfound determination. However, at that moment, Li Beichen wrapped his arms around her waist, stating, "My wife is quite fatigued, and I wish to bring her here to rest for a while. Is there something you require?" Su Nian was momentarily taken aback by his words, but the next instant, she comprehended the implication. If my speculation is correct, this devoted admirer seeks to leverage me to incite jealousy in the female lead. Upon reflection, one cannot help but feel a tinge of sympathy for this ardent admirer. After all, it is only natural to feel jealousy when one is in love. However, the protagonist does not reciprocate these feelings, rendering such jealousy futile. Her current behavior is akin to a puppy marking its territory. Chapter 139. Su Nian is angry. The imagery of a puppy marking its territory nearly caused Li Beichen to lose his composure. One must question whether Su Nian has ever engaged in scholarly pursuits to articulate such a comparison. Nevertheless, despite the playful jests, Su Nian remains diligent in her endeavors. Leaning closer to Li Beichen's ear and earnestly stating, "Beichen, I understand that you are doing this to provoke Lan Yi, yet even so, it brings me joy that you acknowledge me as your wife. Behold the eloquence with which I convey passion and grievance. Were I to be graded, I would undoubtedly attain a perfect score, an unequivocal triumph." Yet, in the next moment, Su Nian nearly turned to stone. This was prompted by Li Beichen's remark. "If my memory serves me correctly, I believe I referred to you as wife merely 3 minutes ago, and I have continued to do so these past few days. Su Nian, I have fulfilled my obligations, thus do not attempt to place any blame upon me."
Indeed.
"It is certainly not my fault. All of this is Li Beichen's doing." The second male lead seems to be troubled, and nothing unfolds according to the expected narrative. Witnessing the affectionate exchange between the two, Lan Yi's complexion paled. Beside her, Lu Jing could no longer remain seated upon observing her distress. "Li Beichen, do you even realize who you are speaking to? Why are you so heartless now? Your behavior deeply disappoints me." Su Nian scoffed coldly. Heartless, Mr. Liu? Pray tell. What does that mean? If you're unaware, it might lead one to believe my husband has wronged Lan Yi. Is that not the case? Since you choose to spectate from the sidelines, Lu Jing, you seem to cast blame solely upon me. Why not confront the matter directly? Upon hearing this, Lu Jing disdainfully snorted. Do you think your petty tricks could deceive Li Beichen, that fool? How could you possibly mislead me? I am well aware you have been scheming all along, hoping to keep that simpleton Li Beichen by your side. This ignited a fierce indignation within Su Nian. She was acutely aware that those present at today's gathering were individuals of considerable standing. Should the word of Li Beichen's foolishness spread, it would certainly reflect poorly. This detestable Lu Jing. It appears that last time Li Beichen was reprimanded was far too lenient. To publicly declare that Li Beichen is brainless in front of so many is outrageous. Although it is true that Li Beichen, the sycophant, lacks intellect, such a statement should not be uttered before a crowd. If that sycophant Li Beichen were to meet his demise, and then Mo Bao were to emerge, what would people say? How could one possibly cope with a father devoid of sense? This is infuriating. I must take care to settle accounts with Lu Jing today. Li Beichen, initially oblivious to Su Nian's furious demeanor, now found himself perplexed by her words. What does it mean to have a father who is devoid of sense? Chapter 140. And what about you? You do not wish to obtain a marriage certificate with Huolin Yuan, do you not desire it? The female protagonist appears to have found a point to question Su Nian, her previously gentle expression now replaced by earnestness. However, due to her somewhat childish visage, Lan Ji could not quite project the imposing demeanor she intended. Lan Ji said, Su Nian, I know you care for Beichen, yet I never anticipated you would engage in such actions. How could such behavior possibly earn my approval? Even Li Beichen found her words absurd. Setting aside other matters, he and Su Nian were bound by the arrangement of their parents, and were legally recognized as husband and wife. How could Lan Ji dare to utter such statements? Beside Li Beichen, Su Nian boldly expressed her thoughts. Your approval? What do you amount to? Beichen and I are united by our parents' wishes, and we are legally married. Tell me, do we require your approval?
Su Nian.
You are truly pitiable. If two individuals are together without love, they will endure a lifetime of misery. I understand that in your heart, you perceive me as a disruptor of your affection. However, the friction between you two will ultimately breed resentment. Do you wish for the one you cherish to harbor animosity towards you? To dislike you? Upon hearing the latter part of this statement, Su Nian found some merit in the argument. Yet, this was contingent upon her feelings for Li Beichen. I do not care for the sycophant. Why should I be concerned? Although Li Beichen was acutely aware that Su Nian did not harbor feelings for him, hearing it spoken aloud struck a dissonant chord. Meanwhile, Su Nian had prepared her most formidable retort. Then what about you? Don't you want to obtain a marriage certificate with Huolin Yuan? This question successfully darkened Lan Yi's expression. It is worth noting that the setting of this novel is quite antiquated. Although Huolin Yuan is in love with Lan Yi, he is already betrothed to a woman of equal social standing, which is precisely why Lan Yi has never been able to attain any significant status. The desire to marry Huolin Yuan is the heroine's unwavering obsession.
Su Nian es gaze sharpand.
If you wish to crown my esteemed work with an imbecilic father, then do not blame me for targeting your vulnerabilities. As a fellow devoted admirer, Lu Jing was naturally unwilling to tolerate this. Su Nian, you had best adjust your attitude. What is wrong with my demeanor? Did I utter anything incorrect? If obtaining a marriage certificate is of no consequence to Lan Yi, then does that imply that, in her eyes, the sanctity of marriage holds no value? At this point, Su Nian instinctively reached for her phone, only to realize, after several attempts, that she had not brought it with her, as she was adorned in a gown. She then noticed Li Beichen, standing nearby like a wooden post. Without hesitation, she seized his phone. I am plagued by a curiosity that, if left unanswered, may rob me of sleep tonight. Thus I must seek clarity.
Consequently, Su Nian,
in front of everyone, dialed 110. Of course, Lu Jing could not simply stand by and watch Su Nian humiliate his beloved. He immediately stepped forward, intending to knock the phone from her hand. However, Li Beichen swiftly kicked him aside with remarkable efficiency, causing Su Nian to widen her eyes in astonishment. Li Beichen felt it was an opportune moment to test the limits of what could be done around Lan Ji, the so-called heroine. If feasible, he believed that employing a strategy akin to surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao and gradually advancing his plan was indeed a viable approach. Lan Ji, incredulous, exclaimed, "Beichen, what are you doing?" As soon as she uttered these words, Li Beichen sensed that force re-emerging. He promptly moved to Su Nian's side. Is it just my imagination? Or does Li Beichen seem more adept at confronting this individual than before? Cough, cough, enough with the distractions. Let us return to the matter at hand. He was, of course, fulfilling the duties expected of a husband. With that, Su Nian nestled into Li Beichen's embrace, lamenting, "Woo-woo, Beichen, I was truly terrified just now. Thank goodness you appeared, otherwise I could have been harmed. Su Nian, while I may not hold you in high regard, why must you disrupt the brotherly bond between Lu Jing and Beichen?" Lan Ji thought, genuinely wishing to intervene and separate them. She understood that this was Li Beichen's way of compelling her, yet she still felt that Su Nian was at fault. Had it not been for Su Nian's incessant chatter while at Li Beichen's side, how could they have arrived at such a juncture? Was everything not fine before? Upon hearing Lan Ji mention the camaraderie between Lu Jing and Li Beichen, Su Nian, suddenly devoid of sleepiness, emerged from Li Beichen's embrace. Brotherhood. 3 years ago, they fought. One suffered a broken leg while the other endured a broken arm. 2 years prior, Beichen was pushed from a balcony, and a year ago, Lu Jing nearly excavated the ancestral home of the Li family. You dare to tell me this is brotherhood? She immediately approached Lan Yi and declared, "If I strike you now, shall we then be sisters?" With that, she reached out toward Lan Yi. If only I could truly land a blow. Alas, as a wicked supporting character, I lack the prowess to confront the heroine.
Li Beichen promptly advanced toward Su Nian.
Indeed. Before Su Nian's hand could even graze Lan Yi, Lu Jing seized her. "As long as I am here, you shall not lay a finger on Lan Yi." Without hesitation, Su Nian retaliated with a resounding slap across Lu Jing's face. In the past, while watching dramas or reading novels, she often wondered why the characters, when one hand was restrained, did not simply use the other. One hand may be captured, but the other remains free. Previously, Su Nian merely followed the motions, but this time, she exerted all her strength. Let me teach this fellow a lesson for daring to say my beloved's father is devoid of wit. Just wait until I knock your brains out. Lu Jing was momentarily taken aback by the blow. So, you wish to fight? What of it? Am I to choose a propitious day for our duel? If that is the case, I sincerely apologize. I promise to select an auspicious date for our next encounter. As she spoke, Su Nian wore an expression of utmost sincerity, her demeanor as earnest as possible. Lu Jing found himself at a loss for words as he faced Su Nian's sincere expression. This woman was truly a master of theatrics. At that moment, his gaze shifted to Li Beichen, who was seated beside Su Nian. He initially intended to gauge Li Beichen's reaction but was taken aback to see him gently massaging Su Nian's hand, even blowing softly on it. What did this signify? Li Beichen, do you truly intend to forsake our bond? Lu Jing exclaimed in disbelief. Su Nian let out a slight sigh, responding, "As for your bond, I am unaware. But I feel compelled to remind you that you were just knocked over by my husband, and it appears that Lan Qi did not come to your aid." This revelation left Lu Jing momentarily stunned, prompting him to glance at Lan Qi, who had been entirely oblivious, her attention fixated solely on Li Beichen. Hoping to discern a semblance of familiarity in him. "Haha, this is hilarious. I am particularly curious about how the two devoted admirers of the female lead would react if they both abandoned her. It would surely drive her to desperation." Lu Jing, being the quintessential devoted admirer akin to Li Beichen, retorted, "Su Nian, you malevolent woman, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions. You are merely sowing discord between us." Su Nian's calm demeanor left Lu Jing utterly speechless. Li Beichen, observing Su Nian's adeptness in verbal sparring, was nearly mesmerized. Yet, at that instant, he felt an intensified urge to assert control. Just then, a voice broke through the tension. "Is it quite the lively evening?" Suddenly, Hua Linyuan materialized before Su Nian's gaze. The male protagonist, with a demeanor that bore 3 parts mockery, 3 parts aloofness, and 3 parts indifference, made his entrance. Upon hearing this, Li Beichen turned his attention to Huolin Yuan, exclaiming, "Where does this air of mockery, aloofness, and indifference come from?" There is clearly no expression to be found. Meanwhile, Su Nian, observing Lan Qi's reaction, discerned that Lan Qi had not anticipated Huolin Yuan's presence in this setting. This realization brought her a sense of relief. Before long, the domineering Huolin Yuan strode to Lan Qi's side, unabashedly pulling her into his embrace with an air of possessiveness that seemed to declare to the world, "Lan Qi is my woman." The scene unfolded like a dramatic romance novel, and Su Nian couldn't help but feel exhilarated by the display. Li Beichen, however, felt a pang of discomfort. Wasn't Su Nian's waist currently graced by his hand? Despite her excitement, Su Nian knew that business must come first. "Mr. Hua, your timing is impeccable. Your woman, Lan Qi, believes that obtaining a marriage certificate is insignificant. Is that the reason you have refrained from marrying her?" Huolin Yuan's brow furrowed at this notion. It was the first time he had encountered such an interpretation. He had always assumed that this situation indicated a lack of standing on the part of the other. Clearly, his perspective had been rather limited. Huolin Yuan could not abide witnessing his woman being belittled. "Su Nian, your words are rather sharp," he remarked. To which Su Nian retorted, "If my words are sharp, it is only in defense of my husband. Is there anything wrong with that? Did Mr. Hua imply that my husband should reconcile with your woman?" I watched as they shared tender moments. One of the laws of fiction, when the male lead is present, if the female lead harbors any thoughts about another man, even a mere glance, the male lead will inevitably feel jealousy. Thus, even though the female lead feels unwell today, she must endure. I merely wish to prevent Beichen from straying onto a misguided path. "What business is it of yours if he strays?" Huolin Yuan bellowed as soon as Lan Ji finished her words. This outburst sent a shiver through Lan Ji, who was in his embrace, causing her complexion to pale noticeably. Su Nian glanced at Lu Jing, who had previously been the most vociferous. At that moment, Lu Jing gazed at the two like a hungry puppy awaiting its master's feeding, completely lacking the aggression he had displayed earlier. What on earth happened to that bravado? Such a blatant double standard. This despicable, double-standard male sycophant is even more repugnant than Li Beichen. Chapter 143, as a wicked female supporting character. When else would I revel in misfortune? Indeed, what concern is it of Lan Ji's whether Beichen goes astray? Please do enlighten us. As a malevolent supporting character, when would I not take pleasure in calamity? However, upon finishing her words, the male lead, Huolin Yuan, cast his gaze sharply upon Su Nian. That look startled Su Nian, prompting her to retreat behind Li Beichen. At that moment, Huolin Yuan's voice resonated. "The weather has turned cold. The Su family is on the brink of bankruptcy." "Su Nian. Oh dear, I may have overdone it. Now, what should I do? Let me ponder. What will the Hua family encounter in the future? And how should we respond?" Li Beichen understood that, given the circumstances, he, as a man, ought to step forward. He directly met Huolin Yuan's gaze on behalf of Su Nian. "Huolin Yuan, you may certainly give it a try." "Very well, let us see," replied Huolin Yuan, their eyes locking in a tense exchange. At that moment, Su Nian discreetly lifted her head from Li Beichen's embrace. The male protagonist truly lives up to his title, exuding such formidable presence, far surpassing my literature teacher, who is in his 50s. However, what do they mean by the Su family facing bankruptcy? Hasn't the Su family already been thoroughly tormented by Li Beichen? TSK, this male lead really lacks wit. He can't even manage a proper threat. At this juncture, Li Beichen recalled something. As this realization dawned upon him, a slight frown creased his forehead. "Please, don't behave this way. Beichen Lin Yuan. I wish for neither of you to act on my behalf." Su Nian couldn't help but scoff at the so-called female lead's words. "What do you mean, for her sake? Clearly, this is all for me. This female lead is truly something, even coveting this." Li Beichen tightened his embrace around Su Nian, ensuring he maintained control over the situation. Upon hearing her words, he reiterated firmly, "What do you mean, for you? My actions are undeniably for my beloved wife. Lan Jia, do not embellish your own worth. And Huolin Yuan, I strongly advise you to manage your woman properly." As he uttered these words, Li Beichen felt a sharp pang in his heart once more. Is it not possible to speak sternly to Lan Yi? Upon hearing this, Lan Yi looked at Li Beichen in disbelief, her expression one of hurt. Beichen, I previously offered you a choice to be with me, yet you did not choose me. I truly find myself at a loss. Therefore, even if I cannot possess you, I shall ensure your destruction. I will become the most significant man in your life, ensuring you remember me forever. Li Beichen promptly replied. And indeed, the pang of heartache dissipated. So, that was how it was. According to Su Nian's analysis, his character demanded that he love this woman Lan Yi. However, love could manifest in myriad forms. Oh, so this secondary character has suddenly awakened, realizing he has altered his approach. I suspect this fellow will surely say next, I can still offer you another chance. If you choose me, I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Li Beichen raised an eyebrow slightly. Since Su Nian has provided the correct answer then, he immediately declared, I can still offer you another chance. If you choose me, I will make you the happiest woman in the world. Author's note, plagiarism is disgraceful. I hold you in contempt. Li Beichen, do you have any evidence to prove my plagiarism? Chapter 144. The female lead is remarkable, so impressive. Initially, Su Nian had merely contemplated this casually, but upon hearing those words, she was suddenly filled with excitement. Ah, how exhilarating. This is a moment where the male protagonist faces a well-deserved humiliation. According to the typical storyline, the male lead should now teach Li Beichen, this audacious supporting character, a lesson. I can hardly contain my delight at witnessing Li Beichen, the notorious sycophant, receiving a beating. Li Beichen, what does that last remark mean? Are you truly so exhilarated by my misfortune? Unfortunately for you, I shall not allow such sentiments to prevail. As a man, Huolinyuan could never tolerate another man speaking such words in his presence. He removed his suit jacket and declared, Li Beichen, you are courting death. Li Beichen released Su Nian, determined to show her who would truly be on the receiving end of the blows. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Su Nian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Two billionaires battling for love. This is delightful. Absolutely delightful. Those attending the social gathering halted to witness the spectacle unfolding before them. However, as Su Nian observed, she sensed something amiss. Lu Jing had also become embroiled in the fray, resulting in a chaotic three-way brawl. Yet it appeared that Li Beichen focused solely on attacking Lu Jing. At that moment, Li Beichen's expression was one of sheer frustration. Did he not wish to fight? Just as his fists were about to land on Huolinyuan, an unexpected force intervened, thwarting his intentions. The more this force resisted, the more Li Beichen's determination surged. Spotting Lu Jing approaching, he seized him and hurled him with great force toward Huolinyuan. Upon striking Huolinyuan, it indeed inflicted a significant blow upon him. If it worked once, why not a second, third, or fourth time? Consequently, while Li Beichen and Huolinyuan remained relatively unscathed, Lu Jing collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head. Beichen, noticing Su Nian's satisfaction, rushed to her side, showering her with concern and affection. However, as she drew closer, she noticed a hint of bruising on Li Beichen's face, which unsettled her greatly. If I cannot even speak, how can I create masterpieces? Upon hearing this, Su Nian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What does this mean? Are we nearing a climax? Although she was acutely aware that in such circumstances, the heroine would undoubtedly choose the hero, she couldn't help but indulge in the drama. Yet, upon seeing the heroine, her composure faltered. Is it truly necessary for this Lan Yan, despite being the heroine, to be spotlighted so conspicuously? As if to ensure no one could overlook her status. Is the heroine truly remarkable? So extraordinary. Amidst the eager anticipation, Lan Yan finally spoke. Linyuan, will you marry me in the future? Chapter 145. The Position of the Obedient Admirer. Upon hearing this, Su Nian felt a surge of excitement. Wow. This is absolutely thrilling. A true climax. Suddenly, she noticed Lan Ji looking at Huolinyuan with a pitiful expression. Why are you silent? Tell me, will you marry me? Your recent kindness towards me is merely out of pity, because I am on the brink of death. You don't truly love me, do you? Su Nian, utterly engrossed in the dramatic scene, yearned for popcorn. Why is there no popcorn? This plot is so riveting. caught up in her excitement. She unconsciously tugged at Li Beichen's sleeve. Meanwhile, the male lead, Huolinyuan, coldly responded, "Lan Ji, stop being ridiculous." Those few words shattered Lan Ji's hopes completely. She then turned to Li Beichen and asked, "Beichen, if I choose you, will you love me for life, treat me well, and never abandon me?" Li Beichen was taken aback by Lan Ji's unexpected declaration. However, before he could respond, Lu Jing, who had been knocked to the ground by Li Beichen and had yet to rise, interjected, "I am willing, Jier. I cannot speak for Li Beichen, but I am devoted to you. If you agree to marry me, I will love you for the rest of my life, treat you well, and never forsake you." Enthralled by the intense drama, Su Nian followed the voice and gasped upon seeing Lu Jing's appearance. Goodness, even in such a state, he still manages to flatter the heroine. Is he not more formidable than Li Beichen? In this novel, the title of the foremost sycophant should belong to Lu Jing, not Li Beichen. Presently, Li Beichen found himself in a rather precarious situation. After Lan Ji uttered those words, the force intensified once more, and he could sense that if he were to succumb to that power, he would find himself before Lan Ji, begging for mercy. He was resolute in ensuring that such a fate would not befall him. Lan Ji, of course, intended to provoke Huolinyuan, yet she was taken aback by Li Beichen's unwavering demeanor. She believed. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Lan Ji experienced an inexplicable feeling, as if some significant event were unfolding. She fixated intently on Li Beichen. At last, he moved, but instead of addressing her, he grasped the hand of Su Nian beside him, and it was a deliberate action. This instinctively compelled Lan Ji to step towards Li Beichen. However, she had barely taken a few steps when someone seized her hand. "I am your woman, yet why is it that you cannot even marry me? Even if it is merely to deceive me here, a little coaxing would suffice, Huolinyuan. You harbor no feelings for me at all." As she spoke, Lan Ji began to struggle fiercely. In the next instant, Huolinyuan assertively swept her into his arms. This scene left Su Nian wide-eyed in astonishment. There truly is a hint of forced affection here, according to the usual narrative. The male lead ought to take the female lead to confront the adversaries, and then effortlessly subdue her. Oh, how I wish to witness that. I genuinely feel so pitiful. In the past, when reading novels, such plotlines were often glossed over by the authors. Now, having found myself within the narrative, I cannot even observe this pivotal moment. Chapter 146. The audacity of this woman. Li Beichen felt a surge of annoyance as dark lines appeared on his forehead. This woman truly had the audacity to think so boldly. At that moment, the strength within him dissipated, allowing him to exhale in relief. Ah, but I really envy Lan Ji. One must understand that typically, a man either indulges in 13 encounters in a single night or just one. But for someone like me. Su Nian's thoughts trailed off as she glanced at Li Beichen, their eyes locking in an instant. Humph. What are you staring at? A pretty, but useless embroidered pillow. Just moments ago, you were being dramatic, and now that the male lead has ensnared the female lead, I wonder what chance you have left to win her affections. This infatuated fool truly lacks any sense. He misses his opportunities when he should seize them and seizes them when he should not. Despite her inner critique, Su Nian maintained a facade of earnestness as she looked at Li Beichen and said, "Beichen, do you know how genuinely worried I was just now? I was truly concerned that you would agree to Lan Ji, yet I also hoped you would, for witnessing the happiness of someone you cherish is a joy in itself." Su Nian, are you envious of Lan Ji? Li Beichen's sudden inquiry caught her off guard, rendering her momentarily speechless, before she simply nodded in confusion. "Very well. I shall not disappoint you." With that, he pulled Su Nian into his embrace, reminiscent of Huolinyuan's actions. As she found herself enveloped in his arms, her heart raced like thunder. What is he planning? Is he going to carry me like a princess? Upon witnessing her romantic rival embracing her beloved, does one truly need to reciprocate with a similar gesture towards one's spouse? Is this reasoning truly sound? Yet the reality is that Su Nian is merely overthinking. For Li Beichen has effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulder. Su Nian is now seething with frustration, feeling an overwhelming urge to berate the insufferable Li Beichen. exclaiming that perhaps he ought to empty the water from his brain, as it is evidently unwise to let one's thoughts simmer in such a state. This would spare her from concocting absurd notions that only serve to aggravate him. Indeed, Su Nian is genuinely irate.
Ah,
This despicable sycophant. What on earth is he talking about? What does he mean by the water in my brain? Is my intellect any inferior to that of this insufferable flatterer? Has misfortune truly become my companion? Su Nian glanced around at the bystanders, feeling utterly unworthy of her presence in this world. Just as Li Beichan was about to carry her through the doorway, they were intercepted by none other than Lu Jing.
li baiken regarda Lu Jing.
Having come to realize through this ordeal that confronting the so-called protagonist was futile and could even jeopardize his own well-being, Lu Jing, in this instance, proved to be quite useful. Li Beichan, you will come to regret this. You failed to seize the moment, and you shall never win Xier's heart. Before Li Beichan could respond, Su Nian interjected. Enough. He doesn't even wish to lend you a hand. Why are you putting on such a show? Su Nian added. Do not attempt to sow discord between me and Xier. It is not my intention to incite discord, but I perceive that your feelings for Lan Ji are rather shallow. Currently, Su Nian is feeling quite unwell. Given her discomfort, it is imperative that someone accompanies her through this troubling time. Lu Jing certainly cannot allow anyone to question his affection for Lan Ji. What nonsense are you spouting? Just moments ago, Hua Linyuan forcefully took Lan Ji away. And you dare to speak such words? Are you not concerned about her well-being? This declaration caused Lu Jing's expression to change dramatically, prompting him to leave in haste. Chapter 147. My intellect does not align with Lu Jing's. If Lu Jing were to locate the male lead and interrupt his endeavors. Who could blame this fellow for disparaging Mo Bao's father? Upon this thought, Su Nian suddenly felt a surge of relief. One must understand that interrupting a man mid-endeavor is quite detrimental, yet I sincerely hope Lu Jing finds him. After all, if I cannot partake in the spoils, why should they? However, it seems illogical. One would expect Li Beichan to be alarmed upon hearing my words, thus releasing me to pursue the female lead. Why then, does he still hold on to me so firmly? In the midst of Su Nian's grievances, Li Beichan set her down and then ushered her into the car. Su Nian gazed at Li Beichan's face, finding no valuable insight reflected in his expression. Beichan, are you truly unconcerned about Lan Ji? She inquired timidly. Li Beichan cast a sidelong glance at her. At that moment, the car had already started, and the light streaming in from outside illuminated her face, creating a somewhat ethereal sensation that rendered Li Beichan's presence almost surreal. Su Nian thought to herself, how infuriating. I offered a kind reminder. Yet this individual continues to be insufferably arrogant. Truly, no good deed goes unpunished. He deserves to be a sycophant. Growing weary of engaging with this person, she leaned against the car window and feigned sleep. Initially, Su Nian merely intended to rest briefly, but gradually, she succumbed to slumber. As the vehicle traversed a speed bump, she was jolted forward. At that moment, a large hand steadied her, drawing her into an embrace without a hint of expression. Such a commotion could not have escaped her notice, prompting her to flutter her eyelids open. Yet, just then, a deep voice whispered in her ear, "We haven't arrived yet. Sleep a little longer." This voice possessed an inexplicable allure, effortlessly luring Su Nian back into the realm of dreams. Li Beichan glanced down at the peacefully sleeping Su Nian in his arms, smiled softly, and then closed his eyes as well. Mom, what is my father like? In the haze of her dream, it seemed Li Beichan heard the voice of a young boy. He observed a little boy running forward, stopping in front of Su Nian. Su Nian assumed a contemplative expression, pausing for a moment before responding. Your father is remarkable, possessing numerous talents. He is tall, as if he could support the sky itself. Whenever he speaks to me, he always wears a smile. When I see him, I feel that I can entrust everything to him. He loves me dearly. If I am ever unhappy, he finds ways to make me laugh. I, too, aspire to grow up swiftly, and in the future, I shall take charge of your affairs. Mother, surpassing even father in prowess. Li Beichan gazed into the bright eyes of the child, feeling an inexplicable sense of admiration. The scene shifted, revealing a man strikingly similar to him, who approached the somewhat aged Su Nian with a serious demeanor. He declared, Mother, You have deceived me for so many years. Suffering in silence. In truth, my father has never cared for you. From now on, I shall ensure you do not endure any more grievances. It is evident that your solitude is not a solution. Perhaps you should consider finding companionship among these men, and if any capture your interest, do not hesitate to keep them close. Of course, if you find several appealing, that is permissible as well. Suddenly, Li Beichen awakened. He could not help but chuckle. What kind of dream had he just experienced, filled with such absurdity? Indeed, he had been influenced by Su Nian. Chapter 148. Damn it. That woman has gone to seek the old master instead of him. The following day, upon hearing that Lu Jing intended to force his way into the He family, ultimately inciting a clash between the two families, Su Nian was at a loss for words. She truly had not anticipated that Lu Jing would take such drastic action. This Lu Jing is genuinely lacking in sound judgment. If I were the heroine, I certainly would not choose this man. After all, what if our child inherited his folly? Yet, as this thought crossed her mind, Su Nian's eyes suddenly sparkled with a newfound brightness. Indeed, under the normal course of events, when Lu Jing arrives, the male protagonist is in the midst of captivating the female lead. With Lu Jing's disruption, one wonders if the male protagonist would rise from the bed to issue commands. At this thought, Su Nian couldn't help but chuckle softly. Li Beichen, however, felt a twinge of regret for having shared this information with Su Nian. Did this woman's mind dwell solely on such trivial matters? After letting out a resigned sigh and attempting to refocus on his documents, Su Nian's inner musings caused him to pause. It seems this scenario never unfolded in my previous life, yet now something appears to be amiss. Perhaps I could leverage the situation to my advantage. If memory serves me right, 3 days hence, the sculpture at the entrance of the He Corporation will collapse. Li Beichen's eyes narrowed slightly. It is worth noting that the sculpture at the He Corporation's entrance is a prized creation of Huolin Yuan. Upon joining the company, he had commissioned this work, which had garnered much acclaim. In his past life, the intricate web of love and hate among the three of them at this juncture was quite riveting. Although the collapse did not incite significant turmoil, it could certainly be exploited this time, particularly given the importance of such a structure at the company's entrance. Huolin Yuan, does he not consider himself quite formidable? He wishes to see the Su family fall into ruin. If I do not create a bit of trouble for him, he may not grasp the gravity of the situation. Let me ponder how best to proceed. Should I arrange for someone to record the incident in advance? Would that appear too contrived? If it seems overly artificial, it may not yield the desired effect. As Su Nian grappled with her thoughts, Li Beichen's fingertips danced across the computer screen with deft precision. Soon, the desktop of his computer materialized on all the surveillance cameras focused on the sculpture at the He group. He cast a glance at Su Nian, who appeared to be in a state of turmoil, and a hint of smug satisfaction crept onto his face. 3 days later, the sculpture at the He group unexpectedly collapsed. Mere minutes after its downfall, the surveillance footage was swiftly uploaded onto the internet. Previously, Lan Yi had invested heavily in various marketing accounts to tarnish Su Nian's reputation. Given this circumstance, Li Beichen felt compelled to return the favor. Consequently, numerous marketing accounts chimed in, claiming the He group suffered from poor feng shui and subpar design. If even the flagship structure of the He group was constructed shoddily, what could be expected of their other buildings? According to Su Nian, Huolin Yuan would soon leverage Fang Yulan's talents to secure a landmark project in the city. Yet, with the iconic sculpture at the entrance of his company now in ruins, Li Beichen was keen to see how Huolin Yuan would manage to acquire that project. At that moment, Zhou Su leaned in close and whispered, "President Li, the influence of Chairman Li has suddenly intervened, and the tide is beginning to shift. It seems to be the work of Madam. How do you wish to proceed?" Zhou Su understood Su Nian's motivations well. She was merely seeking opportunities to undermine her rival. However, such actions could potentially incite Li Beichen's ire. After speaking, Zhou Su discreetly glanced at Li Beichen, only to find his expression exceedingly grim. Li Beichen's mind was consumed by a singular thought. Damn it. That woman has gone to seek the old man instead of coming to him. Chapter 149. The story spreads the fastest upon viewing the footage of the He group. Su Nian was momentarily taken aback. Her initial intention was to request the old man to arrange for someone to loiter outside the Hua premises. After all, having traversed into this fictional narrative, she possessed no extraordinary abilities, thus resorting to a more conventional approach. However, recognizing her own limitations, Su Nian sought alternative methods, particularly through storytelling. If she could tarnish the Hua Group's reputation swiftly and widely, the most effective strategy would be to craft a compelling tale. Consequently, she disseminated a narrative about the nine-tailed fox. The story recounted how the Shang dynasty met its demise due to the king's infatuation with Daji. Although, in the end, Nuwa punished the nine-tailed fox, it was revealed that Nuwa had clandestinely released it. The nine-tailed fox, unrepentant, continued to seduce rulers, resulting in the ruin of many families due to its meddling. Moreover, she intertwined this narrative with the conflicts involving the Hua and Lu families, ultimately suggesting that Lan Shi was the embodiment of the nine-tailed fox, which explained the ominous events befalling the Hua group. While Su Nian found the connections tenuous during her crafting of the tale, she acknowledged that this world was inherently steeped in melodrama and the absurdities of a Mary Sue narrative, rendering her exaggerations inconsequential. As anticipated, this story spread like wildfire, leading to a rapid decline in the Hua Group's stock prices. Seizing the opportunity, Li Beichen swiftly moved to capitalize on the situation. By the time Hua Linyuan became aware of the unfolding events, Li Beichen had already established a firm grip on the market, thus gaining the upper hand. In the Hua Group's office, Hua Linyuan wore a grim expression as he listened to his subordinate's report. We have already disclosed the reasons for the damage. Yet the current outcome is less than satisfactory, as reported quietly by my subordinates. At this moment, Hua Linyuan truly finds himself in a state of vexation. He never anticipated that Li Beichen would resort to such a sudden maneuver, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Engage more media outlets, regardless of the expense, he commanded. Just then, the office door swung open, and Lan Ji entered cautiously, her expression betraying her trepidation. Hua Linyuan glanced up momentarily, before averting his gaze. Your dear friend is now relentlessly pressing, almost wishing for my demise. Linyuan, I am so sorry. Truly, I never imagined it would escalate to this point. I had earnestly sought his favor, believing that Beichen. As she spoke, Lan Ji instinctively placed a hand on her chest. Despite his own discontent, Hua Linyuan, recalling her fragile health, swiftly rose to her side. Jir, your health is fragile. Do not fret, I shall manage this situation. Linyuan, I apologize. I apologize for burdening you with my troubles. It is all my fault, if it were not for me. What nonsense are you uttering? What do you mean? If it were not for you? Upon hearing Hua Linyuan's words of comfort, Lan Ji's spirits lifted considerably. However, the more she pondered, the more she perceived this as an opportunity. She had always felt that Hua Linyuan regarded her merely as a gilded cage bird. Now, with the company facing such challenges, if she could devise a solution, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the one truly deserving of his affection. Just as the two were immersed in their affectionate exchange, the office door was abruptly thrust open. Lu Jing's boisterous voice rang out. Hua Linyuan, I am magnanimous. Seeing you being relentlessly pursued and beaten by Li Beichen, I find you pitiable, so I shall offer my assistance. However, upon observing Hua Linyuan and Lan Ji's intimate interaction, his mood soured instantly. Ah Jing, is it true? Are you truly willing to help us? Lan Ji inquired with a smile. After all, Lu Jing's declaration had been made, especially in the presence of the woman he cherished. There was no turning back. Yes, it is but a matter of moments for our families to unite against that Li Beichen, isn't it? Chapter 150. One must choose a gift that will move Li Beichen to tear. Su Nian heard about Lu Jing's involvement from Zhou Su, and she was not particularly surprised. This Lu Jing truly is a devoted admirer. He engages in playful banter with Hua Linyuan during idle moments, yet when faced with an adversary, he is ready to assist Hua Linyuan. He is willing to do anything for love. I genuinely feel that Lu Jing is far more devoted than Li Beichen. How deeply romantic. Beside her, Li Beichen casually tapped his fingers on the table, thoroughly agreeing with Su Nian's sentiments. Although Lu Jing's participation stemmed entirely from his own machinations, the outcome remained unchanged. He realized that ever since Lu Jing's emergence, Su Nian's criticisms of him had diminished. It seemed that Lu Jing was indeed somewhat useful. He could help contend with Huolin Yuan while also drawing Su Nian closer. After venting her thoughts, Su Nian lifted her gaze to glance at Li Beichen. At this moment, Su Nian suddenly recalled something. Damn, it seems I have forgotten to purchase a gift. Fortunately, Li Beichen had also overlooked this matter. With this thought, Su Nian cast another furtive glance at Li Beichen. But then again, how could someone like Li Beichen possibly dwell on such trivialities? Truly, he can be quite the self-saboteur. Sigh, unlike me, who tends to take these matters to heart, I should search on Taobao for what to buy. With that, Su Nian opened her Taobao app. She gazed at the search bar, and suddenly an idea struck her. She promptly typed, "Gifts that can move my boyfriend." Upon the results appearing, her eyes brightened instantly.
Indeed.
Taobao is omnipotent, regardless of the world. She then began to carefully select her options. Haha, I must choose a gift that will bring Li Beichen to tears. I am genuinely looking forward to seeing Li Beichen's reaction upon receiving the gift. Li Beichen glanced at Su Nian. Although he was unaware of what she intended to say, her expression clearly indicated that it was unlikely to be anything amusing. Given this, Li Beichen took out his phone and made a call. Before long, just as Su Nian was joyfully perusing her choices, she heard Li Beichen's voice. "Uncle, could you please suspend Su Nian's card for a while? You see, Su Nian wishes to present me with something that represents her sentiments, and I fear she may not be able to restrain herself from overspending. So, I thought it best to call you." Upon hearing this, Su Nian immediately lifted her head. "Uncle, you are aware that Su Nian possesses a rather capricious temperament, so it is not surprising that such mischievous thoughts would cross her mind." Su Nian gazed at Li Beichen, pondering his actions. In that moment, Li Beichen, under her scrutiny, abruptly ended his phone call. "You weren't calling my uncle just now, were you?" Li Beichen nodded in affirmation. If we are to convey the impression of a loving couple to the outside world, we must begin with the little things. Su Nian regarded the man before her. Feeling as though this insufferable fellow was practically broadcasting, "I aim to make things difficult for you. What will you do about it? To think such antics could truly vex me is utterly laughable. With my exceptional intellect, how could I possibly allow you to outsmart me? If pushed to the limit, I might just have to commission a life-size doll of He Lanqi to present to him. Ugh. How could I ever stoop to giving such a gift? Wouldn't that be too trifling for him? I cannot afford to be so generous with this man. A doll. To belittle him? Li Beichen. Just wait. I anticipate that this fellow Li Beichen will be moved to tears by my gift." Chapter 151. In the days to come, you are the wind and snow. You are the ordinary. Su Nian was well aware of Li Beichen's intentions. He sought to obstruct all her avenues of income, aiming to embarrass her. How amusing. Subsequently, Su Nian placed an order online, opting for cash on delivery. Before long, she received notification of her package. With utmost gravity, she presented herself before Li Beichen, cradling the box. Li Beichen observed the package, remembering that he had previously instructed Zhou Su to keep a vigilant eye on Su Nian's movements. However, since yesterday, he had received no reports from Zhou Su regarding what Su Nian had purchased from the auction house or from private sellers, nor any indication of extravagant spending. At that moment, Li Beichen glanced at Su Nian, who appeared so exuberant, and suddenly felt that this box should remain unopened. "Is this with your own money?" Su Nian's mind raced like a whirlwind. "Beichen, why do you look at me like that? Are you reluctant to open it? I thought after all the conversations we've had these past few days, you would be eagerly anticipating my gift. I personally selected this, and it took me quite some time." Hearing this, Li Beichen let out a cold laugh. If he had not heard her innermost thoughts yesterday, he might have been convinced otherwise. Could it be that this fellow fears my gift may pose some danger? Li Beichen's body tensed. I have discovered yet another flaw in this hopeless admirer. How cowardly he is. Mo Bao is not cowardly at all. One must understand that Mo Bao possesses considerable courage. It seems this trait is inherited from me. I previously thought Mo Bao was exceptional solely because of his father's domineering nature. But it appears that his merits are indeed a reflection of my lineage. Li Beichen promptly replied, "How could that be? Since it is your heartfelt gesture, how could I possibly dislike it?" He realized he had overreacted. What could Su Nian possibly buy? With that thought, Li Beichen began to unwrap the gift box. Sunlight illuminated his sculpted profile, as if gilding him in a radiant glow. With the dexterity of a pianist, he delicately opened the gift box. In the next moment, in the upper echelons of a company valued in the hundreds of billions, where space is indeed at a premium, music resonated. For the remainder of our lives, you are the wind and snow. You are the simplicity. Meanwhile, within a box lay a rose arranged into the numbers 520, a sight that was visibly inexpensive. Ha ha ha. Is this an attempt to sever my financial ties? The value of this gift is a mere 25. I could easily manage that amount.
Oh.
And I've heard there's a 5 yuan rebate for a positive review. Surely, I will compose a 500-word commendation for the vendor. A gift worth 25, with an additional 5 yuan for a favorable review. Li Beichen felt a twinge of regret for stifling Su Nian's finances. Surely, this gift won't just sing that one line, will it? Chapter 152. I'm sorry, but I still believe it's best not to let your dreams come true. Li Beichen could almost detect the plastic odor emanating from the gift. Su Nian continued, listen to this song. Doesn't it encapsulate my feelings? Just placing this near you will constantly convey my sentiments. As the saying goes, dripping water penetrates stone. I believe that as you listen, you might just fall in love with me. Ha ha ha, imagining this playing on repeat in the office is amusing. Your intentions are indeed quite unique. Li Beichen set the box aside and remarked, since you've said that, I am curious. If I place this beside me, will it lead me to love you? Su Nian's eyes widened in surprise. Li Beichen lifted his head, directly meeting Su Nian's gaze. You often claim that I have not given you a chance. Well, this is indeed an opportunity. However, should the old man come looking for trouble, you must refrain from making unsubstantiated remarks. Su Nian thought to herself, is this truly an opportunity? This man is beyond infuriating. Initially, she intended to intervene, as the situation was undeniably embarrassing. Yet, given his audacious proclamation, she found herself unable to blame him. Beichen, you are remarkably considerate, keeping this gift close at hand. Dead sycophant. If I don't utterly humiliate you today, I am not Su Nian. Li Beichen's lips curled into a slight smile. Yet Su Nian was destined for disappointment. For whenever someone arrived at the office to report work or address a matter, the moment they opened their mouth to inquire, Li Beichen would proactively clarify that this was a heartfelt gesture from Su Nian. At that moment, she could only maintain a smile, feeling utterly mortified. Although the visitors were not ordinary individuals, even those with a hint of curiosity would inevitably search for more information. Her reputation, her dignity. It was crucial to remember that she was to be the future president of the Li Group, the head of the Li family. To lose face in such a manner now would jeopardize her standing. How could she command respect thereafter? While Su Nian was in a state of frenzy, Li Beichen observed the images he had just taken, reflecting on the gift that had brought his girlfriend to tears. Closing his phone, he glanced at Su Nian and remarked, it seems that the people outside are genuinely beginning to believe in the authenticity of our relationship. Su Nian. She could now ascertain that her reputation was utterly ruined. Who would have thought that Li Beichen would act in such a manner? She had assumed that Li Beichen would discard the item, or even her, considering that he would be displeased by its vulgarity, despite not deeming it outdated. Yet, Li Beichen defied all expectations. Rather than being enraged, it was Su Nian who found herself exasperated. Maintaining her poised smile, she remarked, ah, how unfortunate that it is a fake. If our marital relationship were genuinely harmonious, I might awaken with laughter in my dreams. I apologize, but I still believe it is best not to let your dreams come true. At this point, Li Beichen paused, gazing earnestly at Su Nian as he said, I do not wish to be startled awake by your laughter in the middle of the night. Su Nian. What does he mean by not wanting to be startled by my laughter? Can this Li Beichen not articulate his thoughts properly? Chapter 153. Do you truly believe that the singing gift you presented was unpleasant? Su Nian had merely intended to tease him, yet she clearly had not anticipated the repercussions. For the ensuing week, her ears were filled with the refrain, in the days to come, through wind and snow. It is you in the mundane. It is you. Not to mention, did Li Beichen not find it bothersome? Even upon exiting Li Beichen's office, that very song echoed around her. The news of her gift had spread throughout the company, and now it seemed that everyone was enchanted by this tune. Wherever she ventured, it followed her. It truly drove Su Nian to the brink of exasperation. After finishing a document, Li Beichen instinctively glanced in Su Nian's direction, only to find her wearing an expression of utter desolation. He approached her and inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Su Nian lifted her gaze to meet his.
Indeed.
Li Beichen appeared somewhat irritable. However, the moment he cast a glance at Su Nian, particularly in her current state of despair, his annoyance dissipated. "If you are unwell, you may continue resting here while I step out for a while." Upon hearing this, Su Nian's eyes brightened instantly, and she sat up. "If you're going out for social engagements, does that mean I won't have to endure this dreadful music?"
Ah.
"I would gladly remain anywhere that is devoid of this tune." No, how could I possibly be unwell? I was merely feeling drowsy and had my eyes closed to rest. "Beichen, where are you going for your engagements?" "I'll accompany you." She immediately moved to his side, smiling as she linked her arm with his. Li Beichen did not resist her embrace, allowing her to hold on to him. However, just as they approached the door, he abruptly halted. Noticing his pause, Su Nian instinctively intended to ask if he had forgotten something. Instead, she heard him remark, "By the way, I couldn't help but notice that you seem a bit distracted today. It appears as if something is troubling you. What is it?" "Su Nian, do you think the gift you gave me, the one that sings, is unpleasant?" "Su Nian." Su Nian was certainly not foolish. She thought to herself, the malicious sycophant male supporting character wishes to see me slap my own face. As if that were ever possible. "Did you think I felt otherwise, Beichen? Do you believe my gift was inadequate? Over the past few days, I noticed you placing that item aside, and I assumed you liked it, but to my surprise you. What a perfect opportunity. I can finally dispose of that wretched thing. I truly do not wish to hear the words in the days to come, through wind and snow, it is you. In the mundane, it is you ever again. Just the thought of those words makes me feel nauseous. Utterly repulsive." Immediately, Su Nian released her grip on Li Beichen. Subsequently, she discerned the expression on his face that suggested he thought she was unaware of his ulterior motives. In truth, she harbored no such scheming intentions. Chapter 154. Is it not merely a seed? How petty, to withhold it from me. Su Nian had not anticipated that Li Beichen would take her to the hospital to visit Wang Ling. As soon as they entered the ward, Wang Ling attempted to rise from her bed. Having been a mother in her previous life, Su Nian quickly approached Wang Ling, urging her, "Do not move around recklessly in your current state." Upon witnessing Su Nian's genuine concern, Wang Ling felt a surge of guilt. She was aware of the online situation and had initially intended to call Su Nian immediately to clarify matters. The more she thought about it, the heavier the guilt weighed on her heart. Now that Su Nian has arrived, she can seize this opportunity. Wang Ling immediately grasped Su Nian's hand and said, "Madam, I truly apologize. If it weren't for me, then online." However, before Wang Ling could finish her sentence, Su Nian interrupted. "Mrs. Fei, you must not say that. Do not feel guilty about this matter. It is not your fault. Understand that some events are destined to occur. They merely await a chance." Su Nian spoke with an expression of utmost seriousness. Wang Ling, observing the intensity in Su Nian's gaze, wished to say something further but found herself at a loss for words. "Do you believe it? Do you believe I intentionally appeared here to gain your trust and sway your husband to my side, facilitating my usurpation of power?" As Su Nian uttered these words, Fei Quan glanced nervously at Li Beichen, astonished by Su Nian's audacity. Having spent many years in the company, Fei Quan was acutely aware of Li Beichen's cunning nature. If Li Beichen truly took her words to heart. Yet, the smile on Li Beichen's face remained unchanged, his calm gaze fixed upon the two women. Wang Ling's eyes brimmed with unwavering determination. This resolute look stirred a twinge of guilt within Su Nian, for she indeed harbored such intentions. If you choose not to believe, then what discomfort is there? You must realize that your foremost concern should be the child you carry. Su Nian gently placed her hand on Wang Ling's abdomen, stating, "Nothing is more significant than the child. You are already 7 months along. As you enter the later stages of pregnancy, you must exercise even greater caution. Every action taken in the latter stages profoundly impacts the child. It is akin to one's own mood. When one is disheartened, the appetite diminishes. And with a lack of appetite, nourishment becomes scarce, leaving the child deprived. Li Beichun observed Su Nian as she passionately shared prenatal knowledge with Wang Ling, her eyes radiating a tenderness that eluded his ability to articulate. He never doubted Su Nian's capability as a devoted mother, for she constantly yearned to bring forth the child named Mo Bao. Madam, judging by your demeanor, you must adore children. If that is the case, why not seize the opportunity to have one? Upon uttering these words, Su Nian's expression shifted dramatically. Do I not desire one? It is merely that this inept suitor is uncooperative. It is but a seed, yet he is so stingy, refusing to grant me this. Li Beichun cleared his throat softly, which only served to further irritate Su Nian. Coughing, are we? That's all you do is cough. In chapter 155, Beichun, could you grant me a child? Wang Ling, upon finishing her statement, realized she had misspoken. As the wife of Fei Quan, she was aware of certain matters, which left her feeling a twinge of regret.
Indeed.
She felt the effects of pregnancy had rendered her a bit dull-witted, leading to such thoughtless remarks. Yet, just as Wang Ling was flustered, Su Nian spoke up. I wish for that too. I yearn for a delightful child, preferably a reflection of my beloved. Even if my cherished one is preoccupied with other pursuits and not present, gazing upon our child would evoke memories of him, making it seem as though he is by my side. Upon uttering these words, Su Nian let out a soft sigh, which only deepened Wang Ling's sympathy for her. Madam, you mustn't speak like that. The matter of children is truly about fate. At times, destiny may arrive unexpectedly. Very well, please refrain from calling me madam. After all, we are now bound by a friendship that transcends life and death. Such a title feels overly distant. Just call me by my name. Wang Ling froze momentarily at the suggestion. Is that permissible? She inquired, glancing towards her husband.
Of course it is. I have said so.
What could possibly be the issue? Seeing her husband nod in agreement, Wang Ling finally acquiesced. Subsequently, Su Nian reiterated numerous cautions before departing with Li Beichun. As they journeyed onward, Su Nian's spirits grew increasingly despondent. Mo Bao, dear Mo Bao, what means must I employ to bring you into this world? Heavenly Father, to what extent do you intend to torment me? Allowing me to be reborn is one thing, but to subject me to such trials without granting me Mo Bao is quite another.
Ma Bao, Ma Bao.
So consumed was Su Nian with thoughts of Mo Bao that she nearly collided with another person. Fortunately, Li Beichun's quick reflexes saved her, pulling her into his embrace. Do you truly wish for tomorrow's headlines to announce that you caused an accident in the hospital? The already troubled Su Nian found her mood further diminished by his words and promptly pushed Li Beichun away. His reaction was to chuckle softly. Beichun, could you grant me a child? Perhaps I should simply ask for a child directly and forgo any hesitation. Observing the pitiful demeanor of the sycophant, I cannot help but feel that he is becoming increasingly desperate. Deep down, I am aware that you may never love me. Yet I implore you to show me a modicum of kindness, just a fragment, by granting me the gift of your offspring, so that I may possess a cherished memory throughout my life and refrain from being so cruel. Upon witnessing Wang Ling's eager anticipation for her child with her husband, I am filled with envy, a sensation I have seldom experienced. Beichun, you understand that as the daughter of the Su family, anything I desire has always materialized before me in the briefest of moments. As Su Nian uttered these words, she spoke with a tone of heartfelt lamentation. I believe my acting skills have improved once again. I feel that my words evoke sorrow in the listeners, leaving them in tears. In response, Li Beichun took a step closer to Su Nian, saying, have you never felt envy? If memory serves me correctly, just yesterday you expressed envy towards the models in a magazine, coveting their figures over yours. The next time you speak falsely, reflect upon what you have previously stated. Su Nian, taken aback, could only respond with surprise.
Li Beichun, noticin her becilderment, pitifully tappet her forehead.
Chapter 156 begins with a falsehood. This insufferable sycophant. If you do not wish to comply, simply say so, without resorting to such insults. Li Beichun's words did indeed resonate with Su Nian, sparking a flicker of recognition. Observing her deep in thought, Li Beichen's lips curled into a subtle smile, yet after a moment of contemplation, Su Nian still found herself unable to recall the specifics. Yet, even if I have spoken, it cannot serve as a justification for refusal. My envy and yours are not synonymous, you know. Li Beichen cast a glance at her before continuing his stride towards the exit. However, Su Nian remained somewhat undeterred. All right, I may have forgotten, but my sincerity in other aspects is genuine. You began with a falsehood. How can I trust the veracity of your subsequent words? I believe you must demonstrate your sincerity in this matter. Su Nian was momentarily rendered speechless by his retort. How can this fellow be so argumentative? He truly excels at it. I genuinely wish to deliver a resounding slap to this insufferable man. A vivid image flashed in Su Nian's mind of seizing Li Beichen by his clothing and fervently striking him. You insufferable toady, once I obtain your essence, I shall ensure you are rendered unrecognizable even to your own mother. What more sincerity could I possibly offer? The process was undeniably more pleasurable for you. Yet I am expected to exhibit sincerity. What nonsense. Why the silence now? Li Beichen took a step closer to Su Nian. Moreover, you previously insisted that merely being by my side sufficed, yet now you claim that having a child is all that matters. If I were to acquiesce to your demands, what would you become? A mere vessel for procreation.
Ha!
I am but a vessel for procreation. It is you who are merely a seed-producing machine. Li Beichen had initially sought this opportunity to convey the sentiments he had long harbored towards Su Nian. He is not merely a breeding machine, which should allow this woman to think a little less. However, Li Beichen feels that she is becoming increasingly unhinged, questioning what it means to be a seed-producing machine. If it weren't for Mo Bao's need for your submissive seed, would I endure this indignity here? The more she pondered, the more suffocating Su Nian's heart felt. At that moment, a spark of realization illuminated her thoughts, for she noticed Lan Ji hastily approaching. Lan Ji is coming. Excellent. I am displeased, and I shall become venomous, making Lan Ji even more irked. Li Beichen had initially thought Su Nian seemed rather bored in the office. Having heard that Fei Quan's wife was stabilizing, he decided to take her out for a stroll. He truly did not anticipate encountering Lan Ji here. Now, Li Beichen was genuinely curious. If this world were indeed a novel, what would the narrative entail? Lan Ji's appearance here was undoubtedly intentional. She had been devising ways to meet Li Beichen for days. In her mind, there was a misunderstanding between them, surely stemming from Su Nian's fabrications in front of Li Beichen, which had led to the current predicament. She couldn't even gain access to the Li Corporation now. Chapter 157. A sudden sense of foreboding. What to do? Su Nian dared to lean close to his ear before Lan Ji reached Li Beichen's side. Beichen, Lan Ji is approaching. I know you wish for her to care about you. If that is the case, I can assist you. We shall pretend to be preparing for pregnancy, instilling a sense of crisis in Lan Ji. If Lan Ji truly harbors feelings for you, she would undoubtedly feel anxious. Ha ha ha, Li Beichen is sure to acquiesce. Once he agrees, I can not only vent my frustrations on Lan Ji, but also exploit this situation to my advantage in the future. I knew that heaven still favored me. Witnessing my torment at the hands of this relentless admirer, it could not bear to watch. Had this been the Li Beichen of old, he might have consented. However, the current Li Beichen, upon hearing Su Nian's audacious thoughts, immediately pulled her into his embrace. But you must assure me that this is merely an act for the moment, and that you will not use it to blackmail me in the future. Should you attempt to threaten me, your credit card and all funds will be frozen. Su Nian. As this realization dawned upon her, she caught a glimpse of the glint in Li Beichen's eyes. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over her. Su Nian instinctively swallowed hard and complied, as you say. After Li Beichen finished speaking, she cleared her throat and immediately adopted a saccharine, almost nauseating tone. Beichen, do you think our child will resemble me more or you? I believe our offspring will undoubtedly be unique. Since you made a special trip to the hospital with me today, are you not also looking forward to our child? The tone of her voice sent shivers down her own spine. Just as she was about to greet Lan Ji, the words froze her in place. Li Beichen is contemplating the prospect of fatherhood with Su Nian? It seems utterly implausible. One must remember that Li Beichen has adamantly declared his disdain for Su Nian, harboring a deep-seated aversion. How could this be the case? In Lan Si's heart, If there exists anyone who could wholeheartedly devote themselves to her, it would undoubtedly be Li Beichen. She had once endeavored to cultivate feelings for him, yet love is often a matter of serendipity. However, she now senses that Li Beichen is drifting further away from her. Observing the troubled Lan Si from a distance, Su Nian discreetly stifles a yawn. Has the turmoil finally subsided? If this continues, my blossoms will wither away. Yet, there is indeed an air of tragic romance. The heroine gazes longingly at her beloved. Paralyzed by hesitation, acutely aware of the widening chasm between them, this sense of powerlessness aptly encapsulates the moment. What a pity. Li Beichen is merely a lovesick secondary character, unworthy of a romantic narrative. Li Beichen. But at that moment, a mysterious force reemerges with alarming swiftness, affording him no opportunity to respond. Why is this happening? Why is he deprived even of the chance to touch Su Nian? It soon becomes apparent to Li Beichen, as a voice rings in his ears. Someone has collapsed. Chapter 158. How infuriating. Why does this lovesick fool have such long legs? Turning around, Li Beichen finds Lan Si sprawled on the ground. His body was compelled by the forces of the narrative to push Su Nian aside, propelling him directly towards Lan Qi. Even though he currently lacked control over his own body, he could still sense the sheer rudeness of his action in pushing Su Nian away, and he worried whether it might cause her injury. Just as this concern arose, Su Nian's inner voice echoed in his mind. Oh, my waist, it truly hurts terribly. This caused Li Beichen's heart to constrict painfully. Meanwhile, Su Nian, who had suddenly been thrust to the ground, felt as if she were on the brink of death from the pain. She gazed at the hurried man, thinking, damn it. Even if this infatuated fool is off to find the female lead, must he exert such force? They say domineering CEOs are products of so-called higher education, but honestly, I can't see any evidence of that in this guy. Indeed, his tenderness is solely reserved for Lan Qi. Although Su Nian was the venomous female antagonist, she had her own pride. She resolved not to be complacent this time and to embrace her maliciousness fully. She watched as Li Beichen, filled with concern, cradled Lan Qi in his arms. Cheer, how are you?
Please don't scare me.
Cheer, why did you suddenly faint? Hold on, I'll get a doctor for you immediately. I won't let anything happen to you. I promised that as long as I am here, you'll be safe. Li Beichen glanced at the woman in his arms and couldn't help but scoff, for he noticed Lan Qi's eyelashes flutter slightly. Thus, he could now ascertain this woman was feigning unconsciousness. Upon the initial realization that his body was ensnared by a so-called plot, he found himself entangled with this woman.
Lan Zhan.
He had never held any particular regard for her, yet now he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of revulsion. As he desperately cradled Lan Yan in his arms, frantically searching for a doctor, Su Nian finally came into his line of sight. He observed Su Nian struggling to rise from the ground, her teeth clenched in determination. Although this moment was fleeting, he could still sense her suffering. At that instant, Lan Yan's voice pierced through the chaos. Beichen, is that really you? Am I not dreaming? I truly see you? I thought you would never want me again. Li Beichen gazed at the pitiful woman in his embrace, and a wave of nausea surged within him. In that moment, he yearned to seize control and lift Su Nian, inquiring if she was injured. As this thought grew increasingly intense, the pain in his heart escalated correspondingly. He could only watch as his body, manipulated by the so-called plot, expressed remorseful apologies. I'm sorry, Yan truly sorry. It's all my fault. I caused you to become this way. I swear, I will never let it happen again. If it were possible, Li Beichen would wish for nothing more than to end his existence right then and there. He was desperate to break free from this oppressive force that compelled him to utter such repugnant words. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Nian's voice resonated once more. Why on earth does this sycophant have such long legs? Does walking slowly equate to death? I truly embody the most pitiable and venomous supporting character, as the author has not bestowed upon me a pair of elegant long legs. Running like this feels utterly devoid of dignity. This voice momentarily stunned Li Beichen, akin to a lifeline cast just as he was about to plunge into the abyss. Chapter 159. Restraining fear for the sake of the future child. After the doctor finished examining Lan Yi, he appeared before Li Beichen. Observing the doctor's countenance, an unprecedented sense of panic surged within him. Beside him, Su Nian, still catching her breath, chuckled. This doctor, does he sigh for every patient? Given the constant flow of individuals through this hospital, his daily sigh count must be substantial. The doctor exhaled deeply. Mr. Li, I recall mentioning to you that Miss Lan's renal failure necessitates proper rest and should be devoid of excessive emotional fluctuations, as this could adversely affect her health. Given Miss Lan's already precarious condition, her kidney transplant surgery has been delayed for this very reason. Such emotional upheaval is indeed detrimental to her well-being. What shall we do now? Let me make it clear. If anything were to happen to Ear, I would ensure that everyone in this hospital pays the price. This declaration rendered the doctor momentarily speechless. The onlooker, Su, could not help but stifle a laugh at the scene unfolding before him. Once again, this scenario unfolds, consistently leading to the demise of hospital personnel. The mind of the author crafting this narrative seems almost flawed. Is there truly no semblance of legal awareness? Why must a contemporary CEO novel be so reminiscent of imperial tales? If the domineering CEO possesses such power, why not ascend to the throne? But should he become an emperor, the tale would swiftly transform into one of antiquity. With no control over his own body, Li Beichen found solace in listening to Su Nian's nonsensical ramblings. After all, her whimsical thoughts indicated that she was unscathed moments prior. However, in an instant, Li Beichen's composure shattered, as his body, puppeteered by the narrative, turned to face Su Nian. It was all her fault. If not for her, Sienna would not be in this state. You wicked woman. As he charged toward Su Nian, he screamed internally, Run, Su Nian, run. You are usually so astute. Why don't you flee? What do you mean, Beichen? Despite his frantic mental pleas, Su Nian remained unmoved. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to act against you? She retorted, unperturbed by the fury radiating from the man before her. I certainly do not. My life hangs by a thread of your decision. Even with my father's protection, should you choose to act, nothing could impede you. Yet, I cannot fathom where I have erred. To assert that Su Nian was unafraid would be an untruth. Su Nian could clearly sense that the man before her genuinely wished for her demise. However, she was acutely aware that retreat was not an option. Do not be afraid, do not be afraid. Adhere to the narrative. I shall remain unharmed. I absolutely cannot falter. I have worked too hard to remain by Li Beichen's side. If I allow fear to dictate my actions and flee now, I would forfeit my chance to be near him. No, if I am not by Li Beichen's side, how could I ever hope to bear Mo Bao? Su Nian. Think of Mo Bao. You must not waver, not even slightly. Li Beichen observed the woman before him, perceiving her fear through her slightly trembling form.
Yet,
she restrained her terror for the sake of the future child. Chapter 160. What kind of affliction must this author possess to concoct such a plot? You have provoked Lan Qi to this extent. What fault lies with you? The enormous roar made Su Nian's body tremble. This is merely an endeavor to make Lan Qi care for you, to recognize your significance in her life. Su Nian paused deliberately before continuing. For the sake of remaining by your side, I willingly accept the role of your pawn, dedicating myself to the goal of winning Lan Qi's heart for you. Do you comprehend the pain that resides within me? Do you truly believe I am unaware? For my sake, you intentionally provoke Qi, fully cognizant of her fragile health. Now, as Li Beichen watched Su Nian draw closer, an increasing trepidation enveloped him. Fearing that he might be controlled by the narrative to harm Su Nian, a sense of dread enveloped him. Yet, everything I do is for you, Beichen. Could you not be a tad fair to me? Why must you lay the blame for everything at my feet? Furthermore, Lan Qi's health was already precarious. Even if I consented to donate a kidney to her, what more do you desire? Do you believe that by donating, you are performing a virtuous act? That too serves merely to absolve you of your transgressions. Su Nian, already deeply entrenched in the role of a vindictive supporting character, nearly faltered. What is this? Scene? What sort of narrative is this? What does this fellow mean? Li Beichen found himself equally at a loss for words. Having committed so many nefarious deeds, if you do not engage in some form of good, then fate shall not be kind to you, Su Nian. Have you not heard that the heavens watch over us? However, after reflecting on her circumstances, Su Nian quickly reached a conclusion. No, what is going on? This Mary Sue plot is advancing at an alarming rate. Am I unable to keep up? Could it be that in Li Beichen's eyes, my fervent admiration for him is perceived as malice? This is absurd. Can this Mary Sue narrative evolve in such a manner? Each iteration is indeed more formidable than the last. What kind of ailment must the author possess to conceive such a storyline? I have committed no malevolent acts, Beichen. Even though you are the one I cherish above all, if you do not provide clarity today, I shall not let this matter rest. I am genuinely curious about what this individual might articulate. I truly wonder if he can still refresh my perspective on life. Just as Su Nian was pondering, Lan Ji's feeble voice resonated. Beichen, please refrain from arguing. Do not let my presence incite discord between you. Following her words, Su Nian observed the man before her vanish in an instant, inexplicably leaving her relieved. Trapped within his own body, Li Beichen's spirits lifted considerably. Jie, why have you come out? Your condition is already precarious. Why expose yourself further? Lan Ji, with a look of concern, responded, I heard you quarreling. So, I wanted to check on you. Beichen, I do not wish for you to continue fighting because of me. If you truly choose to live well with Su Nian, then please, do not argue. Beichen, I will support whatever decisions you make, after all. Your happiness is of utmost importance to me. Jie, what are you saying? How could I ever choose this woman? Chapter 161. A growing understanding. Lan Ji's reasoning stemmed from the realization that she could not confront Li Beichen head-on. If she were to do so, he would either force her to choose him or distance himself further away. It is essential to recognize that in one's lifetime, encountering a sincere individual is a rare blessing. However, she had not anticipated that Li Beichen would utter such words. Beichen, did you not come here to discuss having children? I recently overheard your discussion regarding having children, which led me to believe that you two are completely together. My fainting spell was merely a manifestation of my joy for you, a reaction born from excitement. However, this notion was dispelled when Li Beichen fell silent for a moment before continuing. It was Su Nian who mentioned that if we were to discuss the matter of children in your presence, it would cause you to care for me more. This revelation illuminated Lan Ji's eyes. She had always suspected that Li Beichen, who once vehemently declared that he would never fall for a woman like Su Nian, could suddenly develop such affections. The intimacy he shared with Su Nian seemed to surpass that which he had with her. Yet, Lan Ji soon came to realize that Li Beichen had indeed fallen under Su Nian's spell. Reflecting on her worries from the past few days, she thought, this is manageable. Certainly manageable. Oh, this wretched sycophant, shifting all the blame onto me, devoid of any masculinity. Curse it! Why must my beloved possess such a father? It truly is unfortunate. Meanwhile, Su Nian observed the leading lady, poised to unveil the true nature of the malicious supporting character, and found herself stifling a laugh. Yet, she was a seasoned participant in this narrative, equipped with a professional demeanor, unless she could not resist. What do I have to hide? Li Beichen is my husband. My actions are solely driven by the desire to secure my husband's affection. What fault is there in that? Furthermore, for the one I cherish, I am willing to forsake my dignity, even if I am aware that all he does is to win your heart. I embrace it willingly. As Su Nian spoke, a hint of pride was unmistakably visible on Lan Yan's face. Look at that smug glint in this fellow's eyes. If Li Beichen possessed even a modicum of intelligence, he would certainly discern this woman's duplicity. Li Beichen pondered that if he ever found a way to completely extricate himself from the narrative, the first thing he would do is to clarify matters before Su Nian. These ludicrous actions were not his own design. They were merely the machinations of the so-called plot. He was not so foolish. Yet at this moment, he found himself somewhat in agreement. The cost to be paid, regardless of what it may be, he would willingly bear it, for nothing could surpass Beichen in his heart. Chapter 162. Finally, a moment of rest. Upon hearing this, Su Nian revealed an expression laden with significance. She then took out her phone and activated the recording function. What about Hulinyuan? Don't you dare divert the topic. Let me make it clear. You deceive Beichen, and I shall never acknowledge you. Now, repeat for me once more that nothing could surpass Beichen in your eyes. Su Nian's voice suddenly escalated, and then I can record it on my phone and send it to Hulinyuan. allowing him to witness your professed affection for Beichen.
Ah,
Engaging in such malicious tasks is truly arduous. For the sake of this narrative, I must feign ignorance. After all, if faced with such a scenario, I could simply record it directly, without needing to preface it. Li Beichen gazed at Su Nian, suddenly realizing that she too embodied a certain bittersweetness. After all, how was she not ensnared by this so-called narrative? You're resorting to this tactic again. Indeed, if it proves effective, then why not? Su Nian chuckled softly at Lan Qi, who was glaring at her with an intensity that belied any frailty. To label Li Beichen as a foolish sycophant is rather misguided. Does Lan Qi truly appear on the verge of fainting? Yet perhaps Li Beichen could discern the truth. After all, Lan Qi was the object of his affection. Witnessing someone he cherished nearly collapse before him might be a self-deception, but in his eyes, this could very well signify love. Reflecting on it this way, it possesses a certain romanticism, albeit tinged with folly. Both Huolinyuan and Li Beichen hold significant places in my life, while you, with your sordid thoughts, remain entrenched in your own filth. Indeed, Li Beichen could attest to the unsavory musings occupying Su Nian's mind at this moment. I believe my reasoning is sound. Given Li Beichen's level of devotion, he might indeed consent to a trio arrangement, Li Beichen on odd days, Huolinyuan on even days, and the final day reserved for rest or togetherness. Just contemplating this scenario brings a hint of joy. Sordid as it may be, let's not forget that you still require my unseemly assistance for your salvation. Should you truly detest me, then do not seek my aid.
Li Beichen, Su Nian. All right.
I shall conclude my words for today. I desire a child, and if you, Beichen, refuse to grant me this wish, then I shall perish. And you shall never obtain my kidney. As a malicious female antagonist, with such a splendid opportunity to issue a threat, Su Nian could not let it pass. Li Beichen, do you truly believe you can intimidate me, Su Nian? Indeed, Beichen, you possess the capability, but do not forget, my father has declared that I am the only daughter-in-law he acknowledges. My father has been a long-time friend of yours. If I were to die, do you truly think my father would allow you to benefit? Su Nian spoke expressionlessly. Even if we were to consider the most extreme scenario, I could simply set myself ablaze and turn to ash. You are a lunatic. As the plot reached its climax, Su Nian unveiled her madness, bellowing at them with fervor. Indeed, I am a madwoman consumed by unrequited love. I have stated my terms. How you choose to proceed is entirely up to you. With those words, Su Nian turned and departed.
Ha ha ha, at last.
I can take a break and have some fun. Chapter 163. Mr. Li, it seems Madam has gone to the White Horse Club. Upon hearing Su Nian's jubilant exclamation, Li Beichen could not help but smile, even feeling a twinge of envy for her. After all, he remained ensnared by this unfolding drama. Lan Qi was genuinely frightened, clutching tightly to Li Beichen's hand. Cheer, do not be afraid. I will surely devise a plan. I will rescue you, and I will not allow any harm to befall you. I swear. At this moment, Li Beichen felt a wave of nausea. The plot seemed to exert control over his body, compelling him to kiss Lan Yi's forehead. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Lan Yi managed to evade him, allowing Li Beichen to breathe a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that this woman, Lan Yi, was indeed problematic. She relied on him for salvation. Yet there was no intimate connection between them. Nevertheless, Lan Yi was not comforted by Li Beichen's words. She was acutely aware of how much his father dotes on Su Nian. If Su Nian were to perish, she would likely be nothing more than ashes. Offering no assistance to her, at her tender age, she truly did not wish to meet her demise. Wasn't Beichen merely a child? To say he was a child was an understatement. She would gladly sacrifice her life for him. Li Beichen believed that if Su Nian were to hear this, she would be overjoyed, having cherished such thoughts for a long time. No, this could not be done. If he proceeded down this path, he would be forever shackled to Su Nian. He could not bear to witness Lan Yi's unhappiness because of him. The mere thought of Su Nian's delighted expression ignited a fury within Lan Yi. Why, oh why, was Su Nian so fickle? She had already given her word, so why resort to threats? Why must the heavens treat her thus? She would rather perish than allow him to endure such grievances on her behalf. If it were possible. At that moment, Li Beichen truly wished to utter the words, "You might as well die." What more was there to question? Lan Yi's actions, her change of heart, were indeed the true matters of concern. There must be a way. I shall ensure your safety. Half an hour later, Li Beichen found himself in a discussion with Lan Ji, his body seemingly under the sway of the narrative, plotting to usurp Su Nian's existence. The more he listened, the more his anxiety deepened. At that moment, his phone rang abruptly, a cacophony of notifications echoing relentlessly. Upon retrieving the device, he was greeted by a multitude of transaction alerts. Why are there so many notifications? Beichen, could it be that your credit card has been compromised? Lan Ji was taken aback upon seeing the barrage of messages. Once the call connected, he urged Zhou Su, "Please investigate if there is an issue with my card. Why are there so many charges? Is this possibly Su Nian's spending history?" Indeed, given the current circumstances, retaliatory spending seems plausible. Su Nian must be reveling in this situation. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Beichen felt an even deeper envy towards Su Nian. At that moment, Lan Ji's shrill voice pierced through his thoughts. "Beichen, I told you Su Nian was not a good person. See, I was right." Just then, Zhou Su's voice became hesitant. "Li, it seems the madam has gone to the White Horse Club?" Li Beichen inquired. "What sort of place is the White Horse Club?" Zhou Su fell silent. Lan Ji's feeble voice chimed in. "If I recall correctly, that club is frequented by many wealthy young men." Li Beichen was taken aback. Is that how she chooses to enjoy herself? Chapter 164, A Sore Throat. Remember to take golden throat lozenges. Upon exiting the hospital, Su Nian immediately requested Li Beichen's supplementary card from Zhou Su. After all, she is a woman wounded by love, and she is free to indulge in whatever she pleases. She embarked on a shopping spree, for she is not the heroine of a story, nor is she bound to uphold any lofty principles. With Li Beichen's card in hand, she made her way to the White Horse Club. Surrounded by the handsome men before her, a sense of satisfaction enveloped her. "Miss, these are our finest gentlemen. Please feel free to choose," the staff remarked. The young men standing in a row were equally excited to see Su Nian seated in the center. Typically, they catered to older women, but now they found themselves in the presence of a stunning beauty with long legs and considerable wealth, stirring a sense of eager anticipation among them. After all, winning the favor of such a patron would be a double boon. Each one smiled broadly, wishing to dazzle her with their charm. Though Su Nian felt an exhilarating thrill, she remained a diligent antagonist, understanding that certain formalities must be observed. "I have plenty of money. Tonight, as long as you make me happy, I can pay any amount." She laughed heartily. What are men, after all? I, Su Nian, can have as many as I desire. There are men in this world beyond just Li Beichen. Her words made her situation abundantly clear. She was indeed a woman scorned by her husband's infidelity. The nearby staff, maintaining their cheerful demeanor, assured her, "Not a problem, Mississippi. We have all types of gentlemen here. We guarantee your satisfaction." When Li Beichen finally arrived and opened the door, Su Nian's voice echoed in his mind. "Wow, what a shapely backside. Oh, that little waist, it's quite enticing." As Li Beichen observed Su Nian fixating on the man performing an alluring pole dance, a surge of irritation welled up within him. Despite his desire to escape the constraints of the unfolding drama, he never anticipated that it would be triggered by this particular scene. "Get out of here."
Li Beichen Bayuba.
His voice reverberated through the room, causing everyone present to momentarily freeze. The young gentleman in the room sensed an inexplicable chill upon seeing Li Beichen. Su Nian, initially engrossed in the performance, found her mood souring at the abrupt interruption. However, upon witnessing the expression etched on Li Beichen's face, she nearly burst into laughter. This man's face is so dark. If one were unaware, one might assume he had come to catch someone in the act. Well, theoretically speaking, as a husband, he indeed has come to catch someone cheating. Yet, with his demeanor, one might think he has fallen for me. Has Li Beichen also adopted the peculiar habit of standing idly by like a fool? If that is the case, then this devoted admirer truly excels at devotion. He has even managed to learn this. Li Beichen, who is already simmering with anger, felt his irritation intensify upon hearing such nonsensical remarks. He promptly approached Su Nian and demanded, "Su Nian, do you even realize what you are doing?" Startled by his outburst, Su Nian felt a jolt of surprise. Chapter 165. Swift as lightning without hesitation, Li Beichen reached out, intent on grasping hold of the insufferable woman before him. However, Su Nian evaded. "Beichen, I understand you must think of me as a repugnant woman, but I have already humbled myself enough. All I desire is a child, a mere connection with you. Why am I in this state? Yet you still refuse." Li Beichen's face remained cold as he stepped directly in front of Su Nian. At that moment, Su Nian felt a surge of fear. What does this infatuated man intend to do? Is he going to strike me? Surely, this smitten fool wouldn't stoop so low. After all, though Li Beichen may be an infatuated man, he is still a person, a man, and cannot possibly harm a woman. Wait, this is a novel. Characters like him only see the heroine. While Su Nian was lost in her thoughts, Li Beichen abruptly lifted her into his arms. Su Nian gasped, "Oh no, this man is truly testing my limits." Testing what? He was clearly being cautious. With a grim expression, Li Beichen carried Su Nian towards the exit. Outside, Zhou Su stood with an air of helplessness. Li Beichen halted before Zhou Su and declared, "By tomorrow morning, I expect this place to no longer exist." Hearing this, the carried Su Nian could no longer remain composed. What does he mean by "I expect this place to no longer exist by tomorrow morning"? This man is utterly despicable. These poor young men are truly pitiable. I had hoped to return here in the future to care for these unfortunate souls who have endured so much, yet I never anticipated this man's cruelty. Want to return? Li Beichen found himself laughing in anger. He would not grant this woman another opportunity. Absolutely not. He cast his coat vehemently upon the sofa. Oh dear, such fury. One might mistakenly assume he has fallen for me, a man who occupies a latrine without contributing anything of worth, truly devoid of any redeeming qualities. What does it mean to think that he might harbor feelings for oneself, yet remain unable to articulate them? At that moment, Li Beichen realized that perhaps his anger was indeed excessive. "Beichen, you are angry. Does that not imply you care for me, even if just a little? Do you consider me your wife, even if merely out of habit?" Just a smidgen of that sentiment would suffice. Suddenly, Su Nian lunged toward him. When Li Beichen caught sight of her eyes, an inexplicable tightness gripped his heart. Yet before he could respond, Su Nian collapsed onto the sofa. Following this, the furious voice of Li Jianhong erupted. Well, Li Beichen, it seems your wings have truly hardened. You dare to push Nian Nian? Do you not take my words to heart?" Li Beichen remained silent. Could he assert that he had not pushed her? Given the commotion caused by Su Nian, how could Li Jianhong remain oblivious? He swiftly approached Su Nian, aiding her to her feet, and then turned to Li Beichen with a scolding tirade. "Li Beichen, I know you hold no affection for Nian Nian, but you cannot treat her in such a manner. Do not forget, you are a man. As a man to lay hands on a woman, even if it were to spread, would invite ridicule upon you." Li Beichen gazed at the elder with an impassive expression. "Haha, I just saw the old man walk in, and I immediately pretended to stumble. My reflexes are just that swift." Chapter 166. The old man is angry after scolding Li Beichen. Li Jianhong turned to comfort Su Nian. "Nian Nian, rest assured, Dad will certainly stand up for you. I will not allow this fellow to have it easy." Li Jianhong believed that if he did not properly discipline Li Beichen, he would truly have no way to face his old friends in the afterlife. Li Beichen could not help but retort, "Do you even know what she has done? What could she possibly have done? If you treated Nian Nian well, would she even consider going to that place? Nian Nian is human too. What's wrong with seeking a little joy to alleviate her distress?" Even Su Nian felt touched upon hearing this. This father-in-law is truly wonderful. No, he is not just a father-in-law, he must be my real father. Li Jianhong continued, "Nian Nian has been sincere to you, and how have you repaid her?"
Now,
"All Nian Nian wants is to find a way to cope with her sadness. What is wrong with that? Moreover, I have told you if you really—" "Enough. Dad, please do not interfere in my affairs with Su Nian." Li Beichen directly interrupted Li Jianhong's intended words. However, Su Nian saw this as an opportunity. Now I can take advantage of Dad to gain his approval for Li Beichen and me to have a child together. Haha, my chance has arrived. She immediately climbed out of Li Jianhong's embrace. Beichen, my demands of you are quite simple. All I ask for is a child. Why are you so heartless towards me? Even if you do not wish to touch me, there are other ways. I only desire a child. If you grant me this, I would be willing to do anything. Upon hearing these words, Li Beichen's lips twitched involuntarily. This thought reminded him of Su Nian's comparison of herself to a seed machine. Just as Su Nian reveled in her own audacity, Li Jianhong released her grip and said, "No, Su Nian, you must abandon this thought at once." This statement left Su Nian momentarily stunned, especially when she beheld the fury etched across Li Jianhong's face. "Su Nian, I know you have feelings for Beichen, but you must not demean yourself in such a manner. Even if Beichen is my son, I cannot allow you to sink so low. If I were to witness your self-destruction, I would rather perish than face your father." Li Jianhong's outburst compelled Su Nian to rise from her seat. With her head bowed, she quietly accepted the reprimand. "This shouldn't be. In my previous life, when Ma Bao was born, my father was filled with joy. Why has it turned out this way? Where did it all go wrong?" Su Nian was perplexed. Just then, a memory struck her. Her elder in the past would occasionally cast peculiar glances at her belly. She had assumed it was due to Li Beichen's absence, but now it seemed otherwise. The old man's gaze bore a hint of turmoil. As this thought crossed her mind, she lifted her head. At that moment, she looked at the old man once more, and his anger had diminished, replaced instead by a semblance of compassion. "Nian Nian, there is not necessarily only one man in this world. Do not restrict yourself in this manner." Upon hearing these words, tears streamed down Su Nian's face, not as a pretense, but with genuine sorrow. "I'm sorry, Dad." Chapter 167. A thought not to be entertained. Li Jianhong was genuinely frightened. Although he yearned to embrace his grandchild, he was acutely aware of the arduous nature of a woman giving birth alone, even in the most favorable circumstances. Without a considerate husband by her side, and given the turmoil his son had created, if Su Nian were indeed pregnant, the trials she would face were unimaginable. Observing the old man's distress, Su Nian adopted a submissive demeanor. "No, you cannot take her away." Upon hearing Li Beichen's words, Li Jianhong chuckled, although this laughter did not reach his eyes. It was evident that he was enraged. Given the old man's condition, Su Nian could not afford to oppose him and provoke further anger. If she were unable to satisfy him, then Lan Yi would also be deprived of her happiness. "I truly cannot leave, for Lan Yi's health has declined, and she needs me." This statement nearly caused Li Jianhong to erupt with fury. He pointed an accusing finger at Li Beichen. "You took advantage of my business trip to manipulate Nian Nian, coercing her with the Su family. Did you think I was unaware? I resolved the issues pertaining to the Su family for the sake of my son, maintaining a facade as if nothing had transpired. However, your behavior has truly become excessive. I am at a loss as to how I could bear a son devoid of any conscience." Observing the old gentleman in such a state, Su Nian hurriedly approached, intending to placate him, but was immediately seized by Li Jianhong. "We are leaving." Obediently, Su Nian followed his lead. Li Beichen watched as Su Nian was taken away, a wave of helplessness engulfing him. He yearned to intervene. Yet he was acutely aware that the old gentleman was in a foul mood. Any further comments from him would only exacerbate the situation. Thus, he swallowed his words. And in that moment, Li Beichen's world fell into a profound silence, a quietude that felt alien to him. The absence of Su Nian's chaotic presence should have been a relief, yet he found it disconcerting. In recent days, he found himself lost in thought, gazing at the places where Su Nian often lingered. This sensation was unfamiliar, leaving him puzzled about its origin and nature, yet it enveloped him tightly. During this time, he also refrained from visiting Lan Ji, who, in turn, did not press him. Li Beichen understood her reluctance. After all, in her eyes, her very existence was tethered to him, and she lacked the audacity to urge him further. Nonetheless, this only heightened his concern over one matter. In the past life, did Su Nian truly donate a kidney to Lan Ji? If Su Nian's carefree demeanor in this lifetime is indeed a product of experiences from a previous life, one cannot help but ponder the nature of that past existence. A single kidney, perhaps. Li Beichen dared not dwell on such thoughts. Simultaneously, he found it hard to reconcile Su Nian's playful, seemingly unreliable disposition with the notion of a tumultuous past. Surely, had such events transpired, she would not present herself in this manner. Though he sought to comfort himself with these thoughts, an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart.
Yet,
Li Beichen also found his concerns somewhat absurd. Why should he fret over the intangible specter of a previous life? Shouldn't his priority be to extricate himself from this narrative, ensuring that Su Nian is spared from such experiences? Thus, for several days, Li Beichen lingered outside the old residence, harboring no intention of entering. Chapter 168. Was the child switched? Inside the ancestral home, Su Nian enjoyed ample food, restful sleep,
and an overall sense of joy.
Typically, in a Mary Sue novel, the female protagonist, lacking in wealth yet brimming with ambition, strives to achieve everything through her own efforts without relying on the male lead's fortune. For instance, Lan Yan in this narrative is determined not to depend on the male lead's resources, yet she possesses a penchant for lavishly spending Li Beichen's money. However, one evening, the elder summoned her to the rooftop. Upon her arrival, before she could utter a word, Li Jianhong pointed below. "Look, that troublesome brat is down there." Upon hearing this, Su Nian instinctively glanced down, and indeed, she spotted a Maybach parked not far off. In the distance, she could faintly discern a red glow, likely the owner of the car, consumed by irritation, seeking solace in a cigarette. However, Su Nian could empathize with Li Beichen's feelings at this moment, for Lan Qi was in dire need of her as a lifeline. After all, she was the only individual with the JV blood type found so far, and her kidneys were a match for Lan Qi. Indeed, the JV blood type seemed like a whimsical creation of a mindless author randomly tapping on a keyboard. The novel described it as a variant of type B blood. It is a common observation that authors of Mary Sue novels often lack substantial literary knowledge. Nian, when it comes to men, you mustn't be overly eager. You need to keep them on their toes, Su Nian heard the old man say. She glanced at him, noticing Li Jianhong's demeanor, which exuded the wisdom of one who had lived through similar experiences. When your mother was around, she would often give me the cold shoulder, and if I dared to utter an inappropriate word, she would become furious. Although others perceived her as having a fiery temper, I never felt that way, for as a man, one must endure such unrestrained behaviors from the woman he cherishes. In the context of the novel, Li Beichen was portrayed as a fortunate individual. His parents shared an extraordinary bond, and even after his mother's passing, the old man did not subject Li Beichen to the torment often depicted in other stories. Li Beichen's affection for Lan Qi stemmed from the unique warmth she provided. What constituted this distinct warmth? Su Nian was curious, yet the author failed to elaborate. And she surmised that an author capable of crafting such a nonsensical narrative would likely struggle to offer a meaningful explanation. For instance, if you do not bestow him with a pleasant demeanor, he will undoubtedly become curious as to why the one who always smiles has suddenly ceased to do so. You need not regard him. To you, he is merely inconsequential. You ought to adopt the same attitude you would display at a social venue. In this vast world filled with numerous men, why should I choose you? Su Nian, with a face full of embarrassment yet maintaining a polite smile, gazed at the elderly gentleman before her. The father-in-law instructs the wicked daughter-in-law on how to manage his son. This situation feels somewhat awkward. After conversing for a considerable time, Li Jianhong finally recognized Su Nian's discomfort. What is it? Do you believe I am mistaken? Upon hearing this, Su Nian hastily shook her head. I do not.
How could I ever think that?
Father, your words are indeed correct. Now I comprehend the reasons for my failures, and I shall diligently adhere to your guidance. This response pleased Li Jianhong. However, he still cast a disdainful glance at the individuals downstairs. Honestly, I do not understand what you see in him. If it is wealth you seek, simply inform me, and I shall promptly bequeath all my possessions to you. It is neither here nor there. As for his looks, I concede he has inherited a modicum from me, but it is hardly significant. You may find it hard to believe, but during his childhood, I genuinely questioned whether he was the right child. Chapter 169. Though not a single word speaks of love, Every word is imbued with it. If I had not embraced the wrong child, how could I have possibly given birth to such a blind son? Even a woman of modest intelligence like Lan Shi can discern that she is not a virtuous person. Why is it that he remains oblivious? You may wonder why I refrained from taking action against that woman earlier. It was because I believed that such an act would render the Li family appear rather foolish. Although Li Jianhong uttered those words to console Su Nian, he had already begun to contemplate how to deal with Lan Yi. After all, he could not fathom that. Once that woman was gone, his son, Li Beichen, would not hold him accountable. Naturally, Su Nian remained oblivious to these matters. She gazed at the old man with a smile, yet the image of his sorrowful countenance from her previous life surfaced in her mind. While Mo Bao held immense significance for her, the elderly man before her also treated her with great kindness, as if she were his own flesh and blood. It is worth noting that despite being pregnant with Mo Bao in her past life, the Li family was not a mundane household. During her time in power, she faced a myriad of doubts, yet the old man remained steadfast in his support, disregarding any dissent. At this moment, Su Nian was reminded of how, on every anniversary of Li Beichen's passing, the old man would linger by his grave for a considerable time, often falling ill. For anyone, the pain of a parent bidding farewell to their child is indescribable. Should she attempt to prevent Li Beichen's demise, much like Wang Ling, the wife of Fei Quan? Yet, what of Mo Bao? If Li Beichen were to live, he would undoubtedly hinder her from giving birth to Mo Bao, and even if she succeeded, he would never allow the child to remain with her. As these thoughts flooded her mind, Su Nian's hand instinctively clenched into a fist. After incessantly speaking for quite some time, Li Jianhong noticed that Su Nian had drifted off, and his expression fell. Nian, do you think this old man is rambling, and you can no longer bear to listen? Upon hearing this, Su Nian hastily shook her head. No. How could I possibly not listen? I simply believe that while your experience is valuable, I cannot merely replicate it. I must contemplate Bei Chen's character, so that I can respond appropriately. This remark brought a smile back to Li Jianhong's face. Indeed, you are wise, Nian. It is essential to address the matter at hand. You must handle that young man carefully. If any issues arise, come to Dad, and I will certainly assist you. After all, what is that little Li Beichen compared to you?
Su Nian nodded fervently.
Back in my day, your mother had me completely under her thumb. I truly believed she would have me wrapped around her finger for a lifetime. Others would ask me why I subjected myself to such constraints. Yet I felt no sense of grievance at all. Slowly, the smile on Li Jianhong's face faded. After all, having someone who understands you so deeply is indeed a form of happiness. As he spoke, the old man lifted his gaze to the sky. His eyes filled with a sense of regret. However, heaven is not a generous entity. The span of my life differs from hers. Fortunately, it is I who bears the regret and not her, for otherwise, she would suffer immensely. Su Nian gazed at the person before her. Though no word of love was uttered, every word resonated with affection. Chapter 170. Not mocking the old master, Li Beichen sauntered in after 3 days of contemplation. The previous day was riddled with indecision, while the following 2 were merely a performance. After all, with Su Nian having set such an exquisite stage, it was only fitting that he play his part. Upon entering the ancestral home, he settled into the parlor, taking his time to sip tea leisurely. Although Su Nian had yet to materialize before him, her voice echoed through the air. The old master has instructed me to feign indifference as I pass by Li Beichen.
How am I supposed to enact that?
I have truly never done such a thing. Am I merely to drift past him? Why must I endure such trials as a wicked supporting character? I have only experience in fawning over Li Beichen. I am utterly unprepared for this. Alas, I cannot manage it. Truly, I cannot. Hearing this, a subtle smile graced Li Beichen's lips. If his conjecture held any merit, Su Nian was likely observing him from some hidden vantage point. This realization only served to ease his impatience, for the one truly at risk was not himself, but rather that woman Lan Yi. Li Beichen's deduction was partially correct, for it was not Su Nian alone spying on him, but rather she and Li Jianhong, each wielding a pair of binoculars. This little rascal is insufferable, Li Jianhong thought, his anger mounting as he contemplated how a man could maintain such levity towards his own wife. Where was his sense of shame? Had it been devoured by dogs? Upon hearing the old master refer to the rascal, Su Nian couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was not that her self-control was lacking. Rather, it is merely the association of the term little bunny with Li Beichen that renders her utterly unable to control herself. Nian Nian, you must not see him. That scoundrel is unworthy even of your glance, Li Jianhong declared, having set aside his binoculars, his frustration palpable.
Su Nian nodded.
For she genuinely could not fathom how to portray an air of haughtiness. Nian Nian, remain here. I shall confront this rogue, Li Jianhong exclaimed, storming off in a fit of anger. Observers might be led to believe that Su Nian was his daughter and Li Beichen her son-in-law, given Li Jianhong's demeanor. Upon entering the living room, Li Jianhong let out a disdainful snort. Father, if your nose is bothering you, it would be wise to consult a family doctor promptly.
Li Beichen remarca coolly.
Li Jianhong retorted, what are you doing here? Immediately after this inquiry, Li Beichen rose, stating, since you hold me in such contempt, I shall take my leave. After all, to upset your health would be a grave act of filial disobedience. Su Nian, who had stealthily positioned herself nearby, overheard this exchange and instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. Indeed, this sycophantic second male lead can only shower sweet words upon the female protagonist, resorting to such biting sarcasm even towards his own father. Alas, how embarrassing it is to have once been enamored by such a character in my youth. Li Beichen remained silent, clarifying that he was not mocking the elder, but merely speaking his mind. Presently, Lan Qi was lurking with insidious intent towards Su Nian. Would he truly risk taking her away, thereby allowing Lan Qi to succeed in her designs? Look at you, what a disgraceful display. How could the Leaf family possibly have a man like you, utterly devoid of responsibility? I am merely concerned for your well-being. There is no hint of mockery in my words. I am fully aware that you wish to avoid my presence at this moment. Yet, Li Beichen could not restrain himself from offering an explanation, even raising his voice as he spoke. In Chapter 171, a day apart is like 3 autumns. You previously inquired about who among you and Nian Nian is my biological child. Given your current demeanor, I would much prefer Nian Nian to be my true daughter. Furthermore, should she indeed be my daughter, your treatment of her would compel me to break your legs. Su Nian observed the scene with great delight as Li Jianhong berated Li Beichen mercilessly. She could not resist inching forward, contemplating the opportunity to capture this precious moment on her phone. She thought that if Li Beichen ever angered her again, she could reveal this footage. The president of the Li Corporation, a titan of the business world, a figure worth billions, reduced to such humiliation would undoubtedly garner attention. However, in the next moment, as she crouched and moved forward, she lost her balance and fell to the ground with a loud thud. The commotion instantly drew the attention of both men. Li Beichen furrowed his brow, having heard her exclaim, "Oh, my foot, it hurts so much. What bad luck, just trying to enjoy the show and I end up falling. I merely wanted to record a video of this scoundrel Li Beichen being scolded, so I could replay it whenever I felt unhappy. What's wrong with that?" This left Li Beichen at a loss for words. However, he sensed that Su Nian must have sustained a considerable fall. However, before Li Beichen could take any action, Li Jianhong issued a direct order for him to leave. All right, hurry up and go. Do not linger here. Your presence vexes me, and I cannot fathom how much longer I might endure. As for Su Nian, I assure you, if you wish to harm her, that is utterly impossible. Following this, Li Jianhong promptly summoned the security personnel. Upon seeing this unfolding situation, Li Beichen had no choice but to rise and depart. Yet, before he left, he could not resist casting one last glance in the direction of Su Nian. Once Li Beichen had exited, Li Jianhong hurried to check on Su Nian. Upon witnessing the agony etched across her face, he instantly became unsettled. "Nian Nian, what ails you? Did you bump into something? Or perhaps injure yourself?" He quickly beckoned 2 servants to assist her. The family doctor arrived shortly thereafter. Upon observing Su Nian's swollen ankle, Li Jianhong could not help but exclaim, "I have always said, young ladies ought to be a tad more reserved. Oh, Nian Nian, your kindness is truly excessive. I merely chastised that fellow Beichen a bit, and yet you are so compassionate. How can you expect not to be thoroughly ensnared by him?" Su Nian, who had intended to capture Li Beichen's awkwardness, felt a twinge of guilt. Nevertheless, It mattered little. Throughout her life, Su Nian had possessed no remarkable talents, save for her remarkable resilience. Thus, the feelings of guilt only briefly lingered in Su Nian's heart before dissipating, quickly replaced by an expression of sorrow. I cannot fathom why, but I find myself irresistibly drawn to Bei Chen. Perhaps it is simply because I have not seen him for so long. Just a few days have passed, yet it feels like an eternity. As the ancients say, a day apart feels like 3 seasons apart. Father, considering my absence from Bei Chen's presence, do the calculations. How many autumns have I endured without him? Li Jianhong, observing Su Nian's demeanor, felt compelled to offer counsel. You must endure, Nian Nian. You are a wise young lady, and you should discern what is more valuable, momentary desires or a lifetime of fulfillment. With the old man expressing such concern, Su Nian found it difficult to maintain her facade. Do you not understand that haste makes waste? Look at your foot. It has healed, and you must now rest well. Therefore, for the next few days, remain in your room and recuperate properly, or I may truly become upset.
Su Nian obediently acquiesced.
Chapter 172. Do not scream. It's me. That night, while Su Nian was blissfully asleep, she suddenly felt something brushing against her leg, jolting her awake. As she opened her eyes, a dark figure loomed into her view, prompting an instinctive urge to scream. However, before she could utter a sound, a hand covered her mouth. Do not scream. It is me. As Su Nian's eyes gradually adjusted to the darkness, the figure of Li Beichen became clearer, stirring a sense of discontent within her. This insufferable sycophant appears in the dead of night, truly a frightful presence. I nearly lost my wits in terror. Yet at that moment, a sudden insight struck Su Nian. Could this insufferable sycophant be intent on scaring me to death, or perhaps even scheming to end my life without a trace? After all, if I were to perish, what would prevent him from using my heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys as he pleased? Moreover, I am currently in the ancestral home, under the protection of the elder. Even if I were to die, the elder would find it impossible to confront Li Beichen. Oh, this insufferable sycophant is truly malevolent, more so than I. The wicked supporting character. Su Nian instinctively shrank back, while Li Beichen thought to himself that this woman's imagination was rather excessive. At this moment, he regretted his decision to come. He should not have worried about the extent of her foot injury. Regardless of her condition, it was entirely her own doing. What brings you here, Beichen? Su Nian couldn't help but burrow deeper under the covers. Although the plot dictates that she would not come to harm, a twinge of fear lingered within her. What do you suppose I am doing here? Su Nian retreated further. Li Beichen then took a seat on her bed. At this moment, Su Nian was devoid of her usual exuberance, quietly observing Li Beichen. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her eyes, making her resemble a wounded fawn in the forest. Upon noticing her thoroughly bandaged foot, she frowned and inquired, "Is your injury truly that severe?" Su Nian gazed at Li Beichen, her mind swirling with confusion. How could he possibly appear concerned about her foot? Was it injured in a way that would impede the kidney donation? Was there such a notion? How had she never heard of it before? What on earth was the author of this Mary Sue novel thinking? What was the structure of her mind? Her bewilderment only deepened when she saw Li Beichen unwrapping her bandage. Nevertheless, Su Nian dutifully remarked, "Beichen, did you know that in ancient times, a girl's feet were only to be seen by her husband? If someone glimpsed a girl's feet, he was obliged to marry her. Is that so? Are you implying that you wish to remarry your family doctor?" Without lifting his gaze, Li Beichen replied, "If you genuinely entertain such thoughts, I would respect and bless your decision." Su Nian thought to herself, I am aware that as this malicious supporting character, my words will invite ridicule. But I never anticipated such scorn. With his head bowed, the corner of Li Beichen's mouth subtly curved upwards. Upon unwrapping the bandage and witnessing Su Nian's swollen foot, he found himself at a loss for words. This woman was indeed foolish. She had managed to injure herself merely by watching the commotion. Yet she spoke of that ink treasure inheriting her intelligence. How absurd. It was clearly a case of inheriting his. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, his touch grew gentler. Chapter 173. Addressing the issue at its core, I believe we must tackle this problem at its very roots. Li Jianhong declared solemnly, fixing his gaze upon Su Nian. Complying? She straightened her posture obediently. Li Jianhong grasped her hand and said, Nian Nian, this incident has served as a reminder for me. I should no longer be so selfish. You are a wonderful girl, and you should not suffer because of my son. I believe our fates have reached their conclusion. This declaration left Su Nian in stunned silence, and it prompted Li Beichen to sit up straight.
Dad, what do you mean by that?
Li Beichen inquired, but Li Jianhong paid him no heed. Nian Nian, there are countless people in this world. One need not hang their hopes on a single tree. With your beauty, you could easily find a man far better than Beichen. You need not involve yourself in their affairs. I truly fear for your safety. If anything were to happen because of this fellow, I would be unable to answer to your father. Li Jianhong had been awakened by Li Beichen's words. However, in his mind, safety could only be found by remaining by his side. Though reluctant to admit it, he understood that if something were to happen to that this wretched boy would undoubtedly be the first to hand Su Nian over. Dad, I appreciate your good intentions, but this is my life. Li Jianhong continued to persuade her. Do not speak of it as merely your life. It should not be thus. Nian Nian, you're the finest girl I have ever known, and you deserve happiness. Very well, allow me to escort you outside, to witness the world and its myriad of people and events. If your affection for Beichen persists, so be it. However, should you find favor with another man, I am prepared to bestow you in marriage, as if you were my own daughter. Though the elder's words deeply moved Su Nian, an inexplicable awkwardness lingered. The scene of a father-in-law advising his daughter-in-law to remarry in the presence of his son was indeed peculiar, yet oddly delightful. This was far more exhilarating than in the previous lifetime, where at this very moment, Li Beichen could hardly breathe. Was it a distortion of humanity or a decline of morals? Li Beichen, while finding the situation somewhat amusing, recognized the gravity of his words. Father, I acknowledge my past mistakes and assure you that I shall treat Su Nian with the utmost care, sparing her from any further harm. Yet, he pondered why his father did not grant him the chance to rectify his errors at this moment. Unfazed by the elder's imposing presence, Li Beichen stood resolute. Had it been another time, Li Jianhong would have felt elated, pleased that his son had finally come to his senses and recognized Su Nian's worth. Yet, in this instance, fear gripped him. Correction, he replied, I promise you this. If anything akin to this transpires again, what shall we do? Are we to wager Su Nian's life?
Li Beichen.
Even as my son, I cannot gamble with her existence. Su Nian gazed at Li Jianhong, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Setting aside my devotion to Mo Bao, for the sake of the elder, I shall remain here. As Su Nian observed Li Beichen produce a vial of medicine, her eyes widened in disbelief. What could Li Beichen possibly intend? Did he mean to poison her? If his motivation was indeed to eliminate her for that woman, Lan Ji, what recourse would she have? Should she scream? And if so, when would be the appropriate moment? If she were to confront Li Beichen now, how could she ever secure the precious seeds from him? Li Beichen couldn't help but glance at Su Nian, and then, under her incredulous gaze, he applied the medicine to her foot. After you apply this ointment, your foot will heal in 2 days. His words illuminated Su Nian's understanding of his presence here, but they also left her perplexed. What was his true intention? Even if he aimed to coax her into donating to Lan Ji, such drastic measures seemed unnecessary. Li Beichen's body stiffened slightly, for he himself was uncertain of his purpose in coming here. Was it to ascertain the extent of Su Nian's injury? Yet, why should her wounds concern him? Beichen, at times, I find myself envious of Lan Ji, who can inspire such profound affection in you, even though you despise me. You would come here in the dead of night to tend to my needs for her sake. Never mind, I shall adhere to my persona, and surely, all will be well. Alas, reflecting on it, I realize how pitiable this malicious female antagonist truly is. Even at such a late hour, I am roused by this detestable sycophant, compelled to follow the narrative. Is it so that the wicked female counterpart possesses no rights? Li Beichen had now confirmed that his earlier concerns were unfounded. Given the appearance of this woman, what harm could she possibly inflict? Nonetheless, despite his thoughts, Li Beichen meticulously applied the medication for her. In the end, he redressed her wounds. Make sure to leave some gauze in the room for tomorrow. Apply this ointment today. Without fresh gauze, it may affect the healing process. I shall return to check on you tomorrow. These words left Su Nian questioning the reliability of her own hearing. What does this mean? Is he really coming back tomorrow? Then I shall forgo washing my feet. I will let this fellow stew in his own stench. Remember to wash your feet, Li Beichen remarked, rising to his feet and walking towards the window. Su Nian thought to herself. How foolish of me to believe that this man had a change of heart. Such a notion was but a fleeting thought. Thank goodness it was only a fleeting one. Or I would appear utterly foolish. At that moment, a thought struck Su Nian. How had he arrived here? As this question surfaced in her mind, she observed Li Beichen reaching the window, and at that moment, his posture suggested he was preparing to climb out. Could it be that he sneaked in through the window? Then, Su Nian watched in astonishment as Li Beichen deftly leaped outside. This prompted her instinctively to throw off the covers and get out of bed. Yet, before she could make a move, Li Beichen's voice resonated once more. Don't move about. Do you not wish to recover swiftly? Do you desire to endure this pain longer? His words halted her in her tracks. After casting a glance at Su Nian, Li Beichen leaped down. Such an action truly left Su Nian dumbfounded. Li Beichen unexpectedly climbed through the window to tend to her wounds. The scene was truly surreal. Su Nian raised her hand to her forehead. If she were to indulge in a bit of self-love and were unaware of Li Beichen's true nature, she might genuinely believe that he had feelings for her. This thought brought a smile to her face. Chapter 174. What attitude do you want from me in truth? Li Beichen genuinely believed that it was better for Su Nian to stay with the old master. Just like, at this moment, Lu Jing barged in and had been chattering incessantly. Li Beichen calculated silently. He had been in there for nearly half an hour. And this fellow showed no signs of stopping. Were it not for Lu Jing's slight usefulness, he would have truly wanted to throw him out. Li Beichen's apparent indifference only served to irritate Lu Jing further. Li Beichen, what is this attitude? Given the situation with Qi Er, why do you remain so detached? I maintain that you have no feelings for her at all. If you hadn't competed with me back then, how could Huolin Yuan have taken advantage? Perhaps by now, Qi Er and I would already have welcomed our second child. What attitude do you want from me? Li Beichen casually twirled the pen in his hand. What attitude can I possibly give you right now? I can only think of ways to extract Su Nian. Have you not been listening to my words? Your old master should mind his own business. As Lu Jing said this, he cast a scornful glance at Li Beichen. You too at your age. Why do you still fear your old master? I now truly comprehend why Qi Er chose not to select you. After all, that woman is willing to opt for a pampered man. When Lu Jing suggested finding a way to extract Su Nian, Li Beichen halted his pen-twirling motion. Such a statement, if taken out of context, might be misconstrued as a mere reference to capturing some sort of beast. The task at hand is to devise a plan, not to create a commotion here. Li Beichen finally spoke, yet his words did nothing to quell Lu Jing's agitation. On the contrary, it only fueled his fervor. Am I causing a disturbance? The situation is dire, and yet you remain so composed. If you ask me, we might as well storm into your ancestral home and see Su Nian, then restrain that woman on the operating table. That way, nothing else would matter. This suggestion tightened Li Beichen's fists. Restraining her directly on the operating table, unthinkable. Upon hearing this, Lu Jing exploded with anger. Why is that unthinkable? Have you not heard what the doctor said? Qi Er cannot be delayed any longer. It is you who has not been listening. The doctor stated that her condition is precarious, and she may not survive the surgery. If we bring Su Nian over now, where will we even place her afterward? At that moment, Lu Jing recalled Lan Qi's actual health condition. He sank into the sofa, realizing, even so, Su Nian is beyond our control. I genuinely feel as though a sword hangs over us, one that could fall at any moment, and it leaves me restless day and night. Listening to Lu Jing vent his frustrations, Li Beichen recognized an opportunity. I can empathize with your feelings. Both you and I are sincere. Yet I find myself unsettled. Clearly, Lan Ji is the true instigator, yet this culprit shows no concern for her, while she waits anxiously for his arrival. This statement ignited Lu Jing's fury. You are absolutely right. Lan Ji's transformation stems from her association with Huolin Yuan, who is currently nowhere to be found. It is utterly infuriating that we are left to worry about him. Chapter 175. The distortion of humanity, or the decline of morality. Li Beichen allowed this individual to ramble in his presence for so long with a specific intention in mind. He believed that to effect change, it was imperative to deal with the so-called male lead, Hua Linyuan. However, confronting Hua Linyuan directly would undoubtedly lead to misfortune. Thus he sought to utilize Lu Jing, who was even more sycophantic than he had anticipated. His calm demeanor was a strategic choice to help Lan Ji perceive the true nature of that man, allowing him to wait for the perfect moment to act. This way, he could strike decisively, shattering Lan Ji's illusions about him. Once she relinquished her feelings for that man, Li Beichen was convinced that everything would improve. Heaven knows how repulsive Li Beichen felt when uttering Lan Ji's name. Yet, from Lu Jing's expression, he discerned that his revulsion was justified, especially so. Lu Jing gazed at Li Beichen, pondering why this version of him seemed so quiet, almost transformed, as if he no longer cared for Lan Ji. It became clear that his scheming ran deep. Regrettably, Li Beichen could not restrain his tongue and revealed his intentions. Li Beichen, given the current situation with Ji, are you not concerned for her well-being? You have truly gone too far. You are utterly unworthy of her. After Lu Jing expressed his indignation, he stormed out. Once Lu Jing had departed, Li Beichen felt a sense of tranquility wash over him, which inevitably led his thoughts to that woman prone to overthinking. Compared to Lu Jing, she seemed far less bothersome. As time passed, Li Beichen frequently checked the clock and gazed out the floor-to-ceiling windows. When evening arrived, he found himself once again at the old residence. This time, Su Nian was awake, obediently seated on the bed. "Does it still hurt today?" he inquired. Su Nian shook her head, realizing that his casual remarks were not mere words. He had indeed come. "Have you washed your feet?" Li Beichen asked as he settled beside her on the bed, his inquiries seemingly natural. Su Nian felt a swarm of crows fly overhead. Goodness! What has this man consumed to have such a foul mouth? He took out the medicine and, much like yesterday, began to unwrap the bandage. Was it truly unreasonable? What choice did Su Nian have but to smile and reply, "Beichen, what are you saying? Of course, I have washed them. Is this a reflection of a moral deficit or a decline in humanity that I must even confirm whether I have washed my feet? Is that so?" Li Beichen continued to provoke. What does this sycophant mean? Should I swear to the heavens that I have indeed washed my feet?
No.
Perhaps he would genuinely demand such a thing. This fellow would have been better off not coming here. Having already twisted her ankle, I felt distressed, and this insufferable sycophant only exacerbated my discomfort. Su Nian was reluctant to engage in a debate about whether to wash her feet with this individual, fearing that her anger might lead her to lose her composure. To further irritate him, she deliberately made her feet unpleasant.
Beichen,
"Have you thought of me these past few days while I was away?" Su Nian swiftly shifted the topic. Upon hearing her words, Li Beichen turned his gaze toward the woman. He understood that Su Nian said this merely to avoid his teasing. Yet at that moment, he found himself unable to look away. Observing her feigned injured expression, he remarked, "No, it should be. Are you accustomed to it? I know I am inviting humiliation upon myself, yet I still wish to inquire." Chapter 176. The Cunning Old Man. So you are aware. Li Beichen meticulously applied ointment to her injury. However, that single remark was more effective than a direct mockery of Su Nian. "If that is the case, then watch me disgust you." Just as Su Nian was about to move, Li Beichen seized her ankle, saying, "Climbing over walls is no easy feat. Do not make it harder for yourself, or you will be the one in pain." Thus, Su Nian found herself unable to move.
Li Beichen glanced at Su Nian,
who was contemplating how to provoke him. Then his gaze returned to her ankle. Accustomed, I truly find it a bit unsettling not having this woman's whimsical thoughts around these past few days. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door startled Su Nian. Following that, the voice of the old man resonated. "Nian Nian, are you asleep?" Su Nian instinctively directed her words towards Li Beichen, saying, "I haven't mentioned your presence here to Dad.
What should we do now?"
"Perhaps you should hide." "Xiao Nian, are you asleep? A servant just informed me that there was some commotion here, so I came to check. Why is it so quiet? Is something amiss? If someone is in your room, Please make a sound, and I will immediately come to your rescue. As Li Jianhong spoke, the noise at the door grew increasingly intense, almost as if it were on the verge of breaking in. Su Nian hurriedly pulled Li Beichen onto her bed and covered him with a blanket. Stay silent here. Seeing Su Nian's serious demeanor, Li Beichen couldn't help but feel as if he were a clandestine lover. After ensuring he was concealed, Su Nian rushed to open the door. Dad, why are you still awake at this late hour? Li Jianhong entered, surveying the surroundings, but his gaze lingered on the bulging blanket atop the bed. Xiao Nian, have you seen anyone? Su Nian shook her head. No, I've been sleeping and haven't seen anyone, she said, stifling a yawn. Li Jianhong, having lived a long life, could easily discern that Su Nian was lying. You truly haven't seen anyone? A servant at home mentioned that someone had stealthily entered, which is why I came to investigate. Su Nian immediately wanted to explain, but her words were interrupted by the elder. This reminds me of your Uncle Wang's daughter-in-law, who secretly brought someone in. Su Nian was taken aback by the old man's words, momentarily at a loss for a response. Li Jianhong continued, Nian Nian, I am not doubting your intentions. What I mean is, if you truly have clarity, then you should allow that young man to enter through the front door. Climbing over the wall poses risks. What if he were to get hurt, especially in the darkness of night when it's easy to misstep?
Su Nian remained silent,
while Li Beichen, concealed under the covers, felt the weight of the old man's gaze. He was well aware that his whereabouts could not remain hidden from the old man. Such remarks were deliberately directed at him. Yet, despite the circumstances, a sense of discomfort settled within Li Beichen. Nian Nian, I am sincere. I am not trying to deceive you. Unexpectedly, Li Jianhong adopted a serious demeanor, stating, Nian Nian, I am not jesting. You must not cling to a single tree. If this tree, Beichen, proves unworthy, then seek another. Regardless of what transpires, even if you do end up entangled with that insufferable boy, I will always be your father. Chapter 177. I am asking you to prove yourself, not to take advantage of me after bidding farewell to the old man. Su Nian turned to face Li Beichen and was startled by his expression. His countenance suggests that I owe him money. However, I cannot blame the old man for his remarks. He clearly intended for them to reach Li Beichen. This only underscores the poor character of that sycophant, as even his biological father cannot tolerate him. Moreover, he only knows how to show me a grim face. If he has the audacity, he should confront his own father instead. Approach Li Beichen, saying, Beichen, please do not overthink this. Father was merely joking. How could I ever betray you? You may not realize it, but you are etched into my heart, engraved within my very soul. Please do not misunderstand. She continued, when you have departed, I shall bring each new lover to your grave, parading them before you. What will you do then? Li Beichen's smile grew increasingly sinister as he responded. How will you prove it? As soon as he uttered those words, the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. Subsequently, Su Nian began to remove her clothing. Li Beichen seized her hand, pinning her down, and in a voice laced with frustration, he stated, I demand proof, not for you to take advantage of me. I believe that no matter how much I say, you will never trust me. You may think of me as a woman who spins tales. If that is the case, why not demonstrate my sincerity through action? She mused, I shall seize every opportunity to obtain your essence. Once I have it, this foolish admirer will learn the harsh realities of life. With a sardonic smile, he released her hand. Su Nian immediately adopted a sorrowful expression, lamenting, Indeed, in your eyes, everything I do is wrong. At this moment, you likely believe my very being is tainted, even though you have not verified it yourself. Beichen, this is unjust. Why are you perpetually so unfair to me? Are you trying to provoke me? Then you cling to me. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions?
Su Nian.
Su Nian gazed at this man. How could he act this way? Why does it feel as though I am coercing a virtuous woman? What kind of nonsense is this? It truly infuriates me. Beichen, I have no inclination for infidelity. As long as you are my wife, even if only by name, you shall never have the opportunity for such betrayal. The elder's attitude increasingly convinces Li Beichen that this woman truly remarried in a past life. And this notion becomes ever more tangible, deepening his sense of despair. Thus, as the conversation reached this juncture, he could not help but declare, "Even if I were to die, you shall not." These words caused Su Nian's body to tremble involuntarily. Subsequently, Li Beichen pulled her into his embrace. "Even if I were to die, I would remain by your side. I shall cling to you and ensure you do not betray me, for you willingly chose to become my wife, leaving you no opportunity for regret."
Su Nian.
What do you mean, even if I were to die, I would remain by your side? What kind of nonsense is this? Has this turned from a romance novel into a paranormal tale? Why was I not informed? This thought made Su Nian shudder at the image of Li Beichen haunting her as a ghost. Yet, witnessing her reaction lightened Li Beichen's mood considerably. Chapter 178. The Elder. Men are inherently foolish beings. The next day, Su Nian noticed workers installing something beneath her window. This reminded Su Nian of yesterday's events. Could it be? Just as the thought crossed her mind, Li Jianhong's exasperated voice echoed, "Nian Nian, I've told you before. What you need to do now is to maintain your composure. Why do you not take my words to heart? Do not be deceived by those petty tricks of Beichen." Su Nian. Subsequently, she discerned an expression of exasperation on Li Jianhong's face, as if lamenting her lack of understanding. At that moment, Su Nian felt a profound struggle within her. She even contemplated telling the old man that she was merely holding onto a script of being a devoted admirer of Li Beichen.
Now,
Su Nian genuinely felt the weight of the arduous script she had inherited in this rebirth. Though her heart brimmed with helplessness, she pondered what else she could do. Nevertheless, she cast a glance at the busy workers and couldn't help but inquire, "Dad, what if Beichen doesn't come?" To her surprise, upon hearing her question, Li Jianhong responded with unwavering certainty, "Nian Nian, this is where your misunderstanding lies. You must understand that men are inherently rebellious creatures. The more you forbid them from doing something, the more they yearn to pursue it. It's akin to disliking that Lan Shi, yet Beichen, like a bewitched little rabbit, strives relentlessly to approach that woman." Although Su Nian comprehended the logic behind his words, it felt rather peculiar to hear them from the old man's lips. There was an inexplicable strangeness that she couldn't quite articulate, yet it felt distinctly odd. Just then, the old man's secretary hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the visitor's countenance,
Li Jianhong's mood soared.
After all, he had long ceased to concern himself with the affairs of the company. The disquieting expression on his secretary's face could only indicate that the insufferable brat had once again wreaked havoc. What had transpired? Today, the Liu family abruptly severed their collaboration with the Hu family, while allegations surfaced regarding the Hu family significantly undercutting prices in their dealings. Intending to leverage this to sue them, the secretary spoke with utmost respect, and this revelation instantly piqued Su Nian's interest. How could this be? Given Li Beichen and Lu Jing's sycophantic tendencies, especially with Lan Si in such peril, should they not be exhausting every effort to rescue her?
Why then,
were they targeting Hu Linyuan? It was essential to remember that Hu Linyuan was indeed Lan Si's beloved. Upon hearing Li Jianhong's remarks, the secretary hastily exited. Li Jianhong was acutely aware that this matter bore Li Beichen's fingerprints, and he felt inclined to fan the flames. At that moment, Su Nian interjected, "Father, you could send someone to check on Lan Si's condition. You may consult the butler. Simply issue your commands. Here, those you wish to mobilize will do as you desire," he replied before hastily departing. Su Nian's mind sifted through the narrative of her past life and realized that she could find no semblance of such a plot. It was crucial to note that Lu Jing's character was crafted to do anything for Lan Si. The sudden betrayal of Hu Linyuan by Lu Jing, especially at a time when Lan Si's health was in jeopardy, contradicted the conventions of melodramatic storytelling, wherein the female protagonist requires the male protagonist's care during such crises. It was utterly implausible for Lu Jing's character to create turmoil at this juncture. Chapter 179. The perfect chess piece in the hospital room. Lan Yi frantically dialed the phone, desperately trying to reach Hu Linyuan, Li Beichen, and Lu Jing. Yet, none of these three men answered her calls. As she gazed at the news report on the television, a wave of panic washed over her. Why had Lu Jing suddenly betrayed Linyuan? What if Linyuan suspected her of colluding with Lu Jing and doubted her loyalty? Just then, a nurse entered the room to check on her. Lan Yi seized the nurse's arm. "Where are Beichen and Lu Jing?"
"Can you summon them?"
Miss Lan, your condition is quite fragile. You must not act recklessly, the nurse reassured her upon noticing her distress. However, Lan Yi was in no mood to heed her words. I must see them. Bring them to me, quickly.
I need to see them.
The more she insisted, the paler her complexion became. Seeing her in such a state, the nurse could no longer bear it and hurriedly called for a doctor. Soon, the ward was bustling with activity. This chaotic scene was captured entirely on surveillance, witnessed by both Li Beichen and Lu Jing. Watching Lan Yi's anguish, Lu Jing felt a deep unease. Torn between the desire to speak and the calculated plan, he had to let them fight among themselves for his own benefit. Li Beichen, observing Lu Jing's expression, deliberately remarked, "Just endure a little longer, Lan Yi. Once Huolin Yuan is out of the picture, you will belong solely to me. No one can contest that."
Indeed.
Those words rendered Lu Jing, who had been restless moments before, suddenly silent. Moreover, he directly mocked, "Li Beichen, you truly possess a talent for deception. If you genuinely cared for Lan'er, then witnessing her indifference should have stirred something within you. It seems to me that you harbor no feelings for her at all. Do you have any idea of the torment I feel? I feel as though I am being gnawed upon by countless insects. You are not privy to my innermost anguish. No one suffers more than I do." Li Beichen, having been ensnared by this so-called narrative for so long, finally grasped the underlying tone. However, if I do not act this way, Lan'er will remain oblivious to who truly cares for her. After all, I laid my heart bare before her, and she rejected it. At this moment, Li Beichen was resolute in his belief. After orchestrating Lu Jing's maneuver against Huolin Yuan, he had successfully infiltrated those around him, thus gleaning that Lu Jing exhibited no signs of distress following his confrontation with Huolin Yuan. Perhaps it was due to his lack of awakening, rendering him the perfect pawn, an ideal instrument to dismantle both Huolin Yuan and Lan'er. Indeed, as soon as those words left his lips, a look of disdain crossed Lu Jing's face. You are truly ruthless. If someone like you can win Lan'er's affection, then she must be the one with the problem. Unlike you, I prioritize her above all else. With those words, Lu Jing stormed out in a fit of anger. Li Beichen redirected his gaze to the surveillance footage. They were both in a frenzy despite not appearing on screen. He had specifically arranged for someone to keep him informed about Huolin Yuan's current situation. Simultaneously, Lu Jing's associates would whisper in Huolin Yuan's ear, thus ensuring that both the male and female protagonists were dealt with concurrently. Chapter 180. Lu Jing lacks for nothing when Li Beichen learned that the elder had begun to collaborate with friends to terminate the partnership with the Hor family. He couldn't help but ponder how Su Nian would react upon discovering his actions against Huolin Yuan at such a critical juncture. Surely, she would perceive his actions as an attempt to win over the woman, Lan Ji, and perhaps even find amusement in the situation from the shadows. However, that was of little consequence. Once Su Nian witnessed him successfully managing the so-called protagonists, all would be well. Li Beichen found himself curious about Su Nian's expression should that day ever arrive. He was genuinely looking forward to it. After diligently attending to some documents, Li Beichen paused in his tasks. Lin Su quickly presented him with a tablet, whereupon Li Beichen observed a shocking scene, Lan Ji bound with ropes, being roughly taken away, even enduring a few slaps along the way. Upon viewing the footage, Li Beichen nearly burst into laughter. Lu Jing was truly going to great lengths to sully the reputation of his rival. After all, what sort of woman would be attracted to a man who strikes women? He instructed Lin Su to ensure the doctor was vigilant, lest anything untoward happen to her. Lin Su understood. Li Beichen contemplated for a moment. Should Lu Jing wish to bribe the doctors, he should allow them to be generously compensated and act according to Lu Jing's wishes. But remember to advise them to set their prices a bit higher, for Lu Jing was not short on funds.
Lin Su,
who initially thought Li Beichen would instruct him to enhance Lan Ji's protection, was taken aback by this statement. To comprehend his position beside Li Beichen, one must recognize that he is acutely aware of Li Beichen's sentiments towards Lan Shi. His recent actions have left him utterly perplexed. Upon observing Lin Su's expression, Li Beichen grasped the underlying message and promptly remarked, "Do not extend excessive kindness to her. If you do, she will come to perceive all your gestures as mere obligations." In the ensuing days, Lan Shi's treatment deteriorated sharply. After all, Lu Jing, with his ulterior motives, intended to instill disappointment in both Huolin Yuan and Hu Beichen simultaneously. Such measures had to be severe. Without them, he could not hope to win over the coveted beauty. Consequently, the meticulously prepared nutritious meals that Lan Shi had previously enjoyed vanished, along with her dedicated caregivers. The doctors and nurses also ceased their attentive demeanor, and eventually the caregiver, exasperated, resorted to slapping her. This treatment only exacerbated Lan Shi's unease, intensifying her longing to see Li Beichen. In her eyes, a mere encounter with him would suffice to resolve all her troubles. Su Nian had to concede that Li Beichen's medicine was remarkably effective. Within just a couple of days, she found herself able to run and jump once more. During this time, she kept an eye on the developments concerning Huolin Yuan and Lu Jing. However, the recent decline in Lan Shi's treatment left Su Nian in a state of confusion. After all, she was the object of affection for 3 men. Why, then, was her treatment so abysmal? This very uncertainty prompted Su Nian to remain obediently at the ancestral home, observing the unfolding events. Of course, she did not remain idle. In her spare moments, she busied herself by penning love letters in her room. After all, she must portray a woman who loves yet cannot attain, one who has been wounded by Li Beichen. Well, it could be said that she is merely transcribing. After all, her brain cells are far too precious to squander on Li Beichen. Just as Su Nian was engrossed in her copying, a knock echoed through the air. Chapter 181. Is this acceptable? Su Nian had to concede that Li Beichen's medicine was indeed quite effective. Remarkably, within just a couple of days, she was able to run and jump once more. During these days, she had also been following the affairs of Huolin Yuan and Lu Jing. However, the treatment that Lan Shi had recently received left Su Nian somewhat perplexed. After all, she was the apple of 3 men's eyes. Why was her treatment so meager? This was precisely why Su Nian had been obediently staying at the old residence, observing the unfolding events. Of course, she was not entirely idle. In her spare time, she busied herself with writing love letters. After all, she had to convincingly embody a woman who loves yet cannot attain, one who has been wounded by Li Beichen.
Well,
it could be said that she was merely copying from the internet. Just as Su Nian was immersed in her transcription, a knock resounded once more. She set down her pen and went to answer the door. Upon opening it, she found a servant standing at the threshold. "Madam, Miss Lan has arrived and is waiting at the door. Would you like to go see her?" Lan Shi had come? At this, Su Nian let out a soft chuckle. Since the leading lady had arrived, she certainly had to pay her a visit. As Su Nian approached the entrance, she almost failed to recognize Lan Shi, who appeared utterly disheveled. At this moment, Lan Ji was utterly disheveled, her face marred by wounds, a stark contrast to her usual delicate and pitiable demeanor, resembling a madwoman instead. "Su Nian, where is Beichen? What have you said to him that has compelled him to treat me this way?"
Epanspating Su Nian.
Lan Ji instinctively rushed towards her. However, before she could reach her, a servant intervened. "What have you said to Beichen? Why have you confined me to the hospital? Why won't you let me see him?" Listening to these words, Su Nian was utterly bewildered. "Li Beichen has locked you in the hospital and refuses to see you? How is that even possible?" Just as Su Nian stood there in confusion, a group of men clad in black suits burst in. Initially, she thought they were the male protagonist's subordinates, but soon a man violently seized Lan Ji by her hair. Su Nian was taken aback.
Li Beichen's men?
Treating Lan Ji this way? That simply cannot be. It was well known that Li Beichen, in his infatuation, would go to great lengths to place the world at Lan Ji's feet. How could he possibly act in such a manner? Mr. Li has offered Miss Lan an opportunity. All she needed to do was choose him, yet she failed to cherish it. Therefore, Mr. Li has no choice but to adopt more forceful measures to make her understand who truly cares for her and to whom she belongs.
Following this,
the men in black roughly dragged Lan Ji away, the entire episode marked by brutality. Su Nian's mind was in turmoil. What on earth was happening? Why would Li Beichen act in such a manner? However, before Su Nian could call anyone to investigate, Li Jianhong appeared by her side. If it truly was that little rascal, then so be it. Upon hearing this, Su Nian looked at the old man with confusion. Li Jianhong continued, "It is someone from Lu Jing. In order to make Lan Qi completely lose hope in Bei Chen and Huolin Yuan, he seeks to benefit as a bystander. Thus, he has bribed Bei Chen's associates to torment Lan Qi under the guise of Bei Chen. After listening, Su Nian was taken aback. Is this really possible? Li Bei Chen, Dad, do you genuinely wish for Su Nian and me to be together? Why then? Take credit for my efforts. Su Nian found herself at a loss for words, and even felt a twinge of sympathy for Lan Qi, recalling her recent misfortunes. Yet Li Jianhong, not one to have lived for so many years without insight, immediately discerned Su Nian's thoughts and let out a deep sigh. Nian Nian, my dear, I recognize your kindness, but sometimes excessive kindness can lead to unfortunate outcomes. Lan Qi's current plight is well-deserved. If she were not so indecisive among 2 or even 3 men, she would not find herself in this situation. Chapter 182. Nightmare Dad, I understand. Su Nian replied with a smile. Yet, the unease within her continued to grow, for nothing of this sort had transpired in her previous life. She was uncertain whether the current circumstances were a blessing or a curse, especially since she had yet to retrieve the ink treasure. I am merely a bit concerned. This situation feels rather chaotic. That chaos belongs to them. No matter how they stir things up, it must not affect us. Su Nian, Dad, if there are any updates, could you please inform me? I find this situation exceedingly chaotic and feel a sense of unease. Of course, Li Jianhong readily agreed. However, upon noticing Su Nian's troubled expression, he felt compelled to offer some words of comfort. Nian Nian, we are merely spectators in this drama, regardless of how it unfolds or concludes. It bears no relevance to us. Do not allow the affairs of those unrelated to you to weigh heavily on your heart. My Nian Nian is an intelligent individual. I trust you comprehend my meaning. Su Nian nodded, though her smile carried a hint of bitterness. That evening, a sudden bolt of lightning cleaved through the sky, as if it had torn the heavens asunder. This was followed by a deafening roar that jolted Su Nian from her slumber. She curled her legs to her chest, trembling uncontrollably. In truth, after realizing she had entered a fictional narrative, she harbored no particular thoughts. This was primarily because, for Su Nian, it made little difference in which world she existed. Her previous life in the so-called reality had begun in an orphanage, devoid of any semblance of family or friends. It was only after arriving in this new world and forming a bond with Mo Bao that she began to feel a sense of home, a connection to those of her own blood. However, following the events of the day, Su Nian found herself engulfed in panic. With such a significant alteration in the plot of her life, would Mo Bao still come to her side? Despite her awareness that fate was not likely to be overly kind to her, the uncertainty loomed large. The bond between Su Nian and Mo Bao, forged over a lifetime as mother and child, should have sufficed. Yet, she found herself unable to restrain the insatiable desire within her heart. After all, this was a kinship intertwined with her very blood, a family of her own creation. Must she truly endure a life of solitude? With her eyes tightly shut,
Su Nian contemplated her fate.
She could bear the darkness, yet she had savored the light. At that moment, a sudden laughter echoed in the dim room, startling Su Nian into alertness. She swiftly raised her head to behold a man emerging from the shadows, approaching her. Captivated by his presence, she instinctively rose and embraced him. Mo Bao, Mother has finally found you. Li Beichen understood all too well that this woman was clinging to the memory of their future son. How to articulate such an emotion was beyond her. It was ineffable. Are you here to send me a dream, to reveal how I might bring you forth, Mo Bao? You are the wisest of all. Can you not unveil the means by which I can summon you? I have exhausted every possible avenue. Why is it so arduous? Li Beichen could acutely sense the woman's sorrow, even as the cacophony of her thoughts faded into the background. Yet, he felt a sense of helplessness in how to respond. Ultimately, he could only gently pat her back, offering solace to Su Nian. Chapter 183. His life, his own to command when Li Beichen arrived at the office. The dawn had fully broken, illuminating the surroundings with a bright light. In his mind, he could not help but recall the image of Su Nian weeping bitterly in his embrace last night. He found himself feeling that the surroundings lacked the brilliance of the previous evening. Upon this thought entering Li Beichen's mind, a smile crept upon his lips. Just then, The door was forcefully flung open. Li Beichen, what have you done to Lan Qi? Li Beichen repressed the smile that adorned his lips and turned to face the voice, only to be met with the furious countenance of Lu Jing. He was well aware of Lu Jing's intentions. It was merely an act to make the charade more convincing, to allow Lan Qi to truly believe that the torment she had endured over the past few days was at his hands. After all, Lu Jing had intruded into his office seeking trouble only after discovering how he had treated her. Lu Jing approached Li Beichen, seizing his shirt with a fierce grip. You instructed me to deal with Huo Linyuan, and I complied. However, I am not a fool, oblivious to being your pawn. I acted solely for Lan Qi. Yet you have now crossed my threshold. I genuinely question whether you truly love her. Lu Jing had long since devised this plan. He used this pretext to confront Li Beichen, intending to deliver a thorough beating to this insufferable man. By doing so, he would not only seize Li Beichen's initiative, but also teach this reckless individual a lesson. Had it not been for his meddling, Lu Jing was certain he would have already won the heart of the woman he desired. I have never erred in my actions. With that, a tremendous uproar erupted in the office of the president of the Li Corporation. 3 minutes later, Lu Jing lay sprawled on the floor, his face contorted in pain, while Li Beichen remained impeccably composed, his attire unruffled. I am curious. It is not the first or second time that I have struck you. Yet you always seem oblivious to the fact that you cannot defeat me. Li Beichen's voice resonated with a faint hint of perplexity, laced with a full measure of derision. Lu Jing. Nonsense, I am a man. I cannot retreat. Li Beichen, just wait, for there shall come a day when I will surpass you, and I shall leave you searching for your teeth. In that moment, Lu Jing silently vowed to himself that he must strive harder.
Li Beichen regarda Lu Jing.
And at that moment, he felt a sense of relief, thankful that his so-called persona was not as foolish as Lu Jing's. If he were truly that foolish, he believed there would be no reason for him to exist in this world. Never mind, it would be best to refrain from such futile discussions. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Have you forgotten about Lan Ji's health? In truth, her condition is still tied to Huo Linyuan. If we can resolve the issue with Huo Linyuan, then Lan Ji shall not suffer. Lu Jing rose to his feet. I shall not let anyone stand in my way. I must deal with Huo Linyuan, for the kidney transplant is crucial for Jir. If Jir continues to be afflicted by Huo Linyuan's actions, then the surgery will merely address surface issues rather than the root cause. Indeed, after Li Beichen uttered these words, he discerned a glimmer of triumph in Lu Jing's gaze. He knew his plan had succeeded. This time, he intended to leverage Lu Jing's influence to simultaneously strike at both Huo Linyuan and Lan Ji. And even if he did not achieve complete success, it would surely leave them both significantly weakened. At that moment, he felt detached from the so-called narrative. In the subsequent narrative, he could exploit the second and third Lu Jing, thereby effortlessly dealing with the so-called protagonists of this world. No longer constrained by the plot, he is his own master, not merely a sycophantic second male lead. His life is his to command. Chapter 184. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Su Nian vigilantly monitored the news, listening intently as Li Beichen descended into the fray, joining forces with Lu Jing in their assault. She heard how Lan Yi was treated like a lunatic in the hospital, ultimately being bound to her bed. All of this unfolded in stark contrast to the narrative she had remembered. With each piece of news, her unease intensified. As a mere insignificant supporting character, Su Nian felt utterly unqualified to participate in the main storyline. It was as if a knife hung precariously above her head, threatening to drop at any moment. This sensation was profoundly distressing, leaving her restless in her room day after day. However, her days of anxious uncertainty were soon to come to an end. The reason for this was her encounter with Huo Linyuan. As she beheld him approaching, Su Nian instinctively recoiled. Why are you here? Why shouldn't I be here? Currently, Li Beichen and Lu Jing are embroiled in relentless pursuit, and I should be at the Huo Corporation, frantically dealing with the troubles they have caused me. Yet, here I am. As Su Nian absorbed Huo Linyuan's words, a chill coursed through her. She had overlooked a critical detail. This was a Klitsch Mary Su narrative.
Now,
Lan Qi's condition has deteriorated, and her only salvation lies within her own kidneys. How could the male protagonist, Hua Linyuan, remain idle in such a dire situation? Meanwhile, the old master's attention is fixated on seizing this opportunity to eliminate the Hua family. Today, the old master sought out old friends for a banquet, leaving the ancestral home devoid of anyone but herself. Hua Linyuan, you must not act recklessly. Regardless of the circumstances, I am still Li Beichen's wife, the young mistress of the Li family. Should you dare to harm me, the Li family will not let you off the hook, Su Nian declared, her mind racing as she spoke her lines. With such a significant shift in the narrative, she could not guarantee her own survival. Given the circumstances, she might as well comply with him. After all, her kidney no longer belonged to her. I might as well give it to someone, Su Nian shrugged in resignation. However, I hope, Mr. Hua, that you can take good care of your woman. I would rather not lose my kidney only to remain without a husband. Hua Linyuan turned away, dismissing her. You lack the qualifications to negotiate with me. Su Nian thought to herself, utterly exasperated, I am sacrificing a kidney, and yet you treat me so unjustly. She then followed Hua Linyuan obediently. It must be said that Hua Linyuan had indeed made thorough preparations this time. However, upon witnessing this, Su Nian could not help but laugh, for she was acutely aware that no one would come to her aid. Even if the old master learned of her abduction and rushed to rescue her, Li Beichen would undoubtedly intervene for Lan Qi. Thus, her current predicament truly felt as though she were calling out to the heavens with no response, and appealing to the earth with no relief.
Now,
Su Nian is acutely aware that she can rely solely on herself. Chapter 185. That power emerges again. As the vehicle traverses its path, Su Nian remains vigilant, awaiting the opportune moment to leap from the car and seize the chance to escape. Admittedly, she understands that such actions may appear somewhat foolish. However, this is a common trope in television dramas. As for the likelihood of success, it is merely a procedural step. Su Nian is fully cognizant that her kidneys must remain unscathed. She must ensure her body has health to bear a healthy Mo Bao. For the sake of Mo Bao, she must fight fiercely. Just as Su Nian notices the vehicle veering onto a familiar road, preparing to act, a voice crackles over the intercom from the front seat. Attention! We are under attack. Maintain defensive positions. The driver immediately triggers the alarm, and the vehicle begins to lurch violently. Su Nian grips the handhold tightly, yet struggles to stabilize herself. At that moment, their vehicle is violently struck, flipping over. With all her strength, Su Nian manages to crawl out from the wreckage, her ears ringing with a deafening sound.
Su Nian, Su Nian.
It seems she hears someone calling her name. Suddenly, the car beside her erupts in an explosion. The immense noise causes Su Nian to collapse onto the ground. Su Nian, are you alright? Li Beichen appears before her, his eyes ablaze with fury. He roughly yanked the person up, meticulously inspecting Su Nian's body. Only when he found no visible wounds did he finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Li Beichen.
You must release Su Nian at once, or face the consequences, came Hua Linyuan's voice, prompting him to turn around immediately. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to kill this man. He never anticipated that Hua Linyuan would seize this opportunity to attack the old residents and abduct Su Nian. The thought of what might happen to Su Nian if Hua Linyuan succeeded was too dreadful for Li Beichen to contemplate. Hua Linyuan, do you truly believe that I would hand my wife over to you? Hua Linyuan merely laughed. Ha ha, wife. Li Beichen, how amusing that you can utter such a word. When you were entangled with my woman, did you ever consider that you had a wife? And now you suddenly remember. The two parties stood at a standoff. After Hua Linyuan spoke, both sides readied their weapons. Li Beichen tightened his hold on the person in his arms. Then come and try. See if you can take my wife. At that moment, a violent confrontation ensued. Hua Linyuan, the male protagonist, advanced step by step toward Li Beichen and the others. Su Nian, observing the approaching figure, felt a chill from the formidable aura he emanated. Do not be afraid. I will protect you, he assured. Upon hearing these words, Su Nian instinctively lifted her gaze. Although she understood that this man spoke such words to save his beloved, the unwavering determination in his eyes calmed her previously frantic heart. Li Beichen held Su Nian tightly in his embrace with one hand while fiercely engaging in combat with Hua Linyuan with the other. Despite the tumultuous circumstances, Every punch he threw was imbued with fierce intent, demonstrating that he was not, in any way, at a disadvantage. Li Beichen, you profess your love for Lan Ji. Yet is this truly how you express it? Binding Su Nian and threatening me, are you not afraid of what may befall her? Li Beichen recognized that Huoli Nguyen's words were crafted to distract him, but the latter would inevitably be disappointed. At that moment, however, Li Beichen's pupils dilated in alarm, for that formidable force had re-emerged. Chapter 186. Such words should never escape the mouth of Huoli Nguyen, lest he allow the narrative to dictate his actions. Panic surged within Li Beichen's heart. Damn it, at this moment, his body was being commandeered by the storyline. He exerted every ounce of strength to grasp Su Nian's hand, striving to regain control of his own body. You are unworthy of loving Jie. Thus, I have never regarded you as my enemy. I must show Jie your true self. Taking advantage of this distraction, Huoli Nguyen landed a powerful blow on Li Beichen. In his moment of losing bodily autonomy, Li Beichen had no chance to resist and fell to his knees. Yet, even in defeat, he did not relinquish his grip on Su Nian's hand. Su Nian sensed that something was amiss with Li Beichen. Beichen, what is wrong? Upon hearing her voice, Li Beichen felt a surge of strength and rose to his feet. At that moment, veins bulged on his forehead as he summoned every ounce of his power to roar. Su Nian is my wife. No one shall take her from me. Hey, your wife. Do you not find this somewhat amusing? When did Li Beichen ever regard this woman as a spouse? If you truly considered her your wife, you would not be entangled with my beloved. Li Beichen, even if you seek justification, could you not resort to such absurd reasoning? This rationale is genuinely laughable. With Huoli Nguyen's words, Li Beichen felt his strength wane once more. He understood that Huoli Nguyen's remark served as a veiled reminder of his own persona, a script he was once again compelled to follow. He struggled to grasp Su Nian, yet his power continued to diminish. He gazed at Su Nian, who, in that moment, was equally taken aback by his expression. She believed she must be losing her mind to entertain such thoughts, yet, inexplicably, she found herself clasping Li Beichen's hand. Their fingers intertwined, while Huoli Nguyen's assault showed no sign of abating. He fought valiantly against it. Li Beichen was now on the defensive, seeking an opportunity, a chance to silence Huoli Nguyen. A decisive blow was necessary. Only then would Huoli Nguyen cease to utter words that dictated the course of the narrative. At last, Li Beichen discovered his opportunity. However, holding Su Nian's hand diminished the strength of his fist, rendering him incapable of delivering a fatal strike. The only solution lay in releasing her hand. But if he let go, success and failure often hinge upon a single thought. He released her. Then he charged fervently towards Huoli Nguyen. In that instant, Li Beichen's strength evaporated. Huoli Nguyen's fist connected squarely with his abdomen. Yet this time, he felt no pain.
Why?
Be careful. In that instant, Su Nian positioned herself protectively in front of him. No one shall lay a finger on the father of my child. Su Nian resolutely intercepted Huoli Nguyen's punch meant for Li Beichen. Li Beichen, do you truly wish to witness Lan Qi's demise? I understand your desire to win her heart with this tactic, but given the current circumstances, you should be concerned for Lan Qi's life, which hangs in the balance. Do you wish to obtain her lifeless body instead? Then, Li Beichen saw Huoli Nguyen seize Su Nian and begin to drag her away. No, this cannot be. He could not allow Su Nian to be taken by Huoli Nguyen in such a manner. Chapter 187. Even the King of Heaven cannot take Su Nian away. If Su Nian were truly abducted, what fate awaited her? Would Huoli Nguyen bind her to an operating table and extract her kidneys? The world might lose a woman named Su Nian. If such a world existed, he would never again hear her nonsensical chatter. The more Li Beichen contemplated this, the more his body trembled, overtaken by an unprecedented terror. No, he could never permit such a calamity to unfold. At that moment, as he watched Su Nian being gradually taken away, he finally comprehended just how profoundly important this woman, who often spoke without restraint, was to him. Thus, he desperately sought to reclaim control over his body, striving to break free from the constraints that bound him. He simply could not allow Huoli Nguyen to take Su Nian away so easily, even if it meant risking his life. He could not allow Huoli Nguyen to take Su Nian away. At that moment, the sky opened up, and rain began to pour down. The large raindrops fell upon him, yet Li Beichun remained utterly oblivious.
Su Nian.
He roared, her name echoing with fury as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Gritting his teeth, he rose to his feet. At that instant, it felt as though a dagger had been plunged deep into his heart. Yet, Li Beichun seemed to be impervious to the pain. A singular thought consumed him. He must not allow Huolinyuan to take Su Nian away. With each step he took, it felt as if countless barriers loomed before him. But what of it? Today, he was determined to shatter them all. Not even the heavens themselves could prevent him from securing Su Nian. He closed the distance to Huolinyuan and landed a powerful punch squarely on the man's face, seizing Su Nian from his grasp. Su Nian, I will not let any harm befall you, not even a hair's breadth. In truth, Su Nian had always perceived her role in this drama as that of a mere bystander, merely going through the motions, even wishing to be whisked away by the male lead to expedite the conclusion. However, at this moment, the intensity in Li Beichun's gaze rendered her breathless. Why did he wear such an expression? Seizing his chance, he delivered a kick to Huolinyuan's chest and, gripping Su Nian tightly, raced backwards. Behind them, Huolinyuan was in pursuit. Su Nian could feel the unwavering resolve of the man holding her hand. Bullets whizzed past their ears. Just then, a car careened into their path, halting abruptly to block their escape. Upon seeing the car, Li Beichun instinctively shielded the person in his embrace. Could it be that fate was truly so relentless towards them? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Jing emerged from the vehicle. Li Beichun, leave this to me. I will handle this scoundrel. You all should leave. The moment Li Beichun laid eyes on Lu Jing, a flicker of hope reignited within him. At that moment, he wasted no time in shoving Su Nian into the car and taking the driver's seat, accelerating away without hesitation. As he departed, he caught sight of Lu Jing charging towards the antagonist. Author's note: alas, it is indeed our Lu Xiao who bears the brunt of it all. Chapter 188. Asleep. And all will be well. He laid her gently on the bed. It's all right now. It's all right. I shall not allow such occurrences to happen again. Never again. At that moment, Li Beichun observed Su Nian's vacant expression. He strained to listen, hoping to hear the jumbled musings that usually filled her thoughts. Yet he heard nothing. Just as he was about to call for the doctor urgently, Li Jianhong hurried in. He immediately confronted Li Beichun, shouting, "What on earth do you intend to do, Li Beichun? How could you possibly use Su Nian as bait? How could you be so heartless?" As he spoke, he attempted to pull her up, but this time he could not budge her.
Just then, the family doctor arrived.
Upon witnessing the scene before him, he trembled slightly. Just as he contemplated that perhaps his arrival was ill-timed and was about to make his exit, Li Jianhong bellowed, "What do you intend to do? You actually came here?" So hasten to show Nian Nian. Delaying her condition is unacceptable. You will pay for this. The family doctor swiftly arrived. Although Li Jianhong was visibly furious, he recognized that this was not the moment for an outburst and released Li Beichun. During the examination, Li Beichun's mind was plagued by the haunting image of the explosion that had just transpired near Su Nian. At that moment, he was consumed by fear. What if something happened to Su Nian? What if this world were devoid of someone named Su Nian, someone who could express her thoughts so freely in his heart? The terror he felt was beyond articulation. Fortunately, come outside with me for a moment. Li Jianhong's rationality improved slightly. Do not feign such concern for Nian Nian. However, Li Beichun showed no inclination to move, which rekindled Li Jianhong's simmering anger. I am right here. I am not going anywhere. Had Li Jianhong not been wary of disturbing Su Nian, he would have relished the opportunity to reprimand this fellow thoroughly. She is truly unscathed, isn't she? Why does Nian Nian's gaze appear so vacant? I warn you, if you speak carelessly, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. The family doctor's expression changed upon hearing these words. At that moment, Li Beichun suddenly leaned closer to Su Nian's ear and whispered, "Sleep now. Take a rest. And all will be well. This is but a dream." Upon hearing this, Su Nian closed her eyes. "Father, I understand your current emotions. However, regardless of your desires, we must await Su Nian's awakening and confirm her well-being." At that moment, You may choose to treat me as you wish. Li Beichen's voice was hoarse. His words elicited a smile from Li Jianhong. Yet, he recognized the truth in Li Beichen's statement. Thus, even though he felt an overwhelming urge to confront this man physically, he chose to endure. Taking a deep breath, Li Jianhong proceeded to the outside. After all, the audacity of Huo Linyuan to invade the ancestral home of the Li family and abduct his daughter-in-law was a profound disgrace. Not only to him, but to the entire Li lineage. If no action were taken, it would portray the Li family as weak and easily bullied, allowing the Huo family to wreak havoc at will. Chapter 189. Goodness, what has happened to this man's eyes? Did he sneak out last night? Li Beichen remained vigilantly by Su Nian's side, having kept watch throughout the night. For Li Beichen, this night was the most excruciating he could recall. His mind was plagued by thoughts of his misjudgments, constantly contemplating how to navigate the risks associated with confronting the so-called male protagonist, neglecting the potential ramifications for Su Nian. During this night, Li Beichen came to a realization. This chaotic and nonsensical woman had somehow infiltrated his heart, quietly and seamlessly, like a gentle spring rain. He grasped her hand tightly, resolute in his determination to prevent any further harm from befalling her. When the realization dawned, it was already too late to intervene. Gazing at Su Nian's tranquil visage, Li Beichen felt a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips. As the sun gradually ascended, heralding the arrival of a new day, Su Nian finally opened her eyes. At that moment, upon witnessing her awakening, Li Beichen found himself at a loss for words to articulate the overwhelming emotions stirring within him, akin to a soul lost at the end of a road suddenly glimpsing the light of hope. Just as he prepared to speak, Su Nian's thoughts echoed in his mind. What on earth happened to his eyes? Did he sneak out last night? Li Beichen remained silent, while Su Nian blinked in confusion. At that moment, the voice of Li Jianhong broke the stillness. Nian Nian, are you awake? Upon hearing his voice, Su Nian promptly sat up. Observing her movement, Li Jianhong hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, Nian Nian, you are finally awake. Do you have any idea how frightened I was yesterday? What would I have done if something had happened to you? In response to his concern, Su Nian instinctively pulled her hand away from Li Beichen's grasp and attempted to rise from the bed. However, before she could fully descend, Li Beichen swiftly covered her with a blanket, insisting, your body requires ample rest. You cannot get out of bed. I'm fine, truly, I am, Su Nian reassured him. As Li Beichen regarded her, he became acutely aware that Su Nian had endured a lifetime of suffering. After all, he had traversed an arduous path to confront the so-called male lead, only to arrive at this outcome, revealing the profound hardships Su Nian had faced in her previous life. Moreover, in her previous life, Su Nian had to consider the child. If she were to confront him. At that moment, the voice of the old man resonated. Nian Nian, I'm relieved you are well. You may not realize how terrified I was yesterday. It truly frightened my old bones. I kept vigil over you all night, consumed by fear of what I would say to your parents if anything were to happen to you. Li Beichen. He then beheld the sight of Su Nian moved to tears. When I awoke and saw Li Beichen, I was slightly bewildered. When did this devoted admirer develop a conscience? It seems I was mistaken. Father is truly wonderful. I even believe he may care for me more than my biological parents.
No.
I must treat him as my true father, for he shall indeed become my father from now on, and I will certainly honor him well. Chapter 190. It was merely an accident. Father, I apologize for causing you concern. I am fine, truly. Li Jianhong felt a twinge of guilt under Su Nian's gaze. After all, he had fabricated the story. He had not truly kept watch over her all night. Yet, at his age, pride was paramount. This incident was his oversight. He had failed to secure the old residence properly, allowing Huo Linyuan to breach it with such ease. However, upon reflection, since Li Beichen had no desire to be associated with Su Nian, he likely would not expose him. Rest assured, I shall not allow such an occurrence to transpire again. I have already instructed to enhance the security measures here manifold. I guarantee that not even a mosquito could infiltrate this place. Upon witnessing the elder's distress, Su Nian swiftly offered her reassurances. Father, this was merely an unforeseen incident. After all, None could have anticipated that Huolin Yuan would set his sights upon this location. Therefore, it is not your fault. Please do not be too harsh on yourself. Moreover, this event has already transpired, and even if you were to blame yourself, it will not alter the outcome, but rather adversely affect your health. So, please refrain from overthinking it. This only deepened Li Jianhong's sense of guilt. How could he have been so blind as to overlook such a remarkable woman? It was clear that this place was no longer safe, and Su Nian ought to avoid remaining here any longer. Li Beichen's remark shattered the tender atmosphere. Upon hearing this, Li Jianhong furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger crossing his face. Why shouldn't she stay here? That incident was merely an accident, and I will not permit such a thing to happen again. Furthermore, if you claim this place is unsafe, do enlighten me as to where is safer than here. Li Jianhong's dissatisfaction with Li Beichen had reached its zenith. Upon hearing those words, Li Jianhong chuckled. Had this been in another time, he would have found joy in his son's newfound understanding. However, in the wake of recent events, he could only find it amusing. She immediately stepped before Li Beichen and said, "Your presence, I truly fail to comprehend how you could utter such words. Do not forget the reasons behind these events. You are the instigator of it all. It was you, Li Beichen, who sought to please your beloved through Nian's body. Had it not been for your actions, none of this would have transpired." This left Li Beichen speechless, as memories of compelling Su Nian too surfaced in his mind, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. At that moment, upon hearing her words, Su Nian instinctively realized her opportunity had arrived. She intended to utter some light-hearted remarks, yet for some reason, upon meeting Li Beichen's gaze, words eluded her. Alas, Li Beichen appears truly pitiful. He and Mo Bao share such a father-son resemblance, even in their expressions of distress. Perhaps, for Mo Bao's sake, I shall offer this fellow some kind words, considering his actions were merely dictated by that absurd plot, which cannot truly reflect his intentions. Dad, please do not blame Beichen. Upon hearing this, Li Jianhong sighed. Nian, you are exceedingly kind. Despite your situation, you still speak on behalf of this fellow. In doing so, who will suffer if not you? Chapter 191. Is he attempting to rectify my error? It is not kindness. Even if Beichen has erred in the past, I believe he shall not allow such matters to recur.
Su Nian merely spoke casually.
However, to her surprise, after uttering those words, she heard Li Beichen's affirming voice. Indeed, I will not allow such a thing to occur. This voice caused Su Nian's body to momentarily stiffen. Subsequently, she turned to face Li Beichen, where she observed the resolute expression etched upon his face. For reasons unknown, as she gazed at his unwavering demeanor, she found herself devoid of any doubt. Yet, Li Jianhong interjected, "Is it enough for you to simply say that? Beichen, regardless of your thoughts, my bottom line is that Nian must not suffer in the slightest. Therefore, after what has transpired, if you still wish to take Nian from me, I must tell you, dream on." Li Beichen, however, said nothing further, and directly lifted Su Nian into his arms. "What are you doing, Li Beichen? You insolent boy, what do you intend to do? I warn you, if you act recklessly, do not blame me for being impolite." Li Jianhong's face was a mask of fury. Li Beichen then wrapped Su Nian in a nearby suit jacket. "Father, can you guarantee that Su Nian will always remain by your side?" This question rendered Li Jianhong speechless. In truth, the safest place was beside one another. Apart from their proximity, any other location would render Su Nian vulnerable to Huolin Yuan's schemes. Li Jianhong found himself at a loss for words. For no matter how dearly he cared for Su Nian, he was still her father-in-law. If Su Nian were to be constantly at his side, it would not bode well for her reputation should word get out. "Father, I understand your concerns. However, I solemnly swear that I shall never cause harm to Su Nian, nor shall I permit others to inflict any injury upon her. From this moment forth, I shall dedicate my very existence to protecting her." Having been away from the old residence for quite some time, Su Nian could not help but gaze at the man beside her. His words echoed in her mind. She admitted that, at that moment, she was somewhat taken aback by Li Beichen's demeanor, yet now, her predominant feelings were curiosity and confusion. Has this fellow's sense of responsibility been ignited? No. Even if this devoted man has had his sense of duty awakened, it should not manifest in relation to me. Could it be that he has drawn me close solely to facilitate threats against Lin Yuan and Lan Yi? Furthermore, if Lan Yi encounters any health issues, he could swiftly utilize me. Do you also presume that my intentions are to ensure that, in the event of Lan Yi's misfortune, I could promptly summon you for surgery? Upon hearing Li Beichen articulate his innermost thoughts, she widened her eyes in disbelief and immediately waved her hands, saying, Beichen, how could I possibly think that? If I am willing to be with you, it is because I trust you. Listening to her chaotic musings, Li Beichen reached out and drew her into his embrace. I know you may not trust me at this moment, but I shall demonstrate to you that I am no longer the same person. In the past, I indeed made some mistakes, yet I will rectify each and every one of them moving forward. His words left Su Nian in a state of perplexity, observing the expression of uncertainty on her face.
Li Beichen smiled.
He was aware that speaking these words now would surely not convince Su Nian. However, it mattered little, for they had ample time ahead. He could gradually rectify his mistakes and demonstrate his sincerity to her. What does Li Beichen mean by this? Does he intend to amend my error?
Li Beichen.
Chapter 192. Unfortunately, this fellow Li Beichen was destined for an early demise. Upon arriving at their destination, Li Beichen promptly lifted Su Nian from the car. Throughout the entire process, he ensured that her feet never touched the ground. He began to orchestrate security measures, intensifying the manpower, seemingly determined to transform the place into an impenetrable fortress. Even so, Li Beichen remained slightly dissatisfied and summoned Zhou Su. Go arrange for a few high-security vehicles for our convenience. Upon hearing this, Zhou Su immediately departed to fulfill the task, after which he attended to some additional matters. Once finished, Li Beichen settled onto the sofa, contemplating his next course of action. Having resolved to win Su Nian's heart, he recognized the necessity of altering her perception of him, compelling her to regard him as her husband. The thought elicited a faint chuckle from Li Beichen. As he recalled Su Nian's demeanor towards him, it appeared that this transformation would indeed prove challenging. In this moment of reflection, he could not help but press his fingers to his brow. Meanwhile, in the bedroom, Su Nian was similarly engrossed in contemplation. Clutching the blanket, she felt a sense of inadequacy wash over her, realizing that she was somewhat moved by Li Beichen's words. With a heavy sigh, Su Nian could not suppress her emotions. Clutching the quilt and murmuring to herself, she lamented, what a pity that this fellow, Li Beichen, is destined for an early demise. Yet, his exterior is indeed striking. Contemplating the possibility of altering Li Beichen's life trajectory, Su Nian tightened her grip on the quilt. Must she truly forsake Mo Bao, relinquishing her only connection by blood, for the sake of a mere infatuation? It hardly seems worthwhile. As this thought crossed her mind, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. Even if I were to save Li Beichen and transform his life, he would never become me. After all, his persona is that of a sycophant. Su Nian, what are you truly pondering? What is there to be so entangled about? A sense of amusement washed over her. She mused that should she dare to risk altering Li Beichen's fate, even if she were to bear his child, his nature would undoubtedly prevent him from letting her go. Even if the old master were to protect her, given Li Beichen's disposition, it was plausible he might indeed bind her to the operating table. As this notion took hold, her wavering heart gradually settled. She closed her eyes, curling into a ball. Yet at that moment, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted her solitude. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt a sudden weight behind her. Are you frightened? These simple words caused Su Nian's body to stiffen slightly. She then distinctly sensed the man carefully enveloping her in his embrace. However, she remained silent, eyes shut, as only the sound of their breathing lingered in the darkness. Just when Li Beichen thought Su Nian had fallen asleep, her voice resonated once more. Why hasn't this fellow left yet? My feet are cramping. At this point, what more does he want? Li Beichen remained silent. What else could he do but release Su Nian? She perked up her ears, listening intently for any sound from him. Upon confirming his silence, she let out a sigh of relief. After all, she had been desperate to use the restroom for quite some time. Being a malicious supporting character is no easy task. Even the simplest needs cannot be addressed freely. However, as Su Nian sat up, she was taken aback to find Li Beichen sitting right beside her. Their eyes met, and before he could utter a word, she hastily dashed towards the bathroom. "Oh no, I forgot that the cake I bought last time must have expired. My stomach."
Su Nian exclaimed.
"I want someone," she declared. "I want a heart," Li Beichen replied. This exchange may seem somewhat abrupt in terms of emotions, but fear not. I shall provide an explanation later. I will craft it meticulously, not merely with whimsy, but with utmost care to ensure perfection. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed readers for your subscriptions. Your support signifies your affection for my work, and I promise to strive for more updates. Chapter 193. The Old Man. Nian Nian. One need not necessarily hang oneself on a single tree. I believe we must address this issue from its roots. Li Jianhong gazed at Su Nian with a solemn expression, while she obediently sat up straight. Li Jianhong grasped her hand firmly, saying, "Nian Nian, this incident has served as a wake-up call for me. I can no longer afford to be so selfish. You are a wonderful girl, and you should not be tarnished by my son's actions. Thus, I believe our fates have reached a natural conclusion." These words left Su Nian in a state of shock, while they prompted Li Beichen to sit up straight.
"Dad, what do you mean by that?"
he inquired. But Li Jianhong chose to disregard his son's question. "Nian Nian, there are countless individuals in this world. It is unnecessary to hang one's hopes on a single tree. With your beauty, you could easily find a man far superior to Beichen. You need not involve yourself in their affairs. Truly, I am frightened that you may encounter danger. If anything were to transpire because of this fellow, I would be unable to face your father." Li Jianhong was roused by Li Beichen's words. Yet, in his mind, the only safe haven for her was by his side. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he understood that if that Lan Qi were to cause any trouble, this insufferable brat would undoubtedly be the first to abandon Su Nian. "Dad, I appreciate your good intentions, but this is my life," Li Beichen replied. Li Jianhong continued to persuade her. "Do not speak of it as merely your life. It should not be so. Nian Nian, you are the finest girl I have ever known, and you deserve to find happiness. Let me escort you away, to venture into the world beyond, where you may encounter different people and experiences. If your affection for Beichen remains steadfast, then so be it. However, should you find favor with another man, I would consider bestowing you, as if a daughter, into matrimony." While the old gentleman's words profoundly moved Su Nian, she could not shake off an unsettling feeling. The sight of a father-in-law advising his son's wife to remarry was, indeed, a curious tableau. This was far more exhilarating than in her past life, where Li Beichen was barely able to breathe at such a juncture. Was it a distortion of human nature or a degradation of morality? Li Beichen found a semblance of humor in the situation, yet he understood the gravity of his words. "Father, I acknowledge my previous missteps. I assure you that I shall treat Su Nian with the utmost care, ensuring she suffers no further harm. If that is the case, why not allow me the opportunity to rectify my errors?" Li Beichen stood unflinching before his father's formidable presence. Under different circumstances, Li Jianhong would have been elated, pleased that his son had finally grasped the essence of Su Nian's value. Yet, in this moment he was genuinely afraid. "Rectification," he replied. "I promise you now. But what if a similar situation arises? Would that not put Su Nian's life at stake? Li Beichen, even as my son, I cannot gamble with her life." Su Nian gazed at Li Jianhong, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Let us set aside the matter of Mo Bao, even for the old gentleman's sake. I shall remain here." Chapter 194. The terrifying nature of habit. At this moment, Li Beichen felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. He was acutely aware of the reason behind the old man's demeanor. The actions he had previously taken against Su Nian, though seemingly bound by the constraints of a predetermined narrative, were indeed the consequences of his own making. The idea of Su Nian distancing herself from him was perhaps a wise choice, yet he found himself reluctant to accept it. Why must his life be shackled by a so-called storyline, dictated to love a designated individual and prescribed when to meet his end? He refused to accept such fate. Under the old man's watchful gaze, Li Beichen knelt and confessed, "Father, I was wrong before, truly wrong. I shall not allow such events to unfold again." As he uttered these words, a sharp pain surged through his chest, as if the narrative itself sought to control him. Yet, he was determined not to be governed by that script. His destiny was one he intended to seize for himself. You speak now. But how credible do you believe your words to be? Li Jianhong's anger was palpable. Throughout your life, you have relished in opposing me. I could overlook many things. But why must you contradict me in this matter? Li Beichen, do you seek to drive me to my grave, finding satisfaction in my despair? Listening to his father's words, the veins on Li Beichen's forehead throbbed with tension. He bowed his head to the ground. Father, I do not seek to oppose you. Nearby, Su Nian observed the scene, at a loss for words. She gazed at Li Beichen, hoping to discern a hint of insincerity on his face, seeking any sign of vulnerability. Yet, why did Li Beichen behave this way? What could he possibly desire? At that moment, although his heart ached terribly, upon hearing her words, he felt as though the pain had momentarily dissipated. He lifted his gaze, and their eyes met once more. Upon encountering the depths of his eyes, Su Nian instinctively took a few steps back, bewildered by her own reaction, as an overwhelming urge to escape surged within her. Perhaps it would be best not to linger here, perhaps it was time to depart. However, how could Li Beichen allow Su Nian to leave? He immediately rose and moved beside her, firmly grasping her hand. The past was my fault, but I assure you, I shall not repeat it. What a ridiculous narrative. He refused to be confined by it. Su Nian swallowed hard, attempting to free herself from his grip. Have you considered it further? I have thought it through thoroughly, and I am acutely aware that this is my final opportunity. If I do not cherish this chance, I shall have no hope. Li Beichen's grip was powerful. She could not break free. Su Nian's heart was in turmoil. Yet, in that very moment Li Beichen spoke, Su Nian, you have succeeded. This declaration rendered her body momentarily rigid. You have successfully accustomed me to your presence. In your absence over these past few days, I find myself instinctively glancing towards your spot, pondering what you might be doing or thinking, and whether you are content.
Li Beichen gazed at Su Nian,
articulating each word. Habit is indeed a formidable phenomenon. Upon uttering this, Li Beichen chuckled. Perhaps all of this is merely a matter of fate. After all, within this vast world, there are countless individuals, yet only he can discern the whispers of her heart. Chapter 195. Li Beichen, do you truly comprehend your words?
Su Nian hincó ayer.
I do. At that moment, Su Nian found herself at a loss for words. Just then, Li Beichen bridged the gap between them, speaking slowly to her. Su Nian, would you trust me just this once? Su Nian understood that, adhering to her persona, she should be jubilant, exuding delight. However, gazing into Li Beichen's eyes, she found herself utterly incapable of feigning such emotions. Time passed gradually. In an impulsive moment, Su Nian uttered, I am willing. Upon her declaration, Li Beichen swiftly lifted her in his arms. Father, I trust you will respect Su Nian's choice. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you this time. With that, Li Beichen carried Su Nian away. At this moment, Li Jianhong finally grasped the situation. Wait, I have yet to give my consent. Why are you leaving? Do you not regard this old man at all? Li Beichen, do you truly believe I can easily find a man 1,000 times better than you for Nian Nian? Your blatant disregard for me is utterly infuriating. Yet, Li Beichen showed no intention of pausing, merely stating that Su Nian's health was poor and she needed ample rest, after which he would take her to recuperate. Upon returning to the room, Su Nian only realized what had transpired when Li Beichen tucked her into bed. Had she actually managed to win him over? Was it truly possible? She scrutinized Li Beichen with eyes that seemed to possess X-ray vision. Could it be that he has genuinely developed feelings for me? That cannot be. According to the narrative, it should not be so. In my past life, well, my interactions with him were limited to that one night, merely 3 minutes. Li Beichen had intended to say something, but upon hearing 3 minutes, he fell silent. Even without memories of a past life, he was certain that their connection lasted longer than that. Author's note: time is not the issue. It is the quality that matters, quality, haha. In an effort to prevent this woman from continuing her tirade, he cleared his throat. At that moment, Su Nian finally spoke. Do you like me? Li Beichen absorbed the confusion in Su Nian's gaze and replied with a simple yes. The questions that followed revealed her incredulity. What do you like about me? How could I possibly have won your affection? When did you start to like me? The series of inquiries illustrated just how disbelieving the questioner was. Li Beichen studied Su Nian, noting that there was not a hint of deception in her eyes. In truth, he was unaware of when his affections began. Perhaps it was when his very being became ensnared by the narrative, yet he persistently sought to fix his gaze upon her. Perhaps it was the sight of her finding joy within this tale. Perhaps it was simply fate. With eager anticipation, Su Nian thought, "What on earth am I looking forward to? He is merely acting, attempting to ensnare me for his own gain, using his charm to deceive me. And I foolishly believed he truly cared for me. How naive I am." Li Beichen pulled the disheartened Su Nian into his embrace, stating, "I understand your disbelief, and I share it. Yet when I witnessed the explosion occur beside you yesterday, a singular thought consumed my mind. What if you vanished from this world? What if your incessant chatter ceased to exist?" It felt as though the world had lost its vibrancy. As he spoke, he tightened his hold on Su Nian. Though he recognized that she might not believe him, expressing it felt necessary. Upon hearing his words, Su Nian's mind conjured the memory of Li Beichen's anxious approach towards her the previous day. She recalled the emotions she experienced in that moment. In Chapter 196, she realized an important truth. It seemed she had been captivated by Li Beichen's exterior. Why did I hesitate at that moment? Regardless of whether his feelings for me are genuine or feigned, they bring me joy, making it much simpler for me to accept his advances. Since he harbors feelings for me, it is only natural for me to seek a deeper connection. As Su Nian indulged in her thoughts, pondering why this man liked her, she realized he could not articulate a reason. The only explanation seemed to stem from mere physical attraction. Indeed, men were often creatures of base desires. How could he possibly resist her long legs and ample chest? Just as these musings consumed her, Li Beichen enveloped her in a blanket, admonishing, "Stop overthinking. You were quite startled yesterday. What you need now is ample rest to regain your strength." She gazed at Li Beichen, her expression transforming into one of sudden realization.
See?
This fellow is indeed putting on an act. Little did she expect that his performance would be so convincing. She almost failed to see through it. Yet, she deemed his skills inferior to her own, for his facade crumbled in no time at all. At that moment, Li Beichen could only respond with silence. Suddenly, Su Nian rose and placed a gentle kiss upon his lips, whispering, "Good night." Since we are acting, I might as well seize the opportunity, she thought, indulging herself without guilt. In stark contrast to Su Nian's soft kiss, Li Beichen's kiss was a tempest, overwhelming her defenses entirely. Soon, she found herself lost within the storm. Once it subsided, he leaned close, murmuring in her ear, "I have longed to tell you that your previous kisses were misguided. This is what a true kiss should be." As the conversation unfolded, the man let out a deep chuckle, remarking, "You have indeed misunderstood many things, yet I find myself inexplicably drawn to you." In a state of bewilderment, Su Nian felt Li Beichen envelop her once more. "All right, now you may rest," he said.
Droshili, Su Nian nodded,
surrendering to slumber under such circumstances. Observing her, Li Beichen realized that truly winning Su Nian's heart would prove to be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, believing that no obstacle is insurmountable for those who are resolute. With that thought, he closed his eyes and drifted into dreams. "You think you are someone special? What right do you have to occupy this position? Su Nian, you merely stumbled into Li Beichen's bed by chance. What makes you worthy of being his wife and inheriting everything? I advise you, Su Nian, to terminate the life within you, lest you invoke the wrath of us elders." As Li Beichen listened to these voices, the images before him gradually sharpened. He beheld the pale-faced Su Nian, her pregnancy evident, surrounded by familiar faces, board members from the company. Suddenly, he witnessed Su Nian slam her palm onto the table, proclaiming, "No matter what you say, I am Li Beichen's only wife, his lawful spouse, and his primary heir. This is an immutable truth that no one can alter." Chapter 197. Su Nian, can you guarantee that the child within you is Li Beichen's?
Vi Beichen ihren todro closer to Su Nian.
However, when he approached Su Nian, he unexpectedly grasped at nothing.
Su Nian,
Don't you find it amusing when you utter such words? Beichen does not love you. He never regarded you as his wife. You now presume yourself to be his heir. Are you not afraid that Bei Chen might rise from the grave? At that moment, a board member spoke scornfully.
Su Nian.
However, retorted directly, then let Li Bei Chen crawl out of the ground. If that happens, I, Su Nian, will certainly return all the rights to Li Bei Chen.
Su Nian.
Another board member interjected, can you guarantee that the child in your womb is indeed Li Bei Chen's? Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among them. Li Bei Chen watched the scene with a heart torn asunder. He shouted with all his might, declaring that she was his wife, the only one he recognized as a spouse. Yet, despite his immense effort, he could not make them hear him. He looked at the crowd and said, unless we conduct an amniocentesis. Precisely, only by performing an amniocentesis can we trust you. Su Nian remained unfazed, asserting, what of it? All of the old man's and Bei Chen's assets are now in my possession. I am the major shareholder of the Li Corporation. No matter how you twist your words, this fact cannot be altered. This statement caused Li Bei Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. Indeed, as long as Su Nian held all the shares, there was nothing to fear. Your implication is to acknowledge that the child within you is an illegitimate offspring. How amusing it is that Bei Chen and the old man, wise throughout their lives, have fallen into the hands of such a young girl, ultimately allowing an illegitimate child to inherit everything. Tomorrow, I shall visit Bei Chen's grave and speak earnestly to him. I am quite curious to know what Bei Chen would feel about this. This thought caused Li Bei Chen's heart to race anew. Indeed, he then heard Su Nian's resolute voice. It seems that I must undergo the amniocentesis, for the weight of the term illegitimate child is far too burdensome for my baby to bear. The scene then shifted, revealing Su Nian lying on the operating table. He observed her hand tightly clenched, feeling the tremors coursing through her entire being. No, it cannot be done. It cannot be done. Li Bei Chen awoke from his nightmare, clutching his head. How many times had he endured such a dreadful dream? At that moment, a terrifying notion took root in his mind. Is this truly a dream, or has Su Nian genuinely endured such experiences? As this realization dawned upon him, a chill of cold sweat trickled down his back. It is impossible, utterly implausible, that Su Nian has faced such tribulations. If she had indeed experienced these horrors, how could she constantly express her desire to bring Mo Bao into the world? Su Nian is no fool. Knowing the potential consequences, would she still choose to bear a child? Moreover, the old man dotes on Su Nian so dearly, and now he is vociferously urging her to divorce him and find a suitable man. How could he allow her to confront such adversity? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Bei Chen's previously tumultuous heart began to find some semblance of calm. Nevertheless, Li Bei Chen still felt that the dream was strikingly vivid, almost as if he had experienced it himself. However, upon reflection, Su Nian had mentioned that in his previous life, he had long since passed away. If that were the case, how could he have genuinely experienced such events? Despite this line of reasoning, Li Bei Chen could not help but lie down and embrace the sleeping Su Nian beside him, seeking solace in her presence.